Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4SC Chapter 140. Your uncle's grandfather, how come is Kizaru? When Kizaru fell in front of Lingyun, he scolded angrily. If among the Marine 3 Admiral, who he didn't want to fight against, it must be Kizaru. The speed of this guy is so fast, sparkling fruits. Speed, even if he uses Tensa Zanjetsu, I am afraid it may not be comparable. Edward Lingyun. Kizaru looked at Lingyun with a gloomy expression. Although he was extremely upset in his heart, Lingyun did not dare to take the slightest care. He felt that this wave was really a shame. His opponent was Kizaru, and there were countless Marines outside. He really wanted to escape now that it's not that easy. Lingyun grabbed the celestial dragons on the ground, and now this celestial dragons is his only hope of escape. Hey, Kizaru, didn't I tell you, Aokiji, let Aokiji come over. Why are you here? Lingyun grabbed the celestial dragons and called out to Kizaru uncomfortably. Upon hearing this, Kizaru became even more angry. He pointed to Lingyun and said coldly, "Little devil, today you can't escape with your wings." Lingyun took a breath, then smiled and said, "That's not easy to say." I said, "Kizaru, I don't want to fight with you. Now I have two choices with you, either retreat or I will kill this guy." As he said, Lingyun's hand strangled Celestial Dragon's neck and immediately awakened the unconscious Celestial Dragons. "Ah, don't kill me, don't kill me." After Celestial Dragons found out about his situation, he suddenly yelled in horror, his face full of fear. The more he fears, the more beneficial to Lingyun. Lingyun said in a deep voice, "Did you see the guy in the yellow dress? He is Marine Admiral Kizaru. Now he is going to kill me. If I can't escape, I will definitely kill you first. With you, Celestial Dragons, buried with me, I can be considered dead right now. How about it? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Celestial Dragons is not afraid of anything. The most feared is death, so when he heard Lingyun's words, he became even more afraid. He did not hesitate to yell at Kizaru. "Kizaru, I don't want to die. Save me, save because of me. My family will not treat you badly." Kizaru's complexion is hard to see the extreme. If it is someone else, he will not care at all, and he will die if he dies. But Celestial Dragons is different. So many people around have seen it. If it is because of him that Celestial Dragons is killed, even if he is Marine Admiral is bound to get in trouble. Maybe even Marine Admiral's position can't be kept. Lingyun reminded, "To be honest, I just wanted to teach you a lesson and didn't want to kill you, but now I am surrounded by Marine Admiral and a large number of Marines. If I can't leave safely, you will come with me funeral. But if you don't want to die, there's a way, and that's if you let them all retreat, and let you go before I leave the Chambord Islands. How about?" Good, good, good. Celestial Dragons only wanted to live now, so he agreed to Lingyun's words without hesitation. Lingyun said, "But what you said doesn't count. It's Kizaru Admiral. Marine here has to listen to his orders. If he doesn't want to let me go, I can't leave at all. If I can't leave, we can only die together." Lingyun's 3 sentences are inseparable from the dead word. Celestial Dragons has been scared a long time ago. There is no other way in his mind. He immediately yelled at Kizaru. "Kizaru Admiral, let your people get back quickly, let all Marines retreat, let him go, let him go." Kizaru said solemnly, "He is a major criminal wanted by Marine, so how can you let him go?" Upon hearing this, Celestial Dragons was immediately angry. He was not a fool. He knew that the boy who was holding him was definitely a master who did what he said, so he didn't dare to provoke Lingyun at all. But Kizaru was not afraid, even though Kizaru is Admiral, so what, he is Celestial Dragons, the Supreme Celestial Dragons. "Kizaru, you are Marine. All Marines are servants of our family. You dare not listen to me. Believe it or not, I make you unable to do Marine Admiral." The angry Celestial Dragons can say anything. Although Celestial Dragons is noble, for Marine Admiral, Celestial Dragons is not yet qualified to point his finger at him. As for what he said, Kizaru can't even Marine Admiral, and it's even more idiotic. The world is still dominated by 5 elders. No matter how 5 elders indulge Celestial Dragons, it is impossible to easily deal with a Marine Admiral. Kizaru's face was green. If Celestial Dragons were in his hands now, he would probably slap him over with a slap. But now, he can only hold back his anger and stare at Lingyun firmly, neither backing away, but did not dare to do it. At this time, Marine Major General Nordman quickly ran to Kizaru's side and whispered, "Kizaru Admiral." "What's the matter?" Kizaru asked unhappy. Facing the angry Kizaru, Marine Major General Nordman shrank his head and said, "Kizaru Admiral, there is an order from above. This Celestial Dragons is called Roltha's Saint. It is also very important in the Celestial Dragons clan. We must keep him, no matter what methods are used." Upon hearing this, Kizaru's arm trembled even more. It was true that which pot was not opened and which pot was lifted. With this command, he just wanted to have any bad ideas and could not implement it. "What do you think?" Kizaru held back his anger and asked Major General Marine. Major General Marine said, "Kizaru Admiral, I think we'd better follow the order. After all, it is a direct order from above. We can't disobey it." Major General Marine certainly does not want Celestial Dragons to die. You must know that the Chambordian Islands belongs to him. If Celestial Dragons has an accident on his turf, his life as Major General Marine will come to an end, not to mention this Rorschach. C still has a considerable status in the Celestial Dragons clan, and it is not something he can afford. So his biggest wish now is to quickly save the life of celestial dragons and send away the evil star Lingyun. He doesn't want to care about the others. As for whether Kizaru can catch Lingyun, it is not within his scope of thinking. Inside. People are not for themselves, and the earth will die. Chapter 141. Kizaru's face was gloomy and coldly said to Lingyun, "Let the people go, I will let you go." Lingyun shook his head and said, "You Kizaru has no credibility in my eyes. For such an important person, I think I should wait until I leave the Chambord Islands. What do you think?" Kizaru can't wait to destroy Lingyun, but in the end he can only say, "Okay, I will let you go." Then he said to Major General Nordman next to Marine, "Let all your people spread out." Nordman immediately took the order, and at the same time, he was relieved. As long as Lingyun leaves the Chambord Islands, his responsibilities will be reduced by more than half. Although there is some shirking of responsibility, he does not think there is anything wrong. Under Nordman's order, Marine surrounding the street immediately revealed a gap. Seeing this scene, Lingyun smiled slightly and said to Kizaru, "That's right, anyway, the life of celestial dragons is the most important thing." Lingyun just said a few words. He didn't dare to be too arrogant. If he annoyed Kizaru and let Kizaru catch him desperately, it would be more than the gain. Lingyun held celestial dragons in her arms, and then slowly left the gap the Marine let out. He didn't walk fast, and he was always on guard against Kizaru. After all, Sparkling Fruit's abilities were too amazing and had to be guarded. Seeing Lingyun holding celestial dragons to leave, Kizaru's eyes flickered, and he almost couldn't help but want to do it several times, but Lingyun's vigilance was too strong. He completely used celestial dragon's body to block his own flaws, and led him fundamentally. Unsure of hitting Lingyun without hurting celestial dragons, so he can only hold back. After Lingyun left Marine's encirclement, he immediately pulled out the Shinigami blade and whispered, "Minazuki." I saw that the sword pulled out was a curved Zanpakuto, and then he whispered, "Go down, Minazuki." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Suddenly Zanpakuto turned into a one-eyed, three-legged giant manta ray creature. Lingyun pulled celestial dragons and jumped towards Minazuki's body, and then Minazuki slowly flew up amid the exclamation of celestial dragons. Looking at Kizaru who was about to move, Lingyun said solemnly, "Kizaru, I advise you to not act rashly, otherwise, if my hand shakes, his life may be gone." The whole body under celestial dragons trembled, and he shouted in horror, "No, don't move, Kizaru Admiral, don't move." Seeing Lingyun flying higher and higher, Kizaru shouted angrily, and just listened to Lingyun in the air saying, "Kizaru, don't worry, as long as you don't mess around, I will not kill him." As Lingyun flew, Kizaru followed all the way until Lingyun flew to the edge of the Chambord Islands. "Where are you going to take me? Let me go," celestial dragons yelled. "Don't call, if you call again, I will throw you down," Lingyun threatened coldly. Upon hearing this, celestial dragons immediately closed his mouth with interest, and now he can do anything as long as he can live. Lingyun controlled Minazuki to fly higher and higher. Seeing Lingyun flying above the sea, he was about to go away. Kizaru, who was already impatient, finally couldn't bear it. The whole person turned into golden light, quickly dispersed, and then the golden light shot towards when he got out of the air. He formed the appearance of Kizaru in the air. He opened his hands and prepared to use the fruit ability to attack Lingyun. At this time, he couldn't think so much. However, Lingyun had already guarded against Kizaru's move. At the moment Kizaru appeared, he slammed the celestial dragons in his hand at him. Because of the full strength, celestial dragons was like a cannonball, slammed into Kizaru quickly. Celestial dragons shouted in amazement, save me, I don't want to die, save me." Seeing this scene, Kizaru's face instantly became extremely ugly. He looked at the celestial dragons that was about to smash in front of him, and countless thoughts flashed in his mind. If he continues to attack, celestial dragons will definitely be attacked by him. Attack and kill, but if you don't attack, Lingyun will definitely fly away. There was no time for Kizaru to hesitate. He finally thought that there were so many people watching from below. He could only helplessly put away the attack, grab the celestial dragons that had been smashed over, and then headed towards the ground. He was able to stay in the air for a short time. Lingyun who can't fly. Lingyun flew slowly into the sky, leaving only his voice reverberating. "Kizaru, you should go back and tell Sengoku, let him send Aokiji to catch me. Tell him, only Aokiji I will fight him, you and Akainu, I will not fight, you can't catch me, goodbye." Kizaru was originally angry, but when he heard Lingyun's words again, he was even more furious. In anger, he slammed a giant tree in the Chambord Islands directly with one foot. "Catch me, you must catch up with him." After Lingyun left the Chambord Islands, he quickly found out that a few days later, he found a place to hide. His goal was Aokiji's frozen fruit, so he was absolutely sure before he unblocked Hiranmaru's Bankai. I won't let it go. The Celestial Dragons incident. Although Marine tried to cover it up, it still didn't cover it. Especially after the newspaper of a newspaper in the Chambord Islands was published, this incident instantly detonated the whole world. Lingyun's name was once again shining on the world stage. The newspaper's newspaper caused a sensation because that day, the man in the house in the 3.8 islands of Chambord took the photo of celestial dragons kneeling in front of Lingyun with his camera. This photo was magnified by the newspaper and put directly on it. On the first page of the newspaper, and this newspaper is really crazy. It printed countless copies at once, and then spread it all over Grand Line, and spread it to New World. In just a few days, both Grand Line and New World knew about this important thing. The incident, but the newspaper finally drew revenge for its madness. A few days later, except for some smart people who had already prepared and escaped, all the others in the newspaper died tragically. Although it was an angry revenge, the moment it was published in the newspaper, it was already uncontrollable. The whole world knew about it, and Celestial Dragons lost its face because of it. Chapter 142. B******D. B******D. Give me a rigorous investigation. Let Marine use all his power. Must catch that kid to the Holy Land. The glory of our family is absolutely not to be tarnished. Holy Land Mary Joie. When all Celestial Dragons saw the newspaper, they were all angry. By doing this, Lingyun humiliated not only Rolthos, but made Celestial Dragons kneel down, which is insulting the entire Celestial Dragons. How could Celestial Dragons not be angry? As a clan of Celestial Dragons who regard themselves as kings of the world, they are most proud of their blood. They are noble than all races in the world, so Lingyun forced Celestial Dragons to kneel. In Celestial Dragons' view, it is to let they bow their heads. This is absolutely not allowed to happen. Celestial Dragons was messed up all, and desperately pressured 5 elders. Although 5 elders also complained about Celestial Dragons, this time Lingyun did too much, so they responded to Celestial Dragons' request and let Marine fully arrested Lingyun, and must live, because Celestial Dragons demanded so, they must torture Lingyun well to vent the resentment and anger in their hearts. It didn't take long for Marine headquarters to receive an order from Holy 11, and Sengoku's head became bigger. Aokiji, Akainu, Lieutenant General Crane and Zephyr are all in Sengoku's office. Since not long ago learned that Kizaru had not caught Lingyun, Sengoku had a bad feeling. It didn't take long before the scene in the newspaper it appeared. Now not only Celestial Dragons has become a joke in the world, but even Marine has become a big joke. With so many Marines, plus Marine Admiral, they didn't even fight, so Lingyun gave it to fleeing. This face is ashamed. Akainu said angrily, if I were allowed to go, I would definitely not let that kid escape. Looking at Akainu, Sengoku was a little grateful. Fortunately, he did not send Akainu. He had already learned from Kizaru. If Akainu was sent at that time, there is no doubt that Akainu would not let Lingyun threaten. Celestial Dragons must die. Now that Celestial Dragons is not dead, there is still room for salvation and it will not be difficult to end. Now Sengoku's headache is the order handed down from the Holy Land to capture Lingyun alive. He knew very well that compared to killing Lingyun, the chance of capturing Lingyun alive is too small, but this is the above death order, even if he was Marshal Marine and had to obey. Is there no trace of that kid yet? Sengoku asked, rubbing his head. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Aokiji shook his head and said, no, Polusali is searching around, but there is no trace. After all, he flew away from the sky and will not leave a trace for us. Unless he appears again, it's hard to find him. It's hard to find it. Sengoku roared angrily. After the roar, Sengoku also realized his impulse. He sighed and said quietly, there are so many of us who are actually played around by a kid from the Whitebeard Pirates, even New World's Whitebeard and Kaido. It hasn't made us so ugly. Marine, what exactly does this kid want to do? Does he have to face us to the end? Akainu nodded and said, I know, but if the kid is whereabouts, I will be dispatched immediately. Ahe. Sengoku said, in addition, the bounty for Edward Lingyun has to be changed, and it should be set at 500 million Baileys. Aokiji said, no problem. After taking a few deep breaths, Sengoku said again, use all the intelligence personnel to keep an eye on the kid. As soon as he appears, he will notify the headquarters as soon as possible. Akainu, who is based in the Marine headquarters, is on standby. When Sengoku heard what Akainu said, he didn't say much, but looked at Aokiji and said, the 7 Warlords of the Sea System is about to be officially launched. Aokiji, you are the person in charge of selecting 7 Warlords of the Sea. It's up to you to choose the right pirate to become Shichibukai. Is there a problem? The others did not say anything, although in their opinion, Lingyun has a bounty of 500 million Baileys when he is less than 16 years old, which is a bit too high, but thinking of that kid's ability and potential, and what he did, 500 million Baileys is not unacceptable, but I don't know what kind of shock this bounty will cause if it is announced. Sengoku glanced at him and said in a deep voice, it's not high, this is a special event. We have to make a gesture for the people above to see. If we can really use 500 million Baileys, we will catch the kid. If you do, I will give 500 million Baileys without blinking my eyes. Sengoku nodded in satisfaction. For the current Marine San Admiral, he is most optimistic about Aokiji. Aokiji is not as paranoid as Akainu, and he does not want Kizaru to be as lazy and responsible, and he is very good at handling things. 500 million? Isn't it too high? Garp exclaimed in surprise. The implementation of the 7 Warlords of the Sea System this time is very important to Marine, and he is not at ease when it is handed over to others. If Akainu is allowed to come, it is estimated that no matter how much time is given to him, it is impossible to elect a person to become Shichibukai. Needless to say, Kizaru will find a few pirates to become Shichibukai. Only Aokiji will take this matter seriously and choose seriously. Akainu snorted, I won't kill him, I will leave him one last breath. Sengoku thought for a while and then responded, okay, but remember, don't kill him. Sengoku said to Lieutenant General Crane. I'm going to the Holy Land Mary Joieuse, the start of 7 warlords of the sea, and the thing about that kid. I must tell the above. After I leave, Marine's full strength will be given to you for the time being. The Logue Town incident a few years ago caused the loss of Marine's face. This time the Chambord Islands incident caused the loss of Marine's face again. Although the threats posed by these 2 events are far less than those of the New World 4 emperors, but the public opinion is much larger than that of New World. After all, it was a live broadcast of the world once, and the whole world was paying attention. This time it involved celestial dragons, forcing celestial dragons to kneel. For hundreds of years, Lingyun has been considered the best, being the first person. How could it not make a sensation in the world? Lieutenant General Crane nodded. Like Garp, she did not use military rank to reflect their importance and ability. Chapter 143, Father, Daddy, something has happened, something has happened. On the Moby DK, the 4th Division Captain Sachi suddenly yelled and ran towards Whitebeard. Since getting Snowfruit, Sachi has been training Snowfruit on board. He accidentally hit the newsbird with his ability, and when he saw the content on the newsbird, he was shocked, and then quickly reported to Whitebeard. Seeing Sachi fussily running over, Whitebeard suddenly shouted, "What's the big deal? Isn't it the Lingyun thing again?" When Sachi, who had just ran here, heard Whitebeard's words, he was stunned. He looked at Whitebeard in amazement and asked, "Daddy, you already know?" Whitebeard was also taken aback, and asked, "What do I know? Is it really Lingyun's business?" Just now Whitebeard just said casually, because he had been thinking about Lingyun, so he said that instinctively, but who knew that Saki actually responded, which made Whitebeard nervous. Sachi looked at Whitebeard's expression and realized that Whitebeard didn't know it, so he quickly said, "Father, it's Lingyun indeed. He's in trouble, and he's in trouble." Hearing the conversation between Sachi and Whitebeard, the members of the Whitebeard pirate group on the ship gathered here, and Marco asked curiously, "Sachi, you said Lingyun caused great trouble, what's the matter?" Sachi handed the newspaper to Whitebeard, and then explained to others. Lingyun really broke the sky this time. He attacked celestial dragons in the Chambord Islands and forced celestial dragons to kneel to him. What? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The eyes of the pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group were all staring, and then they all took a breath, and there was a deep shock in their eyes. They all know the status of celestial dragons very well. Lingyun forced celestial dragons knelt to him. It was indeed no different from piercing the sky. Gulalala. Saki said eagerly, "Father, why are you still laughing? Why are you still laughing when Lingyun caused such a big disaster?" The pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group also changed their faces, and Marco said solemnly, "Father, you mean, those people might chase Lingyun for his bounty?" Whitebeard said, "Marco, you care about it. Look at Marine's bounty. If they catch Lingyun, will they raise his bounty to 500 million Baileys? They raise the bounty, and the only explanation is, Lingyun was not caught, so we don't need to worry about his safety for the time being." Whitebeard nodded and said, "Not only that, Lingyun is still young after all. Marine has given such a high bounty, it will inevitably attract some desperados, and there may be a secret department from the world government. Celestial dragons after all, they are the masters of the Holy Land, and they can still mobilize a lot of power. 500 million Baileys, Marine is really generous enough to mention 500 million bounty for him. There are not many big pirates in the sea with more than 500 million bounty, right?" After Whitebeard saw Marine's bounty, it was even more surprise. Looking at the huge photo on the newspaper in his hand, Lingyun forced celestial dragons to kneel with a grim expression on it. Whitebeard sighed in his heart. Lingyun was really playing too much this time, just like those guys in Holy Land personality. How could they let Lingyun go? Although everyone felt that Lingyun did something exaggerated this time, no one blamed it. Instead, he wanted to rescue him immediately. This is the cohesion of the Whitebeard pirates. Everyone suddenly stopped talking. In New World they can indeed be the king and hegemony, but in the first half of the Grand Line, where is the headquarters of Marine? Even if they are not afraid, if they fight, they will definitely suffer, but if it is nothing if you don't do it, everyone is a bit unwilling. When everyone was shocked, Whitebeard suddenly let out a huge laugh, awakening everyone from the lack of consciousness. "Then we will save Lingyun immediately." The pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group all said one after another. Marco said in a deep voice, "I remember that attacking celestial dragons seems to attract Marine Admiral's pursuit, right? Lingyun attacked celestial dragons in Chambord Islands, which are so close to Marine headquarters. Marine Admiral. That Marine Admiral was dispatched. The speed must be very fast. Isn't Lingyun's current situation very dangerous?" Whitebeard said, "I am not very worried about Marine now. Since Lingyun has done such a thing, it means he has confidence. I am now worried about people other than Marine." Even Whitebeard was shocked by Lingyun's courage at this time. It was celestial dragons. Although he never put celestial dragons in his eyes, he would never proactively provoke celestial dragons like Lingyun did. Have done such a shocking thing. Forcing celestial dragons to kneel down is not just a simple matter. Lingyun's move is more serious than killing celestial dragons. This is the biggest challenge to the nobles in the world, the supreme celestial dragons. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group was shocked to hear that Lingyun actually offered a bounty of more than 500 million. If you know that the entire Whitebeard pirate group, only Whitebeard and Marco are offering a bounty of more than 500 million. Captain Joe's is only 500 million Baileys, and now Lingyun has become the third person in the Whitebeard pirates bounty. Whitebeard laughed for a while before stopping. He said, What else can I do if I don't laugh? That kid is not a man by nature. When he goes out, I have a foreboding that he will cause trouble, but I still underestimate it. Because of his ability to cause trouble, he made such a big noise when he came up, even celestial dragons dared to move. What else did he dare not to do? Whitebeard glared at the crowd and shouted, "What silly thing to say. Go and save Lingyun." How to do it? Take all of us to the Grand Line? Think about it, is this possible? Will Marine let us go? Unless we risk a full-scale war with Marine, we must not leave New World. Chapter 144 Whitebeard said, "Well, you don't have to be too pessimistic. Don't you know what Lingyun's ability is? Although his strength is a bit weak, his various abilities are very practical. It's not so easy for him. Although those bounty hunters are also dangerous, he should be able to deal with them. However, we cannot do nothing. Although it is impossible to go directly to Grand Line to help him, we can use other means to put pressure on Marine and the world government. Don't forget, New World is our site. Does New World have a lot of bases? Our goal is those bases. Clear all those bases to me. I see how Sengoku guy will react." "Yes, father, we will start preparing immediately." Hearing what Whitebeard said, everyone was excited. As Whitebeard said, although they can't directly help Lingyun, it still has no problem for them to contain part of Marine's power. Whitebeard said to himself with a heavy face, "Little guy, you have caused this disaster yourself. I believe you should be able to settle it, don't let me down." Except for the Whitebeard Pirates, the other major forces also know what Lingyun caused. Everyone has different attitudes, but without exception, the name Lingyun is remembered by everyone. Some people may despise it, but more people are solemn. In addition to the Whitebeard Pirates, there is another force that attaches great importance to this event, that is, the Revolutionary Army that has been extremely active in the world in the past 2 years. After the name Monkey D. Dragon appeared, it was immediately taken the government is listed as the most murderous criminal in the world, none of which is considered by the world government as the only existence that may subvert them. Long, why do you attach so much importance to this matter? In a certain corner of the world, this is a stronghold of the Revolutionary Army, and the cadres of the Revolutionary Army led by Long are here. Since Long became the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he has never seen him publicly in the world, so no one knows what he looks like except for those who have seen him before, and he has carved on his face tattoos, so no one knows him even more. Long Shen said, "This is a good opportunity. Celestial dragons are impaired and the world government is scorched. It is a good opportunity for us to revolt. I once met the little guy who boldly forced celestial dragons. Since he dared to do it, although I was a little surprised at this kind of thing, I also knew that he would not end it so easily, so we have to take advantage of this opportunity. We must use it, and by the way, we can help that kid." At this time, a Revolutionary Army cadre said, "Long, why are you so optimistic about that kid? I remember that when you were in Logue Town, you helped that kid once. If it weren't for your help, he would never have survived. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi." Long laughed and said, "I saved him because he is capable. We need like-minded friends. That kid will definitely help us a lot in the future, so I am just helping our future. According to the plan we made before, we inform everyone that we are ready to act. This time, we must be completely successful." Although it was only a small marine branch, the Sparrow was small and well equipped. When Lingyun came to the marine branch, he was immediately spotted by Marine. 2 marine soldiers on guard immediately asked about Lingyun. Looking at the door of the marine branch, there are already those guards. Lingyun smiled slightly, then pulled out Zanjetsu, smiled and said, "I'm here to make trouble." Then, under the shocked gaze of the marine soldiers, they slammed the gate of the marine branch with a sword. The huge blade of a sword instantly split the iron gate in half, and then a few more times, the gate collapsed, became fragments. The huge movement directly shocked the entire marine branch, and only the marine soldiers who were guarding suddenly shouted, "Enemy attack, enemy attack, enemy attack." I don't believe it, Sengoku is so calm. However, it can be seen from the last time that it is definitely not that easy to draw Aokiji out, so he is going to change the method. Lingyun felt ruthless in his heart. The general highest officer of the marine branch is the major general. He is now stronger than the major general. Compared with the lieutenant general, he is a bit weaker. However, his Zanpakuto is powerful, and the general lieutenant general is not. It must be his opponent, and the major general naturally needless to say. Yes. Then a dozen marines surrounded Lingyun at once, and Lingyun said lightly, "I'm just here to make trouble, and I don't want to kill people. So, should I tell you where is the highest officer?" After finalizing the goal, Lingyun immediately launched an action. At the highest level, only the branch of Brigadier General Marine was not a threat to him, so he broke into the marine branch directly. However, for safety reasons, Lingyun chose the relatively weaker marine branch, and the marine branch far away from the marine headquarters. If it is surrounded by a large number of marines, even if he has the ability to fly, it is difficult to escape. It is impossible to lead Aokiji out directly. Lingyun was about to force him out, so he aimed at the marine branch. After spending a little time, Lingyun found a marine branch far away from the marine headquarters. This branch is only a small branch. The total number of marines is only a few hundred people. Even the strongest is just a marine brigadier general. Where is Lingyun at this time? After more than 10 days of silence, Lingyun was finally ready to act. He had only one goal, and that was Aokiji's frozen fruit. Since the establishment of the Revolutionary Army, although many uprisings have been planned and the results have been many, but this time they are prepared to do a big one, attack a big country. This is also a huge challenge for them. If they can succeed, it will be inevitable. In order to increase the momentum of the revolutionary army, if it fails, you must hide more carefully like a mouse. Chapter 145. He is the enemy, take him down. Seeing that the person who attacked was only a teenager, many Marines were a little surprised, but this did not affect their reaction. Under the shout of a Marine, they immediately rushed towards Lingyun. Lingyun shook his head and said, "You really can't hear people, come down." Conqueror's haki erupted from his body, and all the surrounding Marines, including those still running and not reaching, all trembled, and then fell one by one. Stepping into the Marine base, Lingyun walked directly towards the building inside. He could sense that there was still a lot of ore there, and the person he was looking for should be there. Before Lingyun arrived, hundreds of Marines rushed out of the Marine base building. All of them were armed with weapons, and one of them was a Marine officer wearing a cloak. "Who are you? Why are you attacking our Marine branch?" The Marine officer in the lead roared angrily. Lingyun did not answer, but looked at him and asked, "Are you the highest officer here?" When the Marine officer saw Lingyun not answering him, but instead questioned him, he became even more angry and shouted, "No matter who you are, you will not end well. Fire and kill him." "Really decisive, but you didn't see the gap between us." Lingyun said lightly, and then those Marines shot at him quickly. Countless bullets rushed towards the location where Lingyun was located, but at the moment those bullets were about to hit Lingyun, his figure suddenly when he disappeared and appeared again, he was already in front of one of the Marines. Boom! The Marine was blasted directly by Lingyun with a punch. This punch was like announcing the beginning. Then, Lingyun fell into the flock like a wolf, chopping melons and vegetables, and brought down all the Marine soldiers. In the end, only the Marine officer was left. Seeing that Lingyun was so fierce, the Brigadier Marine was shocked. He asked in amazement, "Who are you?" Lingyun smiled and said, "My name is Edward Lingyun, and I'm the one you Marshal Sengoku can't wait to slash." "Edward Lingyun." Brigadier General Marine exclaimed with astonishment, "You are the pirate with a 500 million bounty, Edward Lingyun." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. "It's me." Lingyun chuckled and said, "You know it's me, are you ready to resist?" Who knows that Brigadier General Marine yelled abruptly and rushed towards Lingyun, shave. Marine was about to explode in an instant and came in front of Lingyun in the blink of an eye, but when he was about to smash into Lingyun, he found that the huge crescent sword was coming with a cold light, and he quickly used moonwalk to escape. Marine 6 styles is indeed good, but unfortunately, your Marine 6 styles is far worse than Virgo's. Lingyun once suffered under Virgo's Marine 6 styles, so after seeing this Marine Brigadier General use Marine 6 styles, he had already prepared. Observation haki was fully open. This Marine preparation was worse than Virgo, it's too far, so it's naturally clear to Lingyun. Moonwalk, shave, shave. No matter how this Brigadier Marine attacks, he can't get close to Lingyun, and every time he will be pushed back by his Zangetsu. Brigadier General Marine's eyes were staring out, and he cried out incredibly, "You attacked us to tell Marshal Sengoku to send Marine Admiral Aokiji to arrest you." 0. You. Brigadier General Marine was speechless. Being held by Lingyun's life gate, Brigadier Marine didn't dare to move. He stared at Lingyun angrily, and asked, "What the hell do you want to do? Why did you attack us?" "Well, my purpose is this, I am leaving, remember what I said, don't forget to tell Sengoku." Hearing that his subordinates were not dead, Brigadier General Marine was angry and relaxed at the same time. His tone was not as aggressive as before. He asked, "You attacked us but didn't kill anyone. What is your purpose?" After that, Lingyun actually left under Brigadier General Marine's shocked gaze, leaving Brigadier General Marine looking at his back with stunned and incredible expression. Lingyun didn't give him a chance to speak at all, and continued, "But I attacked you, not on a whim. It did have a purpose. Don't worry, I didn't kill any of your men. Although I am a pirate, I have no grievances with me, and I don't want to kill in vain, I just want to accomplish my purpose." With a loud noise, the blade light hit Brigadier General Marine. Even though he used iron body to block him, his body was still smashed out and fell to the ground embarrassedly. When he tried to stand up, Lingyun had come to him, and Zangetsu's blade stood under his neck. "Don't move, if you move again, you will be dead," Lingyun said coldly. Lingyun smiled and said, "Of course it's causing trouble for you. Also, I would like to ask you to do me a favor. After I left, you immediately contacted the Marine headquarters and said that I attacked you and told Sengoku that if you send Admiral to catch me, you must send Aokiji. If you send Kizaru or Akainu, I won't show up. Crescent Moon Sky Chong." Boom. Lingyun nodded and said, "Yes, that's the purpose, but the last time you didn't cooperate with Marshal Sengoku, you had to send Kizaru to catch me. See, Kizaru can't catch me." However, Lingyun was not ready to fight him, and directly used Crescent Sky Chong. When Brigadier General Marine saw that he could not dodge, he shouted, "Iron Body." Brigadier General Marine's face was full of anger and fear. Before, he despised Lingyun as a teenager. Even if it was a 500 million bounty, he thought it was too exaggerated, but after just fighting, he knew how ridiculous he was. Sengoku released the 500 million bounty is not a joke, the boy in front of him is absolutely powerful and terrifying. Lingyun smiled and said, "Isn't it justified that the pirates attacked Marine? Does it need a reason?" Chapter 146. What? Sengoku let out an angry roar, his face full of disbelief, and he asked the phone bug, that kid really said that? The person speaking with Sengoku was naturally Brigadier General Marine of the Marine branch that Lingyun had just attacked. After Lingyun left, he dialed the number of Marine headquarters immediately and then received Sengoku. When Sengoku heard what Lingyun had done, the whole person was about to explode in anger. They tried every means to find Lingyun, but before they could find it, Lingyun took the lead and attacked their Marine branch, although not it caused anyone's death, but it also destroyed a lot of buildings. More importantly, Marine's face was swollen by him. Yes, Marshal Sengoku, that kid is too strong, we are not his opponents at all, sorry, Marshal, we are too useless. The Brigadier General Marine said guiltily. Sengoku resisted his anger and said, well, this matter has nothing to do with you. You immediately record all his information, every move, and even everything that happened, and then send it to me. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku thumped off the table and shouted, Edward Lingyun. Back then, Sengoku was mainly responsible for the hunt for Whitebeard, and he fought Whitebeard the most times. I didn't expect that the most headache for him now was related to Whitebeard, but this time he was replaced by Hisizan, a teenage kid. Turned their Marines around. Recalling what the Marine Brigadier General said to him just now, Sengoku was very puzzled. Why does that kid have to fight Kuzan? From the Celestial Dragons incident and this attack on the Marine branch, he mentioned Kuzan. What the hell is going on? Is it true that if Kuzan is really asked to chase him, will he fight Kuzan? Sengoku really couldn't figure out Lingyun's thoughts. He didn't understand why Lingyun had to get along with Aokiji. As he said, after meeting Kizaru last time, he didn't even fight and fled. Sengoku had intentions to transfer Aokiji over to capture Lingyun, but now he has eaten it, because Aokiji has gone to New World and started to solicit 7 warlords of the sea, and will never come back in a short time. Call me Akainu. Aokiji was not there and Kizaru was still looking for Lingyun's whereabouts. Sengoku was still a little worried, so he asked Akainu to call. Akainu came to Sengoku's office soon, and Sengoku told him what had happened. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After hearing the words, Akainu said angrily, I'm going, Marshal, I will definitely be able to bring that kid back. Sengoku motioned to Akainu to stay calm and frowned, and said, you also know what the kid said. He said that unless Aokiji catches him, he won't fight at all, so even if you go, he will not show up. It's hard for you to catch him. After several things that Lingyun provoked, although Akainu was also very angry, he was not as anxious as before. He said, if the kid wants to escape, it is indeed a trouble. His speed is very fast. I may not be able to hunt him down, and he is very cunning. Once he is given a chance, it will be even more difficult to catch him. Sengoku said, that's why I am embarrassed, but Aokiji has no time at all, so now I can only let you catch him. He just attacked the marine base. You take someone to sea, he will even escape, should not be able to escape far. Akainu responded, okay. Sengoku's mood hasn't calmed down here. Suddenly there was a rush of shouts outside. A marine officer rushed into his office and said, Marshal Sengoku, something has happened. In addition, yes, Marshal 0.7. The guards left immediately. Sengoku said again, you mentioned the advantage of the kid, so I will let Kizaru also shoot. Kizaru's speed is very fast. Once you two find him, at Kizaru's speed, plus your strength, there is absolutely no chance to escape. The guard replied, I just got the news that the Whitebeard Pirates didn't know what was going crazy, and they desperately searched for our Marine branch base in New World. They have found several and wiped out the entire army. Soon after Akainu left, Sengoku's guards rushed in and said to Sengoku, Marshal, something has happened to the Marine branch of New World. The guard said, Marshal, the movement of the Whitebeard Pirates is very loud. Dozens of New World pirates are dispatched, and our people can't resist it. Even the news is only halfway through when we fall. In just a moment, Sengoku understood what Whitebeard's approach was for. Although the Whitebeard Pirates were unfriendly to Marine, they have not actively sought and attacked the Marine branch like this. However, it didn't take long for the Tianren incident to be exposed. Whitebeard did just that, he didn't need to think about it to know what it was for. Originally, New World was competing for the position of the last 4 emperors, so he formulated the 7 warlords of the sea system to counterbalance the 4 emperors of the pirates, but now the Whitebeard Pirates suddenly came to such a big move, directly to him when his abacus is disrupted, no one knows what the situation will develop into. Marshal Sengoku. Although Akainu is extremely unwilling to join forces with Kizaru, Sengoku has already said this, and he can only nod in agreement. Sengoku said, I will notify everyone immediately. Once they are exposed, they will immediately retreat with important things. They will retreat to the G5 branch and call Aokiji to go to G5 to host. We must not let everyone make unnecessary sacrifices. Quote. Damn it. After the guards left, Sengoku sat down in a chair dejectedly and sighed, it's really troublesome. When Sengoku heard it, he quickly asked, what's the matter? Sengoku roared angrily and shouted, this Whitebeard, he is creating another chance for that kid. Chapter 147. What happened again? Sengoku has been exhausted by what happened continuously, so he now calmed down after seeing this person. The marine officer who rushed in reported, Marshal Sengoku is a revolutionary army. Under the leadership of the dragon, the revolutionary army has overturned the power of a kingdom. Just got the news that 5 elders was furious and asked the marshal to see them immediately. The eventful autumn, it's really an eventful autumn, and one wave of unrest has risen again. Sengoku doesn't have the violent anger he had before. Although the incident this time is much more serious than that of the Whitebeard Pirates, he is not so anxious because although the revolutionary army is terrifying, it is not directly under his jurisdiction. The main responsibilities are the pirates on the sea and the maintenance of public security. Like the revolutionary army, the world government is usually directly responsible for it. I just came back from Mary Gioi's and I didn't expect to go again. I can't stop. Sengoku sighed in his heart. He knew that 5 elders was more anxious than him now. The threat of the revolutionary army is much more serious than that of the Whitebeard Pirates. Perhaps the 15th Revolutionary Army is not as powerful as the Whitebeard Pirates, but the Revolutionary Army has faith. Their purpose is to subvert the world government. The regiment only dominates the new world and has no interest in the world. 5 elders can still tell which one is more important. After Ji Lingyun attacked the marine branch, he immediately moved away and found a place to hide. After a while, Akainu and Kizaru both arrived at the marine branch that was attacked by Ji Lingyun and were ready to look for Ji Lingyun's traces, but before he could search carefully, they suddenly went from another marine branch not too far there was news of being attacked. It turned out that Ji Lingyun attacked the marine branch again, and the words left behind were exactly the same as the last time. Akainu and Kizaru changed directions again angrily, but when they arrived, Ji Lingyun had long since disappeared. Damn it, B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** not Zai. Akainu roared angrily, and the two of the Marine Admiral were juggled and run by Ji Lingyun. Kizaru was also extremely angry. He said solemnly, looking at his actions, obviously there will be another action. Sakazuki, which Marine branch is closer to here? The two quickly gathered information on the Marine branch of the Grand Line and found that there were 3 Marine branches relatively close here. If Ji Lingyun acts again, it is likely to be one of them. After pulling out Zangetsu, Ji Lingyun immediately went to Bankai, and then the speed sword, opened the distance from Akainu, and ran to the beach quickly. His goal was simple, to rush to the fastest speed. Then use Minazuki's ability to fly by the sea. Akainu has no ships, and it is impossible to catch him. Even if Akainu makes a large-scale attack, he needs time to prepare. This time is enough for him to run a certain distance. Akainu only hesitated for a while, and then agreed to this plan. When Ji Lingyun rushed to the beach at the fastest speed, he immediately took a breath when he saw the situation on the beach. But when Ji Lingyun happily ran to this marine branch and was about to do something, a roar of extreme anger suddenly fell from the sky. Ji Lingyun didn't know the plans of Akainu and Kizaru, or even that Sengoku sent 2 Marine Admiral to arrest him. He still acted according to his plan and was ready to pick the next marine branch to do it. When Ji Lingyun selected the target, he immediately moved towards the target marine branch as quickly as possible. However, after the previous events, the marine branch was much more tightly guarded. Similarly, Ji Lingyun became more cautious. After a lot, he even made up his mind. After attacking the marine branch, he immediately stopped, because Aokiji has not appeared until now, and he feels that his plan is still not perfect. Akainu chased after Ji Lingyun wildly. He naturally understood Ji Lingyun's plan in his heart, but he was already on the shore for a long time, so he didn't worry that Ji Lingyun would run away from him. Hearing this angry roar, Ji Lingyun trembled all over. Even after a few years, he recognized the owner of the voice instantly, so he didn't hesitate to turn around and ran to maximize the speed. Edward Ji Lingyun. The furious Akainu speed is too fast. Seeing that Ji Lingyun is only a few tens of meters away, Ji Lingyun's face paled in shock. He is not the stunned green he was back then. He knows it very well. Then he will be tough with Akainu. In the end, it must be him who was unlucky, so he didn't even mean to fight, he just wanted to run. Ji Lingyun dodges Akainu's magma, and continues to run without looking back. His heart is extremely depressed. He didn't recruit Aokiji, but let Akainu come out. 347. What Ji Lingyun wants most is to fight Akainu. This guy is completely crazy, it's not fatal to fight. FK, it's Akainu. Speaking of which, Ji Lingyun still prefers this kind of action. He is a pirate, but so far, he has not done a burning, killing or looting. However, the attacks on the marine branch these few times have allowed him to pass. Addiction, he took a lot of money from the marine branch and hid all the money he robbed. Now he is considered a rich man. Naturally, none of the characters who can become admiral are ordinary characters. Although Kizaru usually seems lazy, once he gets serious, it is extremely scary, otherwise he will not be able to move to the position of marine admiral. Zangetsu. Kizaru said to Akainu. Sakazuki, we chased him all the way, it is impossible to catch him, so I think we should take preemptive actions. You and I should act separately and hide in one of the marine branches. That kid is definitely not fast, our warship is fast, we can arrange it first to catch turtles in an urn. Ji Lingyun ran at extreme speed, and a large group of red lava emerged from behind him, also attacking him at a rapid speed. Chapter 148. At the very least, dozens of marine warships are docked at the seaside. More importantly, the turrets of all warships are all pointed in his direction, as if they would fire immediately with an order. Oh, such a big movement. Ji Lingyun was full of surprise. Stopped, so many artillery. I am afraid that he was hit by countless shells before he even flew, let alone escape. It will be a problem whether he can keep the whole body, after all. He hasn't been able to cover his whole body by armament hockey. Not long after Ji Lingyun stopped, Akainu chased after him. He stared at Ji Lingyun coldly and said, Edward Ji Lingyun, this time even if you have great abilities, there is no chance to escape here. Quote. Ji Lingyun stretched out his hand and asked helplessly, is it worth using so many warships to catch me alone? As long as you can catch you, everything is worth it. Akainu said coldly. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, I should feel honored to hear you say this, or should I feel painful? Akainu said coldly. You don't need to feel anything, you have only one end. Oh, is it dead? Ji Lingyun asked. Humph. Akainu snorted coldly, but didn't answer Ji Lingyun's question. Instead, he asked, boy, I don't want to have so much nonsense with you. You can't escape now, so hurry up and surrender. The smile on Ji Lingyun's face slowly faded, her face became very serious, and she said solemnly, in my world, there has never been a saying of surrender, so if you want to catch me or kill me, it's up to you to see if you have that ability. With that, Ji Lingyun's right hand is already placed on the hilt of Shinigami's blade, and it may be out of the sheath at any time. But at this moment, Akainu suddenly shouted, fire! In an instant, the muzzles of the dozen warships ejected fire at the same time, attacking the location of Ji Lingyun. Ji Lingyun did not expect Akainu to be so decisive and directly ordered to attack him, but now he has no time to think about it, because of so many artillery attacks, he is in an absolutely dangerous state. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Zanjetsu. Bankai. Ji Lingyun immediately used his strongest ability so far. In this sky of artillery, only the fastest speed can be used to dodge, so Ji Lingyun did not hesitate. Boom. Boom. I'm afraid the sound of explosions is endless. All around Ji Lingyun is full of fire, and the ground is full of bombed mud, and Ji Lingyun's figure is completely invisible. The artillery fire lasted for more than a minute before it stopped, and the surrounding area was miserable, and there was no good place on the ground. But when the fire and smoke disappeared, Akainu's eyes became fierce, because Ji Lingyun did not die under the artillery attack, but stood on the land that was attacked by the artillery shells, with a lot of black robes on her body. He was damaged and looked very embarrassed. But although Ji Lingyun looked very embarrassed, he did not die. Under such a continuous bombardment, he was not bombed to death, and he did not even seem to be seriously injured, but only slightly injured. Although Akainu's face was gloomy, he did not show any unexpected expressions. He already knew Ji Lingyun's extraordinary, so he didn't think that those shells could kill Ji Lingyun, especially when he was attacked by shells. The blade flashes on the ground, and then the shell exploded in the air, which shows that Ji Lingyun is not only passively attacked. Since Ji Lingyun is not dead, Akainu is ready to do it immediately, but before he can act, Ji Lingyun is faster than him, and Ji Lingyun suddenly moves, but not in the direction of Akainu, but at those warships on the shore went away. Not good. Akainu's face changed, and he quickly tried to stop Ji Lingyun, but Ji Lingyun's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he came to the front of a warship and slashed quickly. Crescent Moon Sky Chong. The huge sword beam directly smashed the warship, passing through the middle of the warship, and the solid warship was cut in half by Ji Lingyun's sword. The warship sent waves of exclamation and incredible cries. Crescent Moon Sky Chong. But this was only the beginning. Ji Lingyun rushed to the front of another warship again and slashed with the same sword. The result was naturally the same as before, the warship was split in half by Ji Lingyun. Boy, Akainu roared angrily, but after all, he was moving backwards. After Ji Lingyun broke 3 warships in succession, he reluctantly chased after Ji Lingyun and prevented Ji Lingyun from continuing his movements. Seeing that Akainu had rushed over, Ji Lingyun knew that he could no longer continue to attack, because he had not yet faced Akainu while still having spare capacity to destroy the warships. Spitfire. The angry Akainu didn't have a word of nonsense at all, and directly used his ability to bombard Ji Lingyun in the past. Ji Lingyun used Tensa Zanjetsu to stand in front of him, but he was still forced to retreat by Akainu's attack, that is, his weapon was strong enough, otherwise it would be really difficult to withstand the erosion of Akainu magma. Crescent Moon Sky Chong. Naturally, Ji Lingyun would not be willing to be passive. He slammed Akainu with a backhand, but Akainu let the blade pierce his body. Although the blade pierced his body, he appeared. There was a crack, but it was quickly recovered by magma, and it became Akainu again. Without frowning, Akainu continued to rush towards Ji Lingyun, constantly attacking Ji Lingyun with his fists, and Ji Lingyun also used Tensa Zanjetsu to resist and counterattack. The two of them were taller and shorter, using their full strength. There are not too many fancy skills, only pure power and ability. After hitting, Ji Lingyun was already sweating. Akainu's magma was too hot. Although he was not directly hit by the magma, he still felt very hot when he resisted, and even his breath was hot. The sweat evaporates as soon as it comes out, which is very uncomfortable. Chapter 149. Heaven Dog. Akainu yelled. Ji Lingyun was directly blown out by his powerful force, and hit the warship on the seashore, making a huge bang. The marine on the warship was also startled, but then it was a rapid encirclement. Past. Boom boom boom. How could those marines be Ji Lingyun's opponents? All of them were defeated by Ji Lingyun. Akainu saw this scene, naturally more angry, and continued to rush towards the warship where Ji Lingyun was located. Lingyun, Here. At this moment, a wild roar suddenly sounded. Lingyun turned his head and looked around, only to see a small ship approaching here quickly. Above the bow, a tall man standing there yelled at him. Thug. Lingyun looked at this person who appeared suddenly, who turned out to be the thug Jeffrey White he had saved before. Just listen to Jeffrey White yelling. Lingyun, hurry up, take my boat, and I will take you away. Upon hearing this, Lingyun's spirits were shocked. With so many warships and so many artillery fires, he would definitely not be able to fly, otherwise he would become a living target, but with a ship, it would be different. Although he would be attacked, it was risky, it's much smaller. Taking advantage of the moment Akainu had not reached the warship, Lingyun rushed up without hesitation, jumped directly into Jeffrey White's ship, and then shouted, "Hurry!" Jeffrey White immediately yelled, "Go!" Only a clear voice responded, "Yes, Dad." Lingyun turned his head in astonishment, and saw a teenager about 10 years old in the wheelhouse of the ship. What made him even more surprised was that the young man was able to manipulate the instruments in the wheelhouse. Under his control, the ship turned quickly, head, and then fled towards the distance at an accelerated rate. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. When Akainu just arrived at Lingyun's fallen warship, Lingyun had already boarded Jeffrey White's ship and ran away quickly. Akainu roared angrily. Open fire, sink that ship for me. Boom boom boom. The artillery fire from the warship continuously bombarded Lingyun and his ship, but because of the distance, they did not hit the ship. In the end, only one shell hit the ship, but it still did not stop the ship from moving forward. Akainu was even more angry when he saw that he didn't sink the boat, and shouted, "Catch me, chase me, and you must catch up with them." This time he set up such a big trap that he thought he could capture Lingyun, but who would have thought that his accomplices appeared, and he saved Lingyun at a critical moment. Lingyun and Jeffrey White both quickly entered the cab, and then Jeffrey White took over the job as a teenager, driving the boat intently, accelerating continuously, avoiding the gunfire behind. Although Lingyun was also very nervous, after seeing the teenager, he curiously asked Jeffrey White, "Thug, is this your son?" "This ship was carefully built by me. Although it is not big, it is far faster than other pirate ships. I originally wanted to leave a way out just in case, but I didn't expect it to be used so soon." Yo. Lingyun looked at this young man in surprise. This young man is not too old, but he is not afraid of people at all. He said, "I only helped your dad once. It's not a rescue, but you guys, how come you are here?" Lingyun looked at the teenager Rambo in amazement. The boy's tone was exactly the same as his father's before. The kid doesn't need to say these things. "I didn't save your father for him. I just can't accept it." Quote. Oh, boom. Jeffrey White hadn't spoken yet, but his son first asked Lingyun. After listening to Jeffrey White's words, Lingyun looked at his son even more surprised and asked, "How did you know that I would be here?" While they were talking, the warships behind were still chasing and bombing. Jeffrey White shouted, "Rambo, Lingyun, you two stand firm, I'm going to sail with all my strength. These Marines really think their warships are the fastest. Let them see today, our pirate ship will definitely not be worse than theirs." Jeffrey White's son is Rambo, and his face is serious, and he said seriously, "I guessed based on your course of action. Your previous attacks, although they were in the adjacent branch, if you follow your previous action, you should go to another place to commit the crime after a period of time, but you will act again after a few days, so you will inevitably choose a closer marine branch. As for why I chose this place, I am actually not that big." "Sure," Jeffrey White said at this time. "After I rescued my son from the auction house, I went around asking for your news. Not long ago, I knew that you had attacked the marine branch. So I guessed that you might meet Marines round up, so I brought it. I came to see you with my son. The reason why he appeared here is because my son guessed that you would attack the marine branch here." Lingyun smiled and said, "It's not easy to be so smart at a young age. What's your name?" The boy laughed and said, "My name is Jeffrey Rambo, you can call me Rambo, you saved my dad, and then dad saved me again, so you saved me, you are the benefactor of our family, your fate is yours in the future. I heard my dad say that you saved him. Although they are all pirates, not all pirates are truly fearless of life and death. Most people will leave a way for themselves, not to mention those who have sons like Jeffrey White should care more. Own life." Jeffrey White said, "No matter what you say, you saved me anyway. If you saved me, we wouldn't be the one we are now. So we will save our lives for you." Seeing both father and son with serious expressions, Lingyun's eyes became serious. Although Jeffrey White was a pirate, he didn't expect to have this kind of temperament. This made Lingyun right. He couldn't help but change his opinion. Chapter 150. Jeffrey White did not speak big words. The speed of his ship was indeed not slower than that of a warship. Even under his control, the distance between the warship and the warship increased. Although Akainu's magma ability also has long-range attacks, it is still not enough to hit the pirate ship. Akainu did persevere. Even if he couldn't catch up, he still clenched his teeth. The pursuit battle between the two sides lasted for a day and night before Lingyun escaped Marines' tracking. "Thank you for this time. If it weren't for your appearance, I really don't know if I can escape Marines' roundup." Lingyun expressed his sincere gratitude to Jeffrey White and his son. Jeffrey White said, "You saved our father and son. Our father and son's life is yours. Helping you is what we must do, so you don't need to say more. Ji Lingyun nodded, and then said, first really underestimated Marine before, and I was a little dizzy after success once or twice. Jeffrey White said, Marine is not as useless as you think, especially Marine 3 Admiral, they are all strong from the Sea of Blood from the Dead Mountain, no matter what they are all very good, you in their hands, they can get a discount once or twice, but if they want to continue like this, it is simply impossible. Although Jeffrey White was also a big pirate before, he has never dealt with Marine Admiral. The one he has the most contact with is Lieutenant General Marine, but even if he is Lieutenant General Marine, he is not in most cases will fight, but choose to avoid its edge, but even so, he also pays great respect to Marine's strength, especially Marine Admiral. Ji Lingyun has been able to fight against Marine Admiral many times, which has already made Jeffrey White very admired, but he has fought with Ji Lingyun once. Although Ji Lingyun's power shocked him, he knew that Ji Lingyun was better than there is still a gap from Marine Admiral. Lingyun, if you can still value me, I will follow you with my son in the future. After dumping Marine, the three slowly relaxed, and Jeffrey White suddenly said to Ji Lingyun. Okay. Ji Lingyun looked at Jeffrey White in surprise, and said, you want to follow me? Jeffrey White looked at Ji Lingyun seriously and said, yes, I have been branded as a slave, so I am no longer suitable for being a pirate captain, and I don't have that ambition. But I am unwilling to be a commoner. I long for the sea in my son. I don't want him to spend his whole life in an ineffective manner, you are different. Let's not say that you are a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Even if there is only one person, he will become a pivotal figure in the future, so if you can value our father and son, we are willing to be your pawn. Why do you have to follow me? If you want to continue in the sea, there should be a better way out than following me. Ji Lingyun asked Jeffrey White. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Jeffrey White shook his head and said, no, following you is the best way out. Don't forget, I have been a slave. In this world, I can help slaves. Apart from you, I haven't met anyone, and more importantly, following you, we will have a better future. Ji Lingyun said again. But you should have seen what first did, Marine Admiral, I will still provoke me, so if you follow me, there is a huge risk that you may die at any time. Even so, will you follow me? Yes. Jeffrey White replied without hesitation. Seeing that Jeffrey White promised so simply and neatly, Ji Lingyun no longer hesitated, but nodded and said, okay. After passing through the previous traps, Ji Lingyun knows that a person's power is limited, just like this time, if it weren't for the sudden appearance of Jeffrey White and the others, he would be in danger, and Jeffrey White his strength is also very strong, with his help, it will inevitably save him a lot of trouble. As the big pirate Jeffrey White who dominated the first half of the Grand Line, he still knows the first half of the Grand Line very well. The three of them evaded Marine's pursuit and quickly hid. On Marine's side, when Kizaru received the news from Akainu, Ji Lingyun had already disappeared without a trace. Sakazuki, where's the person? Kizaru didn't know Ji Lingyun had run away, he only knew that Ji Lingyun had come to the place where Akainu set the trap, and he was angry for a while. Akainu looked gloomy and said coldly, let him escape. Kizaru exclaimed, what, haven't you already set up a net of heaven and earth? How could you let him escape? Listening to Kizaru's obvious other meaning, Akainu's expression became more gloomy, and he said coldly, he still has a helping hand. 0. Kizaru frowned and said, are you from the Whitebeard Pirates? Akainu shook his head and said, no, not from the Whitebeard Pirates. Kizaru said, besides the people of the Whitebeard Pirates, does that kid have other help? Akainu said coldly, I have ordered the people under my staff to check. As long as I find it, I can know where the kid might go. Kizaru said, I hope so. I didn't expect that this kid was not caught. That kid is really lucky. The two Marine Admiral hadn't caught Ji Lingyun for so long. Both Akainu and Kizaru felt that their faces were dull, so they looked for Ji Lingyun more carefully. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed, Ji Lingyun and Jeffrey White and his son, the three have been hiding in the dark. You mean, Aokiji was not in the first half of the Grand Line, but went to New World? Ji Lingyun asked. Jeffrey White nodded and said, yes, I got news. Marine Headquarters has officially issued an order to form 7 Warlords of the Sea. Aokiji went to New World to convene 7 Warlords of the Sea under Sengoku's order. Later, your Whitebeard Pirates attacked Marine's branch in New World everywhere, causing Aokiji to lead people to avoid the roundup of your Whitebeard Pirates. Chapter 151. Hearing what Jeffrey White said, Ji Lingyun couldn't help but smile and said, it's still daddy. But then he became depressed. Aokiji ran to the New World. It must be impossible to return to the Grand Line in a short time. This means that he wants to get the ability of Aokiji Frozen Fruit. Unless he goes to the New World, he will be completely can't get it. Aokiji didn't show up, Ji Lingyun's plan was completely disrupted. He didn't even know how to go next. He needed time to plan again. After all, he came out of the Whitebeard Pirates to bring Shinigami into Blade Evolution, now those devil fruit that are needed, he still has no news yet. However, Ji Lingyun and the others still underestimated the power of Marine. After they hid for more than 10 days, they were still traced by Marine and found them. Lingyun, it's not good, Marine has caught up, let's go. Ji Lingyun was teaching Jeffrey White's son Rambo when he was bored. Rambo is only a child after all. He is naturally very eager for the pursuit of power. Ji Lingyun is not a few years older than him, but he is already very powerful. He will pester Ji Lingyun to teach him, and Ji Lingyun has no secrets, and teaches him wholeheartedly. Although Ji Lingyun has not really experienced many battles, there are many masters in the Whitebeard Pirates. His vision is naturally not low, knowing that a child will naturally have no problems, and Jeffrey White is also very happy to see in this scene, although he is also a big pirate, his family knows his own affairs. His strength depends on life and death. He can't guide his son at all. Now with the help of a famous master like Ji Lingyun, naturally very happy. But now Jeffrey White is very anxious, their whereabouts are exposed, and now Marine is quickly encircling them. Ji Lingyun's expression also tightened when he heard the words, and asked, how many people came from Marine? Jeffrey White replied, I don't know, but there are more than a dozen warships. There should be a large number of them. Go quickly. It will be too late if you don't leave. Ji Lingyun said immediately. Okay, leave now. The three immediately got on the pirate ship and drove up at the fastest speed, but Marine was surrounded by more than a dozen warships, chasing Ji Lingyun and the others continuously, without stopping the artillery fire. Not only that, but even more terrifying is that there were still several yellow rays of light blasting over, and there was also a huge explosion. Seeing this yellow light, Ji Lingyun didn't know who it was. No, it's Marine Admiral Kizaru. Quicker, we'll be done if we get hit once. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Kizaru's sparkling fruit ability is very powerful. Even if Ji Lingyun and their pirate ship are good, they can't stand Kizaru's attack, so they can only avoid it, but this hiding naturally slows down the speed. Jeffrey White didn't say a word, and drove the pirate ship with all his strength, while Ji Lingyun said to Lambo, go to the fort and use cannonballs against those guys. Although the artillery on the pirate ship is not as fierce as the Marine's artillery, it also poses some threats to the Marine. In particular, the Marine's warships are relatively large, and the number of them is large. The target is naturally large, and it is easier to fight. Therefore, Ji Lingyun and Marine started the fiercest chase in the sea. Ji Lingyun and the others escaped for a whole day and night without leaving Marine. On the contrary, the three of them were tired enough. When they changed a few times, because of the speed, Marine was almost caught up. What makes Ji Lingyun more nervous is that from the beginning, the Marine unit led by Kizaru, now even Akainu chased them up. Under the hunt of two Marine Admiral, they became very embarrassed. Ji Lingyun did not speak either, but directly drew out the sword, and then used Minazuki Shikai, and suddenly a huge monster in the shape of a devilfish appeared. What shall we do then? Jeffrey White said loudly, if there are boats, we may have a chance to get rid of them, but once there are no boats, we are dead. The pirate ship not only leaked, but also dropped rapidly. In just a short time, the distance between Marine and them was shortened a lot, and it was about to catch up. Ji Lingyun said in a deep voice, this ship is useless. We can't stay here and wait to be caught. So, listen to me. We fly from the sky. Although the speed is not fast, at least there is still a thread. Hope. Not good. How is this going to fly? Jeffrey 0.1 White asked suspiciously. At this point, Jeffrey White didn't have time to think of him. He picked up his son Rambo and jumped on top of Minazuki, and Ji Lingyun gave a soft voice, go. Ji Lingyun said, trust me, come on, the ship won't last long. When they were chasing and escaping, they met many people on the way, but when those people saw Marine's formation, they avoided it from a distance, and didn't dare to be nosy at all, so even if Ji Lingyun is in trouble, there is no way to realize the idea. Minazuki screamed, and then quickly flew towards the sky. Although the ascent speed is not very fast, because it is flying, there is no need to control the direction like a pirate ship, and there is no need to worry about the obstruction of the ocean current, so it becomes a lot lighter. Suddenly there was a loud noise, and Ji Lingyun's face changed drastically. He shouted. The hull was hit by Kizaru, and it was seriously leaking. If this continues, it won't last long. What is this? Both Jeffrey White and his son watched this scene in astonishment. They clearly saw that this monster was turned into by the sword in Ji Lingyun's hand, but how could the sword become a monster? Both of them have incredible faces. The blow of Kizaru just now hit the hull of the pirate ship, causing the pirate ship to appear a huge hole, and the sea was constantly overflowing in. Seeing this, the three of Ji Lingyun knew that the pirate ship could not hold on. How long it has been. Ji Lingyun didn't have time to explain to the two of them, but shouted, quickly go up. Jeffrey White asked in astonishment, how to fly. Boom. Chapter 152. They have abandoned the ship. Akainu and Kizaru, who were chasing from the rear, saw Ji Lingyun and they flew up on Minazuki, and then shouted at the same time, the speed is increased to the fastest. At the same time, Kizaru is the Minazuki who changed his attack target to flying in the air, but although his attack is fast, Minazuki is not like a pirate ship, changing direction very fast, but the attack is difficult to hit. When Akainu saw this situation, it was also a decisive means of deployment. Undifferentiated large-scale magma attacks were directly used. Meteor fire rain was like rain, constantly falling from Ji Lingyun and their heads, even if Ji Lingyun controlled Minazuki, is also shocked in a cold sweat all over the body. Without saying a word, Ji Lingyun controlled Minazuki's flight with all his strength, and launched an anxious pursuit with Marine again. I don't know how long it has been flying, Ji Lingyun just feels exhausted, and the Jeffrey White and his sons next to him are not much better than him. Lingyun, it won't work like this, we will be consumed alive by them. Jeffrey White said decadently, they couldn't get rid of Marine at all when they escaped like this, but they couldn't fly to high altitude, because the sky is always raining down meteors, and the higher the flight, the easier it is to be hit. Lingyun said solemnly, if you can't do it, you have to do it. There is no way for people. I have experienced more dangerous than this. Marine wants my life. They don't have the qualifications yet. Seeing the appearance of Lingyun, Jeffrey White didn't say much anymore. He didn't want to be caught by Marine, so now he can only choose to believe in Lingyun. He also hopes that Lingyun can think of a way. On the sea not far from Lingyun and the others, a huge pirate ship sails above the sea. This is a huge single-mast pirate ship. Although the ship is relatively large, there are not many people on it. There were also 7 or 8 people standing on the deck. There is a pirate flag flying in the wind on the pirate ship. The background color of the pirate flag is black and the pattern is like 2 western swords running through the skull. If Lingyun were here, he would definitely recognize the pirate ship. Red Hair Pirates. This pirate ship was the Red Hair Pirates that had just traveled from the East Daxia Sea to the Grand Line, and its captain was naturally one of the later famous 4 emperors, the Red Hair Shanks. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Boss, shall we make a name in the first half of the Grand Line next, or will we directly enter the New World? On the pirate boat, a fat man holding a chicken leg and nibbling on it asked the red-haired man in the black cloak at the forefront. The red-haired man turned his head and revealed a young and mature face. It is the red-haired Shanks. Compared with the immature he was when he met Lingyun, Shanks is now very mature and he is even more sharp. Hockey is outstanding. Haha. Grand Line has no strong opponents anymore. We are going to invade New World directly. The same man next to Shanks in a cloak, 1 head taller than Shanks asked Shanks, Shanks, are you ready? Which position are you aiming for? The man who speaks is the deputy captain of Red Hair Pirates, Ben Beckman, not only the think tank of the Red Hair Pirates, but also the #1 smart man in One Piece comics. The people at Red Hair Pirates all looked at Shanks. Although they were only recruiting troops in the East Daxia Sea before, they still have some understanding of the situation in New World. They set out this time with the goal of New World, but they eventually reached where, still depends on Shanks' ability. Shanks' complexion became dignified, and he said solemnly, we set out from the East Daxia Sea all the way, and we have always had only one goal, freedom and adventure, but if we want to truly achieve this goal, we must have strong power. I am the One Piece King. I haven't thought about it. I'm not suitable for that position, but New World 4 emperors must have a place for us. Looking at Shanks' firm and domineering tone, the people at Red Hair Pirates all showed a sense of excitement. Only if the captain is confident, will they have confidence in the crew. Beckman said. According to our intelligence, the New World now has identified 3 emperors, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin. Now all the ambitious and powerful pirates are targeting the last position. If we want to reach that position, we must step up on everyone's shoulders. Therefore, our enemies will be unimaginable, and that will be our most difficult battle. Yasop, carrying a sniper rifle, smiled and said, there are challenges when there are difficulties. The Red Hair Pirate sniper abandoned his wife and son and became a pirate. Regardless of his behavior, his belief in giving up everything for the sake of his dreams is also impressive. Not everyone can be as firm and unfeeling as he is. Shanks smiled and said, Yasop is right, what dangers will we be afraid of along the way? The position of New World 4 emperors, I have reserved Shanks. What? Suddenly, Yasop of the Redhead Pirates 843 screamed in surprise and looked towards the air ahead. What's the matter, Yasop? Hearing Yasop's voice, the people at Red Hair Pirates looked at him curiously. Yasop didn't speak, but quickly dismissed the sniper rifle, looking at the sight, and aiming the muzzle in the air ahead. The next moment, Yasop said, there are UFOs in the air about 10 nautical miles ahead, and there seems to be something even stranger. UFO. Nobody at Red Hair Pirates doubted Yasop, because as a sniper, Yasop's observation hockey is definitely one of the best in the Pirates group. What everyone is curious about is the UFOs in his mouth and even more strange things. After more than 10 seconds, Yasop said again, I can see clearly, what is flying in the air like a monster like a devil fish, there seems to be people on it, huh? What's the matter with the sky over there? How is it like? Is it dyed red? This time not only Yasop found the problem, but the others at Red Hair Pirates also found the problem. The sky in the direction Yasop said was dyed red, very weird and dazzling. Chapter 153. What's the situation? Shanks and others were all at a loss, because the scene before them was too weird. The sky couldn't turn red for no reason. It was obviously not a red cloud. Just when Shanks and the others were surprised, Lingyun and others, who were on Minazuki avoiding Marine to catch up, also saw the pirate ship coming from a distance. Because Lingyun and Jeffrey White are fully resisting the magma meteors that may hit the sky at any time, Rambo was the first person to discover the Red Hair Pirates. Just listen to Rambo yelling. Dad, Boss Lingyun, look, there is a big pirate ship ahead. Jeffrey White didn't take it seriously, and he didn't even turn his head. He said directly, isn't it just a pirate ship, whatever it does? During the period of their escape, they met many people, but as soon as they saw this posture, they ran away in fright, so Jeffrey White didn't have anything to do with those people. But Rambo said, but they are coming towards us. Oh, now Lingyun was also interested. He turned his head to look and saw that a huge pirate ship was fast approaching them, and the distance was very close. They would definitely be able to see the situation on their side, but they are still close, which is kind of interesting. Why is this pirate banner a bit familiar? After Lingyun turned his head and saw the pirate flag of the pirate ship coming fast, his expression suddenly changed, because the pirate flag gave him a very familiar feeling, as if he had seen it somewhere. Skull and crossbones, 2 western sword, why are they so familiar? Hearing Lingyun's murmur, Jeffrey White asked curiously, Lingyun, do you know this pirate group? Lingyun frowned, took a closer look, then opened her eyes suddenly, exclaiming, yes, it's him, Shanks. After thinking about it for a while, Lingyun finally remembered, isn't this the pirate flag pattern of red hair pirates? Although the skull has 3 scars missing, this is the pirate flag when Shanks was young later, there were 3 scratches on the pirate banner of red hair pirates. It was because Shanks was injured by Teach when fighting for the position of the 4 emperors. Shanks has not yet made it to the new world. Naturally there will be no scars, and the pirate banner will naturally not have such marks. Lingyun, what did you say? Jeffrey White asked Lingyun. Lingyun said with joy, White, our savior is here. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Jeffrey White asked ignorantly, what savior? Lingyun said, I know the captain of the pirate group below. He can save us. Let's go down. With that said, Lingyun controlled Minazuki and swiftly moved towards the pirate ship of red hair pirates. Seeing that the flying monster in the sky came towards the pirate ship of the others, the pirates of red hair pirates suddenly showed their vigilance and asked Shanks, Captain, the monster is facing, we are here, do we need to attack? Shanks frowned slightly as he was about to speak to order an attack, when suddenly a loud cry came from above. Shanks, it's me. And many more. Shanks snorted quickly, and the person who didn't see him clearly called out his name, apparently knowing him. Who is calling me? Who are you? Seeing a response from someone below, Lingyun's face was even more joyful. He shouted again, Shanks, it's me, Lingyun. While Lingyun drank, they were already very close to the pirate ship. Shanks and others also saw the 3 people on Minazuki, one of whom was yelling at them. When Shanks heard Lingyun's words, he was taken aback for a moment, and then asked with surprise on his face, Lingyun. Are you the young Lingyun of the Whitebeard Pirates? Lingyun also looked at Shanks. Shanks has changed a lot from the previous year, but he recognized it at a glance, and walked to Shanks with a smile, hugged Shanks fiercely, and patted each other a few times. Separate afterwards. Yes, it's me, Shanks, you get out of the way and let me land. Lingyun shouted. Marine. From Lingyun's body, we can still see the shadow of that year, but Shanks still asked a little uncertainly. Shanks laughed happily, and said, you have grown up too. Back then, you were just a big kid. I didn't expect that a few years later, I would actually see you here. Why haven't you been in New World? Ha ha ha. Shanks' complexion changed, and all the people at Red Hair Pirates looked at Lingyun. Lingyun smiled and said, in the pirate group, it is not conducive to my growth, so I ran out secretly by myself. The people of Red Hair Pirates immediately gave up a large area. Lingyun controlled Minazuki to land quickly and landed on the pirate ship of Red Hair Pirates. Then he turned Minazuki into Zanpakuto and put it away. When the two were talking, someone from Red Hair Pirates suddenly called out, Captain, a dozen warships are coming towards us. Shanks hurriedly said to the Red Hair Pirates person, you guys get out of the way, he is my friend. The people of Red Hair Pirates saw that huge devilfish monster turned into a sword, and almost stared out, but Shanks was a little calmer. His eyes were more on Lingyun's body. Shanks smiled and said, this is in line with your personality. I said, how could Whitebeard feel relieved to let you out alone? Facing the gaze of such a person from Red Hair Pirates, Lingyun's complexion became a little embarrassed, and Chan smiled and said to Shanks, ahem, Shanks, these warships are chasing me. I have been chased by them for several days. Quote. Shanks said with a weird face. I knew it wouldn't be peaceful when I met you, kid, let's just say, what's wrong with you this time? How many warships chased you? Shanks, I haven't seen you in years. You are still the same, but you have become a lot more hockey. Lingyun smiled. Are you little Lingyun? Chapter 154. Because Shanks and the others were in the East Daxia Sea before, they didn't know what Lingyun did in the Chambord Islands. But seeing Lingyun being chased by so many Marines, it must have committed something serious. Lingyun said calmly, it's nothing, it's just a little trouble. Who would have thought that the Marine guys were going crazy and sent Akainu and Kizaru to chase me down? Shanks was even more speechless when he heard Lingyun's words, and the rest of the Red Hair Pirates looked at Lingyun in amazement. Who has never heard of the names of Akainu and Kizaru? These are the 2 admirals with the highest combat power in Marine, representing Marine's strongest strength, but Marine actually sent 2 admirals to catch Lingyun. It is hard to imagine what this young man committed. Shanks smiled bitterly. You are really optimistic, the 2 Marine admiral, I don't know how your kid escaped for so long, but when you got to my pirate ship, you wouldn't want to drag me into the water. Right. Lingyun looked at Shanks in surprise, and said, Shanks, what you said is strange. Why do I drag you into the water? You are a pirate, and the pirate and Marine are natural rivals. Even without me, You think you are relying on you as a former member of the Roger Pirates, and what you want to do next, Marine will let you go. 250. Shanks hurriedly waved his hand and said, okay, I can't tell you, but with so many Marines and 2 Marine Admiral, we won't get any advantage in fighting. Beckman, what do you think? Beckman smiled slightly. Although he doesn't know what the relationship between Shanks and Lingyun is, judging from the content and tone of the dialogue between the two, it is obviously a very friendly relationship, and Shanks asked him so. Undoubtedly he decided to help Lingyun and them. So as the deputy captain of Red Hair Pirates, he also needs to speak. We don't seem to have any other choice. Marine has surrounded him. As Beckman said, when Lingyun and the others landed on the pirate ship of Red Hair Pirates, Marine's warships had already surrounded them, but this time they did not immediately launch an attack. A dozen warships quickly blocked to the front of the pirate ship, do not allow the pirate ship to move forward. It is indeed Akainu and Kizaru. Shanks narrowed his eyes. He had seen Akainu and Kizaru, so he recognized the two on the warship at a glance. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Akainu saw Lingyun land on the pirate ship and ordered someone to block the pirate ship's path, and then said coldly, the pirate opposite, I am not interested in talking nonsense with you now. Leave it to me, otherwise, I will wipe out all of you. What a crazy tone. The pirates of Red Hair Pirates were all angry when they heard Akainu's unceremonious words when they came up. They are the pirate group that dominates the East Daxia Sea, and the target is the 4 emperors of New World. Although Akainu is Marine Admiral, but none of them feared, instead they were all fighting. Shanks, as the captain, walked to the forefront, looked at Akainu, and shouted, Akainu, Kizaru, Marine sent you two to catch Lingyun. Isn't it a bit of a talent? Why, you Marine is not busy at all. Lingyun's face turned black when he heard Shanks' words. What is overkill? But he didn't say anything, Shanks was helping him. Who are you? Akainu immediately asked coldly when he saw a young man talking to him. Shanks said solemnly. Red Hair Pirates, Shanks. Akainu just thought for a moment, and then immediately said in a concentrated voice, it turns out that it was you, the remnant of the One Piece Roger Pirates. I didn't expect you to be dead yet. Shanks was a little surprised when he saw Akainu suddenly thinking of him. After all, although he had also participated in the Logue Town incident, he was very ordinary at that time and should not attract too many people's attention. But Shanks didn't care too much. He said, of course I won't die. It's you. I didn't expect to become Marine Admiral. You were very embarrassed when you were in Logue Town. It's okay for Shanks not to mention Logue Town. When it comes to this, Akainu is even more furious. That incident is one of his most embarrassing experiences. Every time he thinks about it, he gets very angry, not to mention being raised in person, let alone saying it. The talker is still the enemy. Akainu said coldly. The remnants of the Roger Pirates are damned. If you hide, you may be able to live for a while, but you still dare to be a pirate. Then, today I will let you and that kid be buried together. Quote. Sakazuki, attack directly. Kizaru on the other side didn't say anything, but asked Akainu. Akainu clenched his fists and said coldly, all the pirates deserve to die. For Marine's justice, kill them all. Whether it is Lingyun or Shanks, in Akainu's view, they are all existences that must be killed, so he directly ordered the attack without hesitation. Shanks' eyes flashed, and he shouted, bump over. Shanks sees it very clearly. Now they only have one ship, while Marine has a dozen warships. If they engage in a long-range battle, they are completely at a disadvantage, so they choose to hit it directly. As long as the distance between the two sides is close, the remaining Marine warships are to avoid if he hurts his companion, he will definitely not choose to shoot. The helm of Red Hair Pirates is obviously also a veteran. Instead of choosing other warships, he chose to hit the warship where Akainu was located. After all, Akainu is Marine Admiral, and he doesn't believe anyone dared to attack Akainu's warship. Because the distance between the two parties was not far, the Red Hair Pirates of Red Hair Pirates shot out like a sharp arrow, and swiftly slammed into the position where Akainu was. Akainu also didn't expect Red Hair Pirates to hit and hit. When he saw the Red Hair Pirates hitting him, although he was a little surprised, he didn't panic. He shouted, fire! Boom! For a time, artillery fire rang through the sea, but the reed was really fast. Those shells could not hit it at all. The reed quickly approached the warship where Akainu was located, and Shanks yelled, attack! Chapter 155. In an instant, Red Hair Pirates was like an awakened beast, showing the sharpest fangs. The pirates shouted, and then shells, bullets, and various weapons all flew on the warship where Akainu was located. Shanks looked serious and said slowly, I didn't expect that our first battle into the Grand Line would be Marine Admiral, but it just happened to make our pirate group famous. Brothers, kill with me, let these Marines know ours. Great. Shanks wants to become the New World 4 Emperors, he must bring undefeated aura from the Grand Line all the way to New World, only unbeaten can condense the strongest morale, so even in the face of 2 Marine Admiral, he didn't mean to flinch at all. I can't help myself. Akainu saw that Shanks wanted to preemptively, and immediately sneered with disdain. Facing the reed, instead of retreating, he snorted coldly, crash over. When the Marine on board heard Akainu's words, they were all startled. The reed was aggressive. If it crashed into this way, their warship would definitely not be able to hit the reed. This is no different from looking for death. But no matter what they think, Akainu sees that no one is carrying out their orders, and immediately roars angrily. Crash, if anyone dares to disobey the military order, I will deal with it now. Regardless of the fact that Marine's treatment is very high in all aspects, it is also at great risk, especially Marine has an absolutely strict military law. Marine Admiral wants to kill an ordinary Marine soldier, it is not a matter of a word. So even if these soldiers knew that they would lose both sides if they hit them, they didn't dare to disobey Akainu's orders. Boom. The pirate ship and the warship collided severely, but because the reed was faster and the hull was stronger, after the collision, although the reed was a little damaged, the damage to the Akainu warship was even more serious, the entire bow was smashed, and the Marine on the warship suffered countless casualties. The warship was hit like this, Akainu didn't feel the slightest, because at the moment the two ships collided, he had already rushed out, the direction was the reed. Whether it is that kid or the remnants of the Roger Pirates, you all have to die today. With a burst of shout, Akainu's fist turned into magma, and the huge magma fist smashed against Red Hair Pirates. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Boom. But Akainu's magma fist did not hit anyone, but was blocked in the middle. It was Shanks who shot it. He was holding a western sword in his right hand and the blade was standing in front of him. The magma fist couldn't half a minute forward. Okay. Akainu looked at Shanks in surprise. Shanks was able to take his magma attack head on, not dodge, but actually took it. This surprised him. There are not many people on the ocean who can take his attack head on. The remnants of the Roger Pirates really have some skills, but even if you have the skills, this is your place of burial today. Surprised, Akainu was extremely confident in his power. He didn't think Shanks would be his opponent. After all, Shanks looked like he was in his early 20s. Shanks was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "There are a lot of people who want to kill me, but I am still alive and well. What do you think I rely on? I was just about to go to New World before that. Just use your Marine Admiral to verify my power." In fact, even Shanks himself does not have a specific estimate of his own strength, because he stayed in the East Daxia Sea before, and he had no strong enemies, let alone opponents, so he knew he was strong, but how strong is it? To what extent? You must have a suitable opponent to be able to reflect, the Akainu in front of him is a very good opponent. Court death. Akainu screamed. After all, he is a Marine Admiral who has been famous for many years. Although Shanks is a member of the Roger Pirates, but now he is just an unknown person, but now the unknown person actually says that he is the subject of verification, he naturally feels very anger. Heaven dog. Akainu and Shanks fought on the bow of the reed. When those Marines saw Akainu boarding the reed, they all stopped the artillery attack. Instead, they threw the iron wire on the reed and followed the wire towards the mine. Climb on the German ship. Although Shanks fought Akainu, his sight naturally saw Marine's movements. The reed was his partner in the new world. How could he let Marine trample on him? He roared, and the Akainu on the opposite side was suddenly caught give back. An astonishing haki erupted from Shanks, forming an invisible hurricane that instantly swept across a radius of several miles, and even black lightning appeared around Shanks. It was very rare and fleeting. Boom 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 boom. Those Marines who had just climbed to the reed and those who had not yet climbed to the reed fell down one by one, rolling their eyes. In an instant, at least 80% of Marines were stunned by Shanks' haki, and the rest were basically the elite Marine officers brought by Akainu and Kizaru from Marine headquarters. They all watched this scene in amazement. Bah! Conqueror's haki. I don't know who screamed, and then the rest of Marine couldn't help backing up a few movies, looking at Shanks in disbelief. Akainu and Kizaru both looked at Shanks in shock. Kizaru was going to fly over to catch Lingyun, but he didn't expect that he hadn't acted yet. Shanks made a shocking haki, even his face was sweating. The amazing Conqueror's haki nowadays is rare in the world. This guy is definitely not an ordinary person. Kizaru's eyes narrowed. Akainu burst into blue veins on his forehead, and his eyes showed an unprecedented murderous look. He shouted, "Isn't Shanks? You deserve to be a member of the Roger Pirates. He actually has such a haki. It seems that you can't let you go." The reason why Akainu persevered in hunting down Lingyun is because Lingyun did bring him a lot of humiliation, but the bigger reason is that Lingyun's potential is too strong, and now it's coming up again. With a Shanks, haki is even stronger than Lingyun, and he will naturally not let it go. Chapter 156. Humph. Shanks snorted, but this time he was the first to attack. The western sword in his hand stabs Akainu. While stabling out, armament haki has covered the sword. Akainu's complexion changed. Although he is a Logia-capable person, he still knows how to face armament haki, but he didn't shrink back, and also attacked Shanks' western sword. Boom. The magma in the western sword made a dull sound, but Shanks did not pierce Akainu's body, but was blocked by his fist, because Akainu also used armament haki. His use of armament haki was absolutely not under Shanks. When Shanks and Akainu were fighting, Kizaru just glanced, and then immediately placed the target on Lingyun's body. He jumped from the warship, jumped onto the reed, and charged directly to Lingyun. Seeing Kizaru coming towards him, Lingyun didn't do anything, because there was already a person in between them. It was Ben Beckman, Red Hair Pirates deputy captain. "Kizaru, your opponent is me." With that, Beckman pulled out a rifle from his waist and aimed it at Kizaru as a shot. Before Kizaru had time to react, the bullet had hit him, even if Kizaru had turned into a flash. Still being hit hard by the huge force of the bullet, the light flashed and hit the reed. What a strong force. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ji Lingyun watched this scene in surprise. Kizaru's strength is beyond doubt, but Beckman was able to knock Kizaru into the air in a sneak attack. This is not easy. No wonder he can become the deputy captain of Red Hair Pirates. It seems that Beckman is more than just outstanding resourcefulness, strength is definitely extraordinary. Next, Ji Lingyun saw the power of Red Hair Pirates. After Akainu and Kizaru were dragged by Shanks and Beckman, the rest of the Red Hair Pirates rushed onto the warship like wolves into the flock, although the rest Marines are all elite officers, but the people of Red Hair Pirates are obviously stronger, almost fighting like a crushing battle, which makes Marine embarrassed. Jeffrey White was standing next to Ji Lingyun, watching this scene in disbelief. He couldn't help but ask Ji Lingyun, Lingyun, who are these people? How could they be so strong? You know, this is the Marine Army led by 2 Marine Admiral. It was crushed by an unknown pirate map. Even the 2 Marine Admiral were entangled tightly, let alone rescue other people now. Whether they can beat Shanks themselves is still a question. Jeffrey White can be regarded as a big pirate who has seen the market, but the strength of Red Hair Pirates still makes him speechless. These are 2 Marine Admirals, Marine's highest combat power, but Red Hair Pirates is. The 2 blocked them, and judging from the situation of the battle, they did not lose the wind. Let alone the first half of the Grand Line, even in the New World, there are probably not many pirate groups that have such a strength. Power. Ji Lingyun's eyes are also staring at the battle between Shanks and Akainu. In the past few years, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Although he doesn't say anything, he still has some pride in his heart, but now he sees the power of Shanks. After that, he had a feeling of underestimating the world. When he broke up with Shanks, Shanks was not strong, but a few years later, he was able to fight against Marine Admiral like Akainu, and he didn't lose the wind at all. It is not an exaggeration to say that it was an earth-shaking change. More importantly, Ji Lingyun knows that this is not the limit of Shanks, because Shanks has not yet entered the New World. After Shanks enters the New World, he will experience more brutal battles, and his strength will become stronger and stronger. Marine Admiral will definitely not be his opponent. Ji Lingyun does not know how strong the remaining 4 emperors are, but he knows how strong Whitebeard is. Now Whitebeard is still in its heyday and can completely abuse any Marine Admiral, even 2 can win. The 3 Marine Admiral, the result should be both losers. Throughout the whole piece of One Piece, the person who can abuse Marine Admiral head-on, seems to be Whitebeard alone so far, and by the time of the war, Whitebeard's strength has long been less than heyday, and it is good to have a 6 or 7 achievement, but even that way, he still played Akainu like something. The strength of the remaining 4 emperors may not be as good as Whitebeard in the heyday, but it is definitely not much different. It should be possible to deal with 2 Marine Admiral, especially Shanks was later called the most hockey man on the sea, although there should be an Admiral level now, but once you enter the New World, experience the battle of the New World, and become the 4 emperors, it is hard to say. Go. Akainu naturally found his own weakness, his face became very ugly, Shanks in front of him was unexpectedly strong, he tried his best but he was unable to take it. Kizaru was also dragged by Beckman, and then he looked at the rest the pirates of the Red Hair Pirates. Akainu understood very well that if this continues, Marine will inevitably be killed and injured, and he and Kizaru may be in danger, so he decisively gave the order. Shanks violently retreated. Kai 0.6 Dog turned and jumped on his warship, greeted those Marines who were not dizzy and immediately set off, as did Kizaru on the other side. Boss, don't you go after it. If you can kill a Marine Admiral, we can get the name of the pirate group. When the people of Red Hair Pirates saw Akainu and they fled in embarrassment, they all yelled in excitement. Even the 2 Marine Admirals were defeated by them. This was a great victory. Shanks said. There is no need to chase. Even if we chase, we can't kill Akainu and Kizaru. If Marine Admiral is so easy to die, it won't be Marine Admiral. Catching up will only hurt us both. It is unnecessary. Ours the goal is New World, and it's not a good deal to lose the troops here. Chapter 157. Shanks's mind is very clear. Although they have just taken the absolute advantage, they are 2 Marine Admiral. How can they be so good? To lose a lot, Shanks' target is New World. He doesn't want to lose his troops here, so naturally he won't pursue it. I haven't seen you in a few years, Shanks, you have become so great. Ji Lingyun smiled and said to Shanks that he was indeed very surprised. Shanks deserved to be the 4 emperors later. His talent and potential are not to be said. The ability to become 4 emperors with pure physical skills and swordsmanship is the best among 4 emperors, a gifted one. Shanks also looked at Ji Lingyun with a smile, and said, you kid didn't fall. You were chased by 2 Marine Admirals. I really don't know what you did. Ji Lingyun dissatisfied. What you said is 11, I just abused celestial dragons and destroyed a few marine branches by the way. It's not a big deal. The marine guys wanted to kill me a long time ago. After hearing what Ji Lingyun said, Shanks and the other Red Hair Pirates people looked at Ji Lingyun in surprise. What does it mean to abuse celestial dragons? By the way, several marine branches were destroyed. This is a trivial matter. But this also made Shanks and others understand why Akainu and the others would chase Ji Lingyun so madly. Lingyun, although we helped you repel Marine this time, I guess they won't let you off easily. Shanks said to Ji Lingyun with a heavy face. Ji Lingyun shook his head and said, that might be the case. If you didn't show up, They would definitely not let me go easily, but your appearance helped me share a lot of firepower. For them, your threat may be much greater than mine. Ji Lingyun's words are right. The biggest reason why Marine chased him down was his potential. In the future, he will definitely become Marine's confidant, but that is also the future. Although Ji Lingyun has done several important things, but the threat to Marine is not so eye-catching. But Shanks is different. After this battle, the two Marine Admiral were both red hair pirates. Shanks showed the strength of Admiral, and the Deputy Captain Beckman also resisted Kizaru. The two of them alone are worth two. Marine Admiral, how strong the remaining people are, no one can be sure. Such a powerful pirate group is extremely harmful to Marine, and the degree is extremely bad. Even once such a pirate group enters the New World, it is not known what kind of disturbance will be caused. Marine headquarters and Sengoku will definitely not just sit back and watch this happen. This is also the biggest reason why Ji Lingyun thinks Marine will shift his attention from him to red hair pirates. Shanks gave a wry smile. He also knew that what Ji Lingyun said was right. When he came out of the East Daxia Sea, he was not prepared to do anything on Grand Line, but was prepared to enter New World as fast as possible, because the first half of Grand Line in the Marine's home court of Duan, Shanks is not reluctant to play against Marine, but whoever thinks that things are contrary to his wishes, he still confronts Marine. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. You kid. Shanks shook his head helplessly, and then asked Ji Lingyun, Lingyun, we are going to New World next, how about you? Are you not going to return to the Whitebeard Pirates? Ji Lingyun quickly shook his head and said, no, I won't go back. I finally ran out. If I go back, I don't know when I will be able to come out again, so I still won't go to New World. Shanks nodded and said, that's right, I also know you can't go back, so what are you going to do next? Ji Lingyun said, I was hunted down by Marine, and I am going back to Chambord. Back to Chambord Islands. Shanks looked at Ji Lingyun in surprise and asked, didn't you just say that you played Celestial Dragons in the Chambord Islands? Why do you want to go back? Don't you think the trouble is not big enough? Ji Lingyun said, I didn't go to Chambord Islands to make trouble. After being chased by Marine for so long, I think it's safer for the time being in Chambord Islands. Besides, Shanks, you just did me such a big favor. Do you want to follow me? Go to the Chambord Islands together. I will show you an old friend by the way. Old friend. Shanks looked at Ji Lingyun puzzled. Ji Lingyun said, although I said it without the owner's consent, it was a little bad, but you did me a great favor after all, so I can't take care of that much. You won't forget your former deputy captain, right? Quote. Shanks' face suddenly became very surprised, and he exclaimed excitedly, Lingyun, do you know where the deputy captain is? When I heard Ji Lingyun's words, Shanks knew that he was talking about Rayleigh. Shanks hadn't seen Rayleigh for many years since his departure from Logue Town, so he naturally missed Rayleigh very much. Ji Lingyun nodded and said, yes, Uncle Rayleigh is in the Chambord Islands, but although I know he is there, I haven't seen him in 540, so if you want to see him, I can take you to him. A place to hide, but whether you can see him or not depends on your luck. Shanks didn't mind, and said happily, quickly, Lingyun, take me. It is good. Ji Lingyun answered simply, and then said, let's go. Ji Lingyun and the three took Shanks' reed and headed for the Chambord Islands. The reed had broken a lot of places because of previous battles with Marine. The people of Red Hair Pirates were driving and arranged for people to go everywhere, repair. Ji Lingyun and Shanks walked into Shanks' room on the ship alone. After entering the room, they sat down opposite each other. Ji Lingyun took the lead and said, Shanks, you have been dormant for so many years, you must be ready. Shanks asked, what are you going to prepare? Ji Lingyun gave him a blank look and said, you still use official accents with me. You know what I said best. Shanks chuckled and said, these years I have only been looking for some like-minded companions. Everyone has entrusted their lives to me, and I naturally can't let them down. Chapter 158. Ji Lingyun stared at Shanks earnestly. After a long time, he sighed and said, it seems that the last 4 emperors of New World will be born. Shanks looked at Ji Lingyun in surprise and asked, why are you so sure? Ji Lingyun said, although there are many powerful pirate groups in New World, the remaining 3 emperors have already been born. The last one has not appeared for several years. Obviously, they are not qualified yet. But you are different. You have spent a few years preparing everything and now you have entered the New World. Apart from the other 3 pirate kings, who else can stop you? So, unless there is a big accident, otherwise the position of the last 4 emperors must be yours. You really can count on me, even I don't have that much confidence myself. Shanks smiled bitterly. He didn't understand why Ji Lingyun had so much confidence in him. You must know that his goal before was indeed the position of 4 emperors, but more is thinking about how to fight, which is like Ji Lingyun, as if the position of 4 emperors is already in his pocket. Ji Lingyun asked, do you have no confidence that you will come out of the East Daxia Sea? Shanks stopped talking now. If he was really not confident, how could he go to New World? Shanks suddenly said to Ji Lingyun, Lingyun, if I go to New World, there will be a lot of battles, including the Whitebeard Pirates. Are you not worried at all? Ji Lingyun glanced at Shanks and said, if you want to become a 4 emperor, you must fight against the rest of the people. Only if you are recognized can you be qualified to become the last emperor. Of course I know you will fight against the father and the others, who are you, I still know better. taking a step back, how do you think your current strength compares to your father? How does your pirate group compare to our pirate group? I believe you will not be that way. There is no reason, not to mention that you don't want to fight for One Piece. There is no need to fight us to death and death, right? Shanks smiled bitterly. You have said everything. To be honest, I haven't really thought about becoming One Piece. Maybe it was my idea a few years ago, but as time changed, I suddenly realized my true idea. I just want to take adventures with my companions, free and easy adventures. I can abandon my dreams and everything for that position and shoulder the burden of the world. I can't pick it up. Shanks used to target Roger, but now he really doesn't have the ambition to take the One Piece. To become One Piece, the process is extremely difficult. Now he is worse than the Four Emperors pirate group in New World. Far away. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ji Lingyun suddenly thought of something. He said to Shanks with a heavy face, Shanks, when you fight with our Whitebeard Pirates in the future, if you encounter a guy named Marshall D. Teach, you must be careful of him. Even if there is a chance, help me get rid of him. Boss, Chambord Islands are here. Shanks also gave him a lesson, patiently explaining the use of armament hockey to Ji Lingyun, and so on. In Shanks's opinion, he and Ji Lingyun are very good friends. At the beginning, they were both people who were able to give their backs to each other, but what Ji Lingyun said just now made him a little unhappy because Ji Lingyun actually wanted to kill companion, and still borrowing his hand. How can Shanks, a person who values his companions the most, accept it, even if they are very good friends? This topic was quickly forgotten by the two of them, and the two began to talk about other things. Ji Lingyun also asked Shanks about the use of Conqueror's hockey. Observation hockey. Ji Lingyun was very confident, but armament hockey and Conqueror's hockey, he knew he compared Shanks is still far away, especially armament hockey, he can only use it barely now. On the other side, Akainu and Kizaru also brought people back to Marine Headquarters, Malin Bando. Except for Red Hair Pirates, they were not in the mood to chase Ji Lingyun, but came back to tell Sengoku about Red Hair Pirates. Ji Lingyun didn't force him, but said, no matter how much I tell you now, it's useless. You'll know when the time comes. Oh, right. Shanks was taken aback by Ji Lingyun's appearance, and then he frowned and asked with a weird look in his eyes, Lingyun, what do you mean by this? The person you are talking about belongs to your pirate group. In that case, as companion, why do you want to kill him? Don't you, the Whitebeard Pirates, value your companions the most? Seeing Shanks' expression, Ji Lingyun knew what he was thinking, so he said, Shanks, do you think I am the kind of person who stabbed my companion in the back? After a few days, Ji Lingyun and the others finally came to the Chambord Islands. During this time, they walked very peacefully and encountered nothing. Speaking of this, Ji Lingyun suddenly burst into a cold glow in his eyes. Ji Lingyun explained. Because this person is different, he joined our Whitebeard Pirates for another purpose, not a sincere refuge, the D clan. You probably don't understand their meaning. Once that Teach achieves his purpose, he will betray the pirate group without hesitation, and even do even more rebellious things. Shanks asked, then why did you let me do that? Ji Lingyun's expression became very serious. He looked at Shanks and said, if it weren't for me that I didn't want to make it difficult for my father, I would kill him even if I tried my best, but I couldn't do that, so I want to ask you, I know it's a bit too much, but you haven't contacted him. If you have met Marshall D. Teach, you will know what I said is true. Shanks' brows kept frowning, and he also felt that Ji Lingyun was not the kind of person who stabbed in the back, but such things made him really difficult to do, and he couldn't give Ji Lingyun the answer. Throughout the entire One Piece anime, Shanks was the only one who discovered his ambition before Blackbeard was betrayed. He even confronted Whitebeard in order to stop Ace from chasing Blackbeard, so Ji Lingyun was sure that Shanks had seen Blackbeard. Will definitely understand his intentions. Chapter 159. What, are you saying that Shanks, the crew member of the Roger pirate group, once formed the pirate group, and you two teamed up and were repelled by them? Sengoku asked Akainu and Kizaru solemnly. Akainu had a sullen face and didn't speak. This time they were going to catch Ji Lingyun, but they didn't expect Ji Lingyun to be caught. Instead, they were beaten back. How could Akainu, who has always been arrogant, accept it? Although Kizaru was unhappy, he still replied to Sengoku, yes, Mr. Sengoku, that Red Hair Pirates is indeed very strong. They just two people blocked me and Sakazuki. Although the rest of the pirates did not do anything, look coming is by no means an easy one. In short, the strength of this pirate group is really very strong, and it will be my Marine's confidant. Especially their captain red-haired Shanks, Conqueror's hockey can be compared to Lieutenant General Garp. Armament hockey is also very powerful, and has amazing swordsmanship, and most importantly, he is still very young, better than that of Edward D. It's not much older than 540. If you let me say, this red-haired Shanks is several times more dangerous than Edward D. Ji Lingyun. Hearing Kizaru's high evaluation, Sengoku's face became very ugly. He didn't expect that Ji Lingyun hadn't caught him yet, and a guy who was more dangerous than Ji Lingyun emerged. And he was a member of the Roger Pirates, which couldn't help but not take it seriously. Sengoku's head hurts even more as soon as he heard the name, Shinigami. He really didn't like the name. He always felt that it was mocking the Marine, but it had already been announced and he couldn't change it. Although Shanks hasn't done anything yet, what kind of person Sengoku is. He analyzed various situations at once, and then said what he thought was the most likely situation, especially when he knew that Shanks was a member of the Roger Pirates. The vague premonition in his heart is even more exuberant. Redhead Shanks, is that the kid who made a noise in Logue Town back then? I saw his extraordinary-ness back then, but because of the existence of that kid, I didn't pay much attention to him. With the strength comparable to Admiral, is he going to New World? What, Mr. Sengoku, you mean, Red Hair Pirates is aimed at the 4 emperors of New World? Both Akainu and Kizaru nodded, but Akainu asked again. Then the kid who calls himself Shinigami doesn't care. Akainu said in a deep voice, although the red-haired Shanks are good, it's not that easy to become 4 emperors, right? Those pirates one by one, who would allow him to ride on their heads? Kizaru said. Looking at his position, he is definitely planning to go to New World. Although his pirate group is not large in number, but with all due respect, in New World, the combat effectiveness is probably the best. For Ji Lingyun, a boy who doesn't keep his hands, even Akainu and Kizaru can't catch it. If a general marine lieutenant general is sent to catch it, the chance is even slimmer, so Sengoku can only transfer Aokiji back, although he doesn't know why does Lingyun have to name Aokiji, but he has confidence in Aokiji. Compared to arresting people, Aokiji is more handy than Akainu and Kizaru. Never let them reach the New World safely. Sakazuki, Pelusari, you two immediately mobilized all the information to find Red Hair Pirates for me. Once found, use all the power that can be mobilized to prevent them from going to the New World. Remember, I don't care about the others, the red-haired Shanks must be eradicated. Sengoku shouted to Akainu and Kizaru. Sengoku said solemnly. Then it can't be wrong, his goal must be the position of the 4 emperors of New World. Both Akainu and Kizaru were shocked, because the reputation of New World 4 emperors is too strong. Even if they are Marine Admiral, they still have to marvel at the power of 4 emperors, Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, these 3 everyone has strength beyond them, and the power under his command is even more amazing. Everyone has the capital to wrestle with Marine. Sengoku's face was very bad, and his fists were clenched tightly. Sure enough, none of the members of the Roger Pirates are simple. The situation in New World is now very chaotic. The pirates are fighting each other, although we Marine are forced to abandon New World, but the fight between them is beneficial to us. But once the 4 emperors of New World gather and stand in all directions, New World will calm down by then. This is not good news for us Marine. However, as Marine Admiral Sengoku, he has a bit of an impression of Shanks. Now when he is mentioned, the immature boy with a straw hat immediately appears in his mind. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Sengoku released his hand, leaned back on the chair, and said, it's hard to say. According to what you said, the strength of Red Hair Pirates is very strong even in New World, plus they have a great potential captain. Just grab at the right time, there is a great possibility to climb the position of the 4 emperors. At that time, a young 4 emperors, his threat may be even greater. Don't worry about him for the time being. Although he is also a potential threat, Red Hair Pirates is still more dangerous now. I have asked Kuzan to gather the Marine branch of New World together. Whitebeard is no longer so crazy, so I will take Kuzan as soon as possible. Transfer it back, and let him be responsible for arresting the kid. Didn't he want Kuzan to go? Then I'm just as he wishes. Sengoku lifted his chin in thought. He has always remembered the Logue Town incident that year, and Shanks also had an impression, but because Ji Lingyun's performance was too eye-catching, covering all the light of other people, so the performance at that time was considered the good Shanks was never remembered. Akainu nodded and didn't say anything. Although it was a pity that he couldn't catch Ji Lingyun himself, he also knew what was going on. Red Hair Pirates is ready to go. They must give Red Hair Pirates their head. Beat it hard, or if they get to New World, they will surely stir up the wind and rain, and they won't be able to control it at that time. Chapter 160. Aunt Shaw, I'm back. Pushing the door into the hotel, Ji Lingyun directly shouted. Boy, do you dare to come back? And it's so loud, afraid that others will not hear it. As soon as Ji Lingyun and Shanks entered the hotel, there was a cold shout of dissatisfaction. They saw a tall woman standing in front of the bar, smoking a cigarette, staring at Ji Lingyun fiercely. Ji Lingyun smiled awkwardly, and said, I'm not happy, Aunt Shaw, there are others here, so give me some face. Shachi snorted coldly, and said, your kid has caused such a big disaster. Fortunately, others don't know that you came out of me. Otherwise, Marine won't break me down. Now you dare to reply so honestly. Come to me. Do you treat everyone else as blind? Ji Lingyun whispered. Aunt Shaw, don't worry, I am not a fool. No one found out when I came back. Okay, don't say so much, you just need to come back, why are you still taking someone with you? Shachi then looked at Shanks. Shanks felt a little depressed and touched his nose. He felt that his sense of existence was too low. After coming in for so long, he was only discovered now. Who is this kid? Shachi asked. Ji Lingyun said, Aunt Shaw, this is an old friend of mine. I brought him here to meet Uncle Rayleigh. See that old thing? Who is this kid? Shachi looked suspicious when seeing Ji Lingyun actually say Rayleigh. Ji Lingyun said, he is Shanks. He used to be a member of the Roger Pirates, just like Uncle Rayleigh. I was hunted by Marine and he helped me. So I brought him to see Uncle Rayleigh. Is Uncle Rayleigh here? Quote. Shachi said angrily. Your kid is very good at repaying favors. It just happened that the old thing just came back yesterday. I told him, but it doesn't matter if I see you or not. That's really thank you Aunt Shaw. Lingyun said happily, and he wanted to see Rayleigh himself. Shanks on the side also happily said a few words of gratitude to Shachi. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Shachi said to Lingyun, go and close the door for me. Your kid has come to me. What business are you doing? I'll call that old thing. You're waiting here. Then, she walked in through the back door of the bar. After Shachi left, Shanks asked Lingyun curiously, Lingyun, who is this? Lingyun chuckled and said, don't underestimate this Auntie Shaw. She used to be a big pirate who crossed the ocean. Now it is Uncle Rayleigh's friend. This is where she and Uncle Rayleigh drove. Shanks' eyes widened suddenly. He never expected that such a small-looking woman would be Rayleigh's friend, and he did not expect that Rayleigh would choose to hide in the Chambord Islands, a distance from Marine headquarters after leaving. Such a close place. Not long after Lingyun closed the door, Shachi reappeared, and she was not alone yet, there was another person behind her. Deputy Captain. When Shanks saw the man behind Shachi, he stood up with excitement. Lingyun also exclaimed, Uncle Rayleigh. Ha ha ha, it turned out to be Shanks and Lingyun boys. I said why this woman mixed up my feelings. It turns out that you two boys are here. Rayleigh looked at Lingyun and Shanks with sleepy eyes and laughed. Shouted. Seeing Lingyun and Shanks, Rayleigh's spirit suddenly came. He smiled and said to Lingyun, Lingyun kid, you never had a chance to see you last time until you made such a big noise. I know you have been here, but your kid is really bold enough to dare to return to the Chambord Islands. Don't you know that the celestial dragons want to kill you 1,000 times? Lingyun smiled and said, then you have to wait for them to catch me. You still say me, don't you always hide under Marine's nose? Why don't you say that you are afraid of exposure? Ha ha ha, Rayleigh couldn't help laughing. He admired Lingyun's personality that could joke with him without scruple. The last time you did something about celestial dragons was indeed a bit exaggerated. You forced celestial dragons to kneel. You were the first person in hundreds of years. Although a bit impulsive, I really appreciate your approach. How many people want to do that like you, but unfortunately they don't have the courage. Shachi on the side scolded unceremoniously. Appreciate a fart. Fortunately, he didn't expose his relationship with my old lady, otherwise, this old lady's shop could still be opened. That kind of thing is just like him, the fool who is dang will do it. Lingyun said depressed, Aunt Shaw, can you always hit me? Shachi said coldly. I'm going to brainwash you again, sober up, and be careful next time you do something. For Shachi, Lingyun really can't do anything. Although this woman has a poisonous mouth, she really has nothing to say to him. After teasing for a while, Rayleigh asked Shanks, Shanks, why did you get together with Lingyun? Shanks replied. That's it. Lingyun was chased by Marine and met me on the way, so he said he wanted to bring me to see you, the deputy captain. Rayleigh said with relief. It turns out that you saved Lingyun. I said how could Lingyun come back here in such a short time? I heard that Sengoku sent 2 Marine admirals, Akainu and Kizaru. Some time ago, your Aunt Shaw was there. Find your location. Shachi said coldly. I want to find his body and collect it for him. Rayleigh said. I haven't heard from you for years, Shanks, where have you been in the past few years? And, Buggy, why didn't you come with you? Shanks said. Deputy Captain, I have been in the East Daxia Sea for the past few years. As for Buggy, we separated after Logue Town, so I don't know where he is now. How is it? Are you still a pirate? Rayleigh asked. Shanks nodded and said, well, I also formed my own pirate group. This time I was planning to enter the New World directly. I didn't expect to see you again as the deputy captain. I'm so lucky. Chapter 161. Rayleigh said in surprise. Oh, are you ready to enter the New World? I didn't expect you little guys to grow up so fast. We old guys can't keep up with the times. Shanks said. Deputy Captain, you are an upright man. Rayleigh smiled and shook his head. I am old, I am old. While Shanks and Rayleigh were chatting there, Lingyun ran to Shachi's side and asked in a low voice. Aunt Shaw, are the devil fruits I asked you to find, have they fallen? Shachi said. I really don't know why your kid wants to look for those devil fruits, and if you find them, you have to give them away. She still can't figure out why Lingyun is looking for those devil fruits, because Lingyun doesn't need them at all. It's like the snow fruit last time. People. But even if she didn't understand, she still sent someone to inquire about the news and got the news. There is news about the kilogram fruit you want. The kilogram fruit is in the first half of the Grand Line. I have sent someone to pick it up. This devil fruit is not very capable, so it should be easier to get, but the corresponding remuneration is also not available. Less. While excited, Lingyun smiled bitterly and said, Auntie Shaw, should we be so clear between the two? But seeing Shachi's expression, Lingyun could only surrender. Okay, you can write down how much it is, and I will return it to you later, and I just want the kilogram of fruit to be useful, and I will pay it back after I use it will be returned to you. When Lingyun said that, Shachi became even more curious. She asked again. Lingyun, what do you want those devil fruits for? How do you stop them after you use them up? How do you use them? Lingyun smiled and said, this is my secret. Everyone should have their own secret, right? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Just do it with you, but don't be too happy, kid, one day, I will guess your purpose. Shachi said. Ji Lingyun also just smiled. Of course he knew that Shachi would soon be able to guess his secret, because as his Zanpakuto liberated more and various abilities were revealed, it was inevitable that people would guess that he wanted the purpose of devil fruit. Ji Lingyun and Jeffrey White and his son, after borrowing a boat from Shachi, left from the Chambord Islands, but this time they used a normal boat instead of a pirate boat, so they went in the end. It is also fair and honest. Ji Lingyun stopped the movement in his hand and looked forward curiously. Although his eyesight was good, he could only see a small spot. He walked to the control room and took it from Jeffrey White's hand. Looking through the binoculars and looking carefully, it is indeed a relatively large warship coming in their direction. Go around. Jeffrey White asked Ji Lingyun. With the kilogram of fruit, Ji Lingyun, the remaining ton of fruit that opened Bankai, already knows whereabouts. He vaguely remembers that the person who is capable of ton of fruit is a cadre of Doflamingos. In this way, Ji Lingyun knows that he and Doflamingo must return. There are several intersections. After all, the op fruit he wants is also to be found by Doflamingo. After using up the kilograms of fruit, Ji Lingyun returned the kilograms of fruit to Shachi. This fruit was of average capacity and really didn't work for him. Ji Lingyun thought for a while, and then smiled. Why are we going around? We haven't done 0.7 for a long time. Don't forget that we are pirates, and now Marine has delivered it by himself. If we don't accept it, wouldn't it be too wasteful? God's kindness. Jeffrey White smiled bitterly, but now he is Ji Lingyun's subordinate, so he can only choose to obey, not to mention just a marine warship. He feels that their strength does not need to worry at all, so he obeyed Ji Lingyun's words and moved towards the warship moved past. Warship. Shanks did not stay in the Chambord Islands for long, because now Marine has issued a wanted warrant, and Red Hair Pirates has officially entered the eyes of all forces for the first time, especially the red-haired Shanks, who is even more famous. One Piece. The crew of the Roger pirate ship is already very impressive based on this alone, not to mention that Shanks is so powerful now. After sailing on the sea for a few days, Ji Lingyun not only practiced on his own, but also instructed the kid Jeffrey Rambo to train. Although Rambo is still young, he has practiced well under the guidance of Ji Lingyun. Knowing that Shanks and the others have not yet entered the New World, the Marine headquarters frantically searched for the whereabouts of Red Hair Pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. Shanks worried that staying here would bring danger to Rayleigh and the others, so he immediately coded the film and went there. Under the sea, preparing to enter the New World from the Fishmen Island. Go ahead, Ji Lingyun told Jeffrey White. During this period of time, Ji Lingyun and the others have been relatively boring. It is rare to see a warship. Ji Lingyun is naturally interested. He is a person who even dares to attack the Marine branch. How can he be afraid of a marine warship? After more than 10 days, Shachi finally found the kilogram fruit and handed it to Ji Lingyun's hands. Ji Lingyun directly used it to turn on Wabisuke's Shikai, so he had another handful of Shikai's Zanpakuto in his hand. Wabisuke is the Zanpakuto of Kira Izuru in the Shinigami world, and Kira Izuru is the deputy captain of Ichimaru Jin. His strength is also very good. Although Wabisuke is not as powerful as other Zanpakuto, its ability is very good. Continue to double. As long as he hits a few times, the opponent will definitely not be able to withstand such a heavy force. After doing all this, Ji Lingyun is ready to start on the road again. It has been a few months since he came out of New World. Although he has been chased by Marine many times, Ji Lingyun can feel his strength under this pressure. The rapid progress made him convinced that his choice was not wrong, so he was ready to continue his sailing adventure. On this day, Ji Lingyun and Rambo continued to exercise on the boat, while Jeffrey White was controlling the boat in the control room. Suddenly Jeffrey White whispered, Lingyun, come on, it seems to be in front of you. A warship. Chapter 162. Aokiji has been depressed recently. He was originally sent by Sengoku to New World to find a candidate for 7 warlords of the sea, but after he got there, before he even started to act, the Whitebeard Pirates madly attacked the Marine branch. As a last resort, they had to give up the mission and gather the remnants of Marine to fight against the Whitebeard Pirates. Fortunately, the Whitebeard Pirates only recovered after a frenzy for a while. Aokiji was ready to continue searching for candidates for 7 warlords of the sea, but unexpectedly something happened again. The appearance of Red Hair Pirates disrupted the rhythm of Marine and forced Aokiji. Had to come back from New World. Although Aokiji is a very good-tempered person, he will not be in a good mood after being tossed back and forth like this. He brought people back from New World and did not go directly to the Marine headquarters, but went around and prepared to relax. But what Aokiji never expected was that when his warship was moving, a small ship rushed towards them. Kuzan Admiral, there are 13 ships rushing towards us, I don't know what the situation is. Someone reported to Aokiji's lieutenant. After his lieutenant took a look, he quickly found Aokiji and made a report. Aokiji asked strangely, what boat? The lieutenant shook his head and said, I don't know, it doesn't look big, but it looks like a merchant ship. Merchant ship. Merchant ship will take the initiative when seeing a warship. Aokiji asked with a weird expression. The lieutenant was also puzzled. He shook his head and said, no. When he was talking, the warship shook suddenly, and his and Aokiji's faces changed. As soldiers who have experienced battles, they didn't know that it was the sound of a shell attack. Could it be that merchant ship attacked them? Both Aokiji and his lieutenant rushed out quickly. As soon as Aokiji rushed out, he saw a few shells rushing towards them. Aokiji's face changed, and with a swift hand shake, several ice thorn spears formed by freezing were suddenly shot at the cannonballs flying in the sky, freezing those cannonballs in an instant, and then falling into the sea. What? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ji Lingyun, who had been staring at the movement of the warship from a distance, saw the scene that had just happened, and suddenly he was surprised. If he had read it right, it seemed to be Aokiji's frozen fruit ability, because it seemed that there was only one that could form ice invisibly Aokiji alone. If it's really him, it won't take much effort. Ji Lingyun's face showed a look of surprise. On the other side, Aokiji gave an angry expression. A merchant ship of unknown origin dared to attack a warship. The opponent must be a pirate. Attack and sink them. There are very few people in the world who dare to attack marine warships publicly except for pirates, but no matter who they are, Aokiji will not be polite and directly order the attack. Obtained Aokiji's order, those marines would naturally not neglect, and immediately prepared to do it, but when they were about to fire, suddenly a loud roar came from the other side. Hearing this loud cry, Aokiji's expression was stunned, and he couldn't help calling a pause. Since the person on the opposite side can tell his identity in one go, it means that he must have known him. Since they are acquaintances, then don't attack. Aokiji looked towards the ship Ji Lingyun was on. At this look, his pupils shrank in an instant, and he condensedly said, "It's you. Edward Ji Lingyun." Aokiji is the marine opposite. Aokiji shouted, "Who are you?" Aokiji saw that Ji Lingyun jumped to the opposite side of him. He was a little surprised. He had heard that after meeting Akainu and Kizaru, Ji Lingyun chose to escape the first time. Why did he meet himself instead of running away? Does he feel that he is inferior to Akainu and Kizaru? Also, why did Ji Lingyun call him to chase before? Does it mean the same? Aokiji's eyes became sharp, and he said in a low voice, "It's really nowhere to find any way through the iron shoes. Sakazuki and Pelusili did not work together to catch him. I did not expect to be caught here I met." This situation made Ji Lingyun want to give up and was about to go to Beihai to find Doflamingo, but now it was really a turnaround. By coincidence, he unexpectedly met Aokiji, and he would naturally not let this opportunity pass. Ji Lingyun stopped Rambo from attacking, and he also stopped Jeffrey White from moving forward. He walked on the deck alone, and said loudly, "Aokiji Admiral is really a noble man, so forgetting things, don't you even know an old friend?" Ji Lingyun is Marine's most wanted target and is still in the top rankings, so when Aokiji saw him, he had only one choice, and that was war. "Oh, why didn't you run? White, Rambo, you guys be careful, I will meet Aokiji, and when I get what I want, I will take you away immediately." Ji Lingyun said to Jeffrey White and Rambo, and then he jumped off the boat happily and landed on Aokiji's ice. Aokiji wanted to catch Ji Lingyun, and Ji Lingyun naturally wanted to capture Aokiji's blood, so when he saw Aokiji's actions, instead of being afraid, he showed excitement. He did so many things before. The purpose is to print Aokiji, but it has been unsuccessful. Ji Lingyun was happy, but Jeffrey White was full of depression. He didn't expect that he would meet a 253 ship casually, which turned out to be Marine Admiral Aokiji's warship. He knew that Ji Lingyun always wanted look for Aokiji. Now that Aokiji appears, Ji Lingyun will definitely not leave. Thinking of this, even the indifferent Aokiji showed an unhappy look, and he felt as if he was being despised. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, "Yes, it's me." Aokiji suddenly jumped off the ship. The moment his feet landed on the surface of the sea immediately froze. With him as the center, it spread rapidly. In just a few seconds, the entire sea was frozen. The warship and none of Ji Lingyun's merchant ships could move half a point. But Marine Admiral is too strong. Jeffrey White knew that even if he and Ji Lingyun joined forces, they would definitely not be an opponent. What's worse, they met Aokiji. With Aokiji in their hands, their ship would be abandoned. Chapter 163. Aokiji didn't know Ji Lingyun's mood at this time. It was so difficult that he came across Aokiji. He has made up his mind to get Aokiji's blood this time. Ooh, Ji Lingyun is not ready to fight Aokiji to the end. He needs to get Aokiji's blood as quickly as possible, and then leave with Jeffrey White and his son, so he must use the fastest speed. Zanjetsu. Ji Lingyun pulled out Zanjetsu directly, and then quickly Bankai turned into a death tyrant, holding Tensa Zanjetsu. Aokiji played against Ji Lingyun many times a few years ago, so after Ji Lingyun became like this, he knew the characteristics of Tensa Zanjetsu right away, so he focused on it. Suddenly, Ji Lingyun and Aokiji moved at the same time. Above the ice, Aokiji's speed was almost at its extreme, spanning a distance of tens of meters in the blink of an eye, and Ji Lingyun was also under the blessing of Tensa Zanjetsu. At the limit, the two of them almost turned into afterimages, rushing to the center of the two at the fastest speed. Ice cubes. Baby mouth. I saw that Aokiji gathered the cold air on his right arm and released a huge ice bird. Following him, he slammed into Ji Lingyun with extremely fast and strong force, sending out a cold air everywhere. Facing such a terrifying attack, Ji Lingyun didn't have any fear, and directly slammed Tensa Zanjetsu in his hand, with the tip of the sword facing the ice bird's head. Crack. Tensa Zanjetsu's blade stabbed in, but the ice bird's coldness did not diminish. Instead, The blade of the pierced Tensa Zangetsu slowly froze, and along the handle, Ji Lingyun's arms and body were also slowly frozen. Get up! When the ice bird disappeared, only one ice sculpture was left on the spot. Among the ice sculptures, it was Ji Lingyun who was frozen, and the posture remained the same. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Aokiji saw that Ji Lingyun was frozen by his ice and was ready to go and capture it, but his expression changed after 2 steps, and he stopped quickly, because the ice sculpture that had frozen Ji Lingyun slowly cracked, and finally it was even worse. It exploded with a bang. Ice fragments splashed. Ji Lingyun rushed out of the ice sculpture. Crescent Moon Sky Chong. Ji Lingyun who rushed out of the ice sculpture slashed it straight out, because Aokiji didn't expect that Ji Lingyun would break his ice so quickly, so when the crescent sky rushed towards the sword, he had no time to escape and was immediately beaten. In. Crack. Ji Lingyun's eyes flashed, and the figure suddenly rushed to the reunited Aokiji. Tensa Zangetsu in his hand waved, all moves towards Aokiji's vitals. Ji Lingyun saw Aokiji unscathed, and a haze flashed in his eyes. He just deliberately let Aokiji freeze, and then waited for Aokiji to approach, and then unexpectedly attacked. But he did not expect Aokiji to be so vigilant, so soon he discovered his strategy, stopped, forced him to attack in advance, but unfortunately did not achieve the desired effect. Under the attack of the cold, Ji Lingyun felt that his consciousness was about to be frozen, but he resisted. He knew that once he lost consciousness, he would be completely defeated. Now Aokiji is controlled by the freezing cold all over his body. The freezing firmness and temperature are not the same as before, not to mention that he is still injured now, and the cold has entered his body. However, even though the sword light hit Aokiji, Aokiji elementized his body at the last moment and turned into a pair of crushed ice, and then the crushed ice quickly condensed and became Aokiji again. When Aokiji and Ji Lingyun were fighting, the marine on the other side also surrounded Jeffrey White and his son. Although the number of marines is small, they are much more than the 2 of Rambo and his son. It was quickly besieged, and if it weren't for Jeffrey White's good strength, I'm afraid it would be taken by marines soon. Ji Lingyun gave a painful grunt, but the movement of his hand did not stop. He firmly grasped Aokiji's ice skate with his left hand to prevent Aokiji from retreating, and at the same time, Tensa Zangetsu with his right hand stabbed Aokiji severely. Although Ji Lingyun's expression of anxiety only disappeared for a moment, Aokiji saw it in his eyes and seized the opportunity to instantly strengthen his attack. Jeffrey White and their situation with Ji Lingyun can naturally be seen, so he couldn't help but get anxious. If he is alone, naturally don't worry, but now Jeffrey White and his son follow him, he absolutely can't regardless of the life or death of these 2 people. Puff. Tensa Zangetsu did stabbing Aokiji, but Aokiji was already elementalized and turned into ice. Ji Lingyun's attack only stabbed the ice. Instead, Aokiji screamed, freezing time. Didn't it succeed? Aokiji with full firepower was very scary. Ji Lingyun lost the opportunity because of distraction. Aokiji seized the opportunity to attack continuously, and finally was stabbed in the body by Aokiji's ice sword, and passed directly through Ji Lingyun's right Hungarian. In an instant, Aokiji's whole person turned into an ice cube, and Ji Lingyun who was entangled with him also turned into an ice sculpture. The blood donation on Ji Lingyun's body became frozen as soon as it flowed out, and the cold chill followed him. Ji Lingyun's wound invaded his body, and in just a short moment, Ji Lingyun felt that he was about to freeze and his face became extremely pale. Since it didn't succeed, it had to be head on. How can it be so strong? Although Ji Lingyun was frozen, he did not lose consciousness. He was very shocked. When he played against Aokiji before, he had not felt the strength of his opponent, but at this moment, he really saw the strength of Aokiji. There is no special trick to see Aokiji's freezing ability, but the simplest cold air and freezing made him so easily injured and frozen. Although Aokiji is a frozen fruit capable person, it does not mean that he is not good in other aspects. On the contrary, his armament haki is also very powerful. He uses his frozen fruit ability to resist Tensa Zangetsu of Ji Lingyun, and he is still covering when attacking. With armament haki, Ji Lingyun is very uncomfortable, because although his speed is at its extreme, his strength is still not as good as Aokiji. Chapter 164. At this time, Ji Lingyun's biggest crisis is not the frozen body, but the cold air that invades his body. This cold air invades his internal organs at a very fast speed. If it is not quickly eliminated, it may not be long. The internal organs and blood in his body will be frozen, and even if he has the great ability, revolving heaven will be weak. At the juncture of life and death, Ji Lingyun gathered all his power on his right hand. The ice cube on his right hand made a sound of kaka. After a few seconds, the ice cube under his right wrist cracked and quickly with a flick of his wrist, Tensa Zangetsu was also freed from the ice, and then Ji Lingyun used all his strength to throw Tensa Zangetsu out of his hand and stab Aokiji, who was also an ice sculpture. Puff. The blade was pierced into the ice sculpture, and then a wisp of donated blood flowed out of Aokiji's ice sculpture. At this moment, Ji Lingyun suddenly felt the coldness weaken, so he used all his strength, and there was a sudden shock. The ice sculpture on his body immediately exploded, and then he grabbed Tensa Zangetsu and quickly backed away. When Ji Lingyun retreated, Aokiji also unlocked his elemental body, and saw a wound on his lower abdomen, which was where 240 Ji Lingyun had been stabbed before. He looked at Ji Lingyun in surprise. Said, "You can use armament haki." It was able to stab his frozen body and hurt him, without thinking or knowing that it must have used armament haki. After Ji Lingyun stepped back dozens of steps and stood still, he suddenly opened his mouth and spewed out a mouthful of blood. What's more frightening was that after the mouthful of blood was spewed out, it quickly formed ice and turned into a blood-red blood clot. Ji Lingyun resisted the trembling body and shoved Tensa Zangetsu into the sheath. There was Aokiji's blood on the sword, which was enough. After getting Aokiji's blood, the goal this time has been completed. The next thing to consider is how to escape. As for his injuries, as long as he can escape, it is not a problem. If you want to leave, the biggest problem is Aokiji. We can only leave if we control Aokiji. Although there are many Marines here, in addition to Aokiji, the strongest is his lieutenant, but only at the level of Brigadier General, otherwise so many Marines would have already taken Jeffrey White and his son. It might be interesting to make ice from ice. Thinking of this, Ji Lingyun desperately wanted to use Hiraemaru, because his opponent was Aokiji, so he did it as soon as he thought of it. After the mouthful of blood he just vomited, most of the cold in his body had been forced out, so even if it was a strong crush it won't increase much, so he immediately pressed it on the hilt. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hiraemaru. With a low groan, he pulled out a straight long sword. The blade was crystal clear and white. This is the strongest Zanpakuto and Hiraemaru in the ice Zanpakuto. Has the shape of the sword changed again? This sword has not been seen before. Is it a new ability? Aokiji and Ji Lingyun have fought many times, and have seen Zanpakuto in several forms, so he no longer has the kind of surprise he saw at the beginning, but has begun to guess the ability of this sword. Ji Lingyun held Hiraemaru in his hand, and suddenly smiled at Aokiji, and said, Aokiji, I would like to thank you for unblocking this Hiraemaru for me. Without you, it would not be possible to unblock it completely, even though I was so it's hurt, but everything is worth it. I hope you won't be too shocked in the following words. Listening to Ji Lingyun's words, Aokiji's expression was very dazed and puzzled. He didn't understand what Ji Lingyun's words meant. He could only understand. This sword seemed to be related to him. He can only stare at Ji Lingyun. Ji Lingyun slowly said, sit in the frosty sky. Hiraemaru. As soon as Ji Lingyun's voice fell, Hiraemaru's sword hilt had an extra chain with a half-moon-shaped end. Seeing this scene, Aokiji whispered, has the shape changed? Has it evolved like those sword? For some reason, looking at this Hiraemaru behind Shikai, Aokiji always felt a familiar feeling. Ji Lingyun held Hiraemaru with the tip of the sword pointed in Aokiji's direction, and said, Aokiji, this is my first time using this sword. I don't know how powerful it is, so be careful. After speaking, without waiting for Aokiji's answer, he used the trick, flock of birds and icicles. Ji Lingyun waved Hiraemaru, and immediately sent out countless series of ice bullets, flying towards Aokiji like flocks of birds. Seeing Ji Lingyun swinging the sword, there were so many ice bullets, and swarming at him, Aokiji's face changed suddenly, because it was exactly the same as his frozen fruit ability, and he was able to release ice bullets. While shocked in his heart, Aokiji did not forget his situation. He saw his body quickly become elemental. All the ice bullets attacked him, forming a vast amount of ice debris, but after the attack, Aokiji's figure have reappeared. Yes, this is the ability of frozen fruit. Aokiji's expression was shocked. He was already 8-pointed sure that Ji Lingyun was using the same ability as frozen fruit. After reminiscing what Ji Lingyun said just now, it was obvious that the ability of this sword was probably obtained from him. When I thought of this possibility, Aokiji's face became very ugly. Did Ji Lingyun always want him to catch it before? It turns out that there is such a truth. Aokiji guessed that Ji Lingyun could turn into a variety of sword. A weapon is very likely a kind of sword that has evolved by taking other people's abilities. Ji Lingyun didn't care about Aokiji's shock at this time, but saw him attack again, Ice Dragon Spin Tail. Hiraemaru slashed in the direction of Aokiji, instantly forming an ice dragon, rushing straight from the tip of Hiraemaru's sword, and everything it passed was turned into a frozen area, making the surrounding cold even more cold. Aokiji couldn't care about the shock. He knows how strong frozen fruit is, so although he is still not completely sure, he definitely does not dare to underestimate Ji Lingyun's attack. Ice Cube 2 Thorn Spears. The ice spear quickly slammed into the ice dragon, forcibly stopping the speed of the ice dragon, but the ice dragon suddenly flicked its tail and attacked again. Chapter 165. Aokiji's power is very strong. The ice dragon's attack did not cause any damage to him. It is also the ability to freeze, but obviously, Aokiji is stronger than Ji Lingyun in this respect. Although Ji Lingyun's moves seem to be more powerful, it's big, but it can't hurt Aokiji. No matter how powerful it is, it has no effect. Bankai. After Ji Lingyun saw Shikai, Hiraemaru was still not enough to compete with Aokiji, so he immediately used Bankai. Daiguren Hiraemaru. I saw 12 red lotus petals appeared behind Ji Lingyun. The moment the ice flower appeared, a terrifying cold air was released around it. These cold air quickly formed an ice dragon with huge ice wings extending from the wrist holding the sword. After going out, ice crystals in the shape of 3 huge petals appeared on the back. It looked like a huge ice dragon had emerged from behind. This was Daiguren Hiraemaru, who had not yet been completely liberated. Go with. Ji Lingyun snorted, and the ice dragon behind him moved with his body and rushed to Aokiji quickly. I have to say that Hiraemaru's attack method is very dazzling, but from the chill it emits, you can know how terrifying this ice dragon is, but his opponent is a master of ice. When Aokiji saw the ice dragon, he used the pheasant's beak again. The huge ice bird collided with the ice dragon. There was no imaginary collision, but they merged quickly to form a larger ice cubes. What was even more shocking to Lingyun was that after the ice dragon and the ice bird merged, his control over the ice dragon actually weakened a bit. No, Aokiji is a person who has the ability to eat frozen fruit, and he has a strong control over ice. Even if it is made by others, I am afraid it can be used for himself as long as he is given time. Suddenly Lingyun seemed to have figured it out a little. Aokiji himself is a frozen fruit capable person, so although the ice attack released by his higher Inmaru is strong enough, when he is in front of Aokiji, the power will be greatly reduced, and even eventually may be used by Aokiji. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After figuring this out, Lingyun no longer hesitated. Anyway, his higher Inmaru has completed Bankai, but now he cannot fully control it, so Aokiji took advantage of it. What he needs now is time. Wait for him. He can fully control the power of higher Inmaru Bankai, and he won't have to be afraid of Aokiji at that time, because as long as he has enough control over the power of the ice system, it may be impossible to counteract Aokiji. Leave first. Lingyun had a retreat in his heart, but he knew that it was not easy to leave in front of Aokiji, so he could only use higher Inmaru's power to temporarily delay Aokiji for a while. Use that trick. After all, higher Inmaru just Bankai just now, Lingyun still can't control all the moves, but it doesn't mean he can't use it. I saw him holding higher Inmaru in the direction of Aokiji, and suddenly shouted, Millennium Ice Prison. In an instant, Aokiji clearly felt that the water in the surrounding air seemed to be drawn, and then under his shocked gaze, the water in the surrounding air quickly condensed, forming countless powerful icicles around him, because it was in all directions. At the same time, icicles were formed, so Aokiji couldn't avoid it at all. He could only watch as he was frozen in an instant. I still have a day frozen by others with ice. At the moment of being frozen in the ice prison, Aokiji's mind could not help but this sentence appeared in his mind. His heart was really wry smile. When he was the only one who used the freezing ability to freeze others, he did not expect that he would be frozen one day, but he can clearly feel how terrifying this ice prison formed by using someone in the atmosphere is. At least he can't break open in a short time. He can only elementize himself, making the ice prison unable to cause damage to his body. Hurt. The movement here is so great that it is of course impossible not to see those marines. When they saw that their Admiral Aokiji was actually frozen, they all showed incredible colors. Aokiji is the frozen king. Bingfeng, if I say this, I am afraid no one will believe it, but the facts are placed in front of them. The 1,000-year ice prison is definitely one of the most powerful of higher Inmaru Bankai's moves. After using this move, Lingyun found that his physical strength was exhausted too much. If he was allowed to use it again, he absolutely not using it. On the one hand, this trick is only a preliminary control, and on the other hand, it is physically weak. Daiguren higher Inmaru. Lingyun used Daiguren higher Inmaru again, but this time he was not attacking Aokiji, but the marine who besieged Jeffrey White and his son. Don't look at the previous move that was easily blocked by Aokiji. With the ability of frozen fruit, and these marines strongest are just brigadier generals, how could they be able to block the ice dragon power of higher Inmaru Bankai? Where the ice dragon passes, all marines are frozen. 0. This. Now here besides Lingyun, only Jeffrey White and his son are still standing there, and the rest are all frozen. Jeffrey White looked at this scene in disbelief and said to Lingyun, Lingyun, isn't this the ability of frozen fruit? How can you use it? Lingyun smiled and said, stolen from Aokiji, puff. Before he could finish a sentence, Lingyun vomited blood again. His internal organs had just been frostbited by Aokiji's cold air. Although he used higher Inmaru's power to get rid of the cold air, his internal organs were still injured, and he had just suffered to deal with Aokiji. The physical exertion was great, and the injury immediately recurred. Lingyun, how are you? Seeing Lingyun's pale face, Jeffrey White's face became very nervous. Lingyun shook his head and said, I can hold on. I can't stay here for long. I can't hold Aokiji for long. We need to leave immediately. With that said, he had put higher Inmaru away and then pulled it out again, but this time it was Minazuki who pulled out Minazuki Shikai. He controlled Minazuki Shikai, and said to Jeffrey White and his son, go, hurry up. The father and son Jeffrey White didn't dare to delay, they jumped onto Minazuki after Lingyun, and the three of them quickly flew up and disappeared into the sea. Chapter 166. About a few minutes after Lingyun and the others left, the huge 1,000-year ice prison that trapped Aokiji suddenly made a click sound, and then saw a gap in the huge ice prison, and Aokiji walked from that gap. Came out. Aokiji's whole person is like a transparent person, his whole body is covered with ice. He looked back at the huge ice prison, his eyes flashed with light. Lingyun's move is indeed very scary, even if he is a frozen fruit capable, it took a long time to get out of trouble. If it were placed in the past, he would never believe it, but at this moment, his attention to Lingyun suddenly increased to the highest level. However, even though he suffered such a big loss this time, Lingyun's attack method also gave Aokiji a great inspiration, allowing him to see other ways to use the freezing ability. As long as he studies carefully, he is absolutely sure raise one's own strength to a level and be able to use frozen fruit's ability more perfectly. Lingyun didn't know that this battle between him and Aokiji, although he got higher Inmaru's Bankai, also resulted in a stronger marine admiral. Aokiji quickly saw the marines that were frozen by Lingyun, and then went to help those marines to lift the ice on their bodies. Although these marines were frozen, they did not die immediately because Lingyun did not destroy the ice sculptures. So those marines did not die, but if there is no Aokiji's help, just like this for an hour, these people's internal organs will be eroded by the cold, and the ice on their bodies will be removed and it will be impossible to save them. This is the horror of freezing ability, so Aokiji will quickly remove the ice from his subordinates. After doing all this, Aokiji shook his head helplessly, and sighed. No wonder Sakazuki and Pelusari couldn't get him together. This kid is indeed getting harder and harder to deal with. Although Aokiji did not fully erupt just now, he was still trapped by Lingyun and escaped in that situation. He knew that even if he broke out with all his strength, it would be difficult to win Lingyun. Of course, if it was a life and death battle, there is a lot of certainty to kill Lingyun in a short time, because he is more experienced than Lingyun in this regard. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. This battle made Aokiji more aware of Lingyun's potential, especially the sword in his hand, which was able to absorb his abilities. Since he can obtain his abilities, he must also be able to obtain the abilities of other people. Thinking of this possibility, Aokiji's heart is even more vigilant, because this ability is really terrifying. But terror belongs to terror, but it is not invincible, because from the performance of Lingyun, a sword should only have a special ability. Although it can evolve twice, the essential ability is the same, so that weapon, although powerful, only one type can be used at a time. This is perhaps the best restriction. If there is no restriction, Aokiji can hardly imagine the result. At this time, Lingyun took Jeffrey White and his son around a long distance, and then hid. The first thing after hiding was healing. Lingyun first treated Jeffrey White and Rambo's injuries. The two of them fought Marine before and suffered a lot of injuries, but in Minazuki's after treatment, he recovered quickly. After treating the two people, Lingyun started to treat his injuries. In fact, his injuries were all internal injuries. Fortunately, he used Hirenmaru to get rid of the cold, so now he only needs to treat him a little. Lingyun, the ability you used before was really taken from Aokiji. That's why you looked for Aokiji. Seeing that Lingyun used the freezing ability similar to Aokiji, Jeffrey White immediately realized why Lingyun wanted to find Aokiji so much before, presumably because of Aokiji's ability. Lingyun didn't conceal it, and said directly, "You're right. I asked Aokiji to use his blood to unblock my sword. You must have seen it. My sword wants to show more the form and ability require the power of devil fruit, so this sword of mine can also be called the devil's blade." Lingyun explained the 9 sentences true and false. After all, Jeffrey White followed him, and sooner or later he would discover his secret, so it's better to just say it now. Jeffrey White showed a shocked look on his face, and he said unbelievably, "It's incredible. Your weapon can actually capture the power of devil fruit. What kind of magical weapon is this?" Lingyun shook his head and said, "There are restrictions, just like humans eating devil fruit. Although my sword can capture a lot of abilities, I can only use one ability each time. If you want to use other abilities, you must return to the sheath and pull it out again. Even so, there is still no way to conceal the power of Zanpakuto, at least in the eyes of Jeffrey White. Compared with this Shinigami blade, what kind of sharp sword 21 work, supreme sharp sword 12 work, it is simply rubbish. The same existence, it is definitely not an exaggeration to say that it is the world's #1 artifact." Lingyun certainly doesn't know what Jeffrey White thinks, he is now working on his new Zanpakuto. After Hirenmaru Bankai, a new Zanpakuto appeared naturally. This is a long sword with a red handle, a black and white blade, and a 2.6 white blade. The front part of the sword is wider than the back. This is Zanpakuto. Scourge, that is, Zanpakuto of Komamura Sajin, the leader of the Gotei 13th Division of Shinigami, directly attacked Zanpakuto of the system. After Shikai, the attack can be massive, and the damage can be 100% repaired Zanpakuto in Bankai state. Scourge, I didn't expect it to be such a Zanpakuto, a direct attack type, or even a power Zanpakuto. Seeing that the newly appeared Zanpakuto is actually a Scourge, Lingyun couldn't help but feel happy, because he is currently lacking a pure power system Zanpakuto. When he fights with others, most of them use power and speed, but if there is a Scourge after that, he doesn't have to worry about confronting the enemy head-on. Chapter 167. Scourge. Shikai. The fruit of cause and effect, the blood of the fruit-powered person is also acceptable, Bankai. The form of the big Buddha of the phantom beast species, the blood of the fruit-powered person is also available. After seeing the conditions for the unblocking of Heavenly Scourge, Lingyun was a little puzzled. He knew the form of the great Buddha of every one fruit, which was the ability of Sengoku, but he really didn't have any impression of what the fruit of cause and effect was, devil fruit. So Lingyun asked the system, "System, what kind of fruit is the causal fruit, and where can I get it?" The system replied very directly, "The fruit of cause and effect is the devil fruit of Urgi, the future 11 supernova, strange monk, in the anime of One Piece. Damage can make the body huge, which has a similar effect to Zanpakuto. Ulgi, it turned out to be him, and his fruit was called causal fruit." To be honest, if it weren't for the systematic explanation, he really didn't know that Urgi's 17 devil fruit was called causal fruit, but he knew Urgi, and he also knew that the more injured he got, the bigger his body would be. However, Ji Lingyun also knows that Yerki was born in Sky Island, a birdman with wings, and he will only come down from Sky Island more than 10 years later, so if he wants to get the fruit of cause and effect, he must go to Sky Island once. Originally, he was going to the North Sea to go to Doflamingo, but now thinking about it, the Scourge is obviously much more effective than Wabisuk, and Doflamingo's Don Quixote family is not that easy to provoke. It's hard to retreat all by accident. So he thought for a while, still felt that he would first go to the empty island to find Ergi. But if it's on the Sky Island, it will be troublesome to take Jeffrey White and his son with them, so they must be settled before going. After sharing his thoughts with Jeffrey White did not have much opinion. Although he believed that he was not weak and could help Ji Lingyun a lot, he still took his son with him. It's a little dragged down. White, let's go to the East Daxia Sea. Because of Shanks, the power of the pirates in the East Daxia Sea is the weakest in the four seas. With your strength, you will definitely have a place there, but because of your identity, it is still be low-key. Because of his relationship and the relationship between Jeffrey White, who was once a slave of celestial dragons, he obviously cannot stay on the Grand Line. Going to the East Daxia Sea is the best choice. After all, Jeffrey White is a bounty of 100 million. Many large pirates can definitely walk sideways in the East Daxia Sea. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Jeffrey White thought for a while, nodded and said, okay, then our father and son will go to the East Daxia Sea. If you are done with things, or if there are places where we are useful, then go to the East Daxia Sea to find us. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, well, I will definitely go to Donghae. I hope you don't let me down when I go. Jeffrey White said proudly, if I can't even stand on a small East Daxia Sea, it would be so many years in vain. After making the decision, Ji Lingyun parted ways with Jeffrey White and his son. He went to Gaia Island, and Jeffrey White and his son were also going to the East Daxia Sea. Ji Lingyun quickly found his goal, because there are few people here, it is very easy to find. Ji Lingyun ignored these apes and orangutans, just stared at Vembran Kulik, waiting for his answer. Vembran Kulik is the son of Noland, the big talker, and the uncle who later helped Luffy and them travel to the Sky Island. He spent day and night studying the existence of the Golden Land to prove the innocence of his ancestors. This day, Ji Lingyun suddenly appeared in front of him. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, if I don't believe it, why would I come to you? I also know that I want to go to the island and need the help of rising currents, so I came to you to ask when the rising currents will appear. Wendell Kulik quickly shouted. Don't mess around, he is not an enemy. In the anime, Luffy and his party took the rising ocean current to the Sky Island with the help of others. Originally, Ji Lingyun wanted to fly to the Sky Island with the ability to fly, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that flying would be a bit risky, so he went to the place where the rising current was. He remembered that there seemed to be a descendant of Noland, the big talker, who knew the time of the rising current. Who are you? You are going to the Sky Island. Ji Lingyun said, you don't have to worry about this. I just want to know when the rising ocean current will happen. After listening to his words, the orangutans slowly left, leaving only two standing on each side. Ji Lingyun looked at the diamond-shaped man with a chestnut on his head and said, I know you are the son of Noland, the big talker. Others don't believe him. I believe that I want to go to Sky Island. However, even if you can fly at an altitude of 10,000 meters, it is definitely not that easy. After all, the atmospheric pressure in the sky is not something normal humans can easily bear. After Ji Lingyun went to Gaia Island, he didn't do anything very low-key, just inquired about the location of the empty island. Fortunately, Gaia Island has always had the legend of the empty island. Although no one has really seen it before, he did not. A lot of information was collected from it, and the location of the rising ocean current was also known. Because Ji Lingyun watched One Piece's anime, he knew the origin of the Sky Island. The Sky Island was originally part of Gaia Island. It was washed into the sky by the rising current hundreds of years ago, so it formed the Sky Island. To go to the Sky Island, you can either take the rising current to rush up to an altitude of 10,000 meters, or use other methods, such as the flight that Ji Lingyun thought. At this moment, a group of orangutans and apes rushed over, surrounded Ji Lingyun and Vembran Kulik, staring at Ji Lingyun. Wendell Kulik also stared at Ji Ling. He realized that the boy in front of him was different from the others, so he said, I can see that you really believe in the existence of Sky Island. If the ocean current goes to the Sky Island, it is too dangerous, and I can't guarantee that I can really reach the Sky Island. Vembran Kulik, who was already very vigilant, looked at Ji Lingyun in surprise at 620 and asked, do you believe that Sky Island really exists? Chapter 168. 2 months later, Ji Lingyun flew over the sea on Minazuki alone. 2 months ago, he learned from Vembran Kulik that there would be rising ocean currents today, so he came here early to wait. Ji Lingyun didn't wait for long. It was almost noon when the calm sea suddenly rolled over. Upon seeing this, Ji Lingyun knew that the rising current was about to appear, so he quickly controlled Minazuki to fly to it. That location. He didn't plan to use a boat, but directly supported Minazuki's body to ride the rising ocean current. After all, Minazuki was huge and his body was Zanpakuto, so he didn't have to worry about Minazuki being injured. The rising ocean current came extremely fast, erupting almost instantaneously, just like a volcanic eruption. As soon as Ji Lingyun came to the top of the ocean current, he felt a huge momentum erupt from the bottom of the sea, and then set off a huge ocean current, Minazuki. The huge body is like a boat in the sea, directly lifted up into the sky by the ocean currents. This is the power of nature. In this ocean current, Lingyun only feels how small his power is. He can't control anything. He can only hold Minazuki's body firmly and control Minazuki to follow the current, will not fall. The impact speed of the ocean current was astonishingly fast, more than 10 times faster than the speed of flight. Lingyun only felt a violent wind blowing in his ears, and the sound of a huge ocean current lingered in his ears. In just a few tens of seconds, the ocean currents rushed to the sky. After a while, Lingyun could even see the clouds around him. In just a few minutes at most, the impact of the rising ocean currents suddenly disappeared. Lingyun quickly controlled Minazuki to fly. Lingyun flew in the air and looked around, only to see a vast white cloud around, these clouds floating in the air, looking like the sea. Is this the Kakai that Vembran said? Lingyun opened his observation hockey fully, but found that nothing but the clouds was sensed, so he could only helplessly pilot Minazuki flying around, looking for the entrance to the Sky Island. In this way, Lingyun searched for 3 full days before finding the entrance to the Sky Island. This is a huge door with the 4 words of Heaven's Door. What's more terrifying is that there is a slave. The waterfall from top to bottom is very spectacular. That's it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Seeing this place, Lingyun was immediately very happy, because he knew that this was the entrance to the island, so he immediately controlled Minazuki to come to this arched door. When Lingyun landed, an old woman in her 50s walked out of this door. She took the camera and took a photo with Lingyun. After she took a photo, suddenly Lingyun came quickly. Arrived in front of him. The old woman didn't panic at all. She asked faintly, "I'm the surveillance officer of Sky Island, Amazon. Are you here for sightseeing or for what?" Lingyun said, "I want to know where Apeado is." The old woman Amazon looked at Lingyun in surprise and asked, "You are not from the Sky Island, how did you know Apeado?" Lingyun said, "Don't ask so much, tell me where Apeado is. Although I don't have a hobby of bullying the elderly, sometimes in order to achieve my goals, I don't have to use unnecessary means." Although the other party is an old woman, Lingyun thinks she is not a good person. If he can know Apeado, he does not recommend doing some coercive things. Lingyun's tone made the old woman Amazon's eyes shrink. As an old man who has lived for so many years, she can naturally tell from Lingyun's eyes that Lingyun is not joking. At the same time, an amazing hockey from Lingyun's she burst out, and she couldn't breathe because of the oppressive aura. Say, the thunderous shouts blasted in the ears of the old lady Amazon, and she couldn't help telling everything Lingyun wanted to know under the trembling of her mind. After getting the information, Lingyun immediately put away his aura again, and he can control the use of Conqueror's hockey very well, not to mention that this old woman is just an ordinary person, how could he be able to stop his shock? Lingyun didn't stay anymore, but took the Minazuki and flew quickly along the waterfall. To find Apeado, he must first enter the Sky Island. On the Sky Island, Lingyun's purpose is to find Ryūjin. At the same time, he also has a goal, that is, Thunder Fruit on the Sky Island. According to the plot, Annie Road at this time should not have eaten devil fruit. But if you want to find people and devil fruit, you obviously can't rely on the power of one person. After all, the Sky Island is so big that you may not find it after a few years. So Lingyun wants more people to find it. To achieve this goal, you must rely on the power of the people on the Sky Island. The gods of Apea and his forces are the best choice. According to the original work, the god of Apeado should be Gonfure now, a very ordinary person, so he will be easily defeated by Analu later. Lingyun feels that it shouldn't be too much for him to deal with him now. A lot of strength, so I just found it directly. As the sanctuary of the Sky Island, Apeado lives in the gods. It is the sacred land of the Sky Island. Usually, few people will stay here except for the priests around the gods. Lingyun quickly found Apeado. Then easily dive into it. Gonfure is an old man who is about to enter his old age. He has been in the position of god for a long time. During his time in office, he has a very comfortable life. The people below are also very happy and healthy. Ambitious, so happy and healthy days like this are his greatest wish, without pressure, without foreign enemies, so Gonfowl's shrine is really unguarded, let alone a master. God of the Sky Island, I want to ask you a favor, okay? Gonfure was closing his eyes peacefully. His life was very leisurely, he rarely dealt with affairs, and most of the time he rested like now, but today an unfamiliar voice interrupted his rest. Chapter 169. Who? Gonfure was taken aback. Although he had been accustomed to an easy life, it did not mean he had no vigilance. The moment he heard the sound, he jumped up quickly and looked around. Here, Gonfure turned his head and saw a young man standing 10 meters away from him, but he never noticed it. Although he was surprised in his heart, Gonfure asked calmly, "Who are you? Why do you appear here? No, you are not from Sky Island." Lingyun had no wings, and even dared to break into his shrine without authorization. He immediately guessed that the opponent was not from the Sky Island. Lingyun nodded and said, "Yes, I am indeed not from your empty island. I came from Shanghai below." Gonfure's face is solemn. As the god of the Sky Island, he certainly knows the origin of the Sky Island. He also knows that there is the infinite Shanghai below the Sky Island, but the Sky Island is 10,000 meters above the sky and can be reached here from below. The person of must not be an ordinary person, let alone this young man can still enter his room unconsciously. People from Shanghai, what are you doing here? Ji Lingyun said. Of course you are here for a purpose. I know that you are the god of Kong 860 Island, ruling the entire Kong Island, so I want you to help me find someone and something. Ganfuer said solemnly. Come to the island to find someone. However, you are uninvited, so rude, do you think I will help you? Ji Lingyun said. There is no unsettled business in the world. You are not willing. That can only show that my conditions are not enough. Then, I will let you take a look at my conditions. As he said, Ji Lingyun narrowed his eyes, and Conqueror's haki burst out of his body in an instant. A terrifying aura swept the entire palace. Ganfuer felt a heavy pressure coming from him. Next, he found that it was very difficult for him to even move. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Who on earth are you? Fortunately, Ji Lingyun's Conqueror's haki only disappeared in a flash, and Ganfuer was no more embarrassed, but his face became dignified, and he could not give up the heart of resistance that was oppressed by just relying on his aura. One can imagine how powerful this young man is. Ji Lingyun told Ganfuer about the shapes of Erji and Thunder Fruit, and Ganfuer didn't say anything. After getting the answer, he immediately turned and left. He didn't want to see Ji Lingyun at all. Are you a threat? Ganfal looked unwilling. After all, he was in a high position. He was threatened so easily. He was naturally uncomfortable, and he admitted that the young man in front of him may be very powerful, but he is the god of the Sky Island. He can't beat it alone, doesn't mean that more people can't beat it, so he still has a bit of confidence in his heart. Ji Lingyun said. I know that you are the god of the Sky Island, and I also know the thoughts in your heart. If you think that calling more people can kill me, then I advise you not to do that, because you are like this. Doing it will only make blood flow here, so you still don't challenge my patience, but I am also a trustworthy person. As long as you do according to my requirements, I will not hurt the least bit of Sky Island. Of course, the main reason for doing this is that he is not afraid at all. There are no masters in the entire Sky Island. That is to say, Ainalu, who later ate Thunder Fruit, is very powerful, so Ji Lingyun is not worried that anyone will threaten him. After hesitating for a long time, in the end, Ganfuer still didn't dare to gamble. To be precise, he hadn't figured out the details of Ji Lingyun, so he didn't dare to gamble. Since he didn't dare, then he could only follow what Ji Lingyun said. Do it if you want. Ganfu's face became very ugly. Ji Lingyun just exposed this hand. He knew that he would not be an opponent, so his face changed constantly, and Ji Lingyun did not urge him, just so calm stand and wait. Ji Lingyun also knows that his sudden appearance seems very strong, but this is his style of doing things. To be precise, this world is like this. Power determines everything. He also knows that Ganfuer has resentment in his heart, but he does not care. Anyway, it's just using the other party to do things, as long as it can achieve the goal. As for other things, he doesn't care at all. Ji Lingyun was the only one left in the palace, murmured, I hope you are acquainted, otherwise I don't mind being ruthless. After Ganfuer left, all he was thinking about was to get rid of Ji Lingyun, but thinking of Ji Lingyun's previous power, he hesitated. Years of easy life had already polished his resolve, making he has developed a hesitant and afraid to gamble. Ulji, listen to what he said, this person seems to be from our Sky Island, why did he look for it? And the fruit he said is the legendary devil fruit. Can people obtain the fruit of magical power? However, why is he so sure that he is in the Sky Island, and what is the origin of this mysterious boy? Why is he so strong? Ji Lingyun said. It doesn't matter who I am, don't worry, as long as you promise to help me find someone, I will not do anything that threatens your Sky Island, and besides you, I will not let anyone else know my existence until you help me find what I want. How? Ji Lingyun said indifferently. When you find it, let me know. I'm here and I won't go anywhere. I will guard this palace for you, but you have to deliver food and drink on time. The cold air continued to invade the body, and Ganfuer finally chose to compromise. Okay, I can agree to your request, but you have to keep your promise. Tell me what you are looking for. Although Ganfuer agreed, he did not give Ji Lingyun a good face. As he said, Ji Lingyun suddenly pulled out the Shinigami blade behind him, and Hiranmaru burst into an astonishing chill. The entire palace suddenly froze at an extremely fast speed, turning the entire palace into a world of ice. Ganfuer snorted and walked faster. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, Don't worry, I am not a good person, but I am not a murderer. Chapter 170. Ji Lingyun stayed on the Sky Island for half a year, but this half a year has made him a little impatient. Although it is very difficult to find a person or a devil fruit, but in the past half year, there is not even a little Erji news, this can't help but make him wonder whether it was Ganfuer deliberately doing it. You must know that Ganfuer is the god of the Sky Island. Although it is not easy to find someone, it is absolutely impossible that there will be no movement for half a year. The only explanation is that Ganfuer has no intentions at all. But what Ji Lingyun didn't expect was that Ganfuer was ready to do it before him. On this day, Ji Lingyun sat alone in the palace. He has lived here for half a year. Ganfuer sends people to bring food every day. The cost of eating and drinking is all served well. This is also Ji Lingyun's willingness to give the reason for his time. When Ji Lingyun closed his eyes and rested, suddenly there was a sound of footsteps in his ears. It seemed that there should be a lot of people. This made Ji Lingyun frown. Although some people entered here before, they were basically the same. 2 people, but now you can hear it just from the sound, and there are many people here. It seems that the visitor is unkind. Lingyun opened his eyes, but there was no surprise on his face. This situation was already in his expectation, just as he was dissatisfied with Gonfuer's efficiency, he could also see Gonfuer's dissatisfaction with him has become more and more obvious recently, so he has been mentally prepared for a long time. I just don't know what makes you confident and dare to do something to me. Perhaps Gonfuer has already sensed Lingyun's impatience with him, so he chose to act first. Lingyun sat in the center of the hall with a calm expression, staring at the entrance of the hall, and soon a group of people approached, and then under the leadership of the leader Gonfuer, dozens of people quickly rushed into the hall. You are finally here, I thought you would have to wait a while before you dare to do it. Seeing Gonfuer and others, Lingyun took the lead and said to Gonfuer, you can endure it for half a year. You can see that you are still very good at forbearance, but this is already your limit. I'm curious, what is it that gives you the confidence to defy me openly? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Gonfuer said to Lingyun with a gloomy face, Edward Lingyun, you used your strength to force me to do things for you, and today you are going to return all of this. Don't you call yourself Shinigami? Make you the real Shinigami. Hearing Gonfuer's words, Lingyun couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head and said, sure enough, you've been in a high position for a long time. I can't tolerate others standing on your head at all. Apart from finding someone, I don't seem to ask you to do anything, right? Forget it, now that these are no longer necessary, let me see what whole cards you have. As he said, Lingyun stood up slowly, placing his right hand on the hilt of the Shinigami blade, and the group of people who looked behind Gonfuer swept over, all of them were from the island. There are white wings on the back. But Lingyun sneered disdainfully, do you want to rely on these trash fish to deal with me? Overwhelmed. With that said, the aura of horror erupted from Lingyun's body. This place is full of enemies, so his Conqueror's Haki can explode indefinitely. The people on the Sky Island headed by Gonfuer are shrouded by Conqueror's Haki, and everyone's faces are full of expressions. It changed, and several of them couldn't bear the pressure and were directly stunned. Seeing that Lingyun hadn't done anything yet, someone on his side fainted, and Gonfu's face became even more ugly. He had known that Lingyun had a terrifying aura and was able to frighten people, so he was looking for elites. The elite, and prepared for it for so long, but I didn't expect this to happen. However, despite the shock in his heart, Gonfuer was not discouraged. This time he was ready to take someone to deal with Lingyun, so Gonfuer immediately took the opportunity and shouted, hands. After Gonfuer yelled loudly, the people behind him suddenly rushed over to surround Lingyun, and then started at the same time. Everyone used all their strength to attack Lingyun, swords and guns halberd, cold light shines. Humph. With a cold snort, Lingyun yanked out Shinigami's blade, shocked and chilled instantly. Sit in the frosty sky. Hyerinmaru instantly shikai, then Lingyun waved Hyerinmaru and shouted in a low voice, vacuum ice blade. The blade swung, countless ice blades formed, and then quickly attacked the surrounding enemies. They formed out of thin air, and the speed was extremely fast. They forced all the enemies that rushed back, and some people were not pushed back in time. The blade pierced the body and made a scream of screams. Oh, Ice Dragon swing tail. Lingyun was facing the front with a freezing slash. In an instant, the direction of the sword tip formed a frozen area, like an ice dragon, rotating and attacking all the enemies, but these people found by Gonfuer they are all elites. Except for the 2 people who were stabbed by the ice blade before entering the body because of the cold, they did not keep up with the speed and were frozen. All the others escaped the frozen area from this trick. Absolutely empty. But this move was just the beginning. Lingyun's blade suddenly changed its direction, and the cold air attacked the direction where the blade was pointing. Another person was frozen by him, and Lingyun rushed into the crowd. Gonfuer brought a total of more than 40 people, all of whom he had chosen by thousands of elites. He had prepared for this day for a long time, but the battle had only just begun for a few minutes, except for the few who had just failed to bear Conqueror's Haki. In addition to individuals, several people lost their combat effectiveness in the blink of an eye. 6 of them were frozen, 2 were beheaded, and a quarter of their combat effectiveness disappeared. The battle continued. Lingyun found that Hyerinmaru's ability was really easy to use. The freezing ability was really strong. No wonder Aokiji was able to become Marine 3 Admiral with frozen fruit. This ability faced opponents weaker than him. There is simply no solution. If it can't be unlocked instantly after being frozen in ice, then it will have to wait to lose. Chapter 171. Is this what you rely on? It's just some chickens and dogs. After Lingyun quickly solved a few people, he looked at Gonfuer with disdain. Under the attack of his Hyerinmaru, these people couldn't get close to him at all. Gonfu's complexion was gloomy, but he ignored Lingyun's words, and shouted again. Go on, kill him, absolutely can't let him escape. Lingyun sneered and said, flee. You value yourself too much, Hyerinmaru, Bankai. I saw a layer of ice crystal-like armor appeared on Lingyun's body. He looked like an Iceman, with a pair of ice wings behind him. He looked like he was fused with Hyerinmaru. Daegyur and Hyerinmaru. Lingyun gently waved Hyerinmaru in his hand, and a huge ice dragon appeared and surrounded him. Under Lingyun's control, the huge ice dragon quickly attacked the people around him. The ice dragon almost occupies the small half of the palace. The palace was in a mess. The people on the empty island avoided the ice dragon in embarrassment, and they continued to use their weapons to attack the ice dragon, but they found that the ice dragon was in trouble. The body is extremely hard, and their most attack is to chop off some icicles. Roar. Suddenly a loud roar sounded, and a man with a body much larger than normal slammed into Lingyun. Unexpectedly, Lingyun was knocked out by the man and hit a pillar in the palace. Lingyun rolled over and fell, looking at the person who ran into him. Although this person was fighting, he was smiling, carrying a huge weapon similar to a large pencil, wearing gloves, and hanging from his neck. Rosary. Just now, Lingyun didn't have any hands because he was wearing a layer of ice crystal armor, and just smashed the ice crystal armor on his body just now, and it didn't really hurt him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Able to hit, it must not be an ordinary person. Lingyun knows very well that the fact that the other party can sneak attack on him is enough to prove that it is not simple. Therefore, his eyes flashed, and he was beaten and did not fight back. This is not his style. It is his personality. Dragon shot frame. The ice wings behind him flickered suddenly, and Lingyun rushed to the man who hit him at a very fast speed. Although the opponent dodges extremely fast, Lingyun's forehead speed is obviously even higher. The opponent was immediately wrapped in a cross-shaped ice cube. It's really annoying. The unhappy Lingyun immediately broke out with all his strength, and the whole body exuded an astonishing chill. The entire palace was like an ice hell. The temperature dropped to below freezing in an instant. All the people under Ganfuer felt the whole body cold, poor condition. In the last sentence, Ganfuer shouted at his subordinates. After hearing his order, those people retreated quickly. Their actions made Lingyun's face sink and immediately unfolded Observation Haki, and Observation Haki was released. After that, he suddenly felt a large amount of aura gathering around him. There are so many of these people. Even if Lingyun wants to defeat them, he needs to come one by one. When he was fighting, the high men who were frozen by him suddenly broke free from the frozen state. He was panting. His body was covered with icy debris, but what was strange was that his body turned out to be huge again, making him even taller. The people in Qinghai are really arrogant enough. You are already a turtle in the urn. You dare to be so arrogant. Do you think I really found such a few people? All back. The person carrying the big pencil is the RGG Lingyun is looking for. He muffled and said, although I don't know why you are looking for me, it is definitely not a good thing, so let us solve you first. But when Lingyun saw the attacker, his face immediately changed. You can break out of my ice. Lingyun said, yes, I'm just an outsider, but you are indeed able to bear it. When you find someone, there is no sound of the wind. But it's good, since the person has been found, then I'm wasting my time to find it, and I'm here to wipe out your 5.0 in one fell swoop. Ganfuer sneered and said, you are a man from the Qinghai Sea, but RG is from our Sky Island. Why should I trust you and help you deal with him? With a flash of inspiration, Lingyun cried out in surprise. Are you RG? He was really surprised, because these people who were frozen by him, except this one who broke the seal, did not move at all. Suddenly, his eyes shrank again, because he clearly felt the other person's body. It's a huge circle. Lingyun has the absolute upper hand with one opponent. For more than half a year, he has not done nothing. Not only has all Zanpakuto been controlled to the extreme by him, but also all aspects of physique have been greatly improved. Promote. Lingyun, who was attacking, suddenly moved to the left side, and immediately smashed a large pencil weapon, smashing the ground. Fortunately, he avoided it. Otherwise, if it hit him, he might not die or be seriously injured. The idealized state of this trick is that after the person is frozen, the caster will break the ice, and then the people inside will be broken into powder with the ice, but Lingyun's enemy is not only him, the others he was not given a chance at all, and after seeing that he had frozen that person, more people swarmed. Lingyun stepped back quickly, looking at RG, then at Ganfuer, and said in a deep voice, so you found him a long time ago and didn't tell me. Did you just want to unite him to deal with me? Sure enough, I underestimated you. After recognizing RG's identity, Lingyun was not surprised, but very happy. Originally, he was worried about how to continue to find someone after he solved the group of people. He didn't expect the other party to send them. There is nowhere to be found after breaking through the iron shoes, and it is all effortless to get it. Lingyun cursed secretly. There were so many people, and he couldn't defeat them all at once, so he could only give up the idea of killing that person and instead deal with others. Chapter 172. No, it's the gunman. After Lingyun realized what was wrong, it was obviously too late. He only heard the continuous sound of gunfire, and countless bullets shot towards him. At such a close distance, the speed of the bullets was fast. Lingyun couldn't avoid it at all. Boom boom. The hits kept ringing. Lingyun was beaten into a hornet's nest in an instant, and the gunshots rang for dozens of seconds before stopping. No matter how strong a person is, without precaution, facing so many gunmen, there is only one dead end. A man with a pistol standing behind Ganfuer said confidently that the gunmen outside were trained by him, and there were a lot of them, just for the outbreak at this moment, and the result was unexpectedly good. Ganfuer said in a deep voice, don't be careless, this man is not easy. Don't say this if you don't confirm that he is dead. He is the only person who has seen Lingyun's 17 strength, so even if he sees this in one scene, there is still no absolute confidence. It seems that you still know me well, Gonfoer. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in everyone's ears, and everyone's expressions changed in an instant, with vigilant faces, and they looked towards the place where Ji Lingyun had just fallen. At this sight, everyone was nervous, because what they saw was Ji Lingyun who had fallen down, which was just a substitute made of ice. It was exactly the same as Ji Lingyun. After receiving so many bullets, all the bullets were embedded in the ice. Densely packed, looks terrifying. But no matter how horrible he is not Ji Lingyun himself, but just a stand-in. It turned out that when Ji Lingyun realized that it was not good, he immediately used Hiranmaru's Bankai ability, the virtual image of ice, and made a fake stand-in with ice, which is difficult to distinguish, but this ability can only be used once, and the next battle there is no way to use it anymore. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But this is enough for Ji Lingyun. It was a critical moment before he had to use the ice void, but then, he didn't need this trick. Seeing Ji Lingyun reappear intact again, Gonfoer and others' complexions became very bad, and the man with the pistol shouted, "Hurry up, keep shooting." He is naturally called the shooters outside, but how could Ji Lingyun give him another chance? Conqueror's Haki broke out and carried out the largest range of spills in an instant. Those shooters were just ordinary people, so how could they resist Conqueror's Haki? 1 second was not enough, all the gunmen were stunned. After waiting for a while, I didn't wait for the sound of shooting. Instead, there was a burst of inconspicuous sound of falling to the ground. The man with the pistol was pale. These shooters are elites who have been carefully trained for a long time. Unexpectedly carrying out a long-range attack, the round just now had a very good effect. No one really thought that Ji Lingyun had that kind of ability. Originally, he expected these gunmen to continue to attack Ji Lingyun, but he never expected that even without a single face, hundreds of gunmen collapsed instantly, and no one was able to stand up. Don't panic, everyone, this kind of ability is no longer useful to us. With so many of us, he won't be able to hold on for long. Seeing that everyone's morale dropped a little, Gonfoer immediately shouted, so that everyone's momentum was restored. After all, he is the god of the Sky Island and the pillar of everyone, so everyone is more convinced of him. Ha ha. Regarding Gonfoer's words, Ji Lingyun just smiled disdainfully, and said, "If this is the case, then I will tell you what despair is. Some people are not something you can afford, even if you do more. Preparation, in front of me, it's all rubbish." While talking, Ji Lingyun lifted the Hiranmaru in his hand. Suddenly, the water vapor in the air became condensed. Hiranmaru after Bankai was able to initially control the climate. While Ji Lingyun was preparing, Gonfoer suddenly faced him. Means. There was a sound of thunder out of thin air, and then only a lightning bolt fell from the top of the Hall of Thunder and Lightning, which happened to hit Ji Lingyun. This suddenly made Ji Lingyun have no chance to react, and was directly hit by lightning. Ji Lingyun, who was struck by thunder and lightning, trembled all over, and the movement of his hands was also stagnant. The paralyzing power contained in thunder and lightning made his body paralyzed, but his expression was even more shocked. "Raiden, you can actually use the power of thunder and lightning. You found thunder fruit and ate it." Looking at Ji Lingyun's angry and shocked expression, Gonfoer showed his pride for the first time. He said coldly, "All of this is thanks to you. If it weren't for your presence, you told me so important, how can I have the current power with the intelligence of the world? Until this moment, I am the unique and invincible god on the Sky Island." As he spoke, he saw a strong electric glow burst out all over him, these lightning lingering around him, like a smart spirit, beating with his mood swings. But all this fell in the eyes of Ji Lingyun, but it made him extremely angry. The appearance of Ryūjin had already made him understand that he had been tricked by Gonfoer, but he did not care too much, because he was enough. Control everything. But now, when he saw Gonfoer ate thunder fruit and used the power of thunder and lightning, he was going crazy with anger. That was thunder fruit, perhaps the most powerful fruit in Logia. It is controversial, but it is definitely ranked first or two devil fruit. Such a devil fruit, even if he is considering whether to eat it, he did not expect to be a Gonfu who is nothing but waste in his eyes. You ate it. What made him even more uncomfortable was the other party's triumphant expression, which seemed to him to be an insult to him. Since Ji Lingyun's debut, when has he been tricked by others like this? In addition to anger, Ji Lingyun's heart, he also blamed himself because he was too arrogant, and felt that even if Gonfoer didn't work hard, he would never dare to mess around, but he was conceited and made him pay a huge price like thunder fruit. Absolutely intolerable. Ji Lingyun shot a strong murderous in his eyes, he was so angry for the first time, he wanted to kill. Chapter 173. You are not dead, I am unwilling. Staring at Gonfoer, Ji Lingyun gritted his teeth and said such a sentence. At this moment, Zhengshou's face became extremely hideous. Ji Lingyun's expression really gave people a feeling of fear. However, Gonfoer was not scared by Ji Lingyun at all. On the contrary, after seeing Ji Lingyun's expression, his mood was exceptionally good. The anger that had been suppressed by Ji Lingyun for half a year was completely expressed at this moment, carefree. I am the true god, it will not be me who will die today, but you will die. Ji Lingyun said coldly. Thunder fruit is indeed very strong, but you can only eat for a while. Do you think that a little bit of thunder and lightning is enough to compete with me? Now you, in front of me, are still ants. General. Thunder fruit is very strong. Ji Lingyun will not deny this, but it also depends on who ate it and how long it took. Ganfuer is just a person in his old age, and his physical fitness has already begun to degenerate. After eating thunder fruit, although it can strengthen his physique, it is far from enough. More importantly, Ji Lingyun came to the Sky Island only half a year. Even if he found thunder fruit half a year ago and ate it, half a year, how much can his time make him improve? The reason why Analu in the original book is so strong is because he has eaten thunder fruit for more than 10 years, and the talent potential is not comparable to Ganfu, so Ji Lingyun's previous shock was not because of Ganfu's use. It was because of the power of lightning, but because Ganfuer hated to find thunder fruit. You must know that when he asked the other party to find thunder fruit, he was just trying his luck. I didn't expect that luck was so good. Such a good fruit was wasted by a waste like yours. God has no eyes. Since God doesn't open your eyes, let me sanction you. On. Ganfuer did not wait for Ji Lingyun to take the initiative and gave the order first, and the power of thunder and lightning began to appear in his hands. He has been eating thunder fruit for a period of time, adapting to the power of thunder and lightning, and can release many powerful moves. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But even so, Ganfuer was not going to go up personally, he just wanted to attack from behind. Chihuahua. Ji Lingyun looked at the people on the Sky Island who rushed again, and said with disdain, "You angered me, I don't have the time to play with you anymore, so, I'll go to death." Bingtian 100 Flowers Burial. When talking, Hirinmaru's most powerful trick was ready, and the water vapor in the air had already diffused to a certain extent. The ice on the wings behind Ji Lingyun quickly melted, and then the sky over Apeador became icy cold. Ji Lingyun jumped up suddenly, stabs at the top of the hall, and slashes the roof of the hall directly. With his swift control ability, he saw a black cloud in the sky and white snowflakes blindly falling from the sky. The hall was shrouded, and those who attacked Ji Lingyun had not waited for them to get close to Ji Lingyun before they were touched by the ice flowers falling from the sky. People who were touched by the ice flowers found that the ice flowers were quickly iced with their bodies. They quickly wanted to get rid of the ice flowers, but they were unable to do so. Those ice flowers quickly melted on their bodies, and then fell from their bodies. The same ice blossoms bloomed all over the body, freezing their bodies quickly, and no one could resist. Under this trick, everyone was frozen, even Ganfuer was no exception. They all turned into ice sculptures, and ice flowers bloomed one after another on top of the ice sculptures. Until the end I can no longer see the figure, I can only see the endless ice flowers. 98, 99, 100. When Ji Lingyun counted to 100, all those who were frozen by the flowers lost their breath. Bang, bang. But there are two exceptions. When the ice sculpture of Ganfuer was about to bloom to 100 flowers, blue lightning appeared inside, and then burst out. The lightning slammed into Ji Lingyun, but it was easily avoided by Ji Lingyun. The lightning hit the side of the main hall. Wherever it went, there was a mess, and finally the lightning turned into Ganfuer. And the other is Erji. He is different from Ganfuer. Ganfuer used the power of thunder and lightning to break the ice block, but he abruptly broke the ice sculpture with his own body. The body has more than doubled, just like a huge giant. Ji Lingyun looked at these two people and said, "Thunder fruit is Logia, it can be elementalized, and it is excusable that it can't be killed, but I didn't expect you guys to be able to handle my trick, but unfortunately, you seem to have no strength to stand up." That's right, although Erji also escaped from the ice, his body has become too huge, exhausting his power. Let alone fighting now, he can't even stand up because he is not the next one. The 11 supernova, the strength is still far short, being able to handle this trick has already made Ji Lingyun impressive. Erji is no longer a concern, so Ji Lingyun turned his attention to Ganfuer, this guy who dared to swallow his thunder fruit, he would never let it go. Ganfuer was not feeling well at this time. Although his body could be elementalized and turned into thunder and lightning, when he was touched by the ice flower, even if he was thunder and lightning, he was also blocked by ice, and finally he used all his power only then was able to escape, and the blow just broke out, but it was a pity that for Ji Lingyun, it was of no use at all. When he saw that all his subordinates, except Ergi, had been frozen and lost their breath, his face suddenly showed a look of horror. Until this moment, he did not understand what he was doing. How ignorant and ridiculous what he did, now he is the only one left, even if he has the power of thunder and lightning, how could he be Ji Lingyun's opponent? But this kind of panic only lasted for a moment. He quickly stared at Ji Lingyun with a grim expression, and shouted, "I don't believe you are really that strong. You have used such a powerful move. You must also be strong. Don't install it anymore." Chapter 174. Ji Lingyun shook his head and said calmly, "Yes, that trick did consume most of my strength, but what about it? It's enough to deal with you. Only Ganfuer is the only one. Ji Lingyun has the chance to win, so he has calmed down instead. Without the anger and unhappiness he had before, the only thing he regrets is thunder fruit. Ganfuer is already mortal. No matter what, he will not let Ganfuer live, but this guy ate thunder fruit. Once he killed him, thunder fruit will definitely disappear, but he wants to find it again, but it's not that easy." Ganfuer roared angrily. He was also the god of the Sky Island. He was insulted so many times by Ji Lingyun. At this time, he was in desperate situation. He hadn't thought of asking for mercy. He just wanted to be with Ji Lingyun. Desperately. When he waved his hands, his surroundings were suddenly covered with thunder and lightning, as if the god of thunder came to the world, very dazzling. Go to hell. Ganfu screamed and controlled all the lightning to strike Ji Lingyun. Seeing Ganfu's actions, Ji Lingyun shook her head disdainfully. Thunder fruit, such a powerful fruit, fell on Ganfu's body. It was really a waste. Judging from his attack, it was only the most basic palm. 320 thunder and lightning attacks, let alone the real power of thunder fruit. I am afraid that even a point of power has not been exerted. Later, Analu has the power to destroy the world with every attack, and Ganfu controls the thunder and lightning as if playing a house. The speed of thunder and lightning is fast, but Ji Lingyun's speed is not slow, and he did not move. An ice wall immediately formed around him. Those lightning strikes on the ice wall, except for the cracking sound of the ice, and didn't hit Ji Lingyun at all. A good thunder fruit, it was wasted by you. I knew it would be better to let Analu get it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Although it is a pity for thunder fruit, Ji Lingyun is even more pity that thunder fruit was eaten by Ganfu. Instead of exerting the power of thunder fruit, he shamed a good and powerful fruit. Ji Lingyun held Hyrinmaru and suddenly rushed to Ganfu. He was in front of him in an instant, but Ganfu did not dodge, but instead sneered at Ji Lingyun. Puff. The next moment, Ganfu's face changed in an instant. He looked at Ji Lingyun's sword through his body in an unbelievable manner. The blood kept flowing out, and his vitality was also fading quickly. He said in a condensed voice. How is it possible? How could you stab me? Ji Lingyun looked at him, shook his head and sighed. So, you are still too naive. The world you see is too limited. Sitting on the well and watching the sky, Logia Devil Fruit can indeed make the body elemental and immune to attacks, but there is still a kind of ability. You can hit the Logia Demon Fruit power directly, to popularize it for you, that is armament hockey. Ganfu looked down at Ji Lingyun's Hyrinmaru, and saw that the original white Hyrinmaru turned into jet black at this moment. This is the effect of covering armament hockey. After half a year, Ji Lingyun's use of armament hockey has made great progress, covering the weapon without any problems. Ganfu wanted to say something more, but Ji Lingyun's sword had already taken all his life away. In the end, he still didn't say anything, and died when he turned his head. Pulling out Hyrinmaru, Ji Lingyun looked at the dead body of Ganfu and said, the moment you eat the thunder fruit I want, you should be able to foresee the result. You think you can follow me with strength. Contend, but you who sit on the well and watch the sky will never know what the real sky looks like. After saying this, Ji Lingyun's expression suddenly became stunned, because the voice of the system rang in his ears. Sogyo no Kodawari Bankai conditions are met, Bankai skills, Thunderstorm Array Shooting Fish. Additional ability, Thunder and Lightning. Ji Lingyun's expression was very stunned, because he remembered that Sogyo no Kodawari in Shinigami didn't seem to have Bankai, so he didn't know what Sogyo no Kodawari's Bankai ability was. Why did this suddenly appear now? System, what's going on? Why did I unlock Sogyo no Kodawari's Bankai after I killed Ganfu? Could it be Thunder Fruit? Ji Lingyun asked. The system replied. There is no Bankai's Zanpakuto in Shinigami, and it needs to be completed by the host. Thunder Fruit is just a hidden condition for opening Sogyo no Kodawari Bankai, so host will open Sogyo no Kodawari Bankai, but such a possibility exists. The odds are very low. It can be said that host is very lucky. Ji Lingyun was overjoyed. He never expected that he did not get Thunder Fruit this time, but he got Sogyo no Kodawari's Bankai, and just said that Sogyo no Kodawari Bankai has the power of thunder and lightning. Doesn't it mean it's Thunder Fruit ability? If this is the case, it is simply too domineering. The power of thunder and lightning is the most destructive force in nature, but this is a bit embarrassing if you need to understand it yourself. Ji Lingyun looked at the dead Ganfu, and smiled. It seems that you have eaten Thunder Fruit, and it is not a bad thing. If you just give Thunder Fruit to me, I really don't know. I would think of using the blade of Shinigami to absorb his power. If you were eaten by you, I happen to kill you again. Although there was no Thunder Fruit, I unlocked Sogyo no Kodawari's Bankai. I really lost my life and got me. Fortunately, haha. Ji Lingyun's mood at this time is particularly good, because not only the Bankai of Sogyo no Kodawari has been completed, but also another new Zanpakuto has been unlocked, and this Zanpakuto is also very interesting. Shinso. Shikai. Rubber fruit also available for the blood of those with fruit ability, Bankai. Unknown, it can be opened after Shikai is completed. Shinso is the Zanpakuto of Ichimaru Jin, the captain of the 3rd division, a very awkward Zanpakuto, and a Zanpakuto that can extend 13 kilometers, and the expansion speed is 500 times the speed of sound, and the weight has not changed at all, that is say, once Shinso's sword is pointed at you, it means you are going to be finished. Chapter 175. I didn't expect it to be Shinso. This is a very buggy Zanpakuto. I didn't expect that luck was so good that it was a character explosion. Ji Lingyun was really excited. He just unblocked the censorship, and unexpectedly harvested Sogyo no Kodawari's Bankai, and now there is a very abnormal Shinso. This series of luck is really good. However, Shinso's Shikai condition is actually rubber fruit, which makes Ji Lingyun very interesting. It actually requires the fruit ability of the protagonist in One Piece to unblock it, but it's not surprising to think about it, because rubber fruit's ability is indeed the characteristics of becoming longer are very similar to Shinso, except that Shinso's length is more terrifying and the speed is faster. Rubber fruit will be Luffy in the future if nothing happens, so there is no need to worry about it, and there is no rush. After all, No one knows when Shanks will get rubber fruit. Now that there is a current unblocking condition in front of him, Lingyun naturally will not waste it. He slowly turned around to meet Urji's horrified gaze, and the death of Gonfoer completely frightened him. Up. When Urji found Lingyun looking at him, his whole body was agitated. He was already weak to the extreme. He couldn't move even if he moved, let alone resisted, so he could only beg for mercy. Lingyun said coldly. I don't know what the old guy said to you, but since you dare to do something to me, that's my enemy. I have never been soft on enemies, and I am not willing to give I leave a scourge for myself, and I don't want to be secretly thought of by others. Urji quickly wailed. I was confused by that old thing. Please bypass me. I promise I will never show up in front of you again. Just please let me go. Although Urji's begging for mercy was miserable, Lingyun was not at all soft-hearted. If I became like this instead, would you let me go? No, so you don't have to beg for mercy, yours. The ending is doomed. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Urji's face was ruthless, but as soon as he uttered a word, Lingyun's hand had already pierced his body. Lingyun said. I don't have the habit of talking too much nonsense, and I won't give you a chance to fight back. Thinking of Jeffrey White and Rambo and his son, Lingyun really missed him a bit. They were his first subordinates and were loyal to him. In addition, he was a little embarrassed, so he just prepared to go to the East Daxia Sea. So he is very embarrassed now, wanting to go back but not wanting to go back. Let's go to the East Daxia Sea to see them first, and then return to New World. However, even Shikai's scourge is powerful enough to attack part of the body of the black-armored warrior Black Rope Scourge Ming King after Bankai. Although he cannot summon his whole body like Bankai, it is powerful enough. Same as Sharingan Susanoo in, only part of it appears. It is really difficult to go up to the island from below, but it is easier to get down from the island. Lingyun directly uses Minazuki to fly down the Sea of Clouds. After killing Urji, Lingyun's goal of this trip to the Sky Island has basically been completed. For Thunder Fruit, he now has no thoughts. With the death of Fruit ability, the corresponding Devil Fruit will be reborn, but in the end it will appear there, no one can be sure of that. Anyway, Lingyun was also a hardcore reader in the novel industry in his previous life. He saw a lot of plots of dying counterattack and defeating victory, so even if Urji seemed to have no room for resistance, he still didn't want to waste a little more godly. Lingyun came from the Sky Island where Guy Island is, but after he got off the Sky Island, he didn't know where he was. He only knew that it was somewhere on the Grand Line. As for where, he inquired about it. I realized that he was in the middle of the first half of the Grand Line. But on the other hand, he doesn't want to go back, because the life of the Whitebeard Pirates is so easy. Although some battles happen occasionally, he is basically out of his turn. Staying aboard the Moby DK. Lingyun stayed for more than a year for this treatment. For more than a year, he lived in the forest of Apayado. Although there was no one to use, he was very comfortable alone. Although his strength hasn't improved much in more than a year, he knows that he has become stronger, and that things that he could not master before have slowly been integrated in this year. Although he was not interested, he did not intend to leave immediately. Instead, he was going to stay on Sky Island for a while, on the one hand, to consolidate and exercise his abilities, on the other hand, to get acquainted with the new Zanpakuto. By the way, I have been away for 2 years. Before I left, I asked White and his son to go to the East Daxia Sea. Anyway, they are my subordinates. If you don't care about it, it's a bit uncomfortable, or you can go to the East Daxia Sea. Look at them. The god of the Sky Island is dead, it will definitely cause a great storm, and the next Sky Island will definitely be unstable. To be honest, if the Sky Island is below, taking this opportunity, Lingyun might still be willing to integrate. After all, it is also a force, but this is Sky Island, which does not help him much at all, so he is not in the mood to care about things here. Counting time, he also stayed on the Sky Island for nearly 2 years. He felt that no progress would be made if he continued to practice with great concentration, so Lingyun was about to leave here. Although the Sky Island was peaceful, it was not a place to stay for long. After killing Urji, Lingyun received a system reminder again, saying that the Shikai of Zanpakuto Scourge had been completed. As long as he got the blood of Marine Marshal Sengoku, his scourge would be able to complete Bankai. After returning to the first half of the Grand Line, Lingyun began to feel embarrassed again. Speaking of it, he has been away from the Whitebeard Pirates for more than 2 years. He has not seen Whitebeard and the brothers of the Whitebeard Pirates for more than 2 years. I miss it very much, so he kind of wants to go back to New World. Chapter 176. It's not the first time Lingyun has come to Donghae, so those who are familiar with the road have arrived in Donghae. I have to say that the hidden skills of Jeffrey White and his sons are really not weak. Lingyun did not find any information about them for many days, until he accidentally discovered the Marquis and Jeffrey White had agreed upon. According to the information on the label, it took Lingyun a while to find the whereabouts of Jeffrey White and his son. White, you have been doing pretty well the past 2 years, and you have formed another pirate group. Lingyun directly found Jeffrey White, but to his surprise, Jeffrey White actually formed another pirate group. Although it could not be compared with his previous ones, it also had hundreds of subordinates. There was a sudden voice that shocked Jeffrey White, but when he heard the sound, he immediately relaxed again. He turned his head and saw Ji Lingyun looking at him with a smile. Your strength has improved again, even I did not notice your arrival. After all, Jeffrey White is a big pirate with a bounty of more than 100 million. His strength is very powerful. Ji Lingyun was able to go to his room without being discovered by him. Ji Lingyun could not do this before, but now he can do it. Obviously, the strength has been qualitatively improved. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, you have also formed a pirate group. Are you afraid of being discovered by Marine? Jeffrey White said. Don't worry about this. This is the East Daxia Sea, and I also changed my name. My name is White Jess, and I'm not too public, so Marine won't find out. Mine. Now Ji Lingyun was surprised. He didn't expect that Jeffrey White would have even changed his life. This is not something ordinary people can do. After all, people's names are basically from their parents. Easy to do but hard to do. Ji Lingyun asked, in the past 2 years, have you and Rambo been doing well? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Jeffrey White also laughed. He replied, very well. We have had a good time in the past 2 years. Not only have we formed a pirate group, but we don't have to worry about being chased down. The Marine here is worse than the Grand Line. Far away. That would be the best. Ji Lingyun finally felt relieved when he heard the words. He was worried about the accident between Jeffrey White and his son. Now that they are safe and well, this is more important than anything. Jeffrey White said, Rambo and I have been waiting for your appearance. Since you have appeared, we should return to your command and serve you again. But Ji Lingyun shook his head and said, no, White, you know what my personality is. I have never regarded you as a subordinate, so you don't have to say such things, and the life I live is too dangerous, it has settled down and is no longer suitable for that kind of life. How can this be? Jeffrey White called eagerly. However, Ji Lingyun waved his hand and said firmly, the reason why I came to you is to confirm whether you are safe. Now that you are fine, I feel relieved. From now on, you will stay in the East Daxia Sea. Jeffrey White said anxiously, this can't work, I vowed to follow you, do you want me to break my promise? And Rambo has always been looking forward to sailing with you in the sea. I can't let him down. Ji Lingyun said, Rambo is still too young. Let's do it. You guys are settled in the East Daxia Sea. If Rambo grows up in the future and is willing to follow me, let him come to me. But before that, you need your own take care. Jeffrey White stared at Ji Lingyun earnestly for a long time, and finally sighed, well, I'll just listen to you. He knows that Ji Lingyun is for their good. He also knows that Ji Lingyun is a crazy person. He can do everything. It is really dangerous to follow him. He doesn't care. Anyway, his life is picked up, but he doesn't want his son also lived a life of displacement, so for the sake of his son, he agreed to Ji Lingyun's suggestion. That's right. Ji Lingyun laughed, and then said, don't tell Rambo about the things I have been here. If you see me, he will definitely be reluctant to bear me. I will tell him what I said in the future. Yes. Jeffrey White nodded, and then hesitated to say to Ji Lingyun, Lingyun, I know you are arrogant, and you are not afraid of the sky, but I think you still have to be careful in your actions in the future. Marine is not you are so troublesome. I can see that when Marine Admiral chased us, they wanted to capture you alive, so they were a little restrained, but once they really had a murderous intention, that would be the most terrifying. How strong Marine Admiral is. As a former big pirate, Jeffrey White still knows a little bit. The reason why they were able to escape from Marine Admiral several times at the beginning is of course because they are very strong, but there is also a large part of it. The reason is because Marine Admiral didn't really want to kill Ji Lingyun. Although as a subordinate, it is not appropriate to say such things to the boss, but Ji Lingyun knows that Jeffrey White is for his good, so he smiled and said, I know, Marine's plan is also clear to me. Don't worry, I know what to do, and, White, after meeting you this time, I won't be doing anything with Marine. I may be returning to the Moby DK next time. Jeffrey White was surprised at first, and then he was relieved. You want to return to New World 1.4. That's right, returning to New World, with your Whitebeard Pirates power, Marine, no matter how great it is what might be done to you. Okay. Ji Lingyun nodded and said, White, we don't know when we can meet again, but I will come again in Donghai. I hope you won't forget me then. Jeffrey White laughed loudly. You are my savior, how could I forget you? I just hope you can come again as soon as possible. Next time I can see Rambo, the little guy can't wait for Tenten to see you, follow you in the sea. Ji Lingyun said. I will. Chapter 177. After bidding farewell to Jeffrey White, Ji Lingyun went home again alone. This time he is going to return to New World and his own big family. He hasn't returned for a long time. I miss everyone and I guess everyone too. Miss him very much. Back to New World, Ji Lingyun did not take the Minazuki, but followed the merchant ship. After all, his Minazuki was too eye-catching. Although he disappeared for 2 years, who knows what Marine's attitude towards him is, he doesn't want to provoke him anymore. Right or wrong, so I want to go back low-key. But sometimes it's not that he can keep a low profile if he wants to keep a low profile. Sometimes if you don't look for things, things will automatically find you. On this day, the merchant ship was resupplying on an island on the Grand Line. Ji Lingyun also got off the ship and wandered around the island. After strolling casually for a while, he was ready to return to the merchant ship, but he was about to walk to the beach. At that time, I suddenly heard a burst of 13 gunshots not far away. Ji Lingyun paused, and then walked again. He didn't want to be nosy, but he hadn't walked a few steps before, and the gunshots got closer and closer, and suddenly a bullet shot from beside him, making him stop again. After Ji Lingyun stopped, a group of people suddenly rushed out. To be precise, one person ran away in front, a large group of people behind were chasing, and some people were chasing and shooting at the same time. Murloc. After Ji Lingyun saw the appearance of the person running ahead, his expression became very surprised, because the person who ran away was different from normal humans. He had a red skin and a very tall stature. One could tell at a glance that he was a Murloc. But he was covered in blood, and he seemed to have suffered serious injuries. The Murloc was running away from Ji Lingyun. When he saw Ji Lingyun in front of him, he immediately shouted, "Get out of the way and don't get hurt by mistake." But Ji Lingyun didn't move. The Murloc thought that Ji Lingyun was scared stupid. He was going to give him a hand when he passed by. Who knew that he didn't pull Ji Lingyun at once, but he was forced to stop. Coming down, this made his face suddenly change. It was just such a pause. The hunters behind the Murloc chased up. A group of people raised their spears and pointed at the Murloc and Ji Lingyun. One of them shouted, "Tiger, you can't run away anymore, don't hurry up. Catch it with one's hands." The Murloc's name is Taij, his face is ugly, and he glances at Ji Lingyun beside him reluctantly. He had a chance to escape just now, but because he wanted to save Ji Lingyun, he was overtaken, but he did not regret it, but felt a little helpless in his heart. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Tiger shouted, "I won't go back with you, even if I die, I don't want to go back to that place again." Most of the people in the group were in suits and leather shoes, and the leader sneered, "If you want to die, it also depends on whether you have the ability to escape from the adult's cage and make the adult angry. You are taking the blame." Murloc Tiger clenched his fists, but in order to escape from hell, his whole body was wounded. Even if he was able to fight, he would definitely not be the opponent of these people, but he still wouldn't be able to catch it with his hands, even if it was. After he died in battle, he didn't want to go back to that hell again. The leader of the group of arresters glanced at Ji Lingyun next to Tiger and said, "Take Tiger down, and the human next to him will also be arrested and sent to the slave camp together." This scene completely stunned everyone, especially the Murloc Tiger next to him. He looked at Ji Lingyun incredible. He suddenly remembered that he had just been held down by this young and easy man. It turned out that this teenager is not ordinary people. Hearing this, Ji Lingyun showed a look of helplessness on his face and said to himself, "Oh, it is indeed a bit unfortunate. I just want to go home low-key. Why do you bother to provoke me?" Ji Lingyun said as he walked, "Who am I? Haha, have you ever heard of the name, Shinigami?" Who are you? Shinigami. Ji Lingyun walked towards him step by step. Without taking a step, he took a step back, and his body trembled more severely. The leader of the group of arresters looked at Ji Lingyun in horror, and his body couldn't help shaking. He didn't see any movement of Ji Lingyun, just the astonishing momentum instantly brought down his subordinates, even 160. It was he who also endured the tremendous pressure and didn't fall down. This. Ji Lingyun's pupils suddenly shrank, and an astonishing haki emanated from his body. The arresters suddenly rolled their eyes and fell down. In the end, only a few people were able to stand. This person thought for a while, but just a few seconds later, his eyes widened suddenly, his backward footsteps were messed up, and he fell to the ground with a bang, pointing to Ji Lingyun in amazement and shouted, "Shinigami, are you the Shinigami wanted by Edward Ji Lingyun, Marine Headquarters?" Kid, if you're unlucky, you don't want to be treated anymore. If you have to stay here, you can be a companion with Tiger and be a slave together. The arresters laughed disdainfully, although Ji Lingyun was carrying a sword behind his back, but they really didn't put the boy in their eyes. But at this moment, Ji Lingyun, who had not spoken all the time, suddenly said, "Hey, it doesn't seem to be very authentic for you to do this. I'm just a passerby and I didn't do anything. You are going to attack me." Ji Lingyun looked at this person in surprise and said, "I didn't expect you to know me. Am I really that famous?" Just this moment, he knew that the young man in front of him was not something they could afford. With that, those people were ready to start their hands, Tiger roared, and was also ready to fight desperately. He stayed on the Sky Island for 2 years, and I really don't know how famous he is now. Marine has never caught him several times in a row, and Marine Admiral shot him, which directly led to his popularity. In addition, among the Grand Line, the name of Shinigami is well-known and well-known. While he was talking to himself, those people had already rushed over, and several of them raised their spears, ready to shoot. Chapter 178. I beg my lord to let us go. We are just following orders. I beg my lord to let us go. Knowing that the young man in front of him is the fiercely famous Shinigami in the legend, this man dared to have other ideas, so he immediately knelt down to Ji Lingyun and kept kowtow, hoping that Ji Lingyun could bypass him life. But Ji Lingyun said coldly, "If you don't know my identity, it's easy to handle, but you know my identity, and I don't want to be exposed, so go to hell." The man kneeling on the ground and kowtow suddenly jumped up, with a short sword in his hand, and stabbed it straight. Because the two were close together, and he suddenly attacked, the tip of the sword pierced Ji Lingyun's heart directly, and this person also showed excitement, but the next moment, his joyful expression disappeared instantly. Ding! The blade stabbed on Ji Lingyun's body, but there was a sound of gold and iron symphony. I saw that the position of Ji Lingyun's heart turned black somehow, and the blade stabbed there, and there was no way to advance half a minute. Ji Lingyun reached out and grabbed the man's wrist. With a slight force, the man suddenly screamed and fell to the ground with his wrists and shouted in pain. Ji Lingyun said indifferently, "The opportunity is already given to you, since you can't kill me, then there's no way." The short blade that he snatched from his hand flicked at the man, and the short blade passed through his throat, and the man couldn't die anymore. Seeing Ji Lingyun's fierce shot, the other arresters who were not stunned by Conqueror's Haki all fled in horror, but how could Ji Lingyun let them go and chase them quickly? Less than a minute at the time, all the people who fled were beheaded by him. As for the guys who passed out, because they didn't know his identity, they escaped. After dealing with all this, Ji Lingyun walked slowly to the shocked Murloc tiger, and said, "I just heard them call you Tiger. Are you Fisher Tiger from the Fishman Island?" There may be many people in One Piece named Tiger, but among the Murlocs, Tiger Ji Lingyun only remembers Fisher Tiger, and their conversation just now shows that Tiger is an escaped slave. Then it fits the image of Fisher Tiger very well, that's why he asks. "I am Fisher Tiger, how do you know me?" This red-skinned Murloc was Fisher Tiger who later made trouble in the Holy Land Mary Geoise. At this time, he had just escaped from celestial dragons, so he was hunted down, but he was wondering why Ji Lingyun knew him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Because he had been a slave for several years, Tiger didn't know Ji Lingyun. Ji Lingyun said, "I am Edward Ji Lingyun of the Whitebeard Pirates. I am friends with Jinbei. I heard him talk about you, so I recognized you. You belong to the Whitebeard Pirates. And you know Jinbei." Fisher Tiger's face suddenly showed a pleasant surprise. He knew that the current the Fishman Island was peaceful under the shelter of Whitebeard, so he had a great affection for the people of the Whitebeard Pirates, not to mention Ji Lingyun is still Jinbei's friend, but Jinbei is his most valued junior, so his affection for Ji Lingyun has greatly increased. "I would like to ask, is the current the Fishman Island okay?" Ji Lingyun replied, "I really don't know about this. I haven't been to New World for 2 years, so I don't know much about New World and the Fishman Island, but we have the shelter of the Whitebeard Pirates. I don't think anyone would dare to mess around." Fisher breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's good, it's okay, it's been a few years since I left the Fishman Island." "Then are you going back now?" Ji Lingyun asked. Fisher Tiger nodded and said, "Well, I am going back." Then he said to Ji Lingyun with a gloomy expression, "You heard what they said just now. I am a slave who escaped from a slave. They came to catch me back." Ji Lingyun's face remained unchanged, and said, "Oh." Seeing that Ji Lingyun didn't have any contempt or any other reaction, Fisher Tiger let go a little nervously. He was worried that Ji Lingyun would look down on him because he was a slave, if he could hide it. If he lives, he doesn't want to reveal that he was a slave, but Ji Lingyun just heard it clearly. Even if he conceals it, it's useless. It's better to just say it. Tiger said, "I used to be a slave of celestial dragons. You saved me this time. I am grateful to you, but I can't hurt you. Celestial dragons is something we can't afford, so for safety's sake, you'd better not do good things. Stay with me." Ha ha. Ji Lingyun suddenly laughed disdainfully, and said in a disdainful tone, "Celestial dragons. So what? I haven't played before." Hearing what Ji Lingyun said, Tiger suddenly showed a look of horror. He suddenly remembered something in his mind and exclaimed, "You have played celestial dragons, Edward Ji Lingyun, maybe you were in Shampoo 2 years ago. The man who forced celestial dragons to kneel in the Earth Islands." Even as a slave, he had heard of the humiliation of celestial dragons that year. When he was in the slave camp, many people were excited about it. There were still people who dared to fight celestial dragons. The brave man who forced celestial dragons to kneel. Tiger didn't think about this before, and only then did he remember that the person who beat celestial dragons seemed to be Ji Lingyun. He stared at Ji Lingyun in disbelief, and his pupils were full of shock. Ji Lingyun touched his nose and said, "It's me. It's a pity that if it wasn't for escape, I might have killed that guy. It's a pity." Fisher Tiger's expression was even more shocked. If he said this from someone else's mouth, he would definitely sneer and dismiss it, but from Ji Lingyun's mouth, he was shocked because he could feel it. Ji Lingyun must dare to do it, even forcing celestial dragons to kneel down, and this insulting thing he did, killing celestial dragons, may not be a big deal to him. Ji Lingyun said to Fisher Tiger, "It just so happens that I am also going back to New World. If you don't mind, let's go together. Anyway, it's not far from the Chambord Islands." Chapter 179. After knowing the relationship between Ji Lingyun and Jinbei is not shallow, Fisher Tiger really let go of his guard. He said, "Okay, then we will meet the Fishman Island together." With Fisher Tiger, it is naturally inconvenient for them to continue to take the merchant ship, but fortunately, it is not too far away from the Chambord Islands, so Ji Lingyun is going to fly over with Minazuki directly. When Fisher Tiger saw that Ji Lingyun's weapon could turn into a flying monster, he was also very frightened. The two of them rode on Minazuki and quickly came to the Chambord Islands. After arriving in the Chambord Islands, Ji Lingyun said to Fisher Tiger, "Tiger, if you are not in a hurry, please come to see a friend with me." Tiger knew very well that Ji Lingyun took care of him along the way so that he could escape safely, otherwise it was still a problem whether he could reach the Chambord Islands, so after hearing what Ji Lingyun said, he did not hesitate and immediately nodded in agreement. Ji Lingyun took Fisher Tiger to Shachi's knockoff bar and pushed in directly. There is still no one in the bar. Sometimes Ji Lingyun really doesn't know how Shachi opened the bar, why there are no guests all day long, but when you think about Shachi's identity 833 and the business she secretly made, he is not enough. Surprisingly, how much money can the bar make all day long? I'm afraid that opening a bar is just a deception. You kid still knows to come back. No news for 2 years, I thought you were slaughtered by Marine. Shachi stood at the bar, and saw that the person who came in turned out to be Ji Lingyun. Her eyes flashed with joy, but she quickly covered up, and turned to a fierce face and said disdainfully. Ji Lingyun replied indifferently, how could those Marine guys catch me? I just hid in a place for 2 years and practiced, where communication is not convenient, so I didn't notify you. Shachi hummed. My old lady is too lazy to care about you. It's your old man who always sends people to find you, and he also found me. It's really annoying, and what's the matter with the murloc you brought? Quote. Father. Hearing that Daddy Whitebeard sent someone to look for him, Ji Lingyun suddenly felt a warm current in his heart, and then introduced to Shachi. Aunt Sha, this is Fisher Tiger from the Fishman Island, it's me, friend. Shachi said softly, Fisher Tiger, I have heard your name, a murloc adventurer. Tiger was also very surprised. He didn't expect the woman in front of him to reveal his identity in one go, but he didn't know Shachi, so he could only look at Ji Lingyun. Ji Lingyun explained in a low voice. This is Aunt Sha, don't look at her young. In fact, he is a big sea pirate in my father's era with Roger, and he is already very old. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Smelly boy. Before Ji Lingyun could say anything, a wine glass was smashed over, and Shachi roared angrily. Boy, don't think that your voice is too small for me to hear. Let my old lady hear you saying that I am old, my old lady. I will kill you. Ji Lingyun shrank his neck. As expected, women care about age. Although he was complaining, he didn't dare to show it. He could only smile and replied. Okay, Aunt Sha is young and beautiful. Watching the fight between Ji Lingyun and Shachi, Fisher Tiger smiled relievedly, and then said respectfully to Shachi, my name is Fisher Tiger and I am also Lingyun's friend. Nice to meet you. Shachi nodded and said, well, although this kid is ridiculous, but he has a good vision. He can be regarded as a friend. It seems that you are also extraordinary. Shachi has been with Ji Lingyun for a period of time, and naturally she knows Ji Lingyun better. Ji Lingyun still belongs to the kind of arrogant person in his bones. To be his friend, he must get his approval. However, Shachi had no interest in Fisher Tiger, and continued to ask Ji Lingyun, where did you go the last 2 years? What do you want to do when you come to me now? Ji Lingyun smiled bitterly. Aunt Sha, don't be so realistic, okay, I can't come here to see you if I'm fine. Your kid is not profitable and can't afford to be early, you can only believe half of what you say. Shachi was full of disdain. Ji Lingyun said helplessly, you really misunderstood me. I came here to meet you and Uncle Rayleigh. I am going back to New World. I haven't been home for a long time. I miss it. Now Shachi was surprised. She asked, are you going back to New World? Yeah, Ji Lingyun nodded. Shachi said, alright, then you go back quickly, so that your dad will send someone to find me if he is fine in 3 days. Also, the old guy Rayleigh doesn't know where he went, half a month. If you haven't come back, you don't have to wait for him. Ji Lingyun said disappointedly, oh, that's a shame. If Uncle Rayleigh comes back, Aunt Sha can help me out. Aunt Sha waved her hand and said, okay, why are you so long-winded, get out of here, don't delay my business. Hearing this, Ji Lingyun's face was full of black lines. You still do business in the bar, how many customers can you have in a day? But he still didn't leave, but said, Aunt Sha, I want to go back to New World. It must be impossible without a boat. You can lend me a coated boat. Upon hearing this, Shachi immediately became angry. She pointed to Ji Lingyun and shouted, you kid are so embarrassed to open this. What did my old lady borrow your boat before? You ruined it for me in a few days, and now you dare to follow I borrow the boat, not the boat. Ji Lingyun said depressed. Then I will pay for it, let's do it. Shachi immediately changed her attitude and said with a smile, of course you can, even if you prefer a little bit, 10 million Baileys. Is there any mistake? 10 million Baileys. So expensive. Ji Lingyun jumped immediately. Shachi said, what the ghost is called, it is already considered cheap for you. The last time the boat was not settled for you, is my old lady's boat the same as other people's boats? And it is still coated, 10 million Baileys, don't even think about taking it away if you miss a point. Keep the account. Ji Lingyun knew that even if he was talking about Po Tien, he couldn't have said about Shachi, so he had to admit defeat. Shachi frowned and said, accounting again. Your kid owes me so much money, and keeps accounts every time. If it weren't for your father's face, the old lady wouldn't keep accounts for you. Chapter 180. Ji Lingyun got the boat from Shachi smoothly, and it was coated, and then sailed with Fisher Tiger from the Chambord Islands to the bottom of the sea. Fisher Tiger is much more familiar with the Fishman Island than Ji Lingyun, so Ji Lingyun handed over the task of navigating the boat to Tiger, and he was on the side to assist, and the two sneaked in at a very fast speed. The bottom of the sea, and then entered the range of the Fishman Island. After entering the Fishman Island, Ji Lingyun discovered how famous Fisher Tiger was in the Fishman Island. After they got off the boat, someone immediately parked the boat for them, and there was a large group of murlocs. They surrounded him and said this to Tiger in a twittering. All of them were excited, as if they had seen an idol. Tiger was also very patient and greeted everyone with a smile all the way. It took a long time for Tiger to get out of the surrounding situation. Tiger, you can see that you are very popular. On the way to Dragon Palace City, Lingyun smiled and joked with Tiger. After seeing One Piece, he thought that Tiger became the idol of all the Murlocs after he had done that earth-shattering event. The situation seems to be obviously not. Tiger has already had a great reputation in the Fishmen Island and is the idol of many fishmen. Tiger smiled and said, everyone just wants to read the article about travel that I wrote. The Fishmen Island is 10,000 meters under the sea, and the fishmen are discriminated against as soon as they go ashore, so although everyone wants to go ashore. Look, but I didn't dare. I was the first Murloc who dared to travel around the world. That's why everyone was so enthusiastic about me. Although Tiger said so, Lingyun obviously did not believe it. He knew that Tiger also came out of the slums of the Fishmen Island, so he has a high reputation among the Murlocs at the bottom, even compared to King Neptune. It's not much difference. The two went directly to Dragon Palace City. Tiger came back and made such a big movement. Naturally, it was impossible for Neptune and Princess Otahime to not know, so when Lingyun and the others came to Dragon Palace City, they were not blocked, just walked in. However, when entering the main hall, Lingyun was blocked by the guards, but at this moment, the palace guard chief Jinbei rushed over. Big brother Tiger. When Tiger heard this loud cry, his whole body was shocked. Seeing Jinbei rushing over, the two hugged fiercely. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Both of them patted each other's back hard, and after a long time they let go. Tiger smiled and said to Jinbei, I haven't seen you in a few years, Jinbei, you have become much stronger, but I didn't expect you to become a palace guard. Jinbei chuckled and said, it's all the blessing of big brother Totage. I think I have to do something for the Fishmen Island, so I became a palace guard. Speaking of it, it has been several years. Brother Jay, your news has made all of our brothers anxious, and Shanza saw that you were all right, so I was relieved. After seeing Fisher Tiger, Jinbei changed from his usual taciturn appearance and kept chatting. Tiger patted Jinbei on the shoulder and said, we will talk about our affairs later. I'm going to see His Majesty the King first. By the way, this is Lingyun. You are already familiar with it. Jinbei looked at Lingyun at this time, and he was overjoyed and said, Lingyun, why are you? Lingyun sighed, well, I've been standing for a long time, and someone just didn't see it. It seems that I really don't have a sense of existence. Jinbei laughed awkwardly, and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, Lingyun, I was so excited just now, so I didn't care too much. Tiger asked Lingyun, Lingyun, I am going to tell His Majesty the King what happened to me. Do you want to come with me? If it weren't for Lingyun to have known that he used to be a slave, he would certainly not give such an invitation, but now Lingyun already knows, and Lingyun is still a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, so it's no big deal to take him there. Yes, I believe even Neptune and Princess Otahime would not say anything. However, Lingyun has no interest in this. He has guessed what Tiger wants to say to Neptune and Princess Otahime. It cannot be said that the slaves of his companions have suffered, and he wants to save them and also wants to get Nip. They gave up their support, but Lingyun knew very well that Tiger could not be supported, because in the original book he climbed alone on the Red Soil continent, and there was no reinforcement. No, Tiger, you go, I'm here to reminisce about the past with Jinbei. Lingyun said. Tiger didn't force it either. He just nodded and said, okay, then I'll go ahead, Jinbei, take care of Lingyun. He has saved my life and is my benefactor. After saying this, Tiger left, leaving Jinbei making a fuss and exclaimed, what? Brother Tiger has been in danger. Lingyun, what's the matter? 0. Lingyun casually said, what else could be going on, you don't know the Murloc's situation. I just happened to meet Tiger, so I helped him. It's no big deal. Oh, that's the case, I thought big brother Tiger had some big trouble. Jinbei breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked again, Lingyun, where have you been in the past 2 years and haven't heard from you? I thought what happened to you? Lingyun said. I just found a place to practice, and I have never come out, so naturally you don't have any news about me. Where can I eat? After such a long journey, I am a little hungry. Take me to get something. Food. Jinbei immediately led the way. Come with me, I'll take you to make delicious food. While Lingyun and Jinbei were eating and drinking, Tiger also talked to the king of the Fishmen Island Neptune and Princess Otahime about his experience, including his arrest and slavery. Princess G was already in tears, and Neptune was also silent. They all knew the condition of the Murloc, but unfortunately they couldn't change anything. If it weren't for the last encounter with Lingyun, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back at all, and it's impossible to see His Majesty the King and His Royal Highness. Finally, Tiger said with emotion on his face, his tone full of gratitude. Chapter 181. Lingyun. Is that Edward Lingyun from the Whitebeard Pirates? Neptune asked in surprise. Tiger nodded and said, yes, it is him. I accidentally ran into him when I was hunted down. Princess Otahime said. I heard that he has disappeared for 2 years, but I didn't expect to reappear now. Speaking of which, the Fishmen Island was in great trouble, and he helped us solve it and asked us to join. He joined the Whitebeard Pirates, so he is still our benefactor of the Fishmen Island. Is there anything else? Tiger didn't know much about this, so Princess Ahime told Tiger about the original situation. After listening to it, Tiger was even more grateful to Ji Lingyun. He said with emotion, I didn't expect there to be. I never heard him say anything like this. Princess Otahime asked, where is the other person now? Tiger said, I let Jinbei accompany him. Princess Otahime said, then let's go take a look. Ji Lingyun did not immediately return to the Whitebeard Pirates, but stayed in the Fishman Island for a few days, because he suddenly wanted to participate in a major event. As for the Whitebeard Pirates, he knew that Shachi would send someone to notify his father. So he was not too anxious to go back. On this day, Tiger was planning to leave the Fishman Island alone, but when he walked to the beach and was about to leave, he accidentally saw Ji Lingyun and Jinbei. Lingyun, Jinbei, why are you here? Tiger asked. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, if someone wants to leave without saying goodbye, we naturally have to come over and take a look. Jinbei also asked, Brother Tiger, where are you going? Tiger said, I have important things to do, so I don't have time to say goodbye to you. Since you found out, then I will say goodbye to you here, and I will come back to gather with you when I finish my work. As he said, he was going to bypass Ji Lingyun and Jinbei and leave, but Ji Lingyun suddenly said, Tiger, are you planning to go to Mary Geoise alone? Tiger shook his whole body, looked at Ji Lingyun in amazement, and cried out incredible, how did you know? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hearing Tiger's exclamation, Jinbei asked incredible, Brother Tiger, are you really going to Mary Geoise? Looking at the peaceful Ji Lingyun and the very anxious Jinbei, Tiger sighed helplessly and said, I'm really curious, how did you know Lingyun? Except for King Neptune and Princess Otahime. I haven't revealed even a little bit of information to anyone, and even I am not sure if I can really do it. How did you know? Of course it is impossible for Ji Lingyun to tell the truth, so he smiled and said, it's just a guess. When you followed me back to the Fishman Island, you mentioned the danger of slaves more than once, and I knew it was yours. Personality, it is very possible to do some crazy things, for example, to release slaves. Tiger sighed. Sure enough, I can't hide it from you. His Majesty Neptune and His Royal Highness the Princess told me about your greatness before. I will still believe it, but now I have to admire it. You guessed it, I was indeed going to Mary Geoise, do your best to free the slaves there. Jinbei said anxiously, but that is Mary Geoise, the center of the world government. We don't know about it, and it's impossible to go there. How can we save people? Tiger glanced at Jinbei and scolded, what are we? It's me, what does it have to do with you? Jinbei immediately said loudly, Brother Tiger, I will go wherever you go. Ji Lingyun said, this will be left to Jinbei. I will go to Mary Geoise with you. Okay. Don't say anything. You also know my strength. If I go with you, you will be more confident. 1 point. After all, there is Mary Geoise. Tiger stared at Ji Lingyun and Jinbei earnestly. After a long time, he sighed. Oh, looking at you like this, even if I reject you, you will probably follow. With the abilities of both of you, I can't get rid of you. Forget it, since you are not afraid of death, then follow me. Tiger said. It is naturally impossible to enter Mary Geoise by normal means, but I have already thought of a way. Ji Lingyun said. But have you thought you can really go up there? After all, there is Mary Geoise, the center of the world government, with extremely meticulous defenses. Even if you are allowed to go up, are you sure to bring the slaves out? Tiger's expression instantly looked at Ji Lingyun as if he had seen a ghost, and asked incredulously, how do you know? Ji Lingyun also smiled slightly. He didn't come up with this idea for a while, but after thinking about it for a long time, Mary Geoise, which is the center of the world government, he really wanted to go there to take a look. But how to board Mary Geoise, have you thought about it? Ji Lingyun asked. Tiger said. Yes, I know a path to leave Mary Geoise. As long as you walk there, you can leave with great confidence. Tiger waved his hand and said, I've been studying Mary Geoise for a while, and I know where the slaves are locked up. So as long as I get to Mary Geoise, I'm sure the slaves were rescued. Great, big brother Tiger. Jinbei exclaimed excitedly, not at all 2.6 sedate. Ji Lingyun said. But even so, it is very difficult for you to complete all this alone, so you need help. Ji Lingyun said. Of course it is a guess, because I don't think you can have other methods besides this method. Jinbei also agreed. Brother Tiger, Lingyun is right, let us help you. Tiger could only agree. Well then, let's go together. Tiger sighed. You are right, I am indeed planning to climb the Red Earth continent with my bare hands. Tiger said. Although I agree with you to help me, I boarded Mary Geoise with my bare hands. The release of the slaves can only be done by me alone, and you will stay where I said and wait for me, give me support, and rescue me. Slaves. Prepare to climb up from the Red Earth continent with bare hands, right? Ji Lingyun asked. Chapter 182. Lingyun, are you really thinking about it? You want to climb Mary Geoise with me? Tiger asked Ji Lingyun. At this time they had reached the edge of the Red Earth continent. There were only Tiger, Jinbei and Ji Lingyun on this trip. In addition, they did not notify anyone. Originally, Tiger wanted both Ji Lingyun and Jinbei to stay here and wait. He climbed to Mary Geoise alone, but Ji Lingyun insisted on giving it to him, so he was determined to have no choice but to do it. Ji Lingyun said, of course, I have already decided. You also know that I am stronger than you. If I go with you, it will be more convenient and advantageous than you to go alone. Tiger knew that he could not convince Ji Lingyun, so he could only agree. Okay, but you have to follow me closely. Mary Geoise is very big. If you get lost, it will be very troublesome. When Tiger was a slave, he followed his master through Mary Geoise. Since becoming a slave, he has not given up on himself, so he remembered all the intersections of Mary Geoise and found Mary Geoise's escape route, so he was able to escape, and now he wanted to use the same method to escape with the slaves in the slave camp. Jinbei, you will stay on the 11th boat. After I bring everyone back, you will leave by boat immediately. Tiger told Jinbei. Although Jinbei also wants to follow Tiger, he also knows the importance of his mission. If he prepares well, it will save a lot of trouble. So he nodded and said, Brother Tiger, don't worry, you on me. Tiger and Ji Lingyun came to the bottom of the Red Earth continent and were about to start climbing. Tiger asked Ji Lingyun beside him, Lingyun, this Red Earth continent is extremely high. Can you really bear it? I know, you have the ability to fly, but to prevent exposure, that ability cannot be used. Mary Geoise, as the center of the world government, is naturally heavily guarded. Many people are stationed on the three sides of the sea, land and air. As long as something passes by, they will definitely be found. Especially Minazuki is so big that once it flies, it will definitely be found. Ji Lingyun said. I know, I don't know how to use it, and, Tiger, don't underestimate me. Although the Red Earth continent is high, it still can't help me. Isn't it just rock climbing? I haven't played it before. Quote. In his previous life, Ji Lingyun used to play rock climbing, but he was not as high as the Red Earth continent, but his current strength is different from the past. No matter how high the Red Earth continent, he can climb up. After Ji Lingyun and Tiger agreed, they began to climb. Although the Red Earth continent was very high, the bottom was not very steep, so it was not difficult to get up at the beginning. The two of them quickly climbed a distance. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. However, Ji Lingyun knows that rock climbing is not difficult at the beginning. The most test is only when it is halfway, or when it is about to reach the end. You must overcome fear in the middle, because there is no choice at that time. At the time, you have to face the problem of physical strength. If your physical strength is not enough and your willpower is not enough, you are likely to fall short. Needless to say, the hard work of climbing is natural. Ji Lingyun and the others started climbing during the day and did not climb to the Red Earth continent until night, and both of them were tired to death. For Ji Lingyun, this climb was not comparable. Being chased by Marine Admiral is easy to escape, and the two of them rested for a long time before recovering. After boarding the Red Earth continent, the two of them hid. Tiger whispered to Ji Lingyun, we climbed up from the Red Earth continent. This is behind Mary Geoise. Because it is a cliff, it is the least prepared place, and at night, but even so, we have to be careful to prevent exposure. Ji Lingyun asked, where is the slave camp? Tiger whispered. Those nobles in the world always buy slaves, but in fact they did not treat slaves as adults, so they naturally would not let slaves live in their homes. Every time they played, they would send them to slave camps, and the slave camp is far away from the city, that is, the edge area. We can find the slave camp as long as we walk along the edge. Ji Lingyun asked. Saving people is not the hardest thing. The most difficult thing is how to take them away after saving them. Are you really sure? Tiger said. Don't worry, no one knows the route I set. As long as we cause chaos, the chance of escape will be very high. After all, except for a few guards in the slave camp, the rest of the Holy Land guards are far. The slave camp is far away and we have enough time to escape. It's fine if you can be sure, then when shall we act? Ji Lingyun asked. Tiger said. Wait until the defense is at its weakest. He has been here for a few years, especially the slave camp. Tenten is in it, so he naturally knows what the surrounding situation is like, so he is waiting for the best time, and Ji Lingyun did not speak anymore, just followed Tiger. Wait. After I don't know how long, Tiger suddenly shook his whole body and said, now, Lingyun, we are going to save people. The guards of the slave camp are not strong. At 397 nights, there were only about 20 people. They must be resolved immediately. No problem, leave it to me. It was only 20 people, and they were basically all gathered together, because even if Tiger escaped from Mary Geoise, he didn't escape from the slave camp, so the guards of the slave camp did not change. The two quickly sneaked into the vicinity of the slave camp. Ji Lingyun fully opened the observation hockey and immediately sensed the surrounding atmosphere. Tiger, I have found the guard's position, come with me, wait for me and we will do it together. According to Tiger, the number of slaves in the slave camp is at least a few thousand people, so the slave camp is very large, and the slaves are hierarchical. The slaves of celestial dragons are basically separated, and the guards are not at night will enter the slave camp, so it is easy to determine the guard. The two came to a house in front of the gate of the slave camp. Ji Lingyun whispered. There are a total of 12 people in it, 4 people have a room, and there are 3 rooms in total. Go to the rightmost one, and give me the other 2. Okay. Tiger nodded, and the two of them immediately moved their hands as quickly as possible. Chapter 183. You are. When Ji Lingyun and Tiger broke into the room, they were discovered because Tiger's movements were too big, but his speed was also extremely fast. Before the other party shouted out, they had already killed each other, and then again. Kill all the other guards in the room who are still sleeping. As for Lingyun, his speed is faster, and all the guards will be solved in a few seconds. Tiger, you go and let the slaves hear, I will create chaos. Lingyun said to Tiger. Tiger hurriedly grabbed Lingyun and said, no, you are not familiar with Mary Geoise. Let's act together, let the slaves out first, and then create chaos together. Well, let's move faster. After Tiger and Lingyun took the key, they rushed into the slave camp quickly, and then used the key to open the gate of the slave camp. Tiger was also a slave in the slave camp, so after opening the slave camp, the slaves did not cause chaos, especially the Murloc slaves, but excited, because Tiger will take them to escape from Mary Geoise and get rid of slaves. Body, become a free man. Lingyun and Taij were very fast. After releasing all the slaves, they immediately destroyed the slave camp in a big fire, and then let other slaves set fire everywhere in the town, but within a short time, the outer city of Mary Geoise the flames all lit up, and the flames soared into the sky. The purpose of setting the fire was just to attract attention. After that, Lingyun and the others followed Tiger with a large group of slaves to retreat from Mary Geoise quickly. With these slaves, no amount of people will be enough to kill. Perhaps no one had thought that someone would dare to do such an amazing thing in the holy place Mary Geoise, so Lingyun and the others did not encounter any obstacles, and followed the route mentioned by Tiger to escape Mary Geoise. After knowing that he escaped, Lingyun still couldn't believe it. Isn't it too simple? Is this the center of the world government? With thousands of slaves, she escaped from Mary Geoise in such a short time. Even though he was incredibly unbelievable, the facts were right in front of him, and he couldn't help but believe what the whole world didn't dare to do, they did it so easily. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. When Tiger and Lingyun came to the place agreed with Jinbei with a large group of slaves, Jinbei greeted them excitedly. Knowing that there were too many slaves, Lingyun and the others had prepared 3 ships before, and then they separated the arranger was scattered on the 3 ships. Among these slaves, most were humans, a few were Murlocs. The Murlocs followed Tiger to the ship where Lingyun was on. The rest were driven by 2 other ships. It drove away from the Red Earth continent at an extremely fast speed. On the second day when Lingyun and Tiger made a fuss about Mary Geoise, the whole world was shaken by this incident. What? Someone attacked the holy place Mary Geoise and released all the slaves. Who is so bold? Even the central holy place of the world government dared to attack. It is said to be a Murloc and a human. They went to Mary Geoise, then attacked the slave camp, and attacked Mary Geoise, and escaped with all the slaves. How is it possible? That is Mary Geoise, who has the strongest defense of the world government, how could it be broken by 2 of them? I heard that Mary Geoise seems to be climbing up from the Red Earth continent with bare hands. All of Mary Geoise's defenses have not worked. It's crazy, it's really crazy. Even the center of the world government has been attacked. What can't happen in this world? This world is so crazy, those damn Murlocs dare to do such a violent thing. I heard that the guilty man who boarded Mary Geoise with the Murlocs was the Shinigami, Edward Lingyun of the Whitebeard Pirates that Marine had been arresting. That's also an amazing guy. After the Mary Geoise incident, it immediately caused a great shock. The whole world was madly discussing this matter, because the impact of this incident was really too great. A Murloc and a human attacked, and they also released the slaves. It was extremely bad. The operation of the world government was so fast that 5 elders was furious, and ordered Marine to capture Fisher Tiger and Lingyun. Lingyun's bounty was directly increased to 650 million bets because of this incident. Even if this bounty is in New World, it is definitely a big pirate in the top 10. And Fisher Tiger was also offered a reward by Marine, offering a reward of 230 million Baileys. As for the slaves who were released, the world government did not disclose it, but no one knows what orders were secretly issued. In the Chambord Islands, Shachi and Rayleigh both stared at the newspaper in their hands, and their eyes were shocked. After a long time, Rayleigh smacked his lips and said in a weird tone, "Is this kid planning to overturn the sky?" Shachi also said, "I knew that this kid is not a peaceful lord, but I never expected that he did not appear for more than 2 years, and did this kind of thing as soon as he appeared. Mary Geoise, that is Mary Geoise, the kid didn't know where he was, so he dared to attack Mary Geoise." Rayleigh said, "What's even more incredible is that they succeeded, but this kid will be kind and save the slaves. This is not like his character, it seems that it should be the reason for the Murloc. 650 million, Marine is really generous, so I want to catch that kid and send it to Marine headquarters." Shachi smiled and said, "However, I'm about to send someone to the Whitebeard Pirates to tell the news of that boy Whitebeard. Now it seems that I don't need to worry about the energy, this matter will soon spread all over the world, Whitebeard will naturally know that this boy is safe and sound." Rayleigh smiled and said, "Whitebeard is lucky enough to find such an heir, and there are successors." Chapter 184. Now this matter is already known to everyone, that kid with so many slaves, the target is very big, if it is discovered by Marine, it would be bad. Shachi said with a little worry. Rayleigh smiled very optimistically. "Don't worry, even Mary Geoise can escape smoothly. Those Marines may not be so easy to catch him." Shachi sighed. "I hope that kid can turn the bad into good fortune." Because of the spread of this incident, Lingyun's name once again appeared in the sight of the world's major forces. The last Celestial Dragons incident caused a great shock. I didn't expect Ji Lingyun to be directly named Mary Geoise here. Does this still put world government in its eyes? Fur. In the North Sea, when Doflamingo heard that someone had hit Mary Geoise, he immediately laughed with excitement. Back then, he killed his biological father in order to return to the Holy Land and continue to be his world nobleman, but the guys refused. This makes him hate, and can't wait to ruin those guys, so now hearing Ji Lingyun and Fisher Tiger make a big fuss about Mary Geoise, he is naturally very excited and happy, as if he was taking a sigh of relief. That kid still has 2 brushes. It's a pity that he just put a few waste slaves, but he has become stronger and stronger. If there is a chance, he must be killed, otherwise he will be slaughtered. Become a big problem. As a man who wants to swallow the world, Doflamingo has always been concerned about the existence of his enemies in the future. In addition to the 4 emperors, Ji Lingyun is recognized as the #1 enemy, far surpassing other world-famous big pirates, and Ji Lingyun seems to be the #1 enemy. It is also verifying his ideas, and the things he has done have become crazier and stronger again and again. New World. The Whitebeard Pirates just fought with the Beast's Pirates. Although the 4 Emperors' Pirates is the most powerful 4 large pirates in New World, it does not mean that there will be no battles between them. On the contrary, they often will fighting broke out, but it was not on a large scale, at most it was just a small-scale battle with the people under him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Listening to everyone's discussion, Whitebeard felt even more joyful in his heart. He couldn't help but smile. He really loved Ji Lingyun. He hadn't heard from him for 2 years, but he was so anxious. Now I know he's okay, and in addition to rest assured, it is more of happiness. As for worry, forget it. Maybe at the beginning, I was worried, but now, Whitebeard has already seen that Ji Lingyun is definitely a person who can do anything. If you have been worried about him, don't do anything else. Up. Goo la la la. ... The Whitebeard Pirates and Beast's Pirates just broke out in a small-scale battle. The reason is that Kaido is looking for Whitebeard to single out again. Kaido is indeed a crazy guy. Relying on his immortality, the whole world is challenging. Whitebeard, I've fought him a few times, but every time I just won and couldn't kill him, so then Whitebeard didn't fight him at all, which was really meaningless. Among the crowd, Teach also showed an ambitious smile. Hey, it's really bold, but it's okay, let him turn the world upside down, I will have more chance, hee. Marco yelled. That fellow Lingyun doesn't know where he's gone. There has been no news for 2 years. It just came out, and there has been such a big incident. How many times has he made the headlines in the world newspapers? Quote. But this kid is really courageous, and he didn't look at where Mary Geoise was. Fortunately, he was a little self-aware and left before making any more noise. Sachi also said depressed. Yes, look at his bounty, it has actually reached 650 million Baileys. Good guy, he is the highest in our pirate group except for the old man. The bounty is offered, and we have worked hard to increase the bounty by that little bit, but he is not good. The bounty has risen in the billions and billions. Look at the 3 Marine Admiral, who has never beaten that kid, but Marine still can't catch him. According to me, 650 million Baileys are still missing. It should be added a little more. I know how strong that kid is now. On the Moby DK, Whitebeard laughed loudly and cheerfully. A group of people from the Whitebeard Pirates also gathered around him, with their faces full of joy and excitement. Listening to Sachi's complaint, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates group burst into laughter again, but they all laughed too, even though they often fight in New World, but most of the time they fight with other pirate groups. And Marine again withdrew from New World, so they did not cause much harm to the world. It is naturally difficult to increase the bounty, but Ji Lingyun is different. Although he doesn't do much, but every time he is shaking when it comes to the influence of major events, he is probably only a bit worse than the dragon of the Revolutionary Army. You have to ask, it must be very strong, otherwise Marine Admiral can't catch him if he can do so many great things. Someone yelled, Saki, Lingyun is a real skill. If you have the skill, you also went to Mary Geoise, released the slave, and then escaped. As the center of the world government, Mary Geoise has never been able to get in for hundreds of years. Even if he was Whitebeard, he did not dare to enter. He did not expect to be succeeded by Ji Lingyun, so Whitebeard is also a little unbelievable, but he is also very clearly, this incident was only accidental, and it was an unrepeatable accident. After this happened, Mary Geoise's defense must have been more stringent. Yes, if you have the ability, you should also find celestial dragons, give them a violent beating, and then force them to kneel and be famous all over the world. The captains of the 2 pirate regiments stopped fighting, but the pirates below always clashed frequently, 1 small fight in 3 days and 1 big fight in half a month. In short, they were non-stop, and Beast's Pirates not only fought with the Whitebeard Pirates, also fights against the neighboring red-hair pirates, but the red-haired Shanks is more savvy. The world is adventurous. Even if Kaido wants to single against Shanks, he can't find others. As for the other Big Mom, because he is a woman, Kaido didn't look for her instead. Chapter 185. Shanks also received the news. He chuckled and said, that kid seems to be making a lot of noise again. It's really restless. It has been more than 2 years since we were separated from Ji Lingyun. Shanks is no longer the famous Shanks at the beginning, but one of the 4 emperors who dominate the New World, the red-haired Shanks. Thinking of Ji Lingyun, Shanks couldn't help touching his left eye, and saw 3 more scars there. Shanks had experienced countless battles in New World, but these 3 scars were his most memorable ones, because these 3 scars were left by a man named Marshall D. Teach during a battle with the Whitebeard Pirates. Although Shanks also knocked out his teeth a lot, it was only Whitebeard C. An ordinary pirate in the thief group, not even the captain, but he is the 4 emperors of New World. Shanks didn't pay much attention to him at the beginning of the fight, but when he knew the name of the person who injured him, he became very dignified, because he remembered that when he was separated from Lingyun asked him to help kill someone. It seemed that he was talking about a man named Marshall D. Teach, but he didn't pay much attention to it at the time. On the contrary, he felt a little disgusted in his heart. However, after the battle with Teach, he understood why Lingyun would ask him to help. You must know that although he had not become a 4 emperor at the time, it was only a matter of time. His strength was definitely standing at the top of the world. But this Teach was able to injure him when he was fighting, which is really amazing. Even the captain of the Whitebeard pirate group might not have this ability. Obviously I have the strength to become a captain, but I am willing to be an ordinary pirate. It seems that Lingyun's suspicion is not wrong. This guy named Marshall D. Teach must have a ghost in his heart. It is a pity that he didn't listen to Lingyun's words. Kill him, alas. Shanks did feel regretful in his heart. Instinctively, he felt Teach's deep scheming, but now he has no chance, and Whitebeard cannot give him such a chance again. But, Lingyun naturally followed Tiger and their boat, but he was staring at a few people in the room now. 0. However, he couldn't really ignore the order given by 5 elders, so he increased Lingyun's bounty a lot, and then notified Akainu and others so that they could catch Lingyun as they wish. He didn't think too much about it. Marine headquarters, Sengoku yelled angrily. He had just been reprimanded by 5 elders on the phone. His heart was particularly upset. What made him even more upset was that it was Edward Lingyun again. This guy is like his nemesis, making trouble again and again, but he can't catch the opponent at all. Lingyun looked at the 3 girls in front of him. Although they were all dusty and simple, one of the little girls could not hide the beautiful and stunning appearance, especially when he knew that the other party was actually called Boa Hancock. He was even more shocked. Speechless. And where are Lingyun at this time? This damn guy, who hasn't moved for 2 years, did such a violent thing as soon as he appeared. To be honest, Sengoku really doesn't want to take care of Lingyun anymore. This kid is slippery like a loach. Marine Admiral is hard to catch. If you send someone else, it's just a waste of troops, especially when he thinks that Aokiji told him 2 years ago. It seems that the sword in Lingyun's hand can steal the ability of the capable person, which makes him more aware of Lingyun's difficulty. People who are happy and excited are naturally angry. For example, world government, they belong to the most angry one. The dignified sacred place was attacked by dirty murlocs and a human, and they took countless the slaves. This is simply a great shame, so 5 elders directly ordered Marine, so that they must catch Fisher Tiger and Lingyun. After escaping from Mary Geoise, they took the group of slaves to escape for a certain distance, and then handed over the other 2 ships to slaves of other races except murlocs, letting them find a way to go home. And Fisher Tiger and the others took the murloc slaves, and some human slaves who didn't know how to go home and left in another boat. Shanks suddenly showed a smile and said, although the guy Marshall D. Teach has a deep mind, there is still the kid Lingyun in the Whitebeard Pirates. No matter how worried I am, Lingyun has already seen that guy. I must have a countermeasure in my mind, and I am worrying about what I am doing here. In fact, Sengoku was also forced to be helpless. The current world situation is so chaotic. How could he be caught by Lingyun? Lingyun has great potential, but now Marine's main opponent is New World's 4 emperors. Too much energy to manage Lingyun and them. Who is Boa Hancock? That was the future 7 warlords of the sea, the pirate empress. Lingyun suddenly remembered that Hancock in the original book seemed to be rescued by Tiger. You said, you are the 3 sisters. Your name is Boa Hancock, and you are all from 9 Snake Island. Compared to Fisher Tiger, 5 elders is most angry with Lingyun. They have heard this name more than once, and every time they hear this name, something bad has happened. The Logue Town incident, the Celestial Dragons incident in Chambord, coupled with the attack on Mary Geoise this time, the protagonists of the 3 major incidents turned out to be the same person. How could this not let 5 elders remember this name? So Lingyun has become 5 elders as a thorn in the eye and a thorn in the flesh, second only to the Revolutionary Army Dragon. It's Lingyun. This time there is such a big noise. Marine doesn't know what will happen. Will he continue to send Marine to catch him? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. If it is said that because of the shock caused by this incident, who is the happiest person, then it must be the Murloc of the Fishmen Island. Fisher Tiger originally had a great reputation in the Fishmen Island, and now he is more because of this event. The prestige completely surpassed that of King Neptune and Princess Otahime, and became the most admired object of Murlocs. Many people clamored to follow Tiger. Chapter 186. As the only female in 7 Warlords of the Sea in One Piece, Boa Hancock is definitely one of the most popular female characters in One Piece, but this one who owns Conqueror's Haki has not so good experience in her childhood. She was caught and sold to celestial dragons when she was young, and she became a slave, so that the later period of slavery became the most painful and desperate memory in her life, which has been unforgettable. Before, I only wanted to liberate the slaves with Tiger, but forgot that there are such big people among these slaves, so that now Lingyun looks very shocked after seeing the 3 sisters Boa Hancock. If Ji Lingyun is shocked, then the three sisters Boa Hancock are disturbed. They know that this young man in front of them rescued them from Mary Geoy's, that is, their great benefactor. Before Tiger let the other slaves go back home, they also wanted to go back, but they were too young when they left Nine Snake Island, so they didn't know how to go back, so they didn't leave. As the few remaining human slaves, Ji Lingyun immediately called them over after hearing their names. Boa Hancock escaped from the slave camp and was afraid of everything, even if Ji Lingyun was the great benefactor. Well, my lord, my name is Boa Hancock. Boya Sansania, Boya Mariglud. The three sisters all said their names carefully, and then looked at Ji Lingyun timidly. Their eyes were so pitiful that they made Ji Lingyun feel like a bad person, but he was also very surprised in his heart. Who could think of it? This timid girl in front of her will become a famous figure in the future. Although the future Boa Hancock is cold and arrogant, Ji Lingyun knows that it's just her concealing her own fragility, so he doesn't have any bad senses for Hancock, but has some appreciation. After all, who doesn't appreciate beautiful women? You said you can't find a home. Ji Lingyun asked them. Hancock whispered. Well, our family lives in Nine Snake Island, but we can't find it now. Nine Snake Island. Ji Lingyun nodded and said, although I don't know where the Nine Snake Island is, I know someone knows where the Nine Snake Island is. I will let him take you home, okay. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Really? The three Hancock sisters looked at Ji Lingyun excitedly, with longing in their eyes. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, of course, well, starting from today, you will no longer be slaves, and you will never be again. So you just forget that unbearable memory. Remember, you are reborn, and you will be in the future. Don't call me an adult. If you don't dislike me, just call me Lingyun brother. I am not a few years older than you. The three Hancock sisters looked at each other, but the other two dared not speak, only Hancock screamed in a low voice. Brother Lingyun. Tiger said. I have already thought about it. I will return to the Fishmen Island first, and then form a Murloc pirate group. Those who are willing to follow me will join the pirate group, and those who don't want to follow me will let them go home. After all, slaves will be discriminated against everywhere, so I don't want them to live a life of being looked at by other people. I hope they can live freely. After all, they have suffered too much and they don't have a home. Then I will form a pirate group and become their home. Outside, Tiger and Jinbei are driving a boat with a group of Murloc slaves, and at the same time, Tiger is also trying to solve a large group of Murloc slaves. He liberating these slaves is not just to vent his anger, but to make the Murloc slaves live a normal life again and live freely and unconstrained. Ji Lingyun knew that after Taij formed the Pirates of the Sun, he had been chased by Marine, and later he was caught in a trap by Marine and died tragically by Marine. I'll tell Tiger later, I'll take you home first. Ji Lingyun said. If you ask, they live on Nine Snake Island. I will find a way to send them back. Ji Lingyun said. Okay, do whatever you want, but you have to pay attention. You have become Marine's wanted target. Once you form a pirate group, you will definitely be severely attacked by Marine. If you encounter it in the future for any trouble, you can go to our Whitebeard Pirate group for help. Based on your relationship with me, they will definitely help you. You stay in this room first, and I will go out to discuss with Tiger. Tiger breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's good, they are not easy either. They were arrested as slaves at such a young age, and being able to go home is the greatest wish for all slaves. Now everyone can finally get what they want. I am really happy in my heart. Ji Lingyun laughed happily. To tell you the truth, he was called his elder brother for the first time in his 2 lives. Before Rambo, he wanted Rambo to be his brother, but it was a pity that Rambo was reluctant to call him grown-ups. Seeing Ji Lingyun, Tiger stopped talking and asked Jinbei to continue communicating with the Murloc slaves. He walked up to Ji Lingyun and asked, how is it? Lingyun, have you clarified the origins of the 3 little girls? 1.0. Thank you. The 3 Hancock sisters were very happy. For Ji Lingyun, a lifesaver, they could not help but choose to believe. Because of the existence of Tiger, although these Murloc slaves are still nervous and afraid, they are no longer confused. Instead, they are excited by Tiger's expression, screaming and swearing to follow Tiger and so on. Ji Lingyun said to the 3 Hancock sisters, and then walked out of the room and walked outside. Haha, that's right. What about you? What are your plans next? The 2 of us have caused such a big incident. Neither world government nor Marine will let us go. I don't care. Anyway, I'm used to being wanted. How about you? Ji Lingyun was right. Tiger asked. Looking at Fisher Tiger, Ji Lingyun couldn't help but feel admiration in her heart. If nothing else, Tiger's approach is indeed very moving. It's no wonder that after so many years of death, the Sun Sea the thieves have always remembered his kindness. 5SC Chapter 187 Tiger laughed loudly and said, well, if I really run into trouble in the future, I will definitely ask for your help. Then it's settled. Ji Lingyun smiled slightly, then his face became very solemn, and said, Tiger, I know you are very confident in yourself, but you really have to be careful about Marine. Otherwise, it's easy to catch Marine's trap. Although the relationship between Tiger and Ji Lingyun is okay, Ji Lingyun's words carry a clear warning, which makes Tiger feel a little uncomfortable. No matter how much he is also a big pirate who leads so many people. Ji Lingyun is so much younger than him. Although his strength is stronger than him, it is not his turn for Ji Lingyun to teach him how to do things. So even though Tiger smiled on his face, he said flatly, I know what to do. Listening to Tiger's tone, Lingyun knew what he thought in his heart, but he also said it all. He also saw that Tiger was a little swollen after this incident, and he no longer treated him like before. But he also understands that in the original book, Tiger is willing to die and is unwilling to accept human blood. It is conceivable how much he hates humans, although it has not reached that level. Lingyun 12 is very clear. He was considered Tiger's friend, but he certainly couldn't compare to any of his murlocs. Lingyun shook his head slightly. Compared with Jinbei, Tiger is atmospheric but not stable enough. Most of his loyalty is towards murlocs. Unlike Jinbei, who can transcend the race and establish such a good relationship with him, he is very clearly, if it were Jinbei would definitely listen to him instead of being perfunctory like Tiger. He was originally a person with an arrogant personality. Tiger has changed his Tiger. He naturally won't say anything. So he said, send me to Chambord. I will take Hancock and the others. The three left. Tiger smiled and said, that's right, we also want to go back to the Fishman Island, just to expose the Chambordian Islands. The group moved swiftly, and soon came to the Chambord Islands, and then Lingyun took the three Hancock sisters off the boat. Before leaving, Jinbei was very reluctant to say to Lingyun, or we are here wait for you, after you send someone away, come back to the Fishman Island with us. Anyway, don't you want to go back to New World? Lingyun shook his head and said, I was going back to New World before, but now I am going to change my route and do something else, so you should go first. You are not in a hurry, but your companions must be in a hurry. Jinbei knew that those slaves were eager to go home, so he didn't persuade him anymore, just said, then you will be careful. Lingyun said, you have to be careful too. Be careful Marine. Tiger has become a thorn in Marine's eye and a thorn in his flesh, so you must protect him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After all, it was a companion who was born and died together. Lingyun didn't want Tiger to die in the hands of Marine, so he finally mentioned it to Jinbei. As for their final result, he couldn't care much. Jinbei is indeed different from Tiger. He said seriously, don't worry, I will protect Big Brother Tiger. Then, goodbye. Lingyun took the three Hancock sisters, and after bidding farewell to Jinbei, he took them into the Chambord Islands. Brother Lingyun, where are you taking us? Didn't you take us home? But I remember that the way home doesn't seem to be here. Hancock asked Lingyun, taking them into the Chambord Islands. Dow. Ding ding ding. Shachi coldly snorted. Every time your kid comes, there can be no good things. The last time you said you want to go back to New World, but how long has it been? Your kid dared to attack Mary Schwaz, doing things completely regardless of the consequences. I think you are going to have an accident sooner or later, so it's fine if you have an accident, don't hurt my old lady. After a few days, the three sisters Hancock are no longer as taciturn as before, and can talk to Lingyun normally. Lingyun looked helpless. This Aunt Shaw's mouth was really poisonous, so he didn't want to tell her, and said directly, Aunt Shaw, where's Uncle Rayleigh? Shachi was very happy when she just finished a business, but after seeing Lingyun, her face immediately sank 340, and then she saw the three Hancock who were timidly following Lingyun, and she was even more dissatisfied. Up. Lingyun pushed the door in, but this time there was a guest in the bar, but there was only one person who was talking to Shachi. After seeing Lingyun and the others come in, they quickly talked to Shachi. After the sentence, he nodded and left. Before leaving, he gave Lingyun a curious look. Why are you looking for him in the back? Shachi asked after taking a cigarette. Lingyun smiled and said, didn't I tell you, I don't know the route to your Nine Snake Island, so this time I came to find someone for help. I have a friend who knows your people on Nine Snake Island and has him help. If you do, you can go home. With that said, I saw Shachi tap the inside of the bar a few times and then stood still. Has she notified Rayleigh? And Lingyun took the three Hancock sisters and sat down. Lingyun said, please ask him for help if you have something. Lingyun is already familiar with the Chambord Islands, especially the bar leading to Shachi. It is easy to avoid the places where there may be hidden lines and come to Shachi's hold-up bar. How does this boy feel so familiar? Why did your kid come again? And why did you bring people here again? What do you think of my old lady here? Shachi glanced at the three Hancock and asked, is it related to the three little girls behind you? Alright, I know, let him come over and wait a while. The person who left saw Lingyun's face and found it very familiar, but he didn't care too much. He knew the ability of the bar owner and knew the rules, so he just glanced at it and left. Lingyun said, Aunt Shaw, what do you mean by this? I am so unwelcome. Oh. Hancock nodded and followed Lingyun cautiously. Chapter 188. After about a few minutes, Rayleigh walked in from behind the bar with a look of sleepy eyes. After seeing Lingyun, he suddenly showed a surprised expression and exclaimed, oh, isn't this our little Lingyun? You? Why are you free? Lingyun smiled and said, if you have something to do, please help, Uncle Rayleigh. Oh. Rayleigh took a glass of wine and walked to Lingyun to sit down. After seeing Hancock, he asked Lingyun weirdly. I said, little Lingyun, where did you trick such a beautiful little girl? Are you ready to ask for it? Wifes? Rayleigh is definitely a venomous guy, but it's not as obvious as Shachi. His words not only make Lingyun feel embarrassed, even Hancock on the side is flushed with his head down, embarrassed. Lingyun said, I said, Uncle Rayleigh, can we talk more? This is Hancock, and the other two are her younger sisters. They can't find home anymore, so I asked you for help. Can't find home? Rayleigh was puzzled, and Shachi on the side was also surprised. They can't find home anymore. What's the use of you looking for Rayleigh? He doesn't know this little girl. Lingyun whispered. They're from Nine Snake Island. They live outside and have encountered some bad things. Now they can't find a way back to Nine Snake Island. How to get to Snake Island? That's why I came to see you. Are they from Nine Snake Island? Rayleigh was very surprised. He looked at the three sisters of Hancock again and thought about what Lingyun said just now. With his cleverness, he immediately guessed that these three little girls might be the slaves Lingyun rescued from Mary Joie's. But although he guessed it, Rayleigh didn't say it. He said, I really know about the Nine Snake Island, but outsiders are not allowed in that place, so even I can't take you in. What should I do then? Lingyun asked. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Rayleigh said, I know a former emperor on Nine Snake Island. As long as I can contact her, I can take them back. Lingyun immediately said, then please help Uncle Rayleigh. Rayleigh smiled and said, this is nothing. I and that one are also friends. Since these three little girls are from Nine Snake Island, then naturally I will not stand idly by. You are now living here and so on. I think of a way to go. Contact her. Rayleigh is definitely a resolute person. After speaking, he immediately walked out. It should be a contact person. Lingyun said to Shachi. Aunt Shaw, I'm having trouble with you this time. I will live with you for a while. Aunt Shaw waved her hand and said, wake up, only to see that you have done a good thing, so I won't ask you for money. Lingyun and Taij released slaves and attacked Mary Joie's. In the eyes of the world government and ordinary people, it may be a heinous and bad thing, but in the eyes of Shachi, it has done a great deed. As long as it is a pirate, it is basically there are no people who have a good impression of the world government, especially the pirates are pursuing freedom, and they hate slavery. Lingyun has done such a thing, which can be said to be very happy. Rayleigh's movements are relatively fast, that is, in 5 days, he took the former emperor of Nine Snake Island, Guro Liosa, to Shachi's hold-up bar, and talked about Guro Liosa. The name may be a little unfamiliar, but anyone who has seen One Piece knows that there is a small old woman in Hydra Island, who is always kicked by Hancock. He is the former emperor of Niu Snake Island, Guroli. Asa. Hancock, you must practice well after returning to Nine Snake Island. Only when you become stronger can you protect yourself from being bullied by others, you know. Parting soon, the three Hancock sisters are reluctant to give up Lingyun. They were rescued by Lingyun from Mary Joie's, and they took care of them along the way. They are very grateful and dependent on Lingyun, so they are very reluctant to give up. Brother Lingyun, will you visit us on Nine Snake Island? Hancock asked Lingyun quietly, with a timid expression. Lingyun smiled slightly and said, of course, when I am free, I will definitely visit you. But Lingyun is just talking about it. Nine Snake Island excludes outsiders, especially men. Unless Hancock becomes the emperor, he will never be allowed to enter Nine Snake Island, but he can't bear to make the three Hancock sisters sad, so only then said such affirmative words. What surprised Lingyun was that after he had finished saying this, the old woman of Guro Liosa actually said, boy, if you really want to see Hancock and the others, go to the edge of the island. When the time comes, the old man will meet you personally. Lingyun was flattered by this old woman's sudden words. He didn't understand that he had only met her for the first time. How could the other party say these things? You must know that Nine Snake Island is very repulsive to men. Actually, Lingyun didn't know. On the way Rayleigh brought Guro Liosa to the Chambord Islands. Rayleigh told Guro Liosa about Lingyun, so she was so sure of Lingyun. Even Rayleigh is so praised and has such a huge reputation in the world. As an island that has been passed down for countless years, Nine Snake Island is not as good as one generation. Now their strength is nothing to the world. If it weren't for geographical reasons, I am afraid that it would have been attacked by other forces long ago, so for the sake of Nine Snake Island. For the sake of the future, you must have enough strength. If it is not, you must have good friends and forces. Lingyun is young and capable, and is also the son of 4 emperors Whitebeard, and is even considered the successor of the Whitebeard Pirates. Therefore, being able to make good friends with such a promising young man is absolutely beneficial to Nine Snake Island. Lingyun replied, mother-in-law is too polite. If I have time in the future, I will definitely go to Nine Snake Island myself. Guro Liosa smiled and said, the old man is waiting for you in Hydra Island. Let's go, Hancock. Under Hancock's reluctant gaze, they still followed Guro Liosa and left. Chapter 189 North Sea. According to the intelligence, the place where marine and pirates trade op fruit is not far from here, but where it is a little troublesome. Based on his own knowledge of the One Piece world, coupled with Shachi's call and operation of marine soldiers near the North Sea, he determined an approximate location, but on which island he really did not have it. Grasp. After handing the 3 Hancock sisters to the people on the island of Nine Snakes, Lingyun spent a few days in the Chambord Islands, and then did not return to New World, but came to the North Sea. His plan was naturally op fruit. Since he couldn't determine the specific location, Lingyun could only search nearby. Naturally, he was looking for Corson and Trafalgar Law. As long as he found these 2 people, he would be able to find op fruit. But I don't know if it's Lingyun's bad luck or he shouldn't get op fruit. He didn't find his goal after shopping for a long time until one day, when he was flying in the air, he saw a small island around 107. Suddenly, a large piece of cage-like thing was enveloped, as if it was still formed with white threads. This is birdcage. Seeing this phenomenon, Lingyun immediately reacted. This move is probably Doflamingo's trick, birdcage. He also remembers that Doflamingo wanted to get op fruit, so he used birdcage to surround an island, but it was still unsuccessful afterwards. It's there. Lingyun was shocked and quickly moved towards the location of the island. He is different from Doflamingo. Doflamingo wants to get op fruit and then use that ability to get unlimited life, but he just wants to use it. Op fruit's ability to unblock Minazuki's Bankai. After all, op fruit's infinite life is true or false, no one can tell. When Lingyun headed in that direction, he found that there were 2 destroyed warships, and there were traces of battle around, but Lingyun didn't care, but continued to head in that direction. Soon Lingyun entered the island, but he discovered that there was a birdcage composed of wired cables above the town on the island, which enveloped the entire town. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Not only that, he also discovered that there were many marine soldiers around birdcage. When Lingyun fell, these marine soldiers immediately spotted him and shouted, "Who are you?" Lingyun glanced at these marine soldiers and said coldly, "Get out of the way, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you." After talking, Conqueror's haki burst out from his body. These people are just soldiers from the North Sea. How could they be able to stop Conqueror's haki of Lingyun? So these marine soldiers were quickly stunned by his haki past. Soon, Lingyun saw Doflamingo bring a group of people to the shore with an angry look. Although he and Doflamingo have not seen him for many years, Lingyun recognized him at a glance because Doflamingo is so easy to recognize. It's just that his boxes of treasures were loaded onto the ship. I still didn't see Luo. This made Lingyun very surprised. Could it be that his memory was wrong, or something else happened that caused Luo to run away? It's really a troublesome thing, and Doflamingo is indeed a person. It can create such a terrifying move. It seems that it can't be broken in a short time. If it is so, then don't waste energy. However, Lingyun also knows that there are a large number of Don Quixote family. He is definitely not their combined opponent, so he has to borrow external forces. As far as he knows, the marine crane who is responsible for pursuing Doflamingo will soon be there. When it comes, all he has to do now is to drag Doflamingo and them, and then Marine is bound to fight them, and he can fish along the water, make the situation more chaotic, and make things more convenient. Lingyun didn't do it right away, but stared at the treasure boxes. He knew Trafalgar Law was probably in one of them. His op fruit was definitely a must for Minazuki Bankai. Lingyun's guess was correct. After searching around birdcage, he found a large pirate ship. Looking at the pirate flag on the pirate ship, it was the flag of Doflamingo's Don Quixote family. Don Quixote family has his 2 goals, one is to have the ability to crush fruits, and the other is Trafalgar Law, but he doesn't know if Luo escaped from Doflamingo's hands like the original. Doflamingo brought the cadres of the Don Quixote family into the town. Those who stayed on the boat were all ordinary pirates, but Lingyun didn't do it immediately, but waited in the dark instead. Lingyun didn't wait long, and the birdcage that had enveloped the town soon disappeared. Seeing this scene, he knew that Doflamingo would come out soon, so he was shocked and stared at the pirate ship more sharply. The direction. Clang. When Lingyun was secretly strange, there was a problem with Doflamingo. He only heard a pirate yelling, "Young master, Marine is here, it's Lieutenant General Crane from Marine Headquarters." There are quite a few members of the Don Quixote family, but Shachi has used a lot of effort to find out who is the one who owns tons of crushed fruits. His name is Mahabasi. He is a man with long yellow curly hair, as easy to identify. Lingyun's attack hit birdcage, but it shook a few times, and made a sound like a golden and iron crow, but it was not destroyed. Doflamingo was instructing a group of his men to move the treasure to the ship, but Lingyun was not found in the dark. Walking to the front of birdcage, Lingyun looked at these physical lines. His right hand became jet black, armament hockey covered his right hand, and smashed against these lines severely. Lingyun doesn't know if birdcage is invincible, but he understands that now he wants to break birdcage, which is definitely very troublesome, so he didn't do that. Instead, he walked around birdcage. He knew that Doflamingo wanted birdcage will be unlocked soon, and there will definitely be his pirate ship around. Chapter 190. As soon as Doflamingo heard the report from his subordinates, his face changed drastically. Marine's Lieutenant General Crane has been chasing him for a long time. Because Marine is fully equipped, Lieutenant General Crane is a woman, but his strength is extraordinary. Although his Don Quixote family has these the year developed well, but he has not yet reached the point where he can go to war with Marine, so when he heard the name of Lieutenant General Crane, the first thing he thought of was to leave this place immediately. This woman is chasing us like a madman, which is really annoying. She immediately started the boat and prepared to retreat. Doflamingo roared with a ferocious face. In the past few years, he was really annoying to be chased by Lieutenant General Crane. Wherever he went, Lieutenant General Crane followed him there, just to prevent him from getting better. "Young master, what about these treasures?" Doflamingo's pirate asked. Doflamingo yelled, "What are you doing with the waste at this time, and leave immediately." The people under his men did not dare to ask any more, and quickly dropped the treasure box in their hands and ran to the ship. Doflamingo barely looked at the marine warship that was approaching them quickly, and said angrily, "I will avenge this." As he said, he took Torpal and other cadres aboard the boat, but after Doflamingo got on the boat, he found that the boat did not move at all, so he roared, "What's the matter? Why don't you leave the boat, fairy?" Marine caught up right away. How could he not be in a hurry? But his men ran to him in a panic and shouted, "Young master, the boat can't be sailed." "What? Why can't the boat go well?" Doflamingo roared. The subordinates cried and said, "The boat is okay. It's the sea. The sea is frozen and the boat can't move at all." Doflamingo's face changed drastically, and he shouted, "The surface of the sea has been moved, what's the matter?" He rushed out of the room with a face full of shock, and came to the front of the ship, only to see that the vast sea had turned into a frozen world. Not only their ship could not move, but even Marine's warships were the same can't move, stop not far from them. What the hell is going on? Wasn't the sea just fine just now? Torpal and other cadres were nervous. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Doflamingo took a deep breath and said, "The only thing in the world that can freeze the sea in an instant is Marine Admiral Aokiji. Could it be that Marine Admiral Aokiji is chasing us? It must be Aokiji, otherwise who has this ability?" Not only Doflamingo was shocked, but the people on the marine warships not far away were also shocked. On one of the largest warships, a group of female Marines gathered on the ship, surrounded by a Marine officer who was in his 50s. This is Marine's General Staff and Marine's highest-ranking female officer, Lieutenant General Marine Crane. Lieutenant General Crane stood on the bow of the warship. She always stood in this position, so he could see the process of the freezing of the sea very clearly. He saw that the source of the freezing came from the island and spread to them. The whole process only takes a few seconds. "Lord Admiral, could it be that Aokiji Admiral is here?" He must be correct, but what is his purpose here? After the first battle between Aokiji and Lingyun, he explained the ability of the Shinigami blade in Lingyun's hands. Because Lingyun has always been Marine's confidant, of course Lieutenant Suru will not forget it, but it makes her strange. Yes, why did Lingyun appear in Beihai? And he also appeared around Doflamingo. Is there any connection between the two? But how do you explain this frozen sea? Everyone was still very puzzled. Her subordinates are very curious. There is still the ability to acquire other people's abilities in the world. This is really shocking. They widened their eyes and asked, "Lord Admiral, do you know who it is?" Lieutenant General Crane said with a solemn expression, "Kuzan is preparing to build 7 warlords of the sea. How could he have time to come to Beihai? If he comes, he must notify me." Lieutenant General Crane said in a deep voice, "It's the recent turmoil, Shinigami, Edward Lingyun." Lieutenant General Crane said, "The world can freeze the sea for an instant. Except for Kuzan, there can be no other ability because it is impossible to give birth to 2 devil fruits with the same ability, but there is one person with the exception of 2. More than a year ago, when someone was fighting with Kuzan, they didn't know what abilities they used and got Kuzan's freezing ability. So in this world, besides Kuzan, there is another person who can achieve this level. Naturally, she would not waste such a good opportunity. Although she didn't understand what Lingyun's purpose was, she still made the most correct judgment now. First catch Don Quixote family. Anyway, since Lingyun is here, then his goal is either the Don Quixote family or their marine, otherwise. That's the Shinigami, Edward Lingyun of Mary Joieuse, the sacred place? But then Lieutenant General Crane rejected his idea because it was completely impossible, because Lingyun had frozen the sea and prevented them from marine action, but also prevented the escape of Doflamingo's Don Quixote family. Suddenly, Lieutenant General Crane flashed in his mind and stopped abruptly, because she remembered Doflamingo's purpose here. This is where Marine and pirates traded op fruit. Could it be that Lingyun's purpose is also that op fruit is not successful? Hearing Lieutenant General He's words, everyone's face changed drastically. Now Lingyun's name is definitely well known. I am afraid that even ordinary people will not feel unfamiliar when hearing Lingyun's name, because what he does is really good, it's so sensational. Lieutenant General Crane was very confused, but she still ordered, "Get off the ship and gather your troops. Don't let the Don Quixote family escape. Be sure to catch them all." The more you think about it, the more likely it is, because the sword in Lingyun's hand has been proven to be capable of capturing fruits, so the possibility of Lingyun coming for op fruit is very high. It's him. The female soldiers behind Lieutenant General Crane were very curious to ask Lieutenant General Crane. Chapter 191. "Young master, Marine has disembarked and is coming towards us. What should I do?" Diamante saw Marine disembarking and ran towards them in groups, and suddenly asked Doflamingo nervously. He knew that Doflamingo didn't want to confront Marine yet. After all, their manpower was not enough. Wasted in the battle with Marine. Doflamingo doesn't want to fight with Marine either, but now the sea is frozen. Even if he wants to leave, he can't do anything. He can't really get off the boat, right? You have to know that there are many important things on board, and even if they run with legs, how far can they go? Leaving the frozen area, if there is no boat, they can't escape either. But no matter what, looking at the approaching Marine, Doflamingo sullenly shouted, "Abandon the ship and go." As he said, he took the lead and jumped off the boat and headed forward. The rest of the Don Quixote family pirates followed him, and the Marines saw Doflamingo and they abandoned the boat. Lieutenant General Crane immediately yelled, "Chasing! Speed up, can't let them escape." Doflamingo quickly ran away with his men, but they hadn't ran far, and suddenly found that someone in front of them was blocking their way. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes and stopped immediately. Doflamingo, waiting a long time. The person standing here is naturally Lingyun. He stayed for a while before, just to find the treasure chest to see if there is Trafalgar Law, but in the end he did not find it. This made Lingyun feel a little unhappy. It took him so much effort to come here for op fruit, but now Op Fruit has disappeared like this, how can he be happy? So unhappy he can only send his anger to Don Quixote family body. Doflamingo saw a young man stopping them and frowned. Who are you? Ji Lingyun smiled and said, forgot me so soon? We are old friends for many years now, haha. Suddenly, Doflamingo's pupils shrank, and he said in shock, it's you, Shinigami, Edward Ji Lingyun. Doflamingo didn't take it seriously before, but now, when you take a closer look, you immediately recognize Ji Lingyun, because today's world is full of portraits of Ji Lingyun. As long as you follow the news and wanted orders, you basically don't know Ji Lingyun, his Doflamingo is no exception. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, yes, it's me. Isn't it surprising to see me, Doflamingo? Why are you here? Doflamingo asked with a gloomy expression. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ji Lingyun said, what are you doing? What I do? It's a pity, it seems that neither of us got our wish. Doflamingo's face became more gloomy, and he said coldly, you are also for Op Fruit. At this time, Torpal said to Doflamingo, Dover, Marine is about to catch up, stop talking nonsense with him. Doflamingo glanced around and found that Marine was indeed about to catch up, so he immediately shouted, go, leave him alone, if he dares to stop us, kill him first. Although Ji Lingyun has a very big name, Doflamingo didn't put him too much in his eyes. The main reason is that all the elites of their Don Quixote family are here. Just one Ji Lingyun can stop them so many people. Seeing Doflamingo leading someone to break through, Ji Lingyun smiled slightly, raising Hiranmaru in his hand. Quickly, no more delay, kill the kid first, and Marine catches up. Dover, it's not that kid's ability, it's the sword in his hand. Hearing this, Doflamingo immediately understood that he couldn't help but remember that when he was in Logue Town, Ji Lingyun made such a big noise with the weapon in his hand that could be transformed into various forms, even Roger's corpse. 2.3 The body was robbed, so after knowing that the freezing ability is Hiranmaru's ability, he is slightly acceptable. Ji Lingyun said, you have to think about this problem yourself. In an instant, Hiranmaru sent out a series of ice bullets, covering the sky and the earth, like swarms of birds, quickly attacking Doflamingo and the others. Ji Lingyun has completely controlled Hiranmaru, so even Shikai, the power displayed is extremely high. Amazing, the simplest trick, but it has a very wide range. Hiranmaru completed Shikai in an instant, and then aimed at Doflamingo where they were. How can you have the ability to freeze? Isn't this an ability that only Marine Admiral Aokiji has? Sit in the frosty sky, Hiranmaru. Seeing that Ji Lingyun was so arrogant, Doflamingo roared and stretched his palms back, and then dozens of almost transparent silk threads spurted out of his palms. These threads were entangled to form a larger string of threads, which went back. Stretched back quickly, and slammed it against Ji Lingyun who was rushing over. Although Ji Lingyun's attack was blocked, Doflamingo did not have the slightest joy. Instead, he was even more angry. Since Ji Lingyun can use the ability to freeze, it means that he made the ice on the sea. Despite the extreme anger in his heart, Doflamingo still couldn't contain the shock in his heart. How could Devil Fruit's abilities appear at the same time? Marine was getting closer and Doflamingo's heart became more and more anxious. He roared angrily and was ready to do it, but Ji Lingyun moved faster than him, but Ji Lingyun rushed towards them instead. But he only had time to scream, and then those ice bombs came in front of them. He quickly used the ability of string fruit, layer after layer of spider web appeared, and the airtight defense of his side was impenetrable, and the ice bomb hit the spider web. Above, it did not break open, but slowly disappeared completely. Birds and icicles. Court death. Torpal saw very clearly that the ice bombs were emitted from Hiranmaru in Ji Lingyun's hands. Seeing endless ice bombs, Doflamingo's face changed drastically. He exclaimed, the sea is frozen by you. Chapter 192. Super Strike Whip. Doflamingo's line speed was so fast that it almost immediately fell in front of Ji Lingyun. Ji Lingyun slashed with a backhand while running and slashed hard on Doflamingo's line. Clang. The blade collided with the line and made a crisp sound. Although the attack caused a slight obstacle to Ji Lingyun, it did not completely stop him. After Ji Lingyun paused, he continued to rush towards Doflamingo. Dropping ruffian string. 5 silk threads pierced through Ji Lingyun's head at a very high speed. If they hit Ji Lingyun, they would definitely penetrate Ji Lingyun's body, but Ji Lingyun was not nervous, but instead waved Hiranmaru. Ice Dragon Swingtail. The tip of the sword pointed to the top of the head, and the 5 threaded threads were instantly frozen by Hiranmaru. Although the thread still pierced part of the ice layer, it did not completely pierce 13. Instead, Ji Lingyun made another continuous attack. Ice Dragon Swingtail Absolute Sky. Because Ji Lingyun had already approached Doflamingo and others, with a wave of his blade, the cold air forced him. Doflamingo's face changed sharply, and he shouted, go away. Although the people in the Don Quixote family move very fast, not all of them have such fast actions. At the moment the cold hits, there are still a few people who shunned them and were directly frozen by Ji Lingyun's Hiranmaru and turned into an ice sculpture. Damn it. Seeing that Ji Lingyun was so bold, Doflamingo attacked his subordinates in front of him, so he shouted angrily, kill him. He originally had a lot of hatred for Ji Lingyun. Now Ji Lingyun not only made them be chased by Marine, but now he is attacking them face to face. How could the arrogant Doflamingo bear this breath? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Snake Sword. A western sword swiftly attacked Ji Lingyun like a snake, And a sword could become so soft, the attack method was impossible to prevent. At the same time, a person leapt high and shouted, Ryūjin. Bankai. Lingyun mainly didn't want Doflamingo and the others to escape, so he came up with Hiranmaru's Bankai and shouted, Dagoran Hiranmaru. In an instant, a layer of ice crystal-like armor appeared on Lingyun's body, and a pair of ice wings appeared behind him. With a wave of Hiranmaru in his hand, a huge ice dragon appeared. The snake sword that struck was severely affected by the ice dragon. It flew fiercely, and when the western sword returned to Diamante's hands, it formed a thick layer of ice. The cold air made Diamante's whole body tremble, can no longer attack with a sword. As for the ghostly middle-aged man who jumped in front of Lingyun, he took a peculiar pose and prepared to punch Lingyun, but the ice wings behind Lingyun flapped, and the space in front of him seemed to be frozen. Ryūjin was originally. His flexible body suddenly became stagnant, and then Lingyun moved faster and struck him with a sword. What? Doflamingo saw this ice sculpture virtual image, his face suddenly changed, and he shouted, not a real person, it's a substitute. But Lingyun was just about to make a fierce blow, but a lot of people attacked him behind him. Among them, the whip-like attack formed by the huge silk thread made Lingyun a great threat. Mahabe is a middle-level cadre of the Don Quixote family, because he ate tons of pressed fruits. Although the ability of this fruit is not outstanding by him, but in the Don Quixote family, with the ability of this devil fruit, he has been able to stand a place. It is precisely because of his low status that Mahabe stood on the edge. Even Mahabe himself did not expect that Lingyun went towards him when the huge ice dragon descended from the sky. At that time, Mahabasi reacted, but his ability is to float his body in the air, and then press people with great strength, so his flexibility is not enough, and Lingyun's ice dragon has a wide range of attacks. So before Mahabasi had time to escape, Lingyun instantly became frozen, and the ice dragon slammed into his ice sculpture. With a scream, Ryūjin tried his best to dodge, but was still slashed by Lingyun's Hiranmaru, and a very long wound was drawn in front of him. Although it was not deep, when it was hit, the wound quickly freezing, only a few seconds, Ryūjin turned bruise, even icicles appeared on his hair, and his body's ability to move more than half disappeared. Doflamingo, Marine has caught up, what are you going to do? Ha ha. Do you died? Lingyun then kicked Ryūjin directly with one kick, and then rushed in one direction, the speed broke out, and it was astonishing. Void of ice. But what Doflamingo didn't expect was that Lingyun didn't rush to where he was, but rushed in another direction. In his consternation, Lingyun had already attacked Mahabasi of their family. Lingyun snorted coldly and gave up preparing to kill Mahabe, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, letting all the attacks fall on him, and then fell to the ground. Doflamingo has always been guarding against Lingyun, especially when he saw that Lingyun easily blocked the attack of Diamante and Ryūjin, and also wounded Ryūjin, he was even more shocked. From this it can be seen in a few clicks that Lingyun's strength is countless times stronger than that of many years ago. Just when the voice fell, there was a burst of laughter not far from them. In addition to Doflamingo who just attacked Lingyun, there are many other cadres. All the attacks were accurately hit on Lingyun's body, so everyone believed that he could not withstand such a terrible attack. He must be dead. But when everyone came to Lingyun's corpse, they found that Lingyun suddenly became a statue made of ice. Mahabasi was beaten by Lingyun with a bloody head and screamed. Lingyun was about to give him another blow and completely annihilated him. Although this person is not a threat to him, since he did it. It's 053, and it's a must. Humph. Chapter 193. Doflamingo turned his head and saw that Lingyun appeared in front of them again somehow. He was looking at them with an expression of irony and jokes. There were veins on his angry forehead. He didn't know that he had already appeared. It's been a long time since he was so angry. Kalasan who made him angry had just been killed by him, but the Lingyun in front of him made him even more angry. I will definitely kill you. Doflamingo roared. If his gaze can kill people, Lingyun might have been killed by his gaze hundreds of times. Lingyun didn't put Doflamingo's threat in his eyes at all. Instead, he pointed his finger behind Doflamingo's back and said, let's not talk about your ability to kill me. Now your problem is not me, but the one behind you group of Marine, look at their leader, it seems to be Marine's Lieutenant General, tisk tisk, Doflamingo, I wonder if your family can beat them. Doflamingo's eyes breathed fire. If it weren't for Lingyun to use the freezing ability to freeze the sea, how could Lieutenant General Crane catch up with him, and where would Lingyun take his turn to ridicule and ridicule? If you don't want to really become Shinigami, then quickly release the freezing of the sea. Although extremely angrily wanted to kill Lingyun, taking into account the current situation, Doflamingo still wanted Lingyun to lift the ice on the sea surface so that they could avoid the pursuit of Marine. But how could Lingyun make him what he wanted? He is still standing in front of Doflamingo and the others, with Hiranmaru in his hands. The ice wings behind him keep flapping, and every time he flaps, he sends out a cold air, which makes his surrounding temperature. It was reduced to a terrifying level, and only he holding Hiranmaru was unaffected. If he were to be someone else, he would have been unable to bear it long ago. Doflamingo, this kind of thing that you know is impossible, you don't want to say more, you can't wait to kill me, I will also seize every opportunity to cheat you, so you have no choice, or just rush over and follow I fight, or I just turn around and fight Marine desperately, in which case I might not intervene. Lieutenant General Crane had never seen Ji Lingyun's attack method, but she saw the miserable appearance of the pirates of the Don Quixote family. Although the group of marines under her were all elites, they faced an attack that had never been exposed before. Must be held in awe and vigilance. Seeing their movements, Ji Lingyun's expression remained unchanged. He was not prepared to smash himself with Doflamingo. All he had to do was to stop them, and leave the rest to Marine, so he immediately used the range of moves. Broad moves. The first to touch the snowflakes were a few ordinary pirates. After their bodies were touched by the snowflakes, an ice flower formed in that place, and then the ice flower spread quickly. 1, 2, 3. Of course, Ji Lingyun cannot let Doflamingo leave. They are destined to be enemies, so how could he let it go with such a good opportunity now? Doflamingo has a big family and he is only one person, so as long as Doflamingo stays behind and Marine chases in the end, even if Doflamingo can't be removed, Ji Lingyun will not let go of this kind of self-interested things, even if they can't get rid of Doflamingo. The other pirates of the Don Quixote family who saw this scene all showed awe. The silk thread in Doflamingo's hand was constantly stirring, and the snowflakes near him were bounced away, and his face was gloomy and shouted, "Don't touch the snowflakes, all no one should touch snowflakes." Ji Lingyun raised the Hierenmaru in his hand, and saw that the ice wing behind him suddenly changed. The sky above his head seemed to have changed. The water vapor in the air filled the air, forming a cluster of snowflakes. After these snowflakes were formed, from the sky slowly falling down, the range is extremely wide. Doflamingo was furious with anger, but Lieutenant General Crane had brought people here, and he couldn't tolerate him at all. He has no other choice now, or to move forward, but what he has to face is Ji Lingyun's resistance. How powerful is Ji Lingyun Chang? He has seen it just now, and if he turns around, he will face the Marine army. Although Doflamingo is confident in the strength of his family, Lieutenant General Crane is also the elite trained by her. Doflamingo early I've learned it, and they must have been defeated so badly in the fight. Under the leadership of Doflamingo, the members of the Don Quixote family quickly dispersed. They felt that no matter how powerful Ji Lingyun was, he was only one person. How could one person stop so many of them, so the scattered escape must be successful. Although they are very scattered, Ji Lingyun has already controlled the sky and air, so the snow falls in a larger area, and everyone is shrouded in it. Although he didn't know what the snowflakes' attack methods were, seeing everyone's bodies slowly frozen after being touched by the ice flowers, he knew that it was never simple. He could drop snowflakes out of thin air and control the temperature. Ji Lingyun's the ability was so powerful that it was terrifying, and Doflamingo was also deeply shocked. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The miserable cry kept ringing. All the pirates who were touched by the ice blossoms constantly had ice blossoms on their bodies, and their bodies were also frozen section by section. The feeling was very painful, but could not resist. The pirates of the Don Quixote family who had never seen this kind of attack were all startled when they saw Ji Lingyun's attack method, but they didn't think much about it, and they still fled quickly. At this time, everyone will choose the same choice as Doflamingo. Although Ji Lingyun is very difficult, it is not at the same level as Marine. At least Doflamingo thinks so this time he directly ordered to die, make a breakthrough. Not only the members of the Don Quixote family were shocked, but even the Marine who caught up with him was shocked. The Lieutenant General Crane who headed the head shouted, "Stop, everyone stop, don't enter that range. To break through with all your strength, don't fight against Marine." Chapter 194. Lord Admiral, what should I do? Under the command of Lieutenant General Crane, Marine stopped, and they all saw the tragedy of the Don Quixote family pirates. Anyone who was touched by the ice blossoms slowly appeared more ice blossoms all over their bodies and their bodies were slowly congealed, unable to move. Lieutenant General Crane looked at the area controlled by Ji Lingyun ahead, where snowflakes kept falling, and more Don Quixote family pirates were touched, and then revealed the same conditions as those before, which was very miserable. Lieutenant General Crane said in a deep voice, "This kid has grown up to this point. I heard Kuzan said that he gained the ability to freeze. I didn't expect how long it took to develop such amazing moves to control the weather. Even Kuzan would be very difficult to do." As one of the oldest Marines among Marines, Lieutenant General Crane knows Aokiji's strength. Aokiji definitely does not have such moves like Ji Lingyun. The female officers next to him said one after another, "Lieutenant Admiral, it must be the Shinigami that has frozen the sea. Now he is fighting with the Don Quixote family again. What does he want to do? It goes without saying that it must be against the pirates of Don 383 Quixote. Just let them kill each other. Anyway, these pirates don't have a good thing. Yes, let them kill each other. For Marine, whether it is Ji Lingyun or Doflamingo, they are all pirates and enemies, so seeing them fighting each other is the best thing for them." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lieutenant General Crane said in a deep voice. "Enclosed, once they end the battle, it's time for us to attack." As a wise and resourceful general, Lieutenant General Crane knows very well that even if Ji Lingyun and Doflamingo have any hatred, they will definitely not engage in real death fights in front of Marine. The thief's greatest enemy, the two sides don't need to leave the common enemy alone, but let them take advantage of it. The fact is just as Lieutenant General Crane thought. When Ji Lingyun saw that Lieutenant Crane and the Marines had completely caught up, he immediately had no intention of continuing. He quickly put away his moves and then quickly backed away. The snowflakes in the sky gradually decreased, and finally disappeared. Although Ji Lingyun had already given up his moves halfway, those who had ice flowers on their bodies were still miserable. One after another, the others looked anxious, but they were afraid to help, because there was a pirate just now. They wanted to help their companions break the ice blossoms, but when they did it, not only did it not help, but after they touched the ice blossoms, the same ice blossoms began to appear on their bodies. Ji Lingyun retreated very quickly. Even if Doflamingo attacked several times in a row, he still didn't touch Ji Lingyun, and could only watch Ji Lingyun retreat far away. Doflamingo did not continue to order the breakthrough of Ji Lingyun, but gathered all his subordinates together. Those who have ice flowers on their bodies, in this short period of time, 100 ice flowers have appeared on their bodies, and they have become ice sculptures. Breath. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** extremely ugly. Now they are in a very dangerous situation. There is Lingyun in front of them, and Marine from behind chased them up and completely blocked their retreat. They seemed to have nothing to do with moving forward. Besides, there is no other way to go. Lieutenant General Crane saw Lingyun retreat, and without any hesitation, directly ordered, "Attack." In an instant, all the Marines madly attacked the pirates of the Don Quixote family. Just one encounter, the Don Quixote family was injured by many pirates, and many died. Doflamingo shouted angrily, "Don't fall in love, retreat separately, hurry." With that said, he didn't care about other people, and went toward Lingyun as fast as he could. He wanted to block Lingyun with his own power. As long as Lingyun was not destroyed, they would have a chance to escape. When Lingyun saw Doflamingo coming towards him, he naturally guessed his thoughts, so he smiled lightly. Hirinmaru in his hand returned to his body, and quickly backed away, and smiled to Doflamingo while returning, saying, "Doflamingo, this time just treat it as a meeting ceremony for you. Next time, it won't be that simple. Haha, goodbye." In fact, he had the opportunity to continue to fall into the trap, but he did not do that. Although he wanted to borrow the power of Marine to remove Doflamingo, he also knew that this possibility was very small, because Doflamingo had the identity of celestial dragons, and he now the threat in Marine's eyes is no less than that of Don Quixote family, so he should also guard against Marine besieging him. After all, Doflamingo may become 7 warlords of the sea, and he has no possibility at all. He doesn't want to take this risk, and more the important thing is that he has got what he wanted. Seeing that Lingyun was no longer blocking, but instead turned around and left, Doflamingo couldn't get out of relief at once, and let out an angry roar. He felt like a puppy being ravaged by Lingyun at will. If you want to run, if you don't have so many subordinates, he would probably not hesitate to catch up and fight Lingyun desperately, but he can't now. "Withdraw, withdraw," Doflamingo yelled, but he soon discovered that under the orderly command of Marine, his family pirates were quickly surrounded by groups, and he could only rush back in anger. After pitting Doflamingo, Lingyun immediately retreated. This was what he had thought long ago, but after leaving Doflamingo and Marine's sight, Lingyun did not leave very far. Instead, after a round, he returned on the island just now, it's just from another direction. The reason why he wanted to come back was really because he was a little unwilling. Op Fruit was right on this small island, but he didn't find Luo, so he wanted to find him again. He felt that Luo was just a teenager after all, even if he escaped. Now, how far can he escape alone? Maybe someone else is still on the island. Chapter 195. But in the end, Lingyun was still disappointed. He searched the island and couldn't find Trafalgar Law. In desperation, he could only leave. Although he didn't find Op Fruit this time, at least he got it. Tons of pressed fruits, and the completion of Wabisuke's Bankai, also opened a new handful of Zanpakuto. Ryūjin Jakka. Shikai. Mara fruit also can be the blood of the fruit ability, Bankai. Lava fruit also can be the blood of the fruit ability. Lingyun never dreamed that his luck was heaven-defying to such an extent that he turned on the Zanpakuto of Ryūjin Jakka. To be honest, Ryūjin Jakka is definitely the most powerful existence among all Zanpakuto, except for the protagonist of Zangetsu. The sword, because of the halo, makes Zangetsu so powerful. But Ryūjin Jakka is definitely the strongest Zanpakuto besides Zangetsu. It is the oldest and strongest Zanpakuto in the flame system. It claims to burn out all Zanpakuto, and the temperature after Bankai is almost the same as the temperature of the sun's core flame. Tensa Zangetsu's abilities are indeed very strong, but in Lingyun's view, Ryūjin Jakka's role and abilities are definitely more domineering and powerful than Tensa Zangetsu, so Ryūjin Jakka's unblocking, Lingyun is better than other Zanpakuto happy. Mara fruit, lava fruit, this is interesting. Lingyun is very happy, because neither Mara fruit nor lava fruit is as difficult to find as other devil fruits. Mara fruit will be found by Fire Fist, Ace in the future, and it will also be in the East Daxia Sea. Lava fruit is the ability of Marine Admiral Akainu. As long as you have the strength, you can get Akainu's blood at any time. Now the more difficult one is Mara fruit. Mara fruit. It seems necessary to go to the East Daxia Sea again. After Lingyun made the decision, he immediately took action, preparing to head to the East Daxia Sea. The war provoked by Lingyun continued. Don Quixote was not dominant when facing Marine. Later, Lingyun disrupted the formation and killed a lot of people, so he was even more disadvantaged. Marine pressed and beat, but the strength of the Don Quixote family was still there, so they eventually ran away, but the damage was still severe and many people were injured. After escaping, Doflamingo took the remnants of the defeated general, and his resentment towards Ji Lingyun reached the extreme. Check me where that kid is going, and you must not let him go. Not only Doflamingo, but the pirates of the entire Don Quixote family hate Ji Lingyun to the extreme. They will do the same without Doflamingo. Ji Lingyun traveled to the East Daxia Sea as quickly as possible, and found Jeffrey White. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lingyun, why are you here? Jeffrey White was shocked when he saw Ji Lingyun. It hasn't been long since Ji Lingyun left last time. He thought it would take a long time for Ji Lingyun to come again. He didn't expect this time to be so short. Ji Lingyun said to Jeffrey White, I came to you for help if something happened. Jeffrey White asked, if you need my help, just tell me. Ji Lingyun said, help me find a devil fruit. Devil fruit. Jeffrey White looked at Ji Lingyun with a stunned face and asked, Lingyun, what does this mean? You were looking for devil fruit. How did you find me? I don't have devil fruit here. Ji Lingyun said, of course I know, so I came to you for help. Although I don't know where the devil fruit is, I know it is in the East Daxia Sea. You have developed in the East Daxia Sea. For so long, with the power, it is definitely easier to find than me, so I want you to send the people below to find the devil fruit I want. Ji Lingyun said, I lived here during this time. Where is little Rambo? I just have time to guide him. Jeffrey White smiled and said, it just so happens that the kid Rambo has been talking about you all the time. If he sees you, he will be very happy. Jeffrey White said, it has been arranged that people will be transported back as quickly as possible, and they should be delivered here soon. For nearly 2 years, Jeffrey White's pirate group has also been searching for the Maramara fruit Ji Lingyun needs in the East Daxia Sea, but for so long, there is still no news of Maramara fruit. Although he was a little worried, Ji Lingyun was not disappointed, because he was sure that Maramara fruit was in the East Daxia Sea and was not found. It was just because he had no chance to find it. Ji Lingyun said, I'm pretty sure, it's in the East Daxia Sea, so I can't go wrong. Lingyun, my men found a fruit that is very similar to the Maramara fruit you mentioned, but I don't know if it is. Just when Ji Lingyun was about to lose patience, Jeffrey White finally had good news. Ji Lingyun described the appearance of Maramara fruit to Jeffrey White. Jeffrey White nodded immediately and said, okay, I will arrange for my staff to help find it, but this East Daxia Sea is so big, I want finding a small devil fruit is not an easy task, I am afraid it will take a lot of time and energy. In this way, Ji Lingyun stayed in the East Daxia Sea for nearly 2 years. During this time, although Jeffrey White's pirate group did not develop much, the pirates under him were all elites. The most important thing is that Ji Lingyun helps him to guide the training, so they get such a big improvement. After all, Ji Lingyun's vision and experience are far from theirs. On this day, Jeffrey White hurriedly came to Ji Lingyun and told the good news. It's in the East Daxia Sea. Really? How did you know? Ji Lingyun said. Maramara fruit, it looks like. Jeffrey White said. Well, as long as you are sure it is in the East Daxia Sea, I will naturally have no problem. Tell me, what is the devil fruit you are looking for? Jeffrey White had 3 questions in a row, because what Ji Lingyun said was really endless, he was a little confused. Ji Lingyun was shocked and quickly asked, really, where are the people and fruits now? Chapter 196. That is really good. Although he has not seen the devil fruit mentioned by Jeffrey White, he has been certain that that devil fruit must be Maramara fruit. After all, there are no 2 identical devil fruits in this world. Ji Lingyun did not wait long, and Jeffrey White's men quickly brought Maramara fruit back. Lingyun, here, see if it's the Maramara fruit you want. Jeffrey White handed a small box to Ji Lingyun. He had already seen it, and it was almost the same as what Ji Lingyun said. It is logically Maramara fruit, but he still needs to confirm it to Ji Lingyun. Ji Lingyun opened the small box with a little excitement. In fact, he has seen a lot of precious devil fruit, but Logia's devil fruit, he has only seen snow fruit. Maramara fruit is definitely the most precious he has seen for a while devil fruit. At the first sight of this devil fruit, he was already sure that this was the Maramara fruit he needed. It was an orange-red globular fruit with a spiral pattern on the outside, the stem was blue, and one end was whirlpool. One end is in the shape of a flame, and the skin is composed of numerous small flame-like spiral fruit patterns. That's it, it's her, it's Maramara fruit, thank you so much, White. Ji Lingyun said to Jeffrey White with a grateful face. To be honest, it was Jeffrey White to get this Maramara fruit. For the past 2 years, he has been persevering to help him find it, otherwise how is it possible to find this fruit? Jeffrey White smiled slightly and said, Lingyun, you are the benefactor of our father and son, let alone a devil fruit, even if you want our life, we will have nothing to say. Before the accident, Jeffrey White was a more arrogant pirate, but after experiencing such a thing, his whole person has undergone tremendous changes. He is most grateful for Ji Lingyun, because Ji Lingyun has more than just saved him, but also helped him and his son escape from birth, so although he knew that Logia devil fruit, Maramara fruit's strong Yamato was precious, he did not hesitate to give it to Ji Lingyun. It's serious. Not only did I save you, you also saved me, so there is no debt between us. Ji Lingyun waved his hand. He still trusted Jeffrey White very much. Strictly speaking, Their father and son were the first to take refuge in him, and they were absolutely loyal, so he let Jeffrey White come help find Mara fruit. Lingyun, you want this Mara fruit, do you want to open the new form of your sword? Jeffrey White asked. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ji Lingyun nodded and said, yes. With that said, Ji Lingyun drew out the Shinigami blade and became the original form of Ryūjin Jakka. It was a relatively ordinary katana and it was not much different from an ordinary katana. It stabs the Mara fruit, and then puts the Mara fruit down. Only a small hole is left on the Mara fruit, and nothing else changes. All right, Jeffrey White asked dazedly. Ji Lingyun nodded and said, okay, it has been successful. This Mara fruit will be handed over to you. This is a good devil fruit. See if Rambo wants it or not. If he wants it, just give him food. Jeffrey White asked in astonishment. You don't want Mara fruit? Ji Lingyun said, I looked for it to understand my sword. Now it has succeeded. It is of no use to me, and I am not prepared to eat devil fruit, so I might as well leave it to you. Jeffrey White sighed. This kid is really crazy about practicing swordsmanship. How can he be like him? You, Rambo said, and then left alone, causing Ji Lingyun to stare at each other. I'm going to practice sword. Ji Lingyun nodded and said, it is indeed a bit crazy, but this is not necessarily a bad thing. If you want to become a strong and a master, you need his cruelty and crazy. To be honest, I am very optimistic about him. I dare not say that in the future he will definitely become a very outstanding swordsman. Ji Lingyun didn't let Rambo call him an adult, so Rambo called him the boss. Anyway, the age of the two is almost the same, so Ji Lingyun didn't care. The boss is better than calling him an adult. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, Rambo, it's nothing else to call you. We found Mara fruit. It's no longer useful to me. I'm going to give it to you, how about it? Ji Lingyun thought that Rambo would be very happy, but Rambo shook his head without hesitation and said, I don't want it. Looking at Mara fruit, Jeffrey White was a little embarrassed. Ji Lingyun was right. This is a very rare devil fruit, and it's still Logia. Others can't get it even if they break their heads. Lingyun just gave it to him, and he really seemed to be in a dream. Rambo is no longer a child. He is now 15 years old. He said very firmly, my goal is to become a great swordsman. I don't want to be a fruit-powered person, otherwise I can't go to sea. Let you auspicious words. Jeffrey White smiled very happily when Ji Lingyun praised his son. Whatever you do, if you really don't want to eat, then stay. Jeffrey White is a little hesitant. He knows that his son, Rambo, regarded Ji Lingyun as an idol. Ishin wants to become a great swordsman, and has been fighting for this for many years. Now it has gradually taken shape, so he doesn't know if my son is willing to eat this Mara fruit. Rambo was quickly called by Jeffrey White. When he saw Ji Lingyun, he immediately shouted happily, Boss, let's go training together. Give it to Rambo. I don't know if that kid wants. Hearing Rambo's words, Ji Lingyun suddenly had nothing to say, because what he said was true. After eating devil fruit, he would become a land duck, and Rambo's so-called road of swordsmanship was also led by him. No, Ji Lingyun asked in amazement, why not? This is a Logia devil fruit. You can eat it and it will become very powerful. Chapter 197. The first half of the Grand Line. Ji Lingyun sits leisurely on a small boat, which drifts with the current. After opening the Shikai of Ryūjin Jakka, Ji Lingyun bid farewell to Jeffrey White and his son. He has stayed in the East Daxia Sea for 2 years, so he doesn't want to stay any longer. For his departure, Jeffrey White, although the father and son were very reluctant, they didn't say anything, especially Rambo. He just asked Ji Lingyun to wait for him. In a few years, he will come to Ji Lingyun. For Jeffrey White and his son, Ji Lingyun is still very grateful and valued, because when he was in distress, the two gave him a lot of help. Now Jeffrey White returns to the East Daxia Sea, and he also said that for a lifetime I will never leave the East Daxia Sea again, and I will live the rest of my life peacefully there. It was Rambo. He said that he would go to sea one day in the future, and also said that he would challenge him, which made Ji Lingyun very happy, because it proved Rambo has his own ideas and is motivated. Although Ji Lingyun was in the East Daxia Sea before, he still has some concerns about the Grand Line. The biggest thing that has happened to the Grand Line in the past 2 years is the 7 warlords of the sea system of the Marine headquarters. 7 powerful ones should be selected. The pirates became an alliance with Marine. Shichibukai was promulgated by the world government to counterbalance the forces between the New World 4 emperors and Marine headquarters. The few people who have been elected to the Shichibukai position are all people that Ji Lingyun knows or knows: the world's largest swordsman, Mahawk Hawkeye, Don Quixote Doflamingo, the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, Crocodile, the sand crocodile, the heroes Jinbei and Gecko Moria. There is only one position left and no suitable candidates have been found. What regrets Ji Lingyun is that Fisher Tiger, who broke into the Holy Land Mary Geoise with him, finally embarked on the fate of the original book. When sending human slaves, he was ambushed by Marine, bleeding too much and died. Seaman Jinbei took his place and became the captain of the Pirates of the Sun. Regarding this result, Ji Lingyun is very regretful. You must know that he reminded Tiger and Jinbei at the beginning, but now it seems that they still did not take their words to heart, otherwise they would not fall to this end, so he had just felt a pity, and there was no other guilt, he did everything he could. What? Ji Lingyun, who was leisurely moving with the wind, suddenly whispered because he heard the sound of gunfire right in front of him. There is battle ahead. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ji Lingyun's experience is also very rich. Hearing this voice, he knew that there must be a battle ahead, and it was still a naval battle. He was free to control the direction of the boat and headed there. He was alone in the sea. It's also boring, so now that he has some fun, he is naturally going to take a look. Ji Lingyun guessed right. About a few nautical miles in front of him, there are two people fighting. Both of them are pirates. One of them is a pirate group composed of women. The thief actually suppressed the other party completely, watching the scene as if he was playing with him. When Ji Lingyun came here, the battle had come to an end. Another pirate group had been wiped out by this pirate group composed of all women, and now they were collecting loot. This pirate banner. After Ji Lingyun came here, he saw the large pirate ship at a glance, towed by two huge sea snakes. Of course, what Ji Lingyun cares most is the pirate flag flying on the pirate ship, a skeleton. The head, surrounded by 9 snakes, looks like the sun. Is it the 9 snakes and pirates? The pirates of the 9 snakes are also very powerful in One Piece. It is a group of female fighters from the island of 9 snakes. In the original book, Hancock can become Shichibukai, which is very similar to the pirates of the 9 snakes. Because this is a heritage pirate group with a long history. Seeing the 9 snakes and pirates, Ji Lingyun immediately felt happy. He thought of Hancock. Counting time, Hancock should have almost taken over as the queen of the 9 snakes. It is very likely that the pirates in front of him are Hancock led by. Thinking of this, Ji Lingyun immediately happily controlled the boat towards the direction of the 9 snakes pirates. The female fighters on 9 Snake Island who were clearing the battlefield suddenly saw a small boat coming in the direction where they were in the distance. They suddenly showed their vigilance. One of them even shouted, "Everyone stay vigilant. The ship is coming." The 9 snakes and pirates have been passed down for so many years, and the quality is far from comparable to that of ordinary pirates. After hearing the shout, everyone put aside the things in their hands, gathered quickly, and stared at Ji Lingyun's boat vigilantly. On the boat of the 9 snake pirates, a group of women quickly gathered to the bow, hugging a tall girl with a beautiful face. Seeing this girl, all the female fighters around shouted respectfully, "Master Hancock." This beautiful girl 157 is the girl Hancock who was rescued by Ji Lingyun back then, but compared to 2 years ago, she has undergone a huge change. Her face has become more beautiful, and more importantly, her temperament has undergone earth-shaking changes. She stopped there, as if she was the center of the world, noble, arrogant, and beautiful, as if she was a female emperor walking out of the painting. What happened? A cold voice came from Hancock's mouth, her eyebrows frowned slightly, and an aura of no anger and prestige radiated from her. Fortunately, everyone around her was already familiar with her, so there was nothing unusual. The female soldier who had spotted Ji Lingyun's boat reported, "Master Hancock found a boat of unknown origin, approaching us, not just enemies or friends." Hancock snorted coldly, and said, "Isn't it just a small boat? Is it necessary to be so nervous? Just fire it and destroy it." "But, Master Hancock, it's just a small boat, it should be." Hancock shouted, "What should it be? Who is saying what works here? If you ask you to destroy it, then destroy it. No matter what the situation, the concubine is so beautiful, what you can do is forgivable." Chapter 198. In a word, she showed her arrogance completely. Although the words were so unreasonable, Hancock's words seemed so natural, as if she was really forgiven for everything she did. "Yes, Master Hancock," the female soldier responded, and then followed the others to launch an artillery bombardment towards Ji Lingyun's location. Boom boom. Ji Lingyun was happy to see Hancock, who had been gone for a long time, but he did not expect that he was greeted by a series of cannonballs. Damn, do you need this kind of welcome? However, he was also more certain that there would be no other people besides Hancock who would shoot without saying hello. A bright light flickered, and the bullets that came in a sudden burst split in half, and then fell into the sea. Then Ji Lingyun suddenly showed a weird smile, and saw him yelling softly, "Everything in the world is ashes. Ryūjin Jakka." At the moment when Ji Lingyun drew his sword, a huge tornado-shaped flame wall was formed. The flame of the tornado was wrapped by the pirate ship of the pirate group defeated by the 9 snakes and pirates, and only the pirate ship was seen. It was burned out at a very fast speed, and the whole ship was burned out in a total of tens of seconds before and after. Hiss. The female warriors on the 9 snake pirate boats all took a deep breath. Before they saw the people on the boat drawing their swords, flames appeared, but the flames rushed to the other pirate boats. I thought it was the people on the boat who got it wrong, but think about it again, they are a little bit away from the pirate ship, and they can't be so far away, right? What shocked them even more was that the big pirate ship was burned out so quickly. What kind of flame is this? Even after a distance, they can clearly feel the hot temperature. Hancock-sama, the other party, seems to be very powerful. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Naturally, Hancock would not completely ignore this scene. Her arrogant expression also became serious in an instant. Whether it is splitting a cannonball in half or burning a pirate ship by a tornado flame, this is not something ordinary people can do. Owned. Although Hancock is arrogant, it does not mean that she is not smart. If she is not smart, she would not be selected as the female emperor of the 9 Snake Island of this generation, so she said, "Aim there, but don't attack. Wait for the other person to come."
Seeing his attack so fierce, Lingyun also smiled slightly. I have to say that Ryūjin Jakka's attack power is really strong. Shikai alone has such a powerful power. If it is a range attack, even Zangetsu is far worse.
Zangetsu and Tensa Zangetsu are indeed very strong, but Lingyun is not Kurosaki Ichigo after all and does not have hollow, so it is difficult to exert all the power of Zangetsu, but Ryūjin Jakka is different. Its practicality and power are both top-notch. After this blow, seeing that the 9 snakes and pirates did not attack again, Lingyun smiled slightly and controlled the small boat to quickly approach the big ship of the 9 snakes and pirates. When he arrived nearby, he heard the others warning. Friends on the opposite side, we are the 9 snakes pirates. You are already close to our restricted area. Please tell us your intentions, otherwise we will treat you as an enemy and attack. A wild female voice spread over the sea. Lingyun smiled after hearing it, and said, everyone in the 9 snake pirates, I have something to do with you on 9 Snake Island. I wonder who your current captain is. Hearing Lingyun's words, the female warrior of Hydra Island immediately asked Hancock, Master Hancock, a man, he said that he has something to do with our Hydra Island. He also asked who the captain is, shall we answer? Hancock snorted coldly. When did we 9 Snake Island have a relationship with a man? I don't know where the guy who appeared, actually wanted to deceive us. Didn't he say that he has a relationship with 9 Snake Island? What is it called? If the concubine has not heard of it, kill him immediately. Yes. The female pirates of the 9 Snake Pirates nodded, and then one of them shouted, boy, you said that you were related to our 9 Snake Island, and you say that you have nothing to say, so report your name. Lingyun replied. My name is Edward Lingyun. The current leader of 9 Snake Island is Boa Hancock, right? I know her, and there is an old woman named Guro Liosa on 9 Snake Island. I also know her. Hearing Lingyun actually said that they knew Hancock and Guro Liosa, the female pirates of 9 Snake Island were all surprised and turned their eyes to Hancock involuntarily. And Hancock also showed an incredible expression at this time. She asked the 2 younger sisters beside her in a dazed manner. Sonda Sonia, Mary growled, do you hear clearly? Is it Lingyun, brother? Hancock's 2 younger sisters, Sonda Sonia and Marie Gruder, have no better expressions than Hancock. They both nodded and replied, sister, you heard that right, it's him, it's Master Lingyun. After receiving affirmative answers from the 2 younger sisters, Hancock's puzzled expression disappeared instantly, replaced by immense joy and happiness, and his arrogant and cold face showed a joyful smile. The female soldiers next to Hancock looked surprised at Hancock, who changed his face, and asked in a low voice, Master Hancock, you guys. Hancock snorted, get out of the way. Then he pushed the person in front of him directly, quickly rushed to the penetration, and looked down. In Hancock's sight, I saw a young man in black clothes standing on a small boat. He looked like he was in his early 20s at most. Although he could not see the specific appearance, his straight body was revealed. With a stalwart feeling, people can't help but stare at him. Is it Lingyun, brother? I'm Hancock, Hancock. Under the unbelievable gazes of all the female pirates of the 9 Snake Pirates, Hancock jumped and waved at the man on the boat, yelling with joy. This is Hancock-sama. All the female pirates of the 9 Snakes and Pirates are dumbfounded. They have never seen Hancock's performance before, which is really incredible. Chapter 199. When Lingyun on the boat heard Hancock's call, he was also happy. Although Hancock's voice has changed a lot from 2 years ago, he knew that it must be Hancock, because Hancock was the only one who could call him Lingyun, brother. Is it really Hancock? That's great, Hancock, get out of the way, I'm going up. Hancock's expression was full of joy, and when he saw the female pirates on the 9 Snake Island surrounded by them, he immediately hummed. You all get out of it quickly. Brother Lingyun is coming up, don't block him. This is what Hancock said. On a place as big as the bow deck, even 10 more Lingyun will be fine, but she wants everyone else to move away. This attitude is really overbearing. After Lingyun finished speaking, he controlled the boat and came to the bottom of the pirate ship on 9 Snake Island. Then, with a strong kick with his feet, the whole person jumped high, and suddenly landed beside Hancock. Looking at the beautiful girl who was only a scalp shorter than herself, Lingyun asked in surprise, Hancock. When Lingyun looked at Hancock, Hancock also stared at Lingyun. Compared with 2 years ago, Lingyun is taller and has no other changes, so Hancock recognized 017 at a glance. Hancock's eyes were full of joy and excitement, and he said excitedly, it's me, brother Lingyun, I'm Hancock. Lingyun smiled slightly and couldn't help reaching out and touching Hancock's head, then compared to herself, saying, the last time I saw you, you hadn't reached my chin. I didn't expect to see you in 2 years. They have grown so tall, and they have become more beautiful and more confident. I almost can't recognize them. Listening to Lingyun's compliment, Hancock seemed to have eaten honey. His face was full of joy, and he whispered, brother Lingyun is also getting longer and handsomer. It is exactly the same as the brother Lingyun with my memory, which is great. When Hancock was talking to Lingyun, except for Hancock's 2 younger sisters, the other female warriors of the pirates of 9 Snake Island showed incredible and unbelievable gazes. Have they ever seen Hancock like this before? Saying that I saw it, I didn't even dare to imagine it. Is this still Hancock-sama? This question popped up in everyone's hearts. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lingyun asked Hancock in a puzzled way. By the way, Hancock, why are you here? Hancock replied, Brother Lingyun, this is the first time I have led a pirate group on an expedition. We have just come out from the island of Nine Snake, and we have attacked some pirates along the way. Ji Lingyun said, Oh, it turns out that this is the first time you led the pirates. It seems that our Hancock has also become a big man. Has he already become the leader of Nine Snake Island? At the end, Hancock's face sank, and his tone was very strong. Hancock immediately laughed again after hearing this. That's good, I know that Lingyun brother can't forget me. Seeing Hancock's disdainful expression and indifferent look, Ji Lingyun smiled slightly. This Hancock is somewhat similar to the original book. He asked, Then Hancock, what are you going to do next? First, he proudly told his own situation. Then Hancock was a little unhappy and pouts to Ji Lingyun. Brother Lingyun, when you were parting, you said you were going to see Hancock on Nine Snake Island. You haven't seen you in 2 years, have you forgotten Hancock? Hancock suddenly showed the proud expression of his little daughter, and smiled triumphantly. Yes, Brother Lingyun, I have been listening to you for the past 2 years, and I have been training hard. Now Hancock is the Emperor of Nine Snake Island. The island of Nine Snake is the only thing Hancock said. Upon hearing this, Ji Lingyun said amusedly, How could it be, how could I have forgotten Hancock? I have been entangled with other things in the past 2 years, so I didn't have time to see you. Originally, other people thought Hancock would definitely speak bad words, but Hancock was actually very happy and said crisply to everyone, This is me. Although Hancock has a high prestige in the pirate group, these female pirates are all elites of Nine Snake Island, and they have a natural resistance to men, so even if it is cold and bitter, many people still disagree. Speaking of this, Hancock suddenly glanced at the pirate ship burned by Ji Lingyun with some disdain, and said, The group of guys just wanted to rob us and was killed by Hancock. It's really overwhelming. Because Hancock was rescued by Ji Lingyun at the beginning, and later Ji Lingyun protected her all the way and sent her back to Nine Snake Island, Hancock will inevitably have a sense of trust and dependence on Ji Lingyun during the process of getting along. And this sense of dependence is different from ordinary people's sense of dependence, because she used to be a slave and lived a life that is not as good as life and death. Ji Lingyun pulled her out of that place and left an indelible impression in her heart, so this kind of feeling is extraordinary. Hancock said, I was going to make a round of the Grand Line, so that those ignorant people would know the power of our 9 snakes and pirates, but now I see you, Lingyun, Brother Lingyun, of course you are the most important. When Hancock heard Ji Lingyun's relief, he nodded immediately and said, Yes, that's right. Brother Lingyun is my best friend. You will call him Master Lingyun in the future. Did you hear that?
Seeing Hancock and Ji Lingyun so affectionate, someone finally couldn't help but ask Hancock a question. As if thinking of something, Hancock asked Ji Lingyun suspiciously, Why are you here, Lingyun brother? Master Hancock, who is this? Ji Lingyun said, I just returned to the Grand Line from the East Daxia Sea. I just passed by here and found that there is a battle. That's why I came over curiously to see what was going on. Fortunately, I came here, otherwise I would miss you. Quote. Suddenly Hancock paused and didn't know how to introduce it. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, My friend, Hancock and I have known each other since childhood. Chapter 200. Ji Lingyun politely said to the female fighters of the 9 Snakes Pirates, Hello ladies, my name is Edward Ji Lingyun, and you can call me Lingyun. Hancock and I are friends. Upon hearing Ji Lingyun's very polite greeting, the female fighters of the 9 Snakes Pirates laughed, and their views on Ji Lingyun changed a little. Apart from anything else, at least Ji Lingyun looks good and will do speak. Brother Lingyun, don't worry about them, let's go in and talk.
Hancock didn't want her subordinates to get along with Ji Lingyun, so he just pulled Ji Lingyun into her room. When they walked to Hancock's 2 younger sisters, Sonda Sonia and Mary Gruder both greeted Ji Lingyun. Lingyun sir, it's been a long time since I saw you, how are you? Ji Lingyun was also very happy and said, Yeah, it's been a long time since you have all grown up and become stronger. You are no longer the little girl who needed my protection. The 3 Hancock sisters who were rescued by Ji Lingyun back then were all very young girls. These 2 sisters are even younger, but now they are all grown and taller than Ji Lingyun, and their aura has changed from being weak at the beginning. Now it is full of momentum. Hancock directly took Ji Lingyun away, leaving only the people of the 9 Snakes and Pirates group staring at each other. Under the strong invitation of Hancock, Ji Lingyun stayed on her boat temporarily. However, the whole boat was full of women, and he was the only man. He felt very uncomfortable at first, but stayed for a while. After time, I slowly adapted to it. But of course Ji Lingyun didn't expect this to continue. He just happened to be fine now, so he agreed to Hancock and sailed around with his boat. Master Hancock, Master Hancock. In the early morning when the sky was shining brightly, there were bursts of exclamations from the boat of the 9 Snakes and Pirates, awakening all the members of the pirates from their sleep. Ji Lingyun also woke up, dressed and walked away. Get out. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Because he lives right across from Hancock, Ji Lingyun opened the door and saw Hancock walking out with someone, so he asked, Hancock, what happened? Hancock looked a little heavy and said, Brother Lingyun, it is Marine. We are surrounded by several Marine warships. I am not very clear about the specific situation. Hancock frowned and said coldly, What are you talking about, why not? Hancock and Ji Lingyun quickly came to the bow of the pirate ship. As soon as they got here, they saw the Marine warship encircling their pirate ship. Although they did not attack, they did not let it go. The meaning of Ji Lingyun is not too nervous. He knows that Hancock will become Shichibukai in the future, and the relationship with Marine will not be too stale, so he said, "Don't worry, take a look at the bow of the ship. Marine is nothing great. The leader of the 8 warships is a major general. Since the Hydra pirates left the island of Hydra, they have been rampant all the way. Although they have not done any evil of burns and looting, they have killed a lot of people and made a lot of trouble." The reputation naturally aroused Marine's attention. These warships were dispatched this time for 2 purposes. If the 9 snakes and pirates are not strong, they will be destroyed directly. If the 9 snakes and pirates are strong, then think about other things. Decision making. The 9 snakes and pirates are all female. If he is found here as a man, it will inevitably be a bit bad. Hancock also knows the truth, so he said nothing and nodded. Hancock listened to Ji Lingyun's words very much. She nodded and said, "Okay, let's listen to Lingyun's brother. Concubine has to see what these Marines have to say." In terms of the number of dealings with Marine, among all the pirates, he is definitely ranked high. He has played the 3 Admiral of Marine, and he has played more than once, although the number of battles with Marine Lieutenant General is relatively small, but even Marine Admiral has played, still afraid of Marine Lieutenant General. The cold light in Hancock's eyes flashed, and he was about to get angry, but then Ji Lingyun said, "Hancock, it's not the time to be angry. Marine is right in front of you. Anyway, deal with these Marines first. If they don't know each other, it won't be too late." When they heard that Hancock was about to kill Marine, many people changed their faces and quickly persuaded, "Master Hancock, no." Ji Lingyun said, "Go ahead, it's not very convenient for me." Hearing Ji Lingyun's words of persuasion, but in fact it did not show weakness. A small number of people in the 9 snakes and pirates frowned, but most of them agreed with Ji Lingyun's words, this pirates group. Although Hancock took it over from the previous emperor, in fact, the 9 snakes and pirates have not gone to sea for many years. There are very few female pirates of the previous generation, and most of them are newly selected by Hancock. The biggest characteristic of newcomers is their youthful impulse. They don't think about retreating when encountering things, but fight. Sure enough, Hancock was immediately angry when she heard this. She said coldly, "A little major Marine dared to stop our boat. He really doesn't know how to live or die. Where is the other person? The concubine will kill him." Seeing Hancock coming, the female pirate on guard immediately came over to report, "Master Hancock, Marine has arrived with a total of 8 warships. The leader seems to be a major general from Marine headquarters. He said he wants to talk to you." "Okay." Hearing that it was just a Marine major, Ji Lingyun suddenly didn't care. With the strength of the 9 snakes and pirates, let alone a Marine major, Hancock and the others would definitely be able to handle it. It was a woman in her 30s who had just spoken to stop her, and she looked like she once again persuaded. "Master Hancock, although our 9 snakes and pirates are pirates, there has been no dispute with Marine. If we attack Marine recklessly, it will not be a good thing for our pirates or Hydra Island. So, Master Hancock, please consider it again." Chapter 201. Marine. When Hancock saw Marine, he snorted very unceremoniously and said, "What do you want to do?" Seeing that an extremely beautiful girl appeared in the 9 snakes pirates, the Marines were very shocked, but in the next moment, many Marine soldiers were confused by Hancock's beauty and showed obsessive expressions. It's no wonder that these Marine soldiers showed such expressions. Even the Marine Major General was shocked by Hancock's beauty, but after all, he was a Major General at Marine headquarters and soon recovered. He looked at the expressions of the soldiers around him. Obsessed with the color, his face is full of shock. It's no wonder that these Marine soldiers are just ordinary people, and Hancock not only has a beautiful face and a perfect body, but also has a unique temperament. The Queen's temperament is enough to upset all living beings. Fortunately, Hancock did not perform come out, otherwise, if you get closer, it will be a question of whether these soldiers can maintain their senses. "You are the leader of the 9 snakes pirates?" Lieutenant General Marine asked. Hancock said coldly. "Who are you? Why do you want to fight the boat that stopped your concubine?" Major General Marine's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, "I am Major General Parley of Marine headquarters. What you have done has seriously threatened the peace of the world. As Marine, you must not be allowed to act recklessly. Now I will disarm and surrender immediately. An attack is about to be ordered." "Disarm and surrender?" Hancock sneered disdainfully. "I want to make my concubine surrender. It's so ridiculous. You dare to say that you are going to attack the pirate group? Then, let the concubine kill you first. I believe no matter what the concubine did, everything will be forgiven. Attack. Attack. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. At the moment when Hancock's voice fell, Major General Marine and Hancock yelled loudly at the same time, but because those Marine soldiers were confused by Hancock's beauty, their reaction speed was naturally slower, and the 9 snakes pirates took the lead. Boom. The sound of artillery fire suddenly sounded, and the pirates of the 9 snakes took the lead to attack. The artillery shells hit the warships. Although only a small part of the artillery shells hit, several Marine warships were damaged. The sound of artillery fire awakened those Marines who were bewildered by Hancock's beauty. They saw the 9 snakes and pirates attacking, and immediately screamed and launched a counterattack. Although the pirates of the 9 snakes attacked first and seized the opportunity, they were relatively small and Marine had 8 warships surrounding them, so after Marine recovered, the pirates of the 9 snakes immediately fell into a passive position. Boom boom boom. The quality of the pirate ship of the 9 snakes pirates is still very good. After the Marine's shell hits, it is not as destructive as imagined. Most of the impact is blocked, but even so, the pirate ship is there. Damage, for a long time, it will definitely be very bad. Marine was not close either, they were bombarding them from a long distance. Their purpose was very clear, which was to destroy the pirate ship of the pirates of the Hydra first, and then finish it. Hancock saw that her own situation was unfavorable, and her expression was very unhappy. She immediately put her posture, touching her lips with her finger, creating a small peachy heart-shaped substance, and then the other hand pulled it away, using her finger as a gun. Mouth. Aim at the Marine soldiers on the Marine warship ahead and attack them. Because of Hancock's peculiar attack method and extremely fast speed, the Marine soldiers were hit without being able to react at all. After being hit, all of them were petrified and turned into stone sculptures. When the surrounding Marines saw this scene, they all exclaimed, "No, the other party is demon fruit power. Be careful, don't be hit by her attack." The female soldiers of the 9 Snakes and Pirates controlled the pirate ship and wanted to rush out from the Marine warships, but Marine blocked them firmly. Several consecutive attacks were unsuccessful. Instead, the pirate ship suffered damage, small breakage. "Master Hancock, you can't go on like this anymore. The pirate ship cannot withstand such an attack. We must break out as soon as possible," Hancock said. Hancock looked gloomy. Although her attacks could cause damage to Marine, there were too many Marines, and her long-range attacks were of no avail. But Hancock is a very arrogant person. Even if she knew the situation was not good, she didn't have the slightest worry, because she didn't put these Marines in her eyes at all, and their 9 Snakes and Pirates did not only have this power, they did. Do you see that? Except for a few people, everyone else is very calm. Marine was so arrogant that Hancock didn't want to be polite with them, so she ordered a counterattack, but when she was about to give the order, Lingyun suddenly walked up to her and said to her, "Hancock, let me come." Hancock looked at Lingyun puzzledly and said, "Brother Lingyun, you just need to watch." Lingyun shook his head and said, "No, you have taken care of me for so long along the way. Now that you are in trouble, I naturally have to contribute, so let me come." Upon hearing Lingyun's self-recommendation, the female pirates of the 9 Snake Pirates looked over curiously. They had only seen Lingyun once before, but they still saw it from a distance and did not see clearly, so I don't know how much strength Lingyun has. Now that I heard G2.3 Lingyun wants to do something, I'm naturally looking forward to it. Although we are looking forward to it, everyone really does not have much expectations for Lingyun. After all, there are so many Marines and Lingyun is only one person. To what extent can we achieve this? And Hancock saw that Lingyun was so persistent, so she did not object, but unlike others, she was full of confidence in Lingyun. Back then, Lingyun was able to break into Malin Vando and rescue them. Now that long time has passed, it must have changed. More powerful, how could Marine be able to stop it? Lingyun motioned the others to retreat. He was the only one standing at the bow. He glanced at the surrounding Marine warships, smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, and placed the Shinigami Blade sword behind his right hand, above the handle. Chapter 202. Cut. In the eyes of the female pirates of the 9 Snake Pirates, they only saw the moment when Lingyun drew the sword, a bright light flashed out, and then a sword light was formed, and the sword light was thrown out of his sword. Zhang turned into a huge blade of light and crashed on a Marine warship next to it. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the sturdy warship was like tofu, which was cut off from the middle easily, and turned into 2 pieces on the warship. The Marines screamed even more, trying to catch everything that could be caught, so that they would not fall into the sea. This, the Marine Major General saw that his warship was cut by a single sword, and his whole body was stunned. As the Major General of Marine Headquarters, he was naturally knowledgeable and able to split the Marine Headquarters warships in half. At the very least, he is a swordsman of the Sword Tyrant, and judging from the power just now, it is by no means as simple as an ordinary sword tyrant. The people of the 9 Snakes and Pirates were even more shocked. They clearly saw G12 Lingyun's movements, just a simple draw of the sword, without even condensing momentum. It was a simple sword, but it was so simple. With a single sword, a Marine warship was easily split in half. This kind of strength is too amazing. Now that he chose to do it, Lingyun naturally wouldn't let it go halfway. A cold light appeared in his eyes. Surroundings, everything is ashes. Ryūjin Jakka. Following Lingyun's chanting, an astonishing aura erupted from his body, and the Ryūjin Jakka in his hand also changed. The entire blade was lit up with flames, looking like a blade of flame. Hot hell. A dull voice came from Lingyun's mouth, and he didn't see any actions. With the Hydra pirate ship as the center, dozens of pillars of fire suddenly appeared around the Marine warship. These pillars of fire appeared out of thin air on the sea. The seawater has no influence on them at all. Every Marine warship is surrounded by fire pillars with 3 roots surrounding them. What is this? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. When the Marine soldiers saw the huge flames that appeared suddenly, all of them were shocked. Only the Marine Major General's pupils suddenly widened, and he cried out in disbelief, "The flame, is it demon fruit power? Logia's Mara fruit?" As a Major General at Marine Headquarters, he still has some knowledge of devil fruit, especially Logia's devil fruit, which is what they pay more attention to. The flame giant that suddenly appeared is very similar to Mara fruit's abilities, so he is like this guess. There are a few huge flame pillars around every Marine warship. They surround them. If you want to break through, you must touch the huge flame pillar. But just by looking at it, you know that this flame pillar is very powerful. The scorching temperature made them breathe harder. In the next moment, those pillars of fire suddenly gathered together and then detonated instantly, covering the remaining marine warships. The pillar of fire slammed into the warship, and it made a loud roar. Under the shocking gaze of the female pirates of the 9 Snake Pirates, those warships were shrouded in fire, except that they could barely see what the warship looked like. It was all flames. Especially the marine soldiers on the warships were even more miserable, covered by the fire, and uttered a screaming scream. Is this over? Even Hancock was surprised after seeing this scene. Although she was not afraid of these marines, she could easily wipe out several warships with a single blow like Lingyun. She couldn't do it. Except for Hancock, the eyes of the rest of the 9 Snake Pirates looking at Lingyun have changed. Although they were polite to Lingyun before, it was more because of Hancock's face, but at this moment, they are really real. He understood that the man in front of him was so powerful and terrifying that he wiped out so many marines in a single blow. There were not a few such people even above the ocean. Many people in the 9 Snakes and Pirates showed excitement. Although it was not their hands, they can be regarded as the victory of their 9 Snakes and Pirates, so they are naturally worthy of joy. But not everyone is the same, and some people sighed. Although it was not for them to do it, this matter must be counted in their 9 Snakes and Pirates. In this way, they will be confronted with Marine. Marine, with the strongest military strength on the sea, is not something they can provoke on the island of Hydra. Even if the island of Hydra is located in the calm belt, it is not impossible for Marine to deal with it. At this time, Lingyun is stroking Ryūjin Jakka in his hand. The power of Ryūjin Jakka is indeed powerful and terrifying. In terms of attack ability, it is absolutely at the forefront of all Zanpakuto. Without Bankai, it is already more powerful than other Zanpakuto Bankai. Awesome. Brother Lingyun, thank you for helping us send these marines, Hancock said to Lingyun. Lingyun 793 waved his hand and inserted Ryūjin Jakka back into the scabbard. Then he said, it's just a small matter, and I've had a grudge against Marine, so I see no reason not to say hello. When I heard Lingyun's words, the female pirates around looked at each other, saying hello. Did you say hello like that? Lingyun said to Hancock. Hancock, although I helped you solve this group of marines, you must know that this is just the beginning. If this happens, Marine will only increase the pursuit of you. Hancock said nonchalantly, isn't it just a mere marine, I won't be afraid of them. With Hancock's current personality, she is truly fearless. Lingyun warned. Hancock, don't underestimate Marine. It can rule the waters of the Grand Line. Marine's power should not be underestimated. If you can avoid them as much as possible, try to avoid them. I don't know how many times Lingyun has dealt with Marine. He still knows the power of Marine very well. The power of the 9 Snakes and Pirates is not weak, but as long as Marine is serious, just send a Marine Admiral, it is absolutely extinct. Disaster. Chapter 203 Lingyun and the others quickly left this sea area. After they left, all the warships were burned. Only a small part of the Marine jumped into the sea because of the quicker response, saving a life, but more people are buried in this area forever. Marine Major General Parley is also one of the people who reacted very quickly. When he was attacked by Lingyun's hot hell, he jumped into the sea as fast as he could, because he saw clearly that he was on the warship. It was absolutely impossible to stop those flames, only if he jumped into the sea, he might be able to save his life. Parley glanced at the debris of the surrounding warship and the burned dead Marine soldier, his eyes were red, and he let out an angry roar. This roar stopped for more than a minute. He looked at the Marine soldiers approaching around. These soldiers were the soldiers who had finally saved their lives, but there were only dozens or hundreds of people. You must know that they came. At that time, there were not many people with nearly 1,000 people, and now only 1/10 is left. How miserable it is. Major General Pear, what should we do? These remaining Marines were all crying and asked Major General Pear. This is the first time they were beaten so miserably and embarrassed after they became Marine headquarters soldiers. Now even the ship is gone. In this vast sea, they can again, how long does it last? Major General Parley looked at the sad expression on the faces of his subordinates, and his heart was extremely angry. As a Marine lieutenant, he had never become so embarrassed, but when he thought of the scene that just happened, his heart was very full. Shocked, several Marine warships were destroyed in an instant. What's more frightening was that he didn't even see the person who took the shot. Who is it? How could there be such a powerful person in the 9 Snakes and Pirates? The 9 Snakes and Pirates have been around for more than a month. Marine still has a bit of research on the 9 Snakes and Pirates, but they never knew that the 9 Snakes and Pirates had such strong players. The power demonstrated by the blow just now was at least as strong as that of a lieutenant general, or even stronger, because it was a large-scale attack on a large scale. Perhaps it is the path of heaven. These Marines did not die in the sea, but encountered the past merchant ships and rescued them. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After Major General Pear was rescued, he found the ship and returned to the Marine headquarters as soon as possible, and then applied to Marine Marshal Sengoku through his superiors to report his experience. In fact, there is no need for Sengoku to intervene in dealing with the 9 Snakes and Pirates, but after such an incident, you must report to Sengoku, because this is no longer an ordinary pirate incident. Marshal. After Sengoku heard the news, he immediately summoned Major General Pear. Sengoku looked at Major General Parley, and asked in a deep voice, Major General Parley, I have heard about the information you reported, but now I need you to explain to me the situation at that time, and how you were almost wiped out. In the face of Sengoku, Major General Pear would naturally not conceal the slightest bit of concealment, and directly said everything, including the time and place of the action. We didn't even see anyone who did it. At the beginning, a sword light suddenly appeared from the ship of the Nine Snakes Pirates. It easily cut off one of our warships, and then other warships suddenly appeared around. Several pillars of fire to the sky made it impossible for the warship to break through. In the end, these pillars of fire moved and crashed on the warship, causing a violent explosion. The warship burst in an instant, and most of the people on board were killed and injured, only a few fortunately, he survived. You didn't even see anyone who did it? Sengoku frowned. Although Major General Parley was not ranked in the Marine headquarters, he wouldn't be defeated even without seeing the opponent's people, right? Although a little embarrassing, Major General Pear answered truthfully. Return to the Marshal, it is true, but I am sure that the 2 blows that destroyed the warship should have been performed by the same person. Sengoku tapped his fingers on the table and slowly said, a swordsman who can sever a warship is at least a swordsman, and he can also perform what you call a large-scale flame attack. Could it be that he ate Logia's Mara fruit? Parley said. Marshal, I think so too. Although some swordsmen can use attribute attacks, such large-scale elemental attacks must be demon fruit power. I am afraid that there are only a few eligible. Among them, Mara fruit is the most likely. Sengoku said. Logia devil fruit is very rare, could it really be obtained by the women of Nine Snake Island? Sengoku still knows the situation of Nine Snake Island well. The female warriors on Nine Snake Island are basically learning hockey. They rarely have demon fruit power, and they are also very powerful swordsmen, if not Pear's personal experience. Sengoku really doesn't believe the facts at this time. Sengoku said, the Nine Snakes and Pirates have not paid much attention to them, but now they can actually attack Marine without hesitation. It seems that the leader of this generation of Nine Snakes and Pirates is not a simple character. As an ancient tribe with hundreds of years of history, Nine Snake Island has a group of pirates, but it always does not violate the waters of the Marine well. It attacked Marine directly like this time, and the attack was ruthless and merciless. Once. Sengoku asked, who is their leader? Parley thought about it for a while, and then replied. Marshal, their leader is a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Although she just glanced at it from a distance, this girl is by no means simple, she has an amazing aura. Sengoku nodded, then rummaged through the pile of documents in front of him. After a while, he took out a piece of material. Looking at the material, he said, the new leader of the Nine Snakes and Pirates, Boa Hancock, 18 years old, is really a simple introduction. Chapter 204 is the largest military organization in the world. Marine's intelligence capability is not as strong as the CP organization, but it is definitely not weak. The pirates of the Nine Snakes appeared on the Grand Line for more than a month and did a lot of things. We'll leave it alone. I became the captain of the Nine Snakes Pirates at the age of 18, and she was also the queen of Nine Snakes Island. What is the origin of this Boa Hancock? Sengoku is very puzzled. As a fighting nation, Hydra Island has always respected power. Every emperor must have a certain level of strength. What's more, Hancock is still the strongest military force in Hydra Island, the captain of the pirates of the Nine Snakes. The strength is bound to be extraordinary, but even so, at the age of 18 he has these 2 identities and strengths. How terrible the potential is. He waved his hand to let Parley leave, and then Sengoku sat in the office alone and meditated. In the past 2 years, as Shichibukai has gradually increased, Marine has become more and more control over the Grand Line, so he does not want the Grand Line to appear uncontrollable. The power of thieves. They must not be allowed to act recklessly. After thinking about it for a long time, Sengoku finally decided to attack the Nine Snakes and Pirates. Although they do not have to be completely wiped out, they must be suppressed. If they can be beaten back to Nine Snakes Island by residents in 607, it will be the best. It is good. However, considering the unknown power of the Nine Snakes Pirates, who should be sent has become a problem again. Major General Marine is not an opponent, so he must send someone with the strength of the Lieutenant General. If there is one, it is probably a big problem, so Sengoku decided to send it. The 3 Marine lieutenants, this is to be on the safe side, and the second is to show Marine's power and strive to defeat the Nine Snakes and Pirates. As for sending Marine Admiral, Sengoku has never thought about who Marine Admiral is. That is the highest combat power standing at the top of the sea. Even if you look at the whole world and dare to confidently win the Marine Admiral head-on, it is estimated that you can count it with one hand. And where is the island of Hydra? Although it is an ancient fighting nation, to be honest, there is really no great person, let alone someone who is comparable to Marine Admiral, so sending Marine Admiral is really overkill, and Sengoku will naturally not consider it. Although no Marine Admiral was sent, none of the 3 Marine Admirals sent by Sengoku were unknown. Flying Squirrels, Dalmesia and Burning Mountain. These 3 Marine lieutenants are all excellent Marine lieutenants of the Marine generation. Not only are they outstanding in strength, but also brave and courageous. Sending these 3, Sengoku has absolute confidence to solve the problem of the Nine Snakes and Pirates. If it weren't for Marine, Lingyun would have planned to leave the Nine Snakes Pirates in a few days, but now he can't leave because he knows Marine's methods and ways of doing things. He was wiped out before. With so many Marines, it is impossible for the Marine headquarters to remain indifferent. They will definitely send people to chase the pirates of the Nine Snakes again, and the next time they will be sent to the Masters of the Masters. He must stay to help the pirates of the Nine Snakes resist. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But he didn't worry too much, because he knew Hancock would become one of the Shichibukais sooner or later, so it was enough to protect Hancock and the others before they sat down and negotiated. Anyway, he didn't deal with Marine once or twice. Marine moved very fast. Lingyun and the others just calmed down for a few days, and then they caught up. The Marine warship that followed saw the pirates of Hydra speeding up immediately. Fortunately, the craftsmanship of the pirates of the Hydra was very good. Although the Marine warship was hanging behind, it was still unable to catch up. With an order from Huashaoshan, the warship he was on and the two surrounding warships suddenly accelerated, quickly past the other warships and chased the Hydra pirates. How many warships did Marine come? Master Hancock, it's not good. A large group of Marine ships chased after him. Hancock was chatting with Lingyun, but suddenly he heard the emergency report from his subordinates, and stood up all at once. Lieutenant General Marine was on the ship of Huashaoshan. Listening to the report he was holding, Huashaoshan's face was cold, and he said solemnly, "You must catch up with them as fast as you can, preferably before the flying squirrels in Dalmesia. I have to decide on this military merit." Lingyun said, "Now speed up the boat immediately and see if you can get rid of those people." After listening to Lingyun's words, Hancock immediately did what he said. The pirate ship accelerated instantly and shot forward at an extremely fast speed. "Yes," Lingyun said at this time. "Don't worry, Hancock, the soldiers will come to cover, the water will cover, even if Marine Admiral is here, we have the power to fight, so we can't mess around." Hancock nodded and said, "Well, I know, I don't need to be afraid of them if I'm with Lingyun. Lord Admiral, the speed of the 9 snakes and pirates is too fast for us to catch up with them." As a result, a weird scene suddenly appeared on the sea. A pirate ship galloped in front, followed by several warships, but it was divided into several waves, but it was still unable to catch up with the pirate ship in front. Several ships are getting farther and farther away. After all, not everyone's driving skills are so good. Hancock's expression suddenly changed when he heard that. If the Marine was not for Lingyun's help last time, if they could win the 9 snakes and pirates alone, they would definitely lose a lot. It was the same last time. This time Marine faction those who come are definitely stronger, so it will be more difficult to deal with. At this time, the people of the 9 snakes and pirates gathered. Hancock's sister Sonda Sonia said, "Sister, Marine has come with a lot of people. There are a total of 8 warships, but they are much larger than the previous Marine warships." The other 2 Marine lieutenant generals saw the people of Huashaoshan passing them, and instantly understood the idea of Huashaoshan. After screaming, they ordered to speed up. Although Marine Marshal Sengoku sent the 3 of them to chase the pirates of the 9 snakes, but it was not clearly stated that they should act together, and the 3 of them were Marine lieutenant generals. Facing this huge military exploits, they naturally wanted to take their own possessions, so there would naturally be competition. Chapter 205. Turn around and attack. Lingyun and Hancock were both in the driver's cab. After running for a while, Lingyun saw Marine's 9 warships dispersed completely, and his eyes became bright and he shouted in a deep voice. The girl who was driving the pirate ship was startled, but she did not follow Lingyun's orders until Hancock snorted dissatisfiedly, "Follow Lingyun's orders." Hancock was not afraid of these Marines, and had absolute trust in Lingyun, so there was no doubt about Lingyun's words. Lingyun turned around and she naturally gave her full support. The pilot did not dare to disobey Hancock's orders and immediately turned his head. The warship of Huashaoshan was chasing after the pirate ship, and the 2 warships of his men were behind him. He was chasing him, and suddenly he found the front. The 9 snakes and pirates suddenly turned their heads, and before he could react, suddenly the shells smashed over. A hole. Dare to look back. Huashaoshan really did not expect that the 9 snakes pirates would even dare to fight back. Although he was very surprised, he did not panic. Instead, he calmly commanded the Marine soldiers under his command to attack the 9 snakes pirates. However, the speed of the pirates of the 9 snakes was too fast. After several shelling attacks on them, the whole ship ran into them. The speed of both ships was extremely fast. If they hit head-on, the consequences would be disastrous. Huashaoshan never expected the 9 snakes and pirates to be so crazy. He ran into them desperately. He didn't want to die with the 9 snakes and pirates. On the contrary, he was extremely shocked. He knew that the 9 snakes and pirates were one. The pirate group composed of women. How could a woman compare to a man? But only now I discovered that the group of 9 snake pirates is even more man than a man, and they even use the same dying style of play. As a promising Marine lieutenant general, Huashaoshan didn't want to die with the Hydra pirates, and was picked up by the flying squirrels in Dalmesia behind, so he quickly ordered the helmsman to turn around and avoid. Because the Huashaoshan evacuated in time, his warship and the pirate ship of the pirates of the 9 snakes almost passed by. At this moment, the female soldiers of the pirates of the 9 snakes were in groups. Rushed to the Marine warship quickly through the place where the 2 ships touched. Enemy attack. A sharp cry suddenly sounded. Marine did not expect the 9 snakes and pirates to invade their warships, and their reaction when they waited for the female pirates of the 9 snakes to pounce like wolves. It's too late. Boom. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The 9 snakes and pirates not only got on the warship, but also bombarded the warship with shells. Damn it. Huashaoshan's pupils tightened. In his eyes, he saw a group of pirates with dozens of women, led by a beautiful young girl, constantly harvesting the lives of Marine soldiers. Boa Hancock. They had seen Hancock's photo before coming to Huashaoshan. Because it was so easy to recognize, he recognized it immediately and then was shocked. As the captain of the 9 snakes and pirates, Hancock dared to take it alone. People invaded his warship. You must know that there are 8 warships behind him. Although they are some distance from him, they can catch up in 10 minutes. Don't Hancock know? Originally, Lingyun was planning to attack the warship alone, but Hancock refused because it belonged to the pirates of the 9 snakes. As the captain, she had to stand up, so she would do it herself. According to Lingyun, after Hancock boarded the warship, there was no nonsense, and he immediately started fighting. So even if these Marines are all elite, how could they be Hancock's opponents if they missed the first opportunity? But after all, it was the soldiers from Marine headquarters. Under Hua Xiaoshan's order, they quickly gathered again and stood behind Hua Xiaoshan to confront the female pirates led by Hancock. Because the ship of the 9 snakes and pirates is moved by 2 giant snakes, it is very convenient to turn around. After staggering with the warship, it quickly turns around again after a circle and attacks again. Boa Hancock, you dare to take the initiative to attack. You will never escape here today, Hua Xiaoshan said sharply. Ha ha ha. Hancock laughed. His smile was very sweet and moving. Even as an enemy, Hua Xiaoshan and the Marine soldiers behind him were fascinated by Hancock's beauty. Even some weak-willed guys have begun to drool. The appearance of fainting. The concubine is the most beautiful person in the world. It is unforgivable that you, a little Marine, dare to threaten the concubine. With a smile, Hancock's expression changed suddenly, and he said coldly, dare to chase your concubine, you all deserve to die. Before Hua Xiaoshan could react, an astonishing aura erupted from Hancock's body, as if the king of the sky descended on the earth, exuding incomparable haki, as if to wipe out everything in the world. Zero. Under this astonishing haki, most of the Marine soldiers collapsed with their eyelids turned over. In an instant, more than 70% of the Marine soldiers fainted, leaving only a group of Marine elites with shocked faces. Bah, Conqueror's haki? Hua Xiaoshan looked at Hancock in disbelief, with deep fear in her eyes. How could it be possible that a woman in Hancock actually owns Conqueror's haki? The owner of Conqueror's haki that is difficult to appear in a million people, the king's qualification. Is this a lie? No wonder Hua Xiaoshan is unbelievable. On the sea, I haven't heard of any woman who owns Conqueror's haki, and this Boa Hancock is still so young. With a happy smile on Hancock's face, he said softly, kill them all. Suddenly, the female pirates behind her did not hesitate to kill the remaining Marine. After Hua Xiaoshan was shocked, they shouted angrily. Everyone kills as I do. For the sake of Marine's justice, how can you be killed? A group of women are defeated and killed. The 9 snake pirates and Marine, headed by Hua Xiao Mountain, fought fiercely, and the Marine warships that came after it also saw the situation here, and they all rushed to this side. Chapter 206. Hancock, come back. Lingyun yelled at Hancock. Hancock gave up the fight with Marine without any hesitation, and took the people back to the boat of the 9 snakes pirates from the place where the 2 ships crossed. Crescent Moon Sky Chong. At the moment Hancock and the others left the warship, a huge sword beam rose into the sky and landed directly on the warship. At such a close distance, the warship was directly divided into 2 by the huge sword beam. Go! After Lingyun slashed out, he didn't stay there anymore. He directly let the people of the 9 snakes and pirates leave quickly, because at this time the 8 warships behind were about to catch up. Marine's strength is not weak. If they surrounded it, it would be difficult for the 9 snakes and pirates to escape, so Lingyun would retreat quickly after he succeeded in one blow. When the next 8 warships arrived one after another, what we saw was a mess. The warships divided into 2 halves, as well as many Marine soldier corpses floating on the sea, as well as those still alive because the warship was disconnected and fell into the sea. Marine soldiers. Save people, save people. Seeing this scene, everyone was still in the mood to chase after them, and they ordered to save people. Hua Xiaoshan stood on the broken warship. He did not suffer any injuries, but shouted, only 2 ships are left to save people, the rest of the people continue to chase them, and they must not let those guys escape, they must pay their debts. The Marines who were killed were all confidants of Hua Xiaoshan. Nearly half of the effort was lost in such a short time. His heart was naturally full of anger, and he wished to kill all the members of the 9 snakes and pirates. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Burn the mountain and get on the boat. Dalmisia did not know when he came to the Flying Squirrel's boat, and then let Hua Xiaoshan board the boat. As soon as Hua Xiaoshan boarded the boat, Flying Squirrels and Dalmisia surrounded him, and the Flying Squirrel asked in a deep voice, what is going on? Why did you suddenly become like this? From the turning around of the 9 snakes pirates to the departure of the warship that defeated Hua Xiaoshan, it was only less than 10 minutes before and after. With their understanding of Hua Xiaoshan, even if they could not defeat the 9 snakes and pirates, they would not be defeated. So fast, and even his own warship was split apart by the opponent. Hua Xiaoshan's face was gloomy. Although the Flying Squirrel and Dalmisia didn't say anything, he was completely embarrassed. He wanted to make merit, and he was the first one to rush up. As a result, he made it look like this, which was shameful. Grandma's house. Although he was extremely angry and embarrassed in his heart, Hua Xiaoshan is Marine Lieutenant General after all. Knowing that this is not a time to care about personal gains and losses, he immediately replied, it was my mistake. Hit a carbine, but this is not the most important thing. We were at an absolute disadvantage in the previous battle, not only because of the rush to meet, but more because we underestimated the opponent. Hearing what Hua Xiaoshan said, the faces of Flying Squirrels and Dalmisia became solemn, and Dalmisia asked, What is the situation? We all know your strength. We are able to fight you and Dalmisia in such a short time. Your people are driven to desperation. It is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. The flying squirrel also said, yeah, Huo Xiaoshan, what can the other party have? Huo Xiaoshan said solemnly, I thought this time Marshal Sengoku sent the three of us to come. It was a bit of underachievers, but after just a short contact, I realized why Marshal Sengoku would send us three at the same time, because the other party was indeed very good. Strong opponents, especially their captain, the woman named Boa Hancock, is not only the demon fruit power, but also the owner of Conqueror's Haki that is difficult to appear in a million people. What? The trio of warships still swiftly chased in the direction where the Hydra pirates left, but the three of them were shocked, and the flying squirrel said in amazement, Conqueror's Haki, Huo Burning Mountain, are you sure? Huo Xiaoshan said solemnly, yes, just like Garp's Haki, it is definitely Conqueror's Haki. Both flying squirrels and Dalmisia have gloomy faces. They all know Boa Hancock's message. They know that she is only 18 years old. An 18-year-old girl actually has Conqueror's Haki, and even the Burning Mountain is shocked. Apart from anything else, this potential alone is enough to become an object that Marine attaches great importance to, not to mention that she is also the captain of the 9 snakes and pirates, possessing an unknown depth of strength. Conqueror's Haki, I am afraid that even Marshal Sengoku would not have thought of it. It seems that this time we really met an opponent. Conqueror's Haki, the king's aptitude, if we can't get rid of her in time, we will definitely become us in the future. Marine's enemy. Dalmisia's face showed a firm look. Flying Squirrel and Huo Xiaoshan also nodded. Yes, she must not be let go, she must be removed in time. Huo Xiaoshan suddenly said, in addition to Boa Hancock, the 9 snakes pirates should also hide a powerful swordsman, just like the information that Marshal Sengoku gave us, and I can be sure that the other party is a man, because when the 9 snakes and pirates were retreating, I heard a man's voice. People who can make the 9 snakes and pirates obey orders, I am afraid that they have a lot of relationship with the 9 snakes and pirates. Man? 4.0 The Flying Squirrel and Dalmisia both showed a look of consternation. The Flying Squirrel said, Huo Xiaoshan, you can't hear it wrong, do you? Isn't the Hydra pirates from 9 Snakes Island? 9 Snakes Island is an ancient race, but they are all women, there has never been a man, and the women on the island of 9 Snakes have always hated men. How could there be men among the pirates? Huo Xiaoshan said affirmatively. Absolutely impossible. I would not have heard it wrong, it was the voice of a man. After he said that after retreating, the members of the 9 Snakes and Pirates immediately left, even their captain Boa Hancock. There is no violation, and I didn't believe it at first, but my ears will never make a mistake, and I guess this man is the hidden swordsman. Chapter 207. Although Marine was bullied by Hancock and others miserably, Huo Xiaoshan was not injured, and he could see everything that happened very clearly, especially the male voice from the 9 Snakes and Pirates, which he heard very much. Clearly, maybe there was nothing at that time, but he immediately wanted to understand what was going on afterwards. Flying Squirrel and Dalmisia looked at each other, they both saw shock in each other's eyes. They didn't think Huo Xiaoshan was a lie, but according to that, is it true that there is something hidden in the 9 Snakes and Pirates? A deep swordsman, and still a man. When will the 9 Snakes and Pirates also recruit male pirates? Flying Squirrel said with a solemn expression. It seems that this 9 Snakes Pirates group is really not easy. A captain with Conqueror's Haki. A powerful sword tyrant who hides behind them. If we want to take them down, we must do our best. Go. If the 3 people had thoughts of competing before, then after everything that just happened, they had put away their contempt 13 and were ready to join forces. Dalmisia nodded and said, yes, Marshal Sengoku gave this matter to the 3 of us. In any case, we must remove the tumor of the 9 Snakes and Pirates, otherwise we will have no face to explain to Marshal Sengoku. Huo Xiaoshan said, killing my subordinates, I will never let them go, we must catch them all. The 3 of them were determined to catch the 9 Snakes and Pirates, so they drove the boat and chased them in the direction where the 9 Snakes and Pirates had left. This time the 3 of them gathered together with confidence. After Hancock took the people back to the boat, he walked to Lingyun excitedly and said, it's so comfortable. The group of marine waste was beaten up by us. If it wasn't for Brother Lingyun, you would call us back. They're all killed. Then what are we going to do now? Marine is so good. Hancock said without fear, what are you afraid of? Our 9 Snake Island is in the calm belt. Even Marines don't even want to go in. Lingyun smiled and said, as long as we don't fight them all round, we just take them to run at sea. If they can't catch up with us, we will compare their endurance with them and fight guerrilla warfare to see who can't hold on first, ha ha. The strength of the 9 Snakes and Pirates is not weak, but it is only relatively speaking. For the general pirates, the strength belongs to the high level, but for the entire Marine headquarters, 847 as long as Sengoku wants to fight right, destroy the 9 Snakes. The pirates can definitely do it, but now it's because most of Marine's power is constrained. It is necessary to guard against the New World at any time. Marine Admiral cannot be easily dispatched. That's why the pirates of the 9 Snakes can make waves on the Grand Line. Lingyun smiled bitterly. Then what do you think? Marine can rely on military power to frighten the sea. If there is no absolute strength, do you think they can do it? I have fought against Marine Admiral. I am not afraid of hitting you, even if it is you all. Together, the people on the ship probably won't be Marine Admiral's opponent alone. The method Lingyun uses is to delay time. Anyway, the Pirates of the Nine Snakes are a pirate group and can be supplied everywhere, but those Marines are not good. They have so many warships, so many people, and the consumption is very alarming. Even if Marine he has a strong family background, but it is not a wise move to expend such power for a nine-snake pirates group. Lingyun said. This time we were able to succeed completely by surprise. The next time we want to produce such a result, it is basically impossible, because they will definitely gather their forces, so we don't have to fight with them. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Although Hancock was smart, it was the first time he had led a soldier to sea. He didn't know much about the world and lacked experience, so he didn't have any good ideas. The strength of Marine Admiral may not be as good as the four emperors, but they are definitely strong on top of the world. Even if Lingyun has the current strength, he can only be confident that he will not lose, but wants to defeat Marine Admiral. There is basically no hope at all. Lingyun said to Hancock. Hancock, Marine is really not as weak as you think. I have played against Marine many times, and I know their strength better than you. I must never go to full-scale war with them, and Hancock, don't forget. Marine's power is all over the first half of the Grand Line. Your Hydra Island is in the Grand Line. If Marine is really anxious, they will definitely attack your Hydra Island. Looking at the brave female pirates, Lingyun was full of astonishment. What was the situation with these women? When he said that he turned around and killed the carbine, he did not agree with them all. Now he said to retreat and not fight Marine head-on. As a result, they actually wanted to come back with him. Seeing their appearance, they obviously didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. Hearing what Lingyun said, the female pirates of the surrounding nine snakes and pirates screamed in dissatisfaction. Before, they screamed the asterisk of Marine killing, so they didn't put Marine in their eyes at all. They were all clamoring. Turn around and kill another carbine. Lingyun shook his head and said, that's wrong. Marine's ability is not what you can imagine. Let's not say that they already have ships built with sea stone as the bottom that can cross the calm belt. It is just the destruction of Marine Admiral. Power is enough to cause a deadly threat to your nine-snake island, so it's better not to go to full-scale war with Marine as much as possible. When Lingyun spoke, he didn't care about the people around him, so everyone heard it very clearly. After the battle just now and the power that Lingyun showed, the views of these female pirates have changed a lot. At least what he said, everyone can hear it. Seeing Hancock with a beautiful face said such murderous words, Lingyun smiled helplessly. Hancock's nature is also a violent person. If he hadn't just called them back, it would really be like Hancock said, do it. In addition, Hancock in the original book became 7 warlords of the sea, so Lingyun believed that Sengoku would definitely give in first. Chapter 208 Lingyun's policy is that you chase me and run away. Anyway, it's not to fight you head-on. Therefore, under his policy, the Marines who follow him are depressed, but even so, they still don't give up, chasing the nine snakes and pirates. However, Lingyun's response method is good, but not everything can be done as he thinks. And as he said, Marine is a force that must not be underestimated, not to mention the 3 Marines chasing them. Lieutenant General. After a few days of chasing, Marine finally relied on his knowledge of the terrain and intelligence to block the pirates of the Nine Snakes. Master Hancock, we were blocked by Marine's warship. Hancock and Lingyun stood on the ship, looking at the warships lined up in front and the warships that followed. Lingyun smiled bitterly and said, it seems that we have to do it this time. Marine, these guys are really amazing, and they can predict our escape route in advance. Hancock confidently said, fight as long as you hit it. My concubine has long been annoying to be chased by these Marines. This time I will solve them all here. Lingyun said, well, I didn't want you to be so stalemate with Marine, but now it seems that if they don't give Marine a lot of trouble, they won't know how bad they are. On the Marine side, Huashaoshan, Flying Squirrel and Dalmesia saw that they finally blocked the Hydra Pirates. They were all very excited. This chase battle lasted more than 10 days. It took them a lot of energy, and now they finally see hope. How can they be unhappy? This time, they must not be allowed to escape again. They must be completely wiped out, Huashaoshan said confidently. Dalmesia also said solemnly, yes, these pirates have kept us tired for so long, and they will definitely make them look good. Although the 3 of them are Marine lieutenants, they should be serious in the eyes of ordinary people, but at this time they are also venting their depression and unhappiness like a group of ordinary people. Don't waste time with them, just order an attack. The Flying Squirrel said, and then the 3 of them gave orders to attack the troops at the same time, and for a while, the fire was everywhere. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Boom boom boom. There was a roar of sound, waves of waves were set off on the sea, and the 9 snakes and pirates, which were surrounded by warships, immediately fell into crisis. Hancock shouted loudly, break through the north, hurry. Although Hancock doesn't pay attention to Marine, he can't really ignore Marine's artillery attacks, especially above the sea. If a person like her is destroyed by Marine, it's the fish on the cutting board. Lingyun said to Hancock, Hancock, I will resist those shells. You rush out with someone. As long as you go out, I will be able to get rid of these Marines. In fact, Lingyun is not afraid of these Marines. He is unwilling to do anything but does not want to reveal his identity. He is very clear about Marine's attitude towards him. Once Marine knows about him, he will be on the boat of the 9 snakes and pirates. Someone sent to hunt him, Marine Admiral is very likely, and it will also bring danger to the Hydra Pirates, so even if he was chased by Marine before, he was unwilling to do it himself. Ji Lingyun pulled out Zanjetsu and waved Zanjetsu constantly in the face of the incoming shells. The blade of the sword split all the shells, making the shells exploded before they reached the pirates of the 9 snakes. They want to break through, hurry up, stop them. Seeing the actions of the pirates of the 9 snakes, Marine knew their thoughts. The 3 Marine Lieutenant Generals shouted loudly, and the Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel blocked his ship to the pirates of the 9 snakes. Ahead, the warships on the 2 wings slammed into the pirate ship of the Hydra pirates. Boom! The 2 warships slammed into the pirate ship from left to right, causing the entire pirate ship to sway violently. The hulls of the 2 wings were greatly damaged, and the seawater slowly penetrated in. Hancock's face sank, and he used his unique language to command the 2 big snakes pulling the pirate ship to speed up. He rushed past the collision of the 2 warships, ignoring the damaged pirate ship, and continued to drive forward. Now they are only left in front of Dalmisia, a warship blocking them. Although there are still warships behind, they can't catch up within a minute or 2. Only the 2 warships that have just hit the pirate ship turned their directions, followed closely behind. Stop it, stop them! The 2 Marine lieutenants roared in anger. They can only rely on Dalmisia to stop the pirates of the 9 snakes. You must know that they have been preparing for this moment for so long. If the 9 snakes and pirates escape, all their efforts will be in vain, and it will be difficult to find such a good opportunity next time. Dalmisia looked at the rushing 9 snakes and pirates, glared, and shouted, "If you want to escape, I will never give you this opportunity. I will run over and smash their boat." Dalmisia is also crazy enough, completely disregarding the comfort of his own warship, and desperate to collide with the pirate ship of the 9 snakes. Anyway, they still have many companions. As long as they can destroy the ship, they will have absolute destroy the 9 snakes and pirates with confidence. The female pirates of the 9 snake pirates were all surprised when they saw Marine wanting to make a head-on collision. If the 2 ships really collided, it would definitely be a heavy loss, and Hancock would also have a face to change. We must order a change of direction. But then Ji Lingyun suddenly stopped Hancock and asked, "Trust me?" Hancock didn't expect Ji Lingyun to ask such words at this time, but she still replied seriously, "I believe it." Ji Lingyun smiled and said, "Believe me, then don't change direction and rush over. As for this warship, I will find a way to prevent him from hitting us." This is a crazy gamble. If Ji Lingyun fails to do it, the 9 snakes and pirates will suffer a disaster. But Hancock said without hesitation, "Okay." Chapter 209. The direction of the pirate ship of the pirates of the 9 snakes did not change, and it rammed towards the Marine warship like a broken bamboo. Dalmisia's face changed drastically when he saw this scene. The reason why he desperately controlled the warship and ran into the pirates of Hydra, because he felt that the pirates of Hydra would definitely not dare to collide with him, and he was under pressure, would inevitably choose to retreat, but never thought that the women of the 9 snake pirates were even crazier than him, and resolutely made such a choice. "Crazy, but do you think I will be afraid of you? Come on and see who is better." Dalmisia looked grim. He knew very well that once the 2 ships collided together, it would inevitably cause great casualties, but in order to stop the Hydra pirates, he had to do that. The 2 ships approached each other at a very fast speed, and the crews of both sides became extremely nervous. Although they both firmly fulfilled the command of the leader, they were still full of fear and nervousness about the result. After all, this is about them. Life. But just as the 2 sides got closer and closer, Dalmisia suddenly saw a figure on the pirate ship. With his eyesight he could tell that the other party was a man, and he was holding a sword in his hand, aiming at it. The direction of the warship. Not good. Almost instantly Dalmisia reacted 953. This man must be the hidden swordsman in the 9 snakes pirates. The powerful swordsman who can split the warship with one blow, so he suddenly became nervous. Dalmisia is best at Marine 6 styles, and he is also a canine fruit ability, so in the face of Ji Lingyun's threat, he immediately used his abilities and turned himself into a black and white Dalmatian. It's a few meters large. Tempest Kick. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Dalmisia is the best Marine 6 styles among Marine Lieutenant Generals. Marine 6 styles in human form is powerful enough. Now after using the fruit ability, Tempest Kick becomes more powerful, just like a sword light. But the opponent he faced was Ji Lingyun, who couldn't even catch Marine Admiral. In order to maximize his power, Ji Lingyun directly chose the strongest frontal confrontation Zanpakuto and Zanjetsu, and also resorted to Bankai. "Brother Lingyun, Marine is still chasing, shall we continue to run?" Hancock asked Ji Lingyun. "Ah, help me, I fell into the sea, save me." However, in the face of the crescent moon in the state of Bankai, he can no longer resist it with quantitative changes. You must know that even Marine Admiral faces Ji Lingyun's full burst of crescent moon. If the elemental ability is not applied, it is also can only dodge, not hardwired, not to mention his only Marine Lieutenant General. Hancock also snorted with joy. If it is a complete Marine warship, it will definitely hurt both sides if it hits it. But now this warship has been split in 2 and split on both sides. The pirate ship only has to hit the middle. Not only will nothing happen, but it can give Marine a huge threat. The Tempest Kick used by Dalmisia was like hitting a rock with a pebbles, and it collapsed as soon as it touched the crescent moon, without any obstacle to the crescent moon. The pirate ship smashed into the past like a broken bamboo. The warship that was split in half could not be stopped. It was directly shattered by the huge impact. Countless Marines died in this impact, and a huge warship was hit in this way. Marine, who was chasing from behind, had his eyes widened in disbelief. Tensa Zanjetsu. The crescent moon rushes into the sky. Bump into it. Ji Lingyun's Zanpakuto has been sheathed and quickly came to the stern. He looked at the marine warship chasing from behind and said with a smile, I didn't want to reveal my identity before, so I didn't fight with them. They will surely be able to guess my identity afterwards, so there is no need to hide them at all and keep them here in one fell swoop. In the state of Bankai, the crescent sky is very black and the whole body is red. It looks like a black crescent. After swinging from Tensa Zanjetsu, it instantly becomes bigger, with the power that even the air can be cut. He slashed at the warship fiercely. With that said, Ji Lingyun pulled out Zanpakuto again. This time he pulled out Hiranmaru to get rid of Marine's pursuit, either to kill them, or to prevent them from pursuing. For the sake of the Nine Snakes Pirates and Hancock, he had chose the latter. Ji Lingyun gave Marine a real insight into what it means to destroy it. Although they resisted hard, they still couldn't change it. When the crescent sky smashed into the marine warship, the solid warship could not resist it at all, from the bow to the ship. The stern was directly divided into two. Fortunately, those marine soldiers responded quickly and did not stand in the middle. So although the warship was destroyed, the casualties were not too many. If it were a normal fall into the water, these marine soldiers would naturally not have the slightest worry, but now the entire ship has been crashed, many people have been injured, and the broken ship, messy things come over, even if there is another good water quality is also difficult to escape unscathed. Seeing such an amazing blow by Ji Lingyun, the female pirates of the Nine Snakes Pirates burst out with excitement and shouted, and the gaze at Ji Lingyun became admired. Although Nine Snakes Island are all women, don't wait to see men, but a strong man like Ji Lingyun is worthy of their admiration and admiration. Seeing these miserable marines, the female pirates of the Nine Snakes and Pirates burst into laughter, but they did not add fuel to the fire. This kind of beating a dog might still do it in peacetime, but now there are still many marines chasing after him, so naturally they are not interested in beating the dog in the water. When Dalmisha saw this scene, his face was suddenly shocked. He used Tempest Kick madly, trying to resist the impact of the crescent moon through continuous attacks. His movements were indeed very fast in a short period of time. He has attacked a dozen times in a row, and his power has reached the extreme. However, Ji Lingyun had no intention of killing them all, he just wanted to destroy the warship so that they could not stop the advance of the pirate ship, so the goal of destroying the marine warship was achieved. Chapter 210. Brother Lingyun, what are you going to do? Hancock asked Ji Lingyun. She knew that since Ji Lingyun said so, there must be a good way. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, it's very simple, just look at it, I promise, at least for a while, they won't be able to pursue it. Sit in the frost. Hiranmaru. Ji Lingyun snorted. Hiranmaru immediately completed Shikai, and then he did not stop, but completed Bankai more quickly. A huge ice crystal dragon appeared around him, the Nine Snakes and Pirates who were close to him. The female pirates were all forced back by this shocking cold air, and even Hancock had to step back a few steps. Lingyun-sama, what is this ability? It is so terrifying. The people of the Nine Snakes and Pirates watched this scene in amazement. Under their shocked gaze, Ji Lingyun pointed the tip of his sword at the sea surface, and the huge ice crystal dragon rushed into the seawater, and then saw an amazing scene, only to see the sea surface freezing quickly, and the direction was still pointing to the direction the marine warship was chasing. It stretched quickly. Go. After finishing all this, Ji Lingyun gave an order to the people of the Nine Snakes and Pirates. If they don't leave, they will soon be frozen in ice. Because the frozen location was just not far from the warship that had just been split in half, the marine soldiers who fell into the sea were all frozen. Only a few marine officers led by Dalmisha relied on their keen speed of reaction. Jumped above the ice, avoiding the end of ice. This is the ability of frozen fruit. Could it be that the opponent is the Shinigami? Standing on the ice, Dalmisha didn't care about the icy cold air. Instead, he was full of horror. As a senior marine, he naturally knew that this freezing ability was the only one that even Marine Marshal Sengoku had, except Aokiji Admiral. A rising star in the pirate world who was terrified, Edward Ji Lingyun, the pirate of the Whitebeard Pirate group known as Shinigami. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Seeing the ice cover quickly permeating, all the warships that were catching up behind were frozen, unable to move for half a step. The anger in Dalmisha's heart could not be vented, especially when I thought that there was a presence like Ji Lingyun on the other ship. No wonder they have always taken the Nine Snakes and Pirates group without the slightest way. Go save people. In addition to Dalmisha, there were also 7 or 8 marine officers who were not frozen. Dalmisha immediately asked them to rescue their companions who were frozen on the sea. But a few minutes later, they all gathered together with gloomy faces. Someone said, Lieutenant General, this ice surface is so powerful. It took us a lot of effort to rescue very few people. Most of them were frozen, it's hopeless. A hole. Dalmisha roared angrily. He had never been so suffocated before, and even the opponent's clothes, Kakuzu, hadn't even touched the opponent's clothes, and he was almost wiped out by the opponent. Dalmisha. When Dalmisha was angry and unable to control herself, flying squirrels and Huashaoshan rushed over at a very fast speed. Seeing this tragic situation, the flying squirrel asked in a deep voice, Dalmisha, what is going on? Why does the other party have the ability to seal the sea? They didn't see the situation just now up close, so they didn't know what abilities the other party use. Dalmisha took a deep breath and said, the hidden swordsman in the Nine Snake Pirates is Shinigami, Edward Ji Lingyun. He is too strong. I tried my best to not stop them. He split the warship and caused great casualties. What? Edward G. Lingyun? Is it the kid who can't even catch a Kainu admiral? Flying Squirrels and Huashaoshan both look horrified. Ji Lingyun's name is definitely the top name in Marine. Looking at his record, all 3 Marine Admiral have been fought, and they have nothing to do with him, and they are alone. Destroyed multiple Marine branches. Among other things, look at his current bounty, 900 million Baileys. Looking at the entire pirate world, how many bounty can reach 900 million Baileys? In addition to 4 emperors, there are a few old monsters who have retired. Who else has a higher bounty? Dalmesia said solemnly. It's him, I will never guess wrong. This icebound ability, and the slash he slashed, is exactly the same as Aokiji Admiral's ability. It's definitely him. Can't be wrong. Flying Squirrel and Huashaoshan looked at each other, and both saw a strong look of horror in each other's eyes. Of course, they would not suspect that Dalmesia was lying. After all, with Dalmesia's strength, they weren't sneak attacks. Under the circumstances, the warship was split with one move. How many people in the whole world can do it? Huashaoshan said, that person is from the Whitebeard Pirates. How could he get along with the women of the 9 snakes and pirates? No wonder we couldn't catch them before. It was because of him. This person is with us. Marine has played against him many times and is very familiar with our system. More importantly, he is very strong. Although he doesn't want to admit it, with the 3 of us, I am afraid it will be difficult to beat him. The 3 of them are Marine lieutenants. Although they think they are not weak, they are all very clear that they are far behind Marine Admiral. Even if the 3 of them add up, they are definitely not Marine Admiral's opponents. Even Marine Admiral is caught. Despite Ji Lingyun, the 3 of them really don't have much confidence, and it can be fully seen in the previous 2 short matches. Dalmesia suddenly said, what is strange to me is that the opponent has already gained the advantage. If we fight against us, we are likely to lose, but why didn't he choose to go back and fight us? Follow that, Shinigami's personality, he is not the kind of person who can counsel. He said that, Flying Squirrels and Huashaoshan also felt that there was a problem. After all, the other party had done many earth-shattering things. There is no reason to be scared away by them. The Flying Squirrel said, this matter is a bit beyond our expectations. You must ask Marshal Sengoku for instructions. Chapter 211. Although the 3 Flying Squirrels are Marine lieutenants and their status in Marine is not low, Ji Lingyun is the #1 pirate in Sengoku besides 4 emperors, so this matter must be told to Sengoku. And now that the sea is frozen, even if they want to chase them, there is no way. Flying Squirrels took out the phone worm. As a Marine lieutenant, they always have a phone worm that can be contacted with Marine headquarters. They are still in the Grand Line, so there is no need to worry about communication problems. The number that the Flying Squirrels dialed was from Marshal Sengoku's office. As Marine Admiral, they also have the right to contact Marshal Marine directly, except that they will not use them unless there is an emergency. I'm Sengoku. The phone was connected quickly, and Sengoku's voice came. The Flying Squirrel immediately responded respectfully. Marshal Sengoku, I am a Flying Squirrel. Sengoku, who was far away in the Marine headquarters, heard the Flying Squirrel calling him. He thought that the Flying Squirrels had completed the task, so he walked around and asked with all his heart. Oh, it's the Flying Squirrel. Has the thieves' affairs been done? Upon hearing this, the 3 Flying Squirrels and the others were ashamed and awkwardly replied, I'm sorry, Marshal Sengoku, the mission failed, and the 9 snakes pirates escaped. When Sengoku heard this, he frowned and asked in surprise, how could this happen? Hasn't it already given you great privileges? Why did the 9 snakes and pirates escape? Sengoku knows the abilities of the 3 Flying Squirrels. The 3 major lieutenants have joined forces and have not caught the people of the 9 snakes and pirates for so long. This is not a normal thing at first, and now it is given if the task is not completed. He made a phone call and it was even more abnormal. The Flying Squirrel knew that this time was not to shirk responsibility, so he could only say truthfully, it's our misstep. We haven't fully figured out the enemy's details. Marshal Sengoku, that Shinigami, is in the 9 snakes pirates, 9 snakes. The pirate group was able to escape our pursuit because of this person's several shots. The opponent's power was too strong. Our ship is now blocked by ice and cannot be pursued at all. Sengoku's face changed drastically, and he asked in surprise, what did you say? Is Shinigami, the kid from the Whitebeard Pirates? It's him, although I didn't see it with my own eyes. It must be him who can do it with my own eyes. It was Dalmesia who answered, because he was the only one who had seen Ji Lingyun closer. Sengoku roared angrily. Damn it, how could that be D have something to do with the 9 snakes and pirates? Isn't the 9 snakes and pirates from 9 snakes? Are they very repulsive of men? What is going on? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Listening to Sengoku's angry cursing, the 3 Flying Squirrels did not dare to speak and could only pretend not to hear. After a long time, Sengoku calmed down and then asked, where are you now, and where did the 9 snakes and pirates and the kid escape? The Flying Squirrel replied, we are now. Sengoku said, okay, I see, after you wait for the sea to melt, go back to Marine headquarters. On the side of the 9 snakes and pirates, I will send someone to deal with it, so you don't want to chase it. But, Sashi asked curiously, what happened again? Sengoku knew the threat of Ji Lingyun from the very beginning. He knew that if the 3 Flying Squirrels continued to chase after him, it might not be impossible for them to be annihilated by the entire army. These people are all Marine elites. Sengoku couldn't bear to let them die in Ji Lingyun's hands, so he could only withdraw them. When mentioning this, Sengoku said angrily, "It's not because of that, Shinigami, kid, why don't you die because of the Shinigami nickname?" Sengoku, you mean, Shinigami, appeared again? After Sengoku hung up the phone, the whole person sighed very tiredly. At this moment, the door of the office was pushed open, and a female officer came in with an old face. It was Lieutenant General Crane Marine. Sengoku nodded and said, "Yeah, that kid has appeared again. You said he didn't want to stay in New World. Well, stay in the Whitebeard Pirates. What did he have to do in the first half of the Grand Line? It's like a loach, you can't catch it anyway." Hearing Sengoku complaining like a child, Suru was a little surprised, but she was quickly attracted by Sengoku's words. Lieutenant General Crane said with deep approval, "Well, this Shinigami is indeed very difficult. He stopped the Don Quixote family with a single person. If it wasn't for Doflamingo's special status, he would have been locked in Impel Down, where will he become Shichibukai, and he is still at ease outside." Lieutenant General Crane saw Sengoku sighed with fatigue, and asked in surprise, "What's wrong with you, Sengoku?" Sengoku is already so strong, even if the three flying squirrels are unwilling in their hearts, they dare not disobey the order. So in the ocean now, whenever you think of Shinigami 3.3, you will think of Ji Lingyun. Although Ji Lingyun pitted Doflamingo at the beginning, as he thought, although Doflamingo was miserable at the time, he did not hurt his muscles and became Shichibukai instead. Yes. Lieutenant General Crane looked at Sengoku in a puzzled way. Now the Grand Line is basically stable. Why did Sengoku say this again? The flying squirrels and others were unwilling to say something, but Sengoku directly ordered. There is nothing but, obey the order immediately. Although the nickname Shinigami is very awkward, everyone is used to it now. The sea is full of Shinigami. Edward Ji Lingyun is a member of the Whitebeard Pirate group. In addition, the most famous and influential big pirate, although he is young, has done several earth-shattering things. Even Marine Admiral sent out, but still can't catch him. The bounty is as high as 900 million shells. Benefits are beyond the reach of many pirates. Sengoku saw that it was Lieutenant General Crane, and said with a gloomy expression, "Hey, the troubles are really getting more and more recently, and the Grand Line, which hasn't been calm for a long time, may be about to make waves again." Chapter 212. That's why it's troublesome. Sengoku rubbed his head and said, "If that kid is not from the Whitebeard Pirates, we might be able to figure out how to make him a Shichibukai, but he is a member of the Whitebeard Pirates." After knowing the ins and outs, Lieutenant General Crane slowly said, "Actually, I don't think it is that troublesome. Didn't you find out? That kid has been on the run these few times. It's not like before. He will kill every time he catches the opportunity." Sengoku was stunned when he heard the words, and then he reacted and said, "Hey, what you said is really the case. Why is this? It's not like what he did before." Lieutenant General Crane said, "There is only one reason, and that is the 9 snakes and pirates. If I am not wrong, he should be scrupulous about the 9 snakes and pirates, so he did not fight with us head on. It seems that he is 15 in the 9 snakes. The relationship between the pirates is very close." Sengoku's eyes lit up and said, "You mean, he was for the 9 snakes and pirates? But this is really weird. The 9 snakes and pirates are composed of people from 9 snakes. It's an ancient one composed entirely of women. Island, they're very repulsive to men. How can they have such a good relationship with that kid? Who knows, maybe that kid became the son-in-law of 9 Snake Island." Lieutenant General Crane also joked. Sengoku asked, "What do you mean?" Lieutenant General Crane said, "In fact, if you think about it carefully, 9 Snakes Island doesn't have much grievances with us. Why should we have such trouble with 9 snakes and pirates? I don't think the 9 snakes and pirates are stupid. Wouldn't you really want to fight to death with us, Marine? Unless they are really crazy." Sengoku is known as the wise general. As Lieutenant General Crane said, he immediately guessed what she meant, and said, "You mean to recruit the 9 snakes and pirates?" Lieutenant General Crane nodded and said, "It's just a 9 snakes and pirates, and we can't get over any storm. We can even recruit people like Doflamingo. What's more, the 9 snakes and pirates are far less harmful than others. Don Quixote family, there's absolutely no problem in recruiting them." Sengoku said, "But what about that, Shinigami? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Don't care about him at all, just stare at him. He will be separated from the 9 snakes and pirates sooner or later. After the separation, maybe we can seize the opportunity to attack him." Lieutenant General Crane first said his opinion, but soon said with some uncertainty, "But I have to say that his strength is getting stronger and stronger. If you want to catch him, if you don't have absolute certainty, it's better not to do it. As long as you do it, it must be a thunderous blow, so that he has nowhere to turn over." Sengoku frowned and said, "I have considered this too, but that kid is strong and has a lot of escapability. At the beginning, even Sakazuki could not catch him. Now it is not easy to catch him. After all, we can't let the 3 Marine Admirals send out together to catch him." Lieutenant General Crane said calmly, "So we have to wait for the opportunity." Sengoku stood up angrily and pointed at Lieutenant General Crane, but couldn't say a word, because he really couldn't find anything in himself that could threaten Lieutenant General Crane, so even though he was anxiously itching, he still couldn't say a word. Can only helplessly agree. Lieutenant General Crane didn't give Sengoku any face, and said straightforwardly, "You only need to answer now, agree or disagree, don't talk about other things." Lieutenant General Crane said calmly, There was no good time before, but it doesn't mean that there is no good time now. Sengoku, you have been a marshal for so many years. Even if you face the Pirate Four Emperors, you haven't lost it. Fang-kun, how come you are so irritable when you encounter this, Shinigami? Sengoku quibbled. Where am I being irritable? I'm anxious. I always watch that kid dangling in front of you. I can't help him. How can I not be anxious? Let's talk about it, eh? Wait. When he heard that Lieutenant General Crane really had a way to deal with Ji Lingyun, Sengoku immediately showed his joy. He and Lieutenant General Crane have been in friendship for decades, and those who are familiar with each other can no longer be familiar with each other. Naturally, I know that Lieutenant Crane is not that kind of person with no target. Since she said there is a way, then there must be a way, and the success rate of this way is certainly not low. Lieutenant General Suru said, although I have always known how powerful the little guy Shinigami is, I haven't seen it with my own eyes after all. However, 2 years ago, I saw his ability with my own eyes. I am deeply aware that he is a rival that is several times more difficult to deal with than Doflamingo. I have no doubts about growing to the level of the Pirate Four Emperors in the future. He will definitely become our Marine's #1 enemy in the future, so I have always been there. Studying his intelligence since he appeared, I have carefully studied all the intelligence, and finally I found a way to deal with him. As he said, Sengoku stopped suddenly, looked at Lieutenant General Crane with a look of surprise, and asked, "What did you just say? You said it doesn't mean that there is no good time. What does this mean? Do you have a way?" Okay, whatever you want, as long as you can catch that kid for me. Without discussion, the less people know about this, the better. Sengoku, who was looking forward to it, suddenly showed a look of consternation. He said anxiously, "Hey, no, Xiaohei, you can tell what you said, so I can cooperate with you, right? If your solution is really feasible, please pay. It's not impossible to deal with it for you, so." You. Waiting for the opportunity? Seeing Lieutenant General Crane play the dumb riddle, Sengoku said impatiently, "Little Crane, make it clear." Lieutenant General Crane glanced at Sengoku faintly, and said, "I think this matter should be handled by me." Lieutenant General Crane said, "I have thought of a way, but whether it can succeed depends on the time, the right place and the harmony of people. What can I do? Tell me quickly." Sengoku was speechless and said, "Waiting for what time? If there is a good time, we would have caught him long ago. Now it is useless to say this." Chapter 213. After obtaining Sengoku's consent, Lieutenant Crane showed a faint smile for the first time. "As long as you agree to my request, I am 70% sure that I can catch him." Sengoku said, "Okay, after so many years of friendship, I don't believe who else you can believe. Let's talk, what do you want?" Lieutenant General Crane said, "I need the cooperation of one person, Kuzan. I need his ability." Kuzan? Sengoku thought for a while, and then replied, "Yes, I will tell Kuzan and let him discuss it directly with you then." Although it is unreasonable to ask Aokiji, such an admiral, to call Lieutenant General Crane, since Lieutenant Crane has requested, Sengoku can only agree. After all, he has to rely on Lieutenant General Crane to catch Ji Lingyun. However, he is also a little grateful. Fortunately, the person in charge of the Crane is Aokiji. If it is Akainu or Kizaru, he will really have to work hard, because Aokiji has a gentle personality and is easier to talk. He also respects his elders. Lieutenant General Crane had a lower rank than him, so he would not obey orders. However, Kizaru and Akainu are different. One is slippery and the other is rigid. Sengoku guessed that this is probably the biggest reason why Lieutenant General Crane did not mention the two. "I hope to hear your good news," Sengoku said at last. Lieutenant General Crane didn't say anything, just nodded, but her eyes revealed a wise light. "Brother Lingyun, you are so amazing, you got rid of Marine all at once," Hancock said to Ji Lingyun happily. Ji Lingyun did not show joy, but said worriedly, "I have a great grudge with Marine. This time I was forced to expose my identity. I am worried that they will fight against you, and will hurt you." Hancock said, "Without worry, we won't be afraid." Indeed, after several battles with Marine, the Nine Snakes Pirates' impression of Marine has changed. They are not afraid of Marine at all. Even if Marine Marshal Sengoku arrives in front of them, it is estimated that they will not be much reaction. In this regard, Ji Lingyun has nothing to do. After all, he is not a member of the Pirates of the Nine Snakes and cannot command them. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After that battle, Marine did not send anyone to pursue it. This made Ji Lingyun and the others a lot easier. It also gave Ji Lingyun the urge to leave. After all, he couldn't stay in the Nine Snakes and Pirates. Thinking, since leaving the Whitebeard Pirates, he hasn't gone back for many years, and he really misses the companions of the Whitebeard Pirates more and more. Ji Lingyun is going to say goodbye to Hancock in a few days. At the same time, he is also going to let Hancock and the others return to Hydra Island before leaving. Although Marine does not seem to attack them anymore, it is safer to return to Hydra Island. But before Ji Lingyun was ready to leave, an unexpected thing happened and he unexpectedly met Hawkeye. If you meet other acquaintances, maybe Ji Lingyun will say goodbye just by saying hello, but Hawkeye is different. Although Hawkeye is also his friend, it is also the opponent he has always wanted to challenge because of his world. The name of the first swordsman. "Hawkeye, I didn't expect to meet you here." Standing on the Eagle Eye's signature canoe, Ji Lingyun looked at the stern Eagle Eye and said slowly. Hawkeye got up from his seat, looked at Ji Lingyun and said, "I'm here to find you." "Okay." Ji Lingyun raised his brows and asked in surprise, You said you came to me on purpose? What do you mean by that? And, how do you know I'm here? Hawkeye said solemnly. Now in Grand Line, the reputation of the 9 snakes and pirates is extremely loud. They have defeated Marines several times in a row, and they have become famous. But after I heard about the way of fighting, I knew it was you, with a big sword. How power, and there are all kinds of weird abilities, besides you, I can't think of anyone else. Then you came to me for? Lingyun was not surprised that Hawkeye was able to guess himself. After all, in the Grand Line, he could easily split the warship and defeat the 3 Marine lieutenant generals. There were basically not many great swordsmen, combined with his past. With his record, a great swordsman like Eagle Eye can naturally guess his identity easily. Hawkeye fell on the Shinigami blade behind him and said, you should understand. Looking at Hawkeye's eyes, Lingyun knew what it meant. He couldn't help but smiled and said, I understand, but you are looking for me just for this matter? Hawkeye said, this is already the most important thing. Now, Lingyun asked. Hawkeye said, the swordsman's duel doesn't have to pick time, it's now. Lingyun nodded, and then said, but I am still a little curious. You are already the world's #1 swordsman. It should be someone else challenging you. Why did you take the initiative to find me? Hawkeye said, swordsmanship has no distinction between high and low. The so-called #1 in the world is just what others call it. My goal is to pursue the ultimate in kendo, but there are not many swordsmen worthy of me in this world, and you are the most talented swordsman I have ever seen. I have seen it since the first meeting. You have the qualifications to surpass me, so I have been waiting, and now, you have enough qualifications. Lingyun said, so, you came to me? Correct? Hawkeye said, except for the red hair, you are the person I want to fight the most. You have a completely different kendo from ours. Perhaps because of your sword, you have a peculiar ability, but the swordsman's the sword is part of the swordsman, so its ability is your ability. You may not have reached the peak now, but it's time for us to fight. Lingyun smiled. What you said is a bit complicated, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, if you don't come to me, I will also go to you. I have been looking forward to this battle for a long time, ha. Although Lingyun is different from the people in this world, defeating the world's #1 swordsman is also his goal. The #1 in the world, no one can refuse, and he is naturally no exception. Chapter 214. Let's go to land. Lingyun said to Hawkeye, although neither of them are capable people, and fighting at sea is the same, but after all, it is not as convenient as land. Both want a fair fight, so it is best to fight on land. Okay. Hawkeye's answer was so concise and clear. Lingyun nodded to him and said, I'll go and tell my friend, are you following us, or are you on the boat with me? Hawkeye said, I'm not used to taking other people's boats. Understood. After Lingyun said, he returned to the boat of the 9 snakes and pirates. As soon as he got back on the boat, Hancock greeted him. Brother Lingyun, who is that? Hancock pointed to Hawkeye and asked, after all, she just went out to sea and didn't know much about the celebrities in the sea. Lingyun smiled and said, the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, Dracula Mahawk. When Hancock and the 9 snake pirates heard this, they looked at Hawkeye in surprise and shouted, he is Hawkeye. Lingyun said to Hancock, let's find an island with few people. Hancock 040 asked incomprehensibly, why are you looking for a place like that? Lingyun said, I want to fight Hawkeye. What? Hancock was taken aback, and said nervously, Brother Lingyun, you want to fight Hawkeye? Why? Lingyun said, just because he is the world's #1 swordsman, and I am also a swordsman, this battle is inevitable. But Hawkeye is the world's #1 swordsman. Brother Lingyun, it's too dangerous for you to fight him. Hancock looked anxious. Although she didn't know the strength of Hawkeye, she was still known as the #1 swordsman in the world. Judging from this name, she knew that her strength was absolutely terrifying. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lingyun smiled slightly and said, why, you don't have confidence in me? Hancock said, no, of course I have confidence in Lingyun brother, but. Lingyun interrupted. Well, I know you were worried about me, but this battle is really inevitable. As a swordsman, everyone has come to the door. If I avoid the fight, then it's really over. What the swordsman needs is the aura to go forward without fear of hardship and danger, not the cowardly fleeing, so, Hancock, don't persuade me anymore. Although Hancock is domineering and arrogant and doesn't know how to deal with others, she understands what Lingyun means at this moment. If Lingyun shrinks, she will not only give up, but also lose her dignity. She is a proud person. She knows what dignity is better than anyone, so she knows she can't stop Lingyun. Hancock said, okay, but Brother Lingyun, you must promise me and you must win. Lingyun smiled and said, don't worry, although Hawkeye is recognized as the world's #1 swordsman, it's just that I haven't appeared yet. Now that I appear, his position should be moved. Although Lingyun said so, he actually didn't have much confidence in his heart. Even if he knew he was in the best condition, Hawkeye was also at its peak. Whether he could win Hawkeye is really sure, no. But even if he was not sure about it, he still had to do it. It was a duel that couldn't be retreated. What's more, he grew up and has experienced countless difficult battles. When he was hunted down by Marine Admiral, he did the same. He didn't even have a certainty, but didn't he succeed in the end? Swordsman's duel battle is a very dangerous battle, especially when the difference between the strength of the two sides is not too great. It is even more dangerous, because one is not careful and may die. Nowadays, Ji Lingyun never thought that Hawkeye would be merciful to his subordinates, nor would he be merciful to Hawkeye. This is respect for each other and represents the dignity of the swordsman. They soon found an island that met the requirements. Although the island was human, they found the most remote place as a place for their duel. Hawkeye had already stood there early, and Ji Lingyun was standing with Hancock and said to her, "Hancock, wait for you to stay away." "Brother Lingyun." Hancock looked at Ji Lingyun's face becoming serious, and couldn't help but worry. Ji Lingyun shook his head and said, "Stop talking, listen to me, Hancock, wait a minute, I mean in case I lose and die in Hawkeye's hands, remember, don't avenge me, otherwise I won't forgive you." "Brother Lingyun, how do you say this?" Hancock panicked as soon as he heard Ji Lingyun say that she might die. She is actually an extremely strong person. Only when facing Ji Lingyun would she reveal the appearance of this little girl. Ji Lingyun's face was very serious, and continued, "I mean in case Hawkeye is very strong. If you fight with him, you must prepare for the worst. This has nothing to do with confidence." "Then we don't." "Hancock." Ji Lingyun violently interrupted Hancock's words, staring at her with piercing eyes, pressing her shoulders with both hands, and said solemnly, "Hancock, you are the Emperor of Nine Snake Island, no matter when it is, don't panic. I just want you to remember, in case something really happens to me, take my sword and give it to the Whitebeard Pirates, my father, Whitebeard's hands, understand?" Hancock's eyes became moist. She saw Ji Lingyun's fierce appearance for the first time, and finally gritted her teeth and said, "Brother Lingyun, I will definitely do it." "Okay, thank you, Hancock." Looking soft, Ji Lingyun suddenly smiled and said to Hancock, "If I don't have any trouble, I will marry you in the future, okay?" After speaking, without waiting for Hancock's answer, Ji Lingyun turned around resolutely and walked in front of Hawkeye. "Done?" Hawkeye slowly asked Ji Lingyun, who was opposite. Ji Lingyun smiled slightly and said, "When you are done, facing your eagle eye, naturally you have to give a good last word." Hawkeye grinned and said with a smile, "Very good, but I am only alone, so I am not as lucky as you, and I can give my last words." Chapter 215. Haha. When Ji Lingyun heard what Hawkeye said, he suddenly laughed and said, "Hawkeye, for some reason, I would be so happy to hear you, haha, the world's #1 swordsman, I never thought about it before. Yes, one day in the future you will be asked to say such things. I really look forward to fighting you more and more. There are really few people in the world who can make Hawkeye say such things, especially swordsmen. One can imagine how much Hawkeye attaches great importance to Ji Lingyun, because even Hawkeye is facing it this time. Ji Lingyun did not dare to say that he could win. Hawkeye said, "I also look forward to it, then, let's start." "It is good." Almost at the same time, Ji Lingyun and Yingyun both held the handle of the sword, and then pulled out the sword at the same time. Scourge. Slash. After Hawkeye drew out the black sword, it was Yideo's best slash immediately. The blue sword light attacked Ji Lingyun. And Ji Lingyun was also the first to resort to the Shikai state of Scourge, only to see a huge handle. Zanpakuto slammed straight into the sword light. Boom. Even if it was only the first move, the power was already amazing. At least the 9 snakes and pirates, which were far away from them, heard the movement of their battle, but this was just the beginning. Slash. Hawkeye didn't mean to move his body. Instead, he blasted the slashing blades one after another, while Ji Lingyun rushed towards the eagle's eye. Every time he caught the eagle's eye and slashed the blades, Zanpakuto was slammed. All will become huge, although there is no sword light, but the huge scourge still blocked Hawkeye's slash. Looking at Ji Lingyun getting closer and closer, the light in the eagle's eyes became more and more intense. Although his slashing power is huge, only he can understand that this is only his tentative attack, and Ji Lingyun did not let him. Disappointed, he actually used an ability again, completely different from the ability in his intelligence. Clang. Finally, Ji Lingyun rushed to the front of Hawkeye, and Heavenly Scourge collided with Black Sword Yi, and made a sound of golden and iron mingling. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. What is the name of this sword? Hawkeye asked. Ji Lingyun said, Heavenly Scourge. Hawkeye said, very well, today I will see if you, the most interesting sword in the world, can beat the world's strongest black sword. Then you won't know until after the fight. Ji Lingyun gave a soft drink, and the two simultaneously withdrew their sword, and then slashed together heavily. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already cut dozens of sword, each without any fancy. It was a simple chop, every time it hits together. Clang. Once again, Ji Lingyun raised his brows. He found that the strength of Hawkeye had not changed at all. Every cut was the same, as if it had been carefully calculated, but his attack slowly appeared. Out of the decline, because although the Scourge is strong, it has not reached Bankai after all, and the Black Sword Yi is the strongest supreme sword in the world. The material is not inferior to Zanpakuto, and the control of strength is obviously an eagle eye. Even better, Ji Lingyun is very clear about his disadvantages. His strength lies in the ability of Zanpakuto. Unlike Hawkeye, who practiced swords in the same way since childhood, Hawkeye's kendo does not have those complicated things. It's just pure sword skill. In terms of basic skills, Ji Lingyun knows that he is definitely inferior to Hawkeye. If only by doing this, once Hawkeye gets serious, he will soon be defeated. In basic skills, although he is not Hawkeye's opponent, he is in Zanpakuto's in terms of ability, he can occupy a great advantage. Ji Lingyun quickly retreated with the black sword that opened the eagle eye sharply. At the same time, the scourge in his hand was quickly retracted. Spatter it. Senbon Sakura. This time Ji Lingyun used Senbon Sakura and quickly completed Bankai, using a long-range attack. A sharp light burst into Hawkeye's eyes. What he was looking forward to was Ji Lingyun's ever-changing ability. At this time, seeing Ji Lingyun finally change, it was natural that his fighting spirit increased greatly. Hawkeye's increased fighting spirit also changed his attack method. Instead of slashing in place, he quickly rushed towards Ji Lingyun, swinging the black sword in his hand, unexpectedly wanting to fight Ji Lingyun close. Ji Lingyun didn't panic. Senbon Sakura turned into thin blades all over the sky under his control. The blades formed a layer of defense. Each point the eagle eye moved, the blades quickly blocked them, while Ji Lingyun was constantly changing himself. The position made it impossible for Hawkeye to break through Senbon Sakura's defenses and assault in front of him. This level is far from enough. Suddenly, Hawkeye gave a low cry, and then they suddenly swung the black sword. The thin blade made by Senbon Sakura was instantly split by him, and he took advantage of the situation and rushed to Ji Lingyun. Ding! Ji Lingyun and Eagle Eye collided fiercely, Senbon Sakura and Black Blade Knight also collided together, and the horrible aura radiated from them in all directions. The dust was flying, but they could not cause any obstacle to them. This is just the beginning. Ji Lingyun and Yingyun looked at each other, said these words, and then shouted, "Final scene by D Sword." Bright white light bloomed from Senbon Sakura in Ji Lingyun's hand, and the white light enveloped Ji Lingyun, making him look like he had a pair of white wings. This compresses all the power and then bursts out. Seeing Ji Lingyun use this trick, the eyes of Hawkeye also burst out with excitement. He also gathered the power of his whole body and used armament haki. Boom! The white light and black light collided, and a sound louder than thunder broke out. Hancock, who was far away, heard this sound. His face changed, especially when he saw the power caused by the direction of Ji Lingyun and Hawkeye fighting. She was even more nervous. She had never seen anyone fighting to such an astonishing level. "You stay here, I'll go and take a look." Being concerned about Ji Lingyun, Hancock still couldn't bear it. After giving orders to the members of the Nine Snakes Pirates, she moved her body and quickly rushed towards the battlefield where Ji Lingyun and Hawkeye were fighting. Chapter 216. Ahem. Ji Lingyun held the sword and stood not far from the eagle's eye, coughing slightly. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and the right hand holding the sword cracked, and the blood stained the hilt. He was injured by the last move just now, and the eagle eyes that crossed him, his wine-red clothes also spilled blood, and saw a wound on his left arm. "I haven't been injured for many years, especially in the duel with the swordsman. Except for the battle with the red hair, I have not been injured. You're the other person who can hurt me." Ji Lingyun slowly retracted Senbon Sakura's sheath, and said, "Is that so? Then I'm really proud of it." Hawkeye said, "But if there is only this, it is far from enough." "As I said, this is just the beginning," Ji Lingyun said. "Sit in the frosty sky, Hiramaru." Facing the powerful eagle eye, Ji Lingyun fired up all his Zanpakuto, but the eagle eye is definitely strong and terrifying. No matter how he changes, the powerful eagle eye can resolve them one by one. Whirring, Ji Lingyun panted violently. The battle between him and Hawkeye had lasted for more than an hour. Both of them were injured to varying degrees. His Zanpakuto basically used most of it, but no matter how he changed, Hawkeye's black sword is very tightly guarded, so Ji Lingyun has no chance to take advantage of it. Although both of them were injured, it is clear that Ji Lingyun suffered more injuries and consumption than Hawkeye. Much more eyes. There were also many wounds on Hawkeye's body, but his expression did not change in any way. The black sword was still held tightly, and the blade pointed straight towards Ji Lingyun. Except for the red hair, this is the first time I have fought with someone for so long. Ji Lingyun took Zanpakuto back into the scabbard again. He has done such actions several times. He has used Hiramaru, Senbon Sakura, Sogyo no Kotori, and even Ryūjin Jakka. But these Zanpakuto's abilities are powerful, but in the face of Hawkeye's one person with a single sword, it cannot gain an advantage. This is not because Zanpakuto's ability is not enough, but because these attacks cannot break the Hawkeye's defense. After Hawkeye uses armament haki, it cannot break the defense. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. One more point, Ji Lingyun knows that Zanpakuto's power that bursts out in this pirate world has limits, and as one of the most powerful people in the world, Hawkeye's strength is definitely not worse than Marine Admiral, even stronger. Ice, fire, and other abilities. Shinigami, your abilities are really strong, but it's not enough to defeat me by relying on them. I haven't seen your kendo so far. What is it? Is it these abilities? Hawkeye didn't rush to shoot, but talked to Ji Lingyun. He wanted to fight the strongest Ji Lingyun, so he wanted to make Ji Lingyun the strongest. Ji Lingyun said solemnly, "I don't need you to deny my kendo yet." Ji Lingyun has always been more aware of his strengths and weaknesses. Unlike traditional swordsmen, he does not learn kendo step by step. He has a very high starting point and has all kinds of Zanpakuto, so he doesn't think he is. He needs to follow a path. What he needs is 1,000 flowers bloom, and what he needs is to control these Zanpakuto, because these Zanpakuto are originally part of his life and are inseparable. All I need is a strong heart that can control Shinigami's blade. Unlike the traditional swordsman who needs to achieve human sword integration, he was originally integrated with Shinigami blade. Look up, Wabazuki. Suddenly, Ji Lingyun pulled out Zanpakuto again, but this time he only used the relatively ordinary Zanpakuto, Wabazuki. He used the powerful Zanpakuto such as Hirenmaru and Ryūjin Jakka, but he still couldn't defeat Hawkeye. He knew that he needed to change, and Wabazuki was a special kind of Zanpakuto. He had only one ability. After Shikai, the Wabazuki has a hook-like front end, which is a very peculiar Zanpakuto. Hawkeye saw Ji Lingyun use a different form of Zanpakuto again, and whispered, "Is it a new ability again?" He has long been accustomed to Ji Lingyun's strange abilities, but he needs to adapt and use his strength to defeat it. For him, it doesn't make much difference. Clang! Wabazuki collided with Black Saber Yi for the first time, but after the collision, Hawkeye's hands sank suddenly, his face changed even more, then he withdrew the sword and quickly retreated. But how could Ji Lingyun give him a chance to retreat? While Hawkeye retreated, he chased him at a faster speed. Wabazuki in his hand cut to Hawkeye again. In desperation, Hawkeye could only use black. The sword resisted, but after resisting this time, he found that the black sword in his hand had become heavier, and he almost got out of his hand without defense. Slash! Hawkeye did not hesitate to use the strongest slash. The blue blade of the sword spurted from the blade of the black sword, pushing Ji Lingyun back, and he took advantage of the situation to retreat. Slash! After swiping the black sword several times in a row, Ji Lingyun was forced back a long distance by slashing the sword light. Ji Lingyun stood still. He knew that it would not be so easy to get close to Hawkeye, so he gave up at 5.4 and stood still. Why does my sword become heavy, and what is the power of your sword? As a swordsman, he was naturally familiar with his weapons, and he would immediately feel the slightest change, not to mention that the black sword suddenly became several times heavier. Ji Lingyun said, "The name of the sword, Wabazuki, will continue to double the weight of the thing it hits, and double the weight once it hits. Your black sword has just been hit by it twice. Its weight is 4 times its own weight." No wonder. A look of relief flashed in the eagle's eyes. It was the first time that he put the black blade on the ground when facing an enemy. This was not to say that he could not bear such a weight, but because he did not want to consume his physical strength. Chapter 217. It's a very powerful sword, with a very strange ability. If you are caught off guard, even a stronger opponent than you may be defeated, Hawkeye said sincerely. Ji Lingyun said, "Listening to this tone of yours, it seems that you are sure that you will not be defeated?" Hawkeye said, "The strong should have the self-confidence of the strong. As long as I can hold up this Shikai's strongest black sword, I can't lose." As he said, Hawkeye slowly lifted the black sword again. His expression seemed not much different from before, and the increased weight did not seem to cause him much obstacle. Okay. Looking at Hawkeye, Ji Lingyun's brows tightened. The weight of the black sword was originally not light. After it was increased several times, Hawkeye was able to overcome it so easily, but he was not discouraged. It was nothing to double or triple it, but if you don't believe it, if you continue to increase it, Hawkeye will be able to bear it. Huh. Ji Lingyun exploded 15's own speed to the extreme, and quickly rushed towards Hawkeye, holding Wabazuki in both hands, and the target was naturally the black sword in Hawkeye's hand. Hawkeye also holds sword in both hands. Since he knew Wabazuki's abilities, he naturally wouldn't let Ji Lingyun come close, and slashed in the direction where Ji Lingyun was. The blade flashes, carrying amazing power, forcing Ji Lingyun to retreat. Wabazuki's ability is good, but if it is head-on, it is still not as good as other Zanpakuto. If you take the Eagle Eye slash, you will definitely be injured, so he can only step back. Ji Lingyun kept moving around the Eagle Eye, trying to wait for the opportunity to get close to the Eagle Eye, but the defense of the Eagle Eye was too tight, and he did not give him a chance at all. Whenever he came close, a sword light would slash him. To be honest, Ji Lingyun was really surprised. The physique of this Eagle Eye is really good. Cutting out the blades is as easy as eating and drinking, and the weight of the black sword in night is already 3 times, but still did not cause much hindrance to his attack, still as aggressive and domineering as always. Facing the powerful Eagle Eye, Ji Lingyun suddenly had a trace of comprehension in his heart, not moving like a mountain, and the feeling that Eagle Eye gave him was not moving like a mountain. If you want to defeat him, there is only one choice. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ji Lingyun stopped moving, stood silently, and put away Wabazuki. There was no movement for a long time. The moment Ji Lingyun put away Wabazuki, the weight of the black sword in night returned to its original shape. Seeing that Ji Lingyun did not move, Hawkeye said, "Do you understand?" Ji Lingyun nodded and said, "Understood. Then, let us proceed to the final battle." Hawkeye's expression became more solemn than ever, because he knew that the next battle was the real battle, and the victory or defeat might be born in an instant, even if it was him. Also go all out. Ji Lingyun held the handle of Shinigami's blade, and a firm color flashed in his eyes. The strongest is the strongest. Perhaps Zanjetsu is inferior in other abilities, but after all, it is the strongest Zanpakuto. It is the strongest. Zanjetsu. Ji Lingyun pulled out Zanjetsu. Since having other Zanpakuto, he has used this Zanpakuto less and less, because compared to Hirenmaru, Ryūjin Jakka's large-scale attacks, Zanjetsu can only use the power of his master. The powerful Zanpakuto, range attack is not as good as Ryūjin Jakka's type of Zanpakuto. But the two soon discovered that neither of them was able to retreat in strength. One of them was in the prime of life, and the other was young and physically strong. They were both strong among the strong, and they were almost the same in strength. Bankai. The two people are like tireless machine 047. There are no counts how many times they have been hacked. Each time it is a pure force clash. They are the kind of attack that abandons complex attack moves and uses the simplest, so their battle is not dazzling, but full of oppressive and solemn forces. What? Hawkeye was also breathing non-stop. The battle with Ji Lingyun was more difficult than the battle with Red Hair, because in the battle with Red Hair, although they fought fiercely, they did not really in this battle with Ji Lingyun. Everything is bet on, including his life, so the battle is more dangerous and fierce. Finally, after a confrontation with Hawkeye, Ji Lingyun was no longer satisfied with Zangetsu in Shikai state and went straight to Bankai. But after this battle with Hawkeye, he understood that against the world's #1 swordsman like Hawkeye, the rest of Zanpakuto, although strong, could not be defeated, and only Zanpakuto of the power type like Zangetsu could hope to win. The shape of Zangetsu is bigger than Black Sword Yi, like a machete. Although the shape of the sword is terrifying, after seeing this sword, Hawkeye was excited, because he had seen it before. The power of this sword. The two of them retreated almost at the same time, then simultaneously waved their weapons, and slashed together again. The two of them exhausted all their strength in each confrontation, and their attacks could be seen from the dilapidated ground around them how powerful it is. Clang. Come yet. Following the confrontation with Hawkeye, Ji Lingyun felt that she was using Zangetsu more and more handily, as if she had an epiphany. Although she was exhausted physically, she was extremely excited mentally. Ji Lingyun yelled, firmly holding Zangetsu, and leaning toward Hawkeye's side, and Hawkeye also used all his power to force Ji Lingyun back. A black death tyrant suit, black tensa Zangetsu, a thin chain behind the handle, and a cold face make Ji Lingyun at this moment full of great charm. Clang clang clang. The battle between the two top swordsmen in the world turned out to be just like ordinary people, purely using power. Without too much language, Ji Lingyun and Eagle Eye collided fiercely. Although the two collided more than once, this time was absolutely different. They did not retreat, but used all their strength. When they came out, the expressions of the two became a little hideous, and the sheer strength confronted each other, and neither of them wanted to take a step back. Chapter 218. Brother Lingyun. Hancock had already come to the battlefield between the two before, but because Ji Lingyun and Hawkeye were fighting too fiercely, she couldn't get close at all. When she saw Ji Lingyun turn into Shinigami, she was also very surprised. Because it was the first time she saw Ji Lingyun's appearance, full of coldness and killing intent. No wonder Lingyun's brother is called Shinigami. It turns out that he still looks like this. After Hancock was surprised, she was full of worries. She has been standing here for so long. Naturally, she clearly saw the power of Hawkeye. During the fight between Ji Lingyun and Hawkeye basically occupied most the advantage of the time, and their destructive power is too strong. Within a few kilometers, they are basically dilapidated, and there is no complete ground. The sword energy is vertical and horizontal, and the traces on the ground are large. Most of them are caused by eagle eyes. But Hancock didn't know that this kind of battle was not the limit of Ji Lingyun and Hawkeye. The real battle between them started after Ji Lingyun used Tensa Zangetsu. Hawkeye, this is my last sword. I won't change the sword anymore, Ji Lingyun said to Hawkeye with a cold expression. A smile appeared at the corner of Hawkeye's mouth, and his face solemnly said, this is what I expect. Although I recognize your kendo, in my opinion, a swordsman has only one most suitable sword in his life. Only that sword can maximize his power. You have used many sword before, but you don't really understand them, so you can't exert their strongest power. If it was another swordsman who was so questioned and taught by Hawkeye, he might have refuted it a long time ago, but Ji Lingyun did not refute it, because Hawkeye was not wrong, and he did not have that kind of deep talk with all Zanpakuto level communication, because that is not his kendo, but he will not refute Hawkeye. But if he doesn't refute, it doesn't mean he doesn't say anything, Ji Lingyun said, I'm different from you. Weapons are foreign objects to you, and my sword is a part of my body and a part of my soul, so I don't need to understand it like you do, all I need is to use it. Then let me see your swordsmanship. Hawkeye's eyes were brilliant, and an extremely sharp aura suddenly burst out of his body, rushing straight into the sky like a sharp sword, piercing the clouds in the sky. General. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Seeing such an amazing eagle eye, Ji Lingyun was not afraid, but trembled with excitement. This is you, Hawkeye, and this is the matchup I am looking forward to. The warm-up is over. Next, let us have a final battle. Excited Ji Lingyun also unreservedly released his aura. Conqueror's Haki plus the sharpness of the swordsman, like a huge sword domain, filled the entire space. Although he hasn't done it yet, it is powerful. The aura has affected the air, causing the wind in the air to suddenly become fierce, like a sword blade cutting the air. Within a few kilometers, the aura of Ji Lingyun and Eagle Eye was enveloped. Hancock, who was already far away, was forced to retreat for a long time after the aura of the two erupted. It's not that she can't stand it. The aura of the two cannot release their own aura to resist, because once she does this, she will immediately be backlashed by these two auras, which will not only affect the battle between Ji Lingyun and Hawkeye, but may even be affected by it. The momentum of the two was hurt, so she could only retreat. Is this the real Lingyun brother, and the eagle eye of the world's #1 swordsman? I am afraid that the aura alone can scare ordinary people into collapse. Even the strongest one is facing such a momentum, will also be affected. As the only Hancock who felt the aura of the two at close range, she was extremely shocked. She had always thought that she was good at strength, but it was only at this time that she really saw the gap with the top power on the sea. However, Lingyun's Conqueror's Haki is really powerful, much stronger than my Haki. Hancock's Conqueror's Haki hasn't been awakened for a long time, while Ji Lingyun's Conqueror's Haki has been awakened for more than 10 years. Naturally, Hancock is not comparable to Hancock in terms of application and growth. The two have not only a quantitative gap, but also a quality gap. When Hawkeye saw that Ji Lingyun's momentum was not weaker than him, on the contrary, it was faintly stronger, and his heart was shocked. Unexpectedly, Conqueror's Haki and his own Kendo were combined to form a more powerful field. Lingyun, you are the most talented person I have ever seen. Even if you are a redhead, you are not as good as you in this respect. Hawkeye praised sincerely the red-haired Shanks as the most powerful opponent that Hawkeye has encountered since he broke through the world. Shanks's Kendo training is similar to his, but Shanks is the most powerful Haki. It is used to an extremely terrifying degree. Hawkeye feels that Ji Lingyun is somewhat similar to Shanks, but it is different, because Ji Lingyun has merged his own Haki and Kendo together, forming a realm formed by Haki and sword intent. In this realm, even he feels a little limited. This kind of ability is really amazing, there is no second in this world. Hawkeye's statement is correct. Ji Lingyun did, as he said, fused his Haki and Jien together. The reason why he was able to do this was entirely because his Kendo was part of himself, so he was able to do so. Fusion with Haki. As for the fusion of Haki and Kendo to form such a domineering sword domain, Ji Lingyun himself did not think of this, but there is no doubt that this sword domain is very powerful. If the cultivation base is weaker than him, enter in this field, he will be suppressed, and it is difficult to exert the strongest strength. This is the first time Ji Lingyun has used this kind of power. Although he has fought Marine Admiral before, most of the time he belongs to the fleeing side. However, he cannot flinch from the battle with Hawkeye, so he must go all out. Chapter 219. Eagle Eye. Ji Lingyun stared at Hawkeye, slowly said, "The real battle is coming, I'm ready, how about you?" Hawkeye smiled freely and said, "I'm always preparing." So, Ji Lingyun's eyes were brilliant, and the aura on his body soared again. The overbearing force pushed all the surrounding flowers and trees away, forming a terrifying unmanned realm. Fight. Two horrible sword intents rushed straight into the sky, and the clouds in the sky were quickly separated, as if they were split apart by these two sword intents. Although neither of them had done anything yet, the momentum had already enveloped the entire island. The few living aboriginals have stunned the scene in the sky, and they all felt that there was a heavy pressure in their hearts that made it hard for him to breathe. And there is an island some distance away from the island where Ji Lingyun and Hawkeye are duel. A huge marine warship is coming towards the island where Ji Lingyun and Hawkeye are duel. On the deck of the warship, there are two marine officers, one man and one woman. The man's feet are 2 to 3 meters high. They are Aokiji Admiral Kuzan, one of the 3 Marine Admiral in Megatron World, and the woman is an old man. Marine Chief of Staff 870, Lieutenant General Crane. Senior Crane, are you really sure? Aokiji asked Lieutenant General Crane next to him. In fact, when Sengoku asked him to arrest Ji Lingyun with Lieutenant General Crane and asked him to follow Lieutenant General Crane's orders, he was still very surprised because he and Ji Lingyun, after fighting against each other many times, he naturally knew Ji Lingyun's difficulties, so he really didn't think much about this action. But after all, it was Sengoku's order, so even if Aokiji was not optimistic, he could only choose to obey. So he and Lieutenant General Crane chased in the direction of the 9 snakes and pirates. They had a chance to catch up with the 9 snakes the thief group, but Lieutenant General Crane did not do that at all. Instead, he kept slowing down, just hanging behind the 9 snakes and pirates group, keeping a distance from being discovered. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Facing Aokiji's question, Lieutenant General Crane did not answer, but at this moment, the complexions of Aokiji and Lieutenant General Crane changed drastically at the same time, and both looked dignifiedly towards the sky ahead. Heaven, is this? The old face of Lieutenant General Crane showed a look of surprise at first, but he was relieved soon. Aokiji's expression was extremely solemn, and he said solemnly, "It's a powerful sword intent, and it's still 2. It can break through the clouds. When did 2 such powerful swordsmen appear on the sea?" Lieutenant General Suru said, "Yes, I have studied Shinigami for a long time. Although young and strong, his biggest weakness is arrogance. When facing Hawkeye, he will never choose to shrink, and such a weakness gave us a chance." Aokiji nodded without hesitation and said, "Sure, that kid is indeed very capable of kendo and is qualified to be an eagle-eyed opponent." Aokiji was startled, looked at Lieutenant General Crane suspiciously, and asked, "Senior Crane, how did you know?" "So you found Hawkeye?" Aokiji reacted instantly and asked. "What the hell is going on?" Aokiji asked strangely. Lieutenant General Crane said calmly, "The danger of Shinigami will never be weaker or even stronger than the 4 emperors in the future. Such an opponent is unacceptable for a marine, so even if it is a bit despicable, it must be done." Aokiji said, "Senior Crane, don't get me wrong. I didn't mean that. I just feel a little bit emotional. We didn't catch him after so much effort. We didn't expect to catch him easily in the end." At this time, Aokiji already knew what Lieutenant Suru meant. He said, "So, Senior Suru, you deliberately revealed Shinigami's trail to Hawkeye and highlighted his strength. Let Hawkeye take the initiative to find Shinigami. Then when the kid faces us, he will choose to run away if he fails to fight, but he is also a strong kendo player. When facing Hawkeye, he will never choose to back down. Even if he is defeated, he will not back down." Lieutenant General Suru said, "It's Hawkeye and that Shinigami boy." Lieutenant General Crane said to Aokiji earnestly, "So, Kuzan, You have to understand that in the face of such an enemy, you have to learn to grasp his weaknesses. As long as you master his weaknesses, you have the capital to win. With a sigh, Aokiji looked at the direction Ji Lingyun and the others were in, and said quietly, "That kid is indeed amazingly talented. At this age, he can stand up to the number one eagle eye in the world of kendo. Just from their swords looking at it, I can really tell which one of them is stronger. The battle between them may already represent the strongest kendo duel in the world. It is a pity that such a battle would happen on such an unknown island. As the world's number one swordsman, in kendo, he can be compared with him. There are few in the world, and Shinigami is among the younger generation, the person most likely to surpass him. Such an opponent, do you think will Hawkeye be moved?" Lieutenant General Suru said with a calm expression, "Because I directed all of this, if you want to catch Shinigami, it is absolutely impossible to rely on ordinary methods. His escape ability is unique and we can't catch him at all. If you want him not to run away, you must give him a reason why he can't back down." Aokiji nodded and said, "I see, you gave me a lesson." Aokiji looked at the clouds in the sky being swept away by two sword intents, and said with a shocking expression, "Although it is a bit of a risk, this is indeed the best decision. You can see from his sword intent that he is fighting Hawkeye. It will definitely last until the last moment." Lieutenant General Crane shook his head and said, "How is it possible? Although Hawkeye is Shichibukai, you should know better than me about the relationship with Marine. Do you think he will help Marine deal with Shinigami? He has a better relationship with that kid. We are better." Lieutenant General Crane said, "Eagle Eye cannot take the initiative to help us, so we can only use it. Although Eagle Eye is the world's number one swordsman, everyone knows that he has been pursuing the ultimate in kendo. In his eyes, this time surpassed all interests, so old Shen used his psychology." Chapter 220 The battle between Ji Lingyun and Hawkeye is definitely the best swordsman in the world. It is even more fierce than the battle between the red-haired Shanks and Hawkeye because their sword intent is full of killing intent. They all fought each other with the determination to kill. At this time, Shanks and Hawkeye were incomparable in the original battle. Lieutenant General Suru asked Aokiji, "Kuzan, do you think the two of them will win in the end?" Aokiji is Marine Admiral, and his strength is definitely at the top of the world. Although he is not a swordsman, he can still see one or two from the sword intent of the two, so Lieutenant General Crane will ask him questions. This question caused Aokiji to frown. After a while, he replied, "From the perspective of the sword intent of the two, it is obvious that there is not much difference, but after all, we are observing from a distance and cannot tell who wins and who loses. But from my point of view, I think Hawkeye is a bit more sophisticated. After all, he has been the world's number one swordsman for a long time. In terms of combat experience, he is better, but Shinigami's words are not easy to say. Growth is so fast, even if he can't beat Hawkeye, but Hawkeye wants to kill him, I guess it's impossible." Lieutenant General Crane nodded and said, "Your guess is almost the same as mine. Although I can't estimate the strength of the two of them, the final result is likely to be a loss for both, but this is also in line with our plan. It was difficult for us to catch Shinigami in the period, but for him, who was hit hard, it was easy for us to want to catch it." Aokiji said, "Nevertheless, I still don't think we should underestimate him. It was because we underestimated him that we suffered a lot in his hands." Lieutenant General Crane said, "Of course I know this very well, so I called you over, and this time is different from the past. In addition to his own serious injury, he has other concerns, so this time he is in danger of escape." Aokiji's eyes lit up and he asked, "You are talking about the 9 snakes and pirates?" Lieutenant General Crane said, "Yes, the 9 snakes and pirates is to seize his biggest opportunity. This time he can't run. Go slowly. After you pass, Kuzan, you immediately freeze the sea, so that you can't let the people of the 9 snakes and pirates escape. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi." Aokiji nodded and replied, "No problem, I can guarantee that none of them can live without." Marine's movements, Ji Lingyun, who is fighting with Hawkeye, will naturally not know. At this time, his battle with Hawkeye has reached a fever pitch. He has not had any advantage before. After using Tensa Zanjetsu, for a moment, occupy a great advantage, because his speed has become too fast, and because Tensa Zanjetsu has become smaller, the attack speed has also become faster. Often when Hawkeye only swipes a sword, he has already swung 2 or 3. Although the sword did not completely break the defense of the Eagle Eye, it also tore a gap in the defense of the Eagle Eye. Clang. What's the matter? Why did both of them go in? A huge slashing sword slashed in front of Ji Lingyun fiercely. Ji Lingyun held Tensa Zanjetsu and blocked the sword, but the sword came suddenly and was extremely powerful. Although he blocked it with the blade, however, his body was smashed back and forth constantly by the tremendous force, and finally he was directly knocked into the mountain wall 100 meters away, leaving a huge hole. Hancock, who was forced far away from the battlefield, saw that Ji Lingyun and Hawkeye entered the mountain wall and no one could be seen, but the cliff-like wall was constantly shaking. She knew Ji Lingyun and Hawkeye. His eyes must have struck in the mountain wall. Hawkeye did not hesitate, and rushed directly into the wall where Ji Lingyun had knocked out a hole. Not long after Hawkeye entered, the huge mountain wall shook tremendously, as if there was something terrible in it. The beast was about to rush out. Hawkeye, who had been stuck in a passive position, suddenly slashed out. This sword was a horizontal split. This sword came very suddenly, but it caused Ji Lingyun, who was moving at a high speed, to change his face suddenly. In the direction he was about to attack, his forward path was completely blocked by Hawkeye's sword, even forcing him to meet. In this state, the spirits of the two of them are tense. At this time, it is up to who can hold on to the end and who has more cards. Lingyun completely turned into a black shadow, so fast that he could not catch it with the naked eye, and kept moving around the eagle eye. From time to time, the body of the eagle eye was covered with a blood mist, which was cut by him. Since the battle, Lingyun has finally seen the terrifying point of Hawkeye. His adaptability is too strong. At the beginning, he can rely on his movement speed and attack speed to take advantage, but as time went on, he found that his attacks became more and more difficult, not because his speed was slow, nor because Hawkeye's speed became faster, but because Hawkeye was already familiar with his attack rhythm. Crescent Moon Sky Chong / Most people become anxious when they are in a disadvantaged situation, but this is not visible in Hawkeye's body. He is as calm as ever, as fierce as ever. From beginning to end, Hawkeye seems to have not changed. It's like a stone Buddha, standing tall. After about a few tens of seconds, the huge mountain wall collapsed, and countless sword lights burst out of the mountain wall, instantly cutting the huge mountain wall into pieces, turning it into countless gravel, and then seeing two figures that moved like lightning on the rocks that crumbled in the air, constantly staggering, and then burst out a powerful blade of light, raging around the rocks. However, although Hawkeye has many wounds on his body, his face has not changed much. Instead, he has become more and more calm, because he has gradually become familiar with Lingyun's attack method, and slowly adapts to it. The speed of Lingyun. The black crescent blade light and the blue slashing blade light constantly touched each other, and every blow of the two of them contained all the strength. The power was amazing, and if they were careless, they would be seriously injured. Chapter 221. Whirring. Lingyun and Eagle Eye gathered together for more than 10 meters. They were almost in the same posture, holding a sword in one hand, and the tip of the sword pointed to the ground. The two of them have been fighting for almost 2 hours now. There is no stopping in the process. Because of their physique, they are a little unbearable at this time, and they can see how hard they are from their violent gasps. But no matter how tired they were, they didn't mean to stop in the slightest. Fighting to such a point, they would never stop if they didn't distinguish the victory or defeat. One move will determine the outcome. Lingyun suddenly raised his head and looked at Eagle Eye in surprise. He did not expect Eagle Eye to say such a sentence. Although both of them were very tired, neither of them would show it. At this time, Eagle Eye said, in this case, there is only one meaning, and I don't want to drag it any longer. Surprise is surprised, but this is something Lingyun can't ask for. He nodded directly and said, okay. After receiving Lingyun's answer, Yingyun's expression became extremely serious, and he turned into two hands with sword, and the blade pointed at Lingyun. The momentum of his whole body was quickly converged, making him look like a very ordinary person. Except for the look in his eyes and the black sword there was nothing brilliant about this swordsman. Facing the pressure of the Eagle Eye's last blow, Lingyun slowly frowned. He knew that the Eagle Eye's last blow was definitely a shock, so he was thinking about how to face such an Eagle Eye. Wuyu's trick is actually a crescent moon, but instead of using Tensa's Zanjetsu, it uses her own crescent moon, which is the strongest crescent moon. Lingyun has acquired Zanjetsu for so many years, but he hasn't learned this trick until he just fought with Hawkeye. He finally realized this trick. Although the cost may be high after using it, for Lingyun, he has no choice but to win. The people of the 9 Snake Pirates quickly saw the marine warship approaching, but before they had any movement, they found that the sea was frozen, and then a large group of marine rushed over. The first to bear the brunt was a body. The tall Aokiji. When the black-red blade light and the blue blade light touched together, the sky and the earth seemed to shake, and the entire island shook violently, as if the sky was about to break and the ground was horrifying. Lingyun and Yingyun were no longer visible on the battlefield, because the ground around them had cracked, and even the fountains rushed out of the ground. Both of them haven't done anything yet, but they both made the same moves, converging all their auras. The two of them are equally in the aura, and they can't help each other, so they simply converge all the auras and gather all the energy to the final blow. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lieutenant General Crane suddenly said, "Get on the shore quickly, Kuzan, you freeze the sea first, and then use the fastest speed to control the 9 snakes and pirates. Our goal is Shinigami, so try not to hurt the people of the 9 snakes and pirates." The huge momentum spread far, and at this moment, Marine's warships also quickly approached. Aokiji, Lieutenant General Crane and others were also shocked by the momentum caused by Lingyun's battle with Hawkeye. Lingyun and Hawkeye did it almost at the same time, but unlike Hawkeye's two-handed sword, Tensa Zanjetsu in Lingyun's hands turned into a light and disappeared, and then Lingyun's Death Tyrant costume exploded suddenly, revealing the upper body has well-defined muscles, a black hair becomes waist-length, and his right hand seems to be holding something. What is even more frightening is that there is a black and red light around him, making him look like a real demon. Same. On the beach near the island, the 9 snakes and pirates gathered on the boat. When they saw what happened on the island, they all screamed in horror. They were so far away, they all felt a scream. The powerful force struck, the originally calm sea churned up violently, and some weaker pirates grabbed everything on the ship in fear, for fear of accident. No month. The reason why Lieutenant General Crane said this was that he was worried that the people of the 9 snakes and pirates would fight to the death. After all, the people of the 9 snakes and pirates were not weak. Their goal this time was Lingyun. Containing Lingyun, but once the 9 snakes pirates are attacked, it may cause Lingyun to counterattack. By then, Marine will inevitably have a lot of losses. This is a scene that Lieutenant Crane does not want to see. What a fierce battle, what a fierce battle, has the two world's top swordsmen finally ushered in the moment of decisive victory. It's not good. Lord Sonda Sonia 2.8, Lord Mary Groud, Marine is here, and Marine warship is here. The strength of Marine Admiral Aokiji is naturally self-evident. In front of Aokiji, without Hancock, the 9 snakes and pirates did not have any resistance at all. They were quickly taken down by Marine, but Aokiji also followed suit. In the case of Lieutenant General Crane, there was no real murder. This is also the biggest reason why Lieutenant General Crane sought Aokiji, because if it were Akainu and Kizaru, they would definitely not be so obedient. At this moment, Ji Lingyun seemed to be a sword, full of sword intent, and at the same time, Hawkeye was the last to swing his black sword, Yi, a very ordinary sword, but it contained Hawkeye's understanding and will of kendo. But this kind of thinking was only for a short period of time, and soon his complexion became firm. He absolutely can't afford to lose in this battle. Even if he pays a great price, he must win this battle. This is not just glory and dignity, and more importantly, he can truly stand on the top of the world only if he breaks the title of Hawkeye's #1 in the world. What happened? Did the sky fall apart? Aokiji's face became extremely serious. Although he was here to capture Ji Lingyun this time, this did not prevent him from looking forward to this duel. He also wanted to know who is better than Ji Lingyun and Hawkeye. The top battle in the field really makes people impatient. Chapter 222. After quickly taking control of the 9 snakes and pirates, Aokiji rushed to the shore and looked at the Kond Island. He knew that Ji Lingyun and Hawkeye's battle was divided, but what was the result? He could not guess either. Let's go. Lieutenant General Crane walked in front of Aokiji, and the two of them led a large group of Marines towards the location where Hawkeye and Ji Lingyun were. When Lieutenant General Crane and Aokiji came to the battlefield, they were deeply shocked by the scene in front of them. They only saw a few kilometers in a radius. The whole earth had sunk, and there were water jets from the ground everywhere. The gravel trees are scattered everywhere, and there is a mess in the eye. But what happened to Ji Lingyun and Hawkeye at this time? In the middle of the battlefield, both Ji Lingyun and Hawkeye fell down, except that Ji Lingyun fell into Hancock's arms, while Hawkeye was kneeling on the ground with 2 hands and knees, and neither of them stood up. Strength. The result of this is actually that both lose and no one wins, but only Ji Lingyun knows that he used Wu Yue and Hawkeye to tie. This 15 body is no longer dominant, because after using Wu Yue, he was unable to use Shinigami's blade for a long time to come. This is the sequelae caused by Wu Yu. However, no matter how serious the sequelae are, from this battle alone, the two of them ended in a tie. But this tie battle, after Marine arrived, has undergone a different change. Marine. Hancock, who was holding Ji Lingyun, saw the arrival of Marine for the first time. Her face suddenly appeared astonished, and Ji Lingyun's complexion also became difficult to look. Even Hawkeye was an accident. They did not expect Marine to actually will appear in this place at this time. It's over. Ji Lingyun saw that Marine's lineup included Lieutenant General Crane, Aokiji, and a group of Marine elites. He knew that he was over this time. He and Hawkeye had been seriously injured and there was no chance of a fight. As for Hancock, she can't be Marine Admiral's opponent, so Ji Lingyun knew that he was planted this time when Marine appeared. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In this case, Ji Lingyun knew that he would not be able to go, but when he looked at Hancock, he had to think about Hancock, so he quickly moved his mind to figure out how to make the most advantageous choice. Hancock, don't resist later, we can't escape. Ji Lingyun knows Hancock's temper. If he doesn't say it in advance, Hancock will definitely fight. This will only make the situation worse, so he needs to say hello in advance. After that, Ji Lingyun asked Hancock to support him to his feet. Although he is weak now, it is difficult to even stand up, but when facing Marine, he must not be weakened. Even if he will die next moment, he must behave. Be stronger, only in this way can he achieve his goals. Shinigami, Edward Ji Lingyun. Lieutenant General Crane looked at Ji Lingyun and said calmly, "You should already know our purpose when you see us." Ji Lingyun smiled bitterly. "Of course it's clear, isn't it, just to catch me, but I didn't expect that your movements would be so fast. I saw you not chasing before and thought you gave up. It seems that I really think I am too self-righteous. Look down on you guys." Aokiji said, "The battle between you and Hawkeye is indeed amazing enough, but now how much strength you have left, you know best. What are you going to do in this case?" Ji Lingyun said, "If it were me, there would be no doubt that I would choose to fight to the death, but now, I choose to give up." Lieutenant General Crane said, "A wise choice, but if you are so simple, there must be some conditions." Ji Lingyun smiled. He is now covered in bloodline, looking very embarrassed. "Of course it is conditional, but I don't know if you can agree." Lieutenant General Crane said, "Let's talk about it. If it's not too much, we can also promise you."
Ji Lingyun smiled and said, "It's really refreshing to talk to you. Okay, my condition is very simple. There are only 2. One is to spare the 9 snakes and pirates and let Hancock become 7 warlords of the sea. The news that I was caught by your Marine spread."
Lieutenant General Crane pondered for a moment and said, "Let the 9 snakes and pirates become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Your request is really unreasonable. What if we don't agree?" Ji Lingyun said, "If you don't agree, then you have to pay a high price if you want to catch me." Aokiji said solemnly, "Just rely on your current state?" Ji Lingyun smiled and said, "My current state is indeed very bad, but it does not mean that I have no resistance. You will never know how much my whole cards are. I dare not say anything else, just you. Marine, under my desperate fight, I am afraid there are not many who can survive 377. One is that I can catch it, the other is a desperate fight. I think you should make the best choice. Ji Lingyun's words made Lieutenant General Crane and Aokiji frowned. Although they both saw Ji Lingyun half dead, they didn't dare to really underestimate him. After all, Ji Lingyun gave them too much impression. Now that they can fight Hawkeye like this, who knows if what he said is true, and with so many lives to bet, they really can't make so much determination. Aokiji and the others are embarrassed. Ji Lingyun is also very nervous. He knows that he can't last long. Once he does his hands, he will be exposed immediately, so he is really worried that Marine will be strong against him. Brother Lingyun. When Hancock saw Ji Lingyun still thinking about her at this time, while being moved, he also wanted to fight alongside Ji Lingyun. But Ji Lingyun shook her head firmly and said, Hancock, listen to me, this time you must listen to me anyway, if you still think of me as your Lingyun brother. Ji Lingyun has already said this. Although Hancock is extremely unwilling, she can only nod her head in agreement. Chapter 223. Facing the strength of Ji Lingyun, Lieutenant General Crane just smiled faintly, and said, I said, this time our goal is only you. As for the 9 snakes and pirates, as long as they promise not to oppose our marine in the future, they're everywhere. It is not impossible for them to become 7 warlords of the sea if they are not doing evil. As for the second condition you mentioned, we were not prepared to publicize it with great fanfare. Ji Lingyun asked, what can you do? Lieutenant General Crane nodded and said, of course, and you have no choice now. I believe you will make the right choice. Ji Lingyun's complexion kept changing. After a while, he became firmer, and pushed the Shinigami blade in his hand to the ground, and said in a deep voice, okay, I won't resist anymore. Very good. Regarding Ji Lingyun's choice, Lieutenant General Suru was not surprised. She looked at Aokiji. Aokiji nodded to her, then took the sea stone handcuffs from the lieutenant behind him, and walked towards Ji Lingyun. After Aokiji walked in front of him, Ji Lingyun gently pushed Hancock away and let her let go. Although he was seriously injured, he stood there, his body straight, and still had a frightening aura. Troubled Marine Admiral personally on the flail for me, should I be proud of it? Ji Lingyun asked with a smile. Seeing that Ji Lingyun, who was about to fall into prison, was able to maintain a calm appearance, even Aokiji had to admire him. He said, what kind of person we treat, we will naturally adopt what kind of attitude, you without resistance, we will naturally respect you, come on. Having said that, Aokiji personally handcuffed the sea stone handcuffs to Ji Lingyun. During the period, Hancock wanted to come over several times, but was stopped by Ji Lingyun's fierce gaze. Hancock is not a fool. Of course she knew that Ji Lingyun did it for she is fine, but seeing the person she admires and loves is handcuffed by Marine, how could she be able to bear it in her heart? What are you doing? Hancock suddenly uttered an angry shout. It turned out that after Ji Lingyun was handcuffed by Aokiji, several Marines came to hold Ji Lingyun in custody. One of them went to pull out the Shinigami blade that Ji Lingyun was on the ground. This action immediately aroused Hancock's anger, and immediately kicked the Marine away. Just as Hancock was about to continue attacking and regaining Shinigami's blade, Aokiji suddenly appeared in front of her, and a blow instantly pushed her back. The unwilling Hancock would naturally not show weakness and would attack Aokiji. Hancock. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, Ji Lingyun suddenly yelled. Because of his weakness, his tone became weak, but he still shouted to Hancock. Listen to me, don't care about anything, take your person, and immediately return to 9 Snake Island. And everything that happened today, no matter who it is, don't disclose it, understand? Hancock said unwillingly, but Brother Lingyun, your weapon, they. Ji Lingyun said, give it to them. They won't be able to use it anyway. You have to remember my words and practice hard. As long as you are strong, you will not be bullied by others. Just like me, if I am strong enough, I won't be in such an end. The skills are not as good as others, and I can only admit failure. Up to now, he could only admit his fate, and he already knew in his heart that I am afraid that Marine had waited so long just to wait for this moment and caught him effortlessly. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight with their swords drawn, Ji Lingyun suddenly yelled at Hawkeye, breaking the atmosphere between Aokiji and Hawkeye in an instant, and the two looked at him at the same time. Hawkeye's masterpiece is brilliant. Looking at Aokiji full of warfare, even in life and death, he will never give in. This is Hawkeye's kendo. Aokiji said, Hawkeye, don't get caught up in the flames. In your current state, do you think you will be my opponent? Lieutenant General Crane and Aokiji also frowned. Hawkeye is one of 7 warlords of the sea and an ally of their marine. This time they also borrowed Hawkeye's momentum, so they caught Ji Lingyun. They naturally did not. What do you think of Hawkeye? Eagle Eye. Hawkeye said with a cold expression. I can't control the grievances between you and him, and I don't want to control, but now, he is my opponent, our battle is not over, you take him away, this is for us the insult of the battle. But they never imagined that Hawkeye would actually ignite the upper body by himself, so Aokiji said in a deep voice. Hawkeye, at this time, we marine in him, you should not interfere. Aokiji's body suddenly chilled, and it was slowly freezing. Although Hawkeye is 7 warlords of the sea, it is not marine after all. If Hawkeye is really not a lift, Aokiji will do it without hesitation. Ji Lingyun didn't expect Hawkeye to speak at this time. He knows the state of Hawkeye at this time. Even if it is better than him, it is not much better. Since Marine does not act on Hawkeye, what should Hawkeye do? It didn't happen, but Hawkeye didn't do it. Hancock's eyes were red. She understood Ji Lingyun's eyes and nodded silently, no longer moving, just watching Aokiji personally take away Ji Lingyun's Shinigami blade. My battle with him hasn't been decided yet, and it's not over yet. You just took him away like this, have you asked me? Ji Lingyun didn't care about the others, just looked at Hawkeye and said, Hawkeye, thank you for your kindness, but I hope you don't bother. This battle is actually over. You are stronger than me. Ji Lingyun looked at Eagle Eye and suddenly laughed, and then said, okay, as you said, we are evenly divided this time, but I want you to do me a favor, okay? And many more. Just when Marine was about to take Ji Lingyun away, Hawkeye, who had been ignored by others, suddenly screamed. He was holding a black sword and staring coldly at Aokiji and the others. But Hawkeye obviously did not agree with this result. He said, no, we have not yet decided the victory or defeat. If you can stand up, it means that you still have strength, so our battle has not really ended. Then I'll know after the fight. Chapter 224 Hawkeye looked at Ji Lingyun puzzledly and asked, say. Ji Lingyun said, you don't need to worry about this matter. We have a chance to fight again in the future. I just want you to do me a favor. If we from the Whitebeard Pirates find you in the future, I hope you don't take me. Talk about the situation. Hawkeye's brows tightened. He didn't understand why Ji Lingyun said that, but he also knew that Marine was blocking him at this moment. It is absolutely impossible for him to continue fighting with Ji Lingyun. What he is more worried about now is Ji Lingyun. Can you survive after being caught by Marine? After the battle with Ji Lingyun, Hawkeye discovered that his kendo had evolved a bit, so he really hoped that he would still have a chance to compete with Ji Lingyun. It is good. In the end, Hawkeye nodded and agreed to Ji Lingyun's request. Of course, the main reason was that he saw that Ji Lingyun's eyes were full of confidence and there was no hopelessness at all, so he thought that Ji Lingyun might have some cards to prevent him from dying Marine's hands. Under the gaze of Hawkeye and Hancock 360, Ji Lingyun was brought onto the warship by Marine. After Ji Lingyun was taken away by Marine, only Hancock and Hawkeye were left. After Hawkeye took a look, he was about to leave, but Hancock suddenly stopped him. Eagle Eye. Hearing Hancock's voice, Hawkeye stopped. He was not interested in Hancock at all, but he didn't understand why Hancock would stop him. Hawkeye asked. Something? Hancock said, Brother Lingyun asked me to bring you a few words. Hawkeye asked puzzledly, then why didn't he just say? Hancock said, because Marine can't be heard. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hawkeye nodded. The reason why Ji Lingyun was caught by Marine was because he had a duel with him, so he was naturally a little guilty. If Ji Lingyun asked for anything, he would try his best to agree. Say it. Hancock said, Brother Lingyun said that he will be imprisoned by Marine and impelled down, but he is worried that Marine will kill him secretly, so he wants to ask you to protect him. Hawkeye frowned and said, how can I protect him? Hancock said, I don't know. Brother Lingyun just told you to go to impel down to see him regularly. If Marine doesn't let it, you will immediately tell the Whitebeard Pirates. After listening to Hancock's words, Hawkeye immediately understood what Ji Lingyun meant. He and Marine are allies. As long as he asks, he will have the opportunity to enter impel down, but he doesn't understand why Ji Lingyun is so sure that he will be locked up. Enter impel down. And why is it certain that Marine will attack him secretly? Since he was asked to notify the Whitebeard Pirates, why not notify him immediately, instead of waiting for him to notify him after an accident? All of this kind of stuff made Hawkeye a little confused, but Hawkeye still nodded and said, I see. After speaking, Hawkeye turned around and left. He also benefited a lot from this battle with Ji Lingyun, so he now needs to find a quiet place to heal his injuries while digesting. After Hawkeye left, Hancock also returned to the pirate ship of the Pirates of the Nine Snakes, and ordered the people of the Pirates of the Nine Snakes to tell what happened today. Hancock originally wanted to tell the people of the Pirates of Whitebeard. Because she knew that once the Whitebeard Pirates knew the news, they would definitely rescue Ji Lingyun, but Ji Lingyun refused, so she could only agree with tears. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, it seems that I was superfluous, but forget it, it doesn't matter. After Ji Lingyun was caught by Marine, they did not torture him. Except for the seastone shackles, there were no other follow-up actions. The only thing was that Aokiji stayed beside him all the time. Obviously, they did not want to give Ji Lingyun any escape. After all, he had seen more of Ji Lingyun's various abilities and had to guard against it. Ji Lingyun said, what are you worried about? I'm worried that you Marine will kill me. Forget it. Let's not say that you are going to kill me. You have already done it, let alone you dare not kill me. I'm very surprised. Why didn't you expose me? Seeing Aokiji staring at him with his eyes, Ji Lingyun felt very uncomfortable. How could this buddy seem to be arguing with him? Aren't you worried? Aokiji asked. Aokiji watched Ji Lingyun for a long time before he said, we were all deceived by you. Aokiji's eyes flashed coldly and asked, why are you so confident? Ji Lingyun asked in surprise. Cheated? What did I lie to you? Aokiji said, why do you want to expose you? What good is it to expose you? A 9 snakes and pirates? We didn't mean to destroy the 9 snakes and pirates. To complete you, at least you will not really fight to the death. Ji Lingyun laughed and said, I know I can't hide from you. That's right. I don't want to say it's you now. Any ordinary person can bring me down. I believe you didn't see it before, but didn't say it. Ji Lingyun didn't believe that Aokiji hadn't seen his state before. If it was someone else, he could still hide it, but Aokiji, as Marine Admiral, was so close to him, how could he not see it? But Aokiji did not say. Naturally, Ji Lingyun would not reveal it by himself. I want to take a break. If you don't mind, arrange a better room for me. I won't run. Ji Lingyun smiled and said to Aokiji, without the attitude he should have as a prisoner. Aokiji said, you threatened before, but now I look at you. It's very difficult to walk. It should be because of serious injuries during the battle with Hawkeye, right? Ji Lingyun smiled faintly, and said, if you don't even have this confidence, do you think I will be caught by you so easily? Okay, I don't want to say more now. Anyway, you can't be the master, so wait. Back at your marine headquarters, after seeing Sengoku, come to discuss how to deal with me. Hey, I said Kuzan. Do you want to keep staring at me like this? Do you think I still have the strength to resist? Chapter 225? Aokiji had nothing to do with this attitude of Ji Lingyun. Before they came, Sengoku had already issued an order to catch Ji Lingyun. Don't kill him. He also knew that Ji Lingyun's life and death matter it was big. Naturally he didn't dare to mess around, and he didn't have that idea. Come here, go find him a better room, whatever he wants, as long as it's not too much, just give it to him. Aokiji knows that he can't take Ji Lingyun, so he can only meet his requirements, and he really doesn't worry about Ji Lingyun running away, because Ji Lingyun's current state is so bad that it can be worse, and more importantly, Ji Lingyun's Shinigami blade is still in his hands. After arranging Ji Lingyun, Aokiji found Lieutenant General Crane, and Lieutenant General Crane asked, are you arranged for him? Aokiji replied, well, it was arranged. I didn't expect that this time we would have caught him so easily. You must know that he caused us to suffer in the first place, or you were good at Senior Crane. Lieutenant General Crane said, it's not that easy. If it weren't for him to reveal his identity because of the 9 snakes and pirates, and he was still a swordsman, he could arouse Hawkeye's interest. Anyway, we would never have caught him. We can only say it's just a bit of luck. Aokiji said, yes, if he gets to New World, even if we know where he is, we don't want to catch him in the hands of the Whitebeard Pirates. Lieutenant General Crane's eyes flashed with wisdom, and she said in a concentrated voice, although we caught him, the key question now is how to deal with him. He is Whitebeard's son, the next generation of Whitebeard Pirates, a generation of undisputed successors. With the personality of Whitebeard, if we know that he was caught by us, what will be the consequences? Hearing the words of Lieutenant General Crane, Aokiji also looked solemn. Yes, the next thing is the key. New World 4 Emperor's Whitebeard. Once he knows it, it will definitely be a shock, and war will inevitably break out. Lieutenant General Crane sighed. So, I am not worried about whether I can catch him. Whitebeard has dealt with Marine for a lifetime. I know very well what his character is. This matter is of great importance. Sengoku decides. Although she is Marine's general staff, it is still up to Marshal Sengoku to decide this kind of important matter. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The warship went to the Grand Line Naval Headquarters at a very fast speed, and Sengoku and others, who had already received the news, were also ready, waiting for Ji Lingyun to arrive. Get up, it's already here. Ji Lingyun was lying down and resting. Aokiji pushed open the door and walked in. Looking at Ji Lingyun's leisurely appearance, the corners of his mouth twitched. During this time, Ji Lingyun was not worried at all. Prisoners. Ji Lingyun stood up, opened his sleepy eyes and asked, oh, have you gotten to Malinfan? So fast? After staying on the warship for so long, apart from taking daily rest, Ji Lingyun could only wait for his body to recover slowly. Because his body was handcuffed to Seastone, his body was greatly restricted, and there was no way to quickly recover. Recovery can only wait for natural recovery. However, although physically restricted, Ji Lingyun did not do nothing. The battle with Hawkeye benefited him a lot. Although the two kendo directions are completely different, the kendo of Hawkeye has given him a great deal. Great inspiration, he has been digesting everything in the battle, and he knows that once he digests it completely, it is time for him to go further. Aokiji said, let's go, now is the time to judge you. Ji Lingyun stood up. Because his hands and feet were handcuffed with seastone shackles, and the weight was as high as hundreds of caddies, Ji Lingyun, who was weak, had a hard time walking, which was the biggest reason why he had difficulty recovering from exercise. Walking slowly in front of Aokiji, Ji Lingyun showed a cold sarcasm at the corner of his mouth, and said, want to judge me? You Marine does not have the qualifications yet. Dare you make a bet? You absolutely dare not do anything to me? Aokiji suddenly laughed as well. He said, you are indeed very confident, but you obviously haven't realized your situation. Whether we kill you or not, you can't move freely on the sea. Now at least one very important thing is lost, that is, freedom. Aokiji's words made Ji Lingyun's calm complexion gloomy for an instant. Aokiji was right. No matter how confident he is now, he has indeed lost his freedom. This is irrefutable. Ji Lingyun said coldly, I just lost my freedom temporarily. Don't think you Marine will really win if you catch me. No one can predict what will happen in the future, After saying this sentence, Ji Lingyun passed Aokiji and walked out of the room. Aokiji shook his head and followed. I don't know what Marine's idea was. The route to escort Ji Lingyun was very secretive. Except for a small number of high-level people, no one knew that the famous Shinigami had been caught. Under the leadership of Aokiji and Lieutenant General Crane, Ji Lingyun was taken into a large building. Ji Lingyun saw only a few people on the road. Because Ji Lingyun was thinking all the time, he didn't care about himself. Current location. Ji Lingyun found himself being taken into a place similar to a prison, dark and gloomy, and then he saw a few marine soldiers approaching and pressing him on the seat in one of the largest cells. Then his whole body was tied up with sea stone chains. Ji Lingyun frowned and said to Aokiji, "Hey, Aokiji, are you a bit too much? This is your marine headquarters. Are you still worried that I am a half-worn person running away?" Aokiji said, "You have to be cautious when dealing with a criminal like you." Ji Lingyun sighed and said as if confessing his fate, "Well, how come you guys are happy? Since you have brought me here, you should think about what to do with me. Sengoku, let him see me. I think he might want to talk to me." Aokiji said, "It will satisfy your wish. Wait, Marshal Sengoku will come right away. This may also be your last chance." Chapter 226. His whole body was tied up with sea stone chains, which made Ji Lingyun very uncomfortable. When did he suffer from such a crime? If he chooses, he would rather be injured, and he doesn't like the feeling of being restrained. Fortunately, he didn't wait long. In just a few minutes, the door of the prison was opened, and several tall marines wearing marine justice cloaks walked in. "Yo, Sengoku, it's been a long time since I saw you." Seeing the incoming person, Ji Lingyun took the lead to say hello, his eyes fixed on the man in front of the few people who came in. It was Marine Headquarters Marshal, Sengoku Abuda. Seeing Ji Lingyun, Sengoku also sighed in his heart, but he didn't expect that Ji Lingyun, a prisoner, would not be nervous after seeing him, but was the first to say hello, which surprised him a bit. "Shinigami, Edward Ji Lingyun, after tossing and turning for so long, you finally came here." Ji Lingyun curled his mouth and said, "Yes, I have to admit that Zhang is still hot, and you have calculated it in the end. The duel between me and Hawkeye should be deliberately designed by you, right?" Sengoku said, as expected, he is the most outstanding figure among the pirates of this generation, and he saw our strategy so quickly. Ji Lingyun said, "What if you see through it? It's not because you were arrested. I just didn't expect your skills to be so strong. People like Eagle Eyes turned out to be your guns. This time, I lost. Not injustice." "Are you admitting your fate?" Sengoku asked. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, "It's not enough to admit your fate, it's just to let you Marine win first." "First?" Sengoku looked at Ji Lingyun in surprise and asked, "What? Do you think you still have a chance to compete with us?" Ji Lingyun said, "Unless you kill me now, you will definitely have this opportunity in the future. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi." Seeing that Ji Lingyun was so unscrupulous, the Marine executives in the prison frowned. In their opinion, Ji Lingyun in front of them was really overwhelming. He had already become a prisoner, and he even dared to speak such rants. "Why don't you talk to him? Kill him directly." Akainu next to Sengoku screamed, his eyes full of killing intent. Among Marines, he was the one who hated Ji Lingyun the most. So when he heard that Ji Lingyun had been arrested, he immediately followed him happily. Seeing Akainu talking, Ji Lingyun turned his head to look at him and smiled and said, "Hey, isn't this Akainu? You want to kill me? Okay, come on, but you have to think clearly and kill me. What are the consequences?" Akainu said coldly, "Killing you a pirate, what are the consequences? I will kill you now." "Sakazuki, stop." Seeing that Akainu really meant to do something, Sengoku quickly stopped. If he wanted to kill Ji Lingyun, he wouldn't let Lieutenant Crane take the effort to bring Ji Lingyun back. Although his heart was full of killing intent, Akainu would not violate Sengoku's orders, so he could only snort it and stop doing it. "Then what do you think I will do with you?" Sengoku asked Ji Lingyun. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, "No matter what you do, you will not kill me." Sengoku asked curiously, "Why are you so confident?" Ji Lingyun said, "I came back with you so simply, even if it was because I didn't have much resistance, but more importantly, I have absolute certainty that you dare not kill me." Sengoku said, "Talk about the reason." Ji Lingyun curled his lips and was very sorry for Sengoku's well-informed question, but he still said, "There is only one reason, and that is my identity, a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. My father is Whitebeard." Ji Lingyun said it very solemnly. If it were someone else, the Marine executives present must have laughed, but when they heard the name Whitebeard, the faces of Sengoku and others were very solemn, because the name was just spoken out. It has already given them great pressure. "The number one man in the world, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate." Sengoku said with a sullen face, "Don't you really think that Whitebeard alone can save your life?" Ji Lingyun said, "Of course not. You are Marine Headquarters. Even if I look down on you again, I can't think you are so useless. Even risking our Whitebeard Pirate Group's development, I dare not do anything to me." What Ji Lingyun said made the Marines present a bit stunned. Since he thought it was impossible, why did he show so much confidence? Without waiting for them to ask questions, Ji Lingyun continued, "Actually, when you took me back to Marine Headquarters, I knew that I would not end well, so I put in safety measures first, and I told Hawkeye. Once a month later, if you don't let him see me and confirm that I am still alive, he will tell the news to others, not only my father Whitebeard, but also New World's 4 emperors red-haired Shanks." Seeing the surprised and suspicious eyes of Sengoku and others, he continued, "Don't doubt whether Shanks the Redhead will help me. I can assure you that once I have an accident, Shanks will definitely do his best to avenge me, and not only him, the remaining members of the former Roger Pirates, Uncle Rayleigh and others, they will definitely come out again to avenge me. When the time comes, you will not only face 5.5 pairs of the Whitebeard Pirates, but also include Red Hair Pirates, and the former Roger Pirates." With Ji Lingyun's narration, the expressions of Sengoku and others became more and more ugly. Of course, they knew that although Ji Lingyun's words could not be 100% certain, it was still 70% to 80% possible. After all, Ji Lingyun helped they snatched Roger's body. With the personality of the Roger Pirates group, once Ji Lingyun had an accident, they would definitely not stand by. Sengoku's face is even more ugly. In fact, after knowing that Ji Lingyun was caught, his first reaction was to kill. After all, the threat Ji Lingyun brought to Marine was too great. It might be another Roger or Whitebeard. Now that we have this good opportunity, the best choice is to completely eradicate Ji Lingyun. Chapter 227. Although he thinks so, Sengoku really hasn't made a decision yet, because Ji Lingyun's identity is really not easy. With Whitebeard's importance to him, once he kills Ji Lingyun, the Whitebeard Pirates will inevitably start a war. This is Sengoku. A scene I didn't want to see. But Sengoku never expected that Ji Lingyun was more difficult than he thought. Not only did he mention Whitebeard, but he also mentioned the red-haired Shanks, a former member of the Roger Pirates. If someone else said that, Sengoku would definitely not take it seriously, but it would be very meaningful to say it from Ji Lingyun. If he killed Ji Lingyun, Whitebeard would definitely get revenge, and he also heard that since the red-haired Shanks and Ji Lingyun have a good relationship, they are also very likely to make a move. Rayleigh and other Roger Pirates may or may not make a move. But no matter which kind, Sengoku didn't dare to take any risks. To deal with a Whitebeard, Marine would have to do its best. At this time, there will be another red-haired Shanks, and Roger Pirates Rayleigh and others. Once the war starts, Sengoku can't imagine. What will it be like? It is not an exaggeration to say that the earth is falling apart. 13. Not only Sengoku's face is ugly, others such as Lieutenant General Crane, Akainu, Aokiji, Garp, etc., are also ugly. They are all the seniors of Marine. They know the power of New World 4 Emperors and also know the strength of Marine. The two pirates 4 Emperors joined forces. They are absolutely difficult to deal with. Sengoku's eyes were shining, and he was threatened face to face by a prisoner. This feeling was very uncomfortable, but he admired Ji Lingyun's courage and resourcefulness even more. He was able to calmly analyze even in such a desperate situation, and also connected with Hawkeye. He would not suspect that Ji Lingyun was lying, because he knew that Hawkeye also had friendship with Ji Lingyun. Lieutenant General Crane suddenly asked, "Since you have thought of letting Whitebeard come to rescue you, why do you want the Hawkeyes and the 9 Snakes Pirates to keep you from being caught by Marine? What about revealing it? Are you worried that we will kill you before the news spreads?" Ji Lingyun nodded calmly and said, "I have this kind of worry. If the news that I was taken away by you spreads out, with his father's personality, he will do his best to rescue me, so he will definitely war with your Marine, and for you, it will go to war anyway. It's better to kill me first, right?" Before Sengoku and the others could answer, Ji Lingyun continued, "You will definitely do this, so I certainly don't want this news to go out in order to save my life." Humph. Akainu snorted disdainfully. "I don't even have the courage to face death. It's really useless." Ji Lingyun also looked at Akainu with disdain, and said sarcastically, "You are not a trash, then you go to die. I am afraid of death. What's the matter? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. You?" Akainu looked at Ji Lingyun furiously. "I don't know why. Although he has a grumpy temper, most of the time he is relatively calm, but every time he meets Ji Lingyun, he cannot remain calm." Sengoku said, "Okay, Sakazuki, let him continue." Ji Lingyun smiled and said, "Look, it's still your marshal's grandeur, but besides I'm afraid of death, there is another reason. It's not just that you don't want to go to war. We will suffer heavy casualties. Although I am not a good person, I still feel that I don't want the people I care about to die for me." Hearing Ji Lingyun's words, Sengoku and others changed their faces. Although it was just a sentence, they involuntarily produced a different sense of Ji Lingyun. Sengoku asked suspiciously, "You mean you don't want the Whitebeard Pirates to go to war with us, so you have to hide the news? Do you think we will believe it?" Ji Lingyun shrugged and said, "Believe it or not. I have already said what I should say. Now you have no choice, or kill me, and then face the coming war. There is our Whitebeard Pirates, Red Hair Pirates, Uncle Rayleigh and others. Either conceal the news of the catch. As long as you don't say it, Hawkeye and Hancock will never say it, so that a possible battle can be avoided, but the premise yes, you can't kill me." Haha. Just when Sengoku and the others were meditating, someone suddenly laughed. Sengoku and the others turned their heads and found that it was Garp who was laughing. Sengoku became angry. He shouted, "Garp, what are you laughing at?" Garp's whisper stopped abruptly. He scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "I didn't laugh at anything. I just laughed at this kid being too smart. He is forcing us to choose. He said that there are 2 choices, but there is only one, can't kill him." Sengoku said, "Garp, what are you talking about?" Garp said, "Kill him, everyone will lose both. If you don't kill him, everyone is fine. If this is the case, why kill him?" 750 Even Garp can see things. How could Sengoku and the others couldn't see it, but he couldn't make up his mind now. He asked, "If you don't kill him, what should you do with him?" It took so much effort to catch Ji Lingyun, but he couldn't kill it, so what should I do? Garp said, "That's not easy, just take him down to the great deep sea prison Impel, so you don't have to kill him, and you don't have to worry about him escaping. The best of both worlds." When Garp said Impel down, he was instantly happy. He said so much, so that he would not be killed, and then he was locked into Impel down. As long as he was locked into Impel down, he would not die and he could still find a way. Escape, No matter how bad, 10 years later, the future protagonist Straw Hat Luffy makes a big noise on Impel Down, and he can also escape, so as long as he can be locked in Impel Down, he doesn't have to worry. Sengoku's eyes lit up after listening to Garp's words. What is Impel Down? He, Marine Marshal, knows best. Since the establishment of Impel Down, apart from the Golden Lion escaped from breaking his legs, he hasn't one person can escape from there. If you don't want to spread the news, keeping Ji Lingyun there may be the best choice. Chapter 228, Xiaohei, what do you think? After Sengoku pondered for a while, he suddenly asked Lieutenant General Crane on the side. In fact, when he asked this, he was already inclined to shut Ji Lingyun and Impel Down, but he still wanted to listen to Lieutenant General Crane's thoughts. After all, she caught Ji Lingyun with her own hands. Lieutenant General Crane said without hesitation, if you don't want a war to break out, you can only lock him up. In fact, on the way back to Marine headquarters with Ji Lingyun, she had already thought of this possibility. After all, from various angles, Ji Lingyun had better not be killed, and could not be killed and not released. Of course, she had to be locked up. Sengoku nodded and said, well, if that's the case, then decide to imprison him on the 6th floor of Impel Down, Eternal Hell, and imprison him in the most rigorous way. Akainu said anxiously on the side, Marshal Sengoku, I think I killed him. This kid is very tricky. I am worried that he will play any tricks. After all, the place where Impel Down is not absolutely safe. Sengoku frowned and said, Sakazuki, you have also heard that if you kill him, what will happen? Akainu said in a deep voice, are we just letting him go because of these consequences? Want to know how many of us in Marine have died in his hands? Because of him, how much pressure we have been under, how can we do it? Let him go so easily. Sengoku doesn't want to argue with Akainu. As a superior, since he has already given orders, he naturally doesn't like being rebutted. So he directly resolutely said, okay, needless to say, what is Impel Down? I still know how strict it is. He was indeed escaped by Golden Lion, but that was because he broke his feet. This time with my order, even if he has monstrous skills, it is absolutely impossible. Opportunity to escape Impel Down. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, Marshal Sengoku is really confident enough, so surely I can't escape? Sengoku looked at Ji Lingyun and said, do you really think we have not analyzed you in depth? Edward Ji Lingyun, your strength and talent are indeed amazing. With Conqueror's Haki, you are smart, but you can grow to the present level, your greatest reliance is your sword. Your strength is at least 80% above that sword. Now that this sword is not on your body, do you think you have the ability to escape from Impel Down? With that, Aokiji handed the Shinigami blade in his hand to Sengoku. Sengoku took the Shinigami blade and looked at Ji Lingyun and said, without this sword, you are a toothless tiger. It's not a concern. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ji Lingyun laughed mockingly and said, I seem to be underestimated. Sengoku said, it's not a small look, but a fact. Now we cannot kill you, but as a condition, should you tell the secret of this sword? Garp walked to Sengoku, grabbed the Shinigami blade, and then pulled it hard. There was no movement. Garp didn't believe in evil, so he applied force again, but the result was still the same. He still didn't believe in evil, and tried again. Oh, it's really evil. It really can't be pulled out. This sword is an evil sword. Finally, when Garp used all his milk-feeding energy, Shinigami's blade still didn't seem to be pulled out at all. Ji Lingyun said, it's very simple, because he is a spiritual sword and only recognizes one master. No one except me can pull it out, and once I die, it will automatically be destroyed. But no matter how he called it, because Akainu moved faster, and the magma had completely wrapped the Shinigami blade, but after a few seconds, both Akainu and Sengoku's faces changed at the same time, and Shinigami was burned by the magma. There was nothing wrong with the blade, not even the fast skin was destroyed. Sengoku was a little surprised when Ji Lingyun said the name of Shinigami's blade. He also figured out why Ji Lingyun called himself Shinigami. Seeing Akainu's movements, Sengoku and others were shocked, especially Sengoku, who shouted angrily, Sakazuki, stop, stop. Seeing Sengoku's actions, Ji Lingyun suddenly smiled and said, you want to hit my Shinigami blade? Oh, it turns out that this sword is called Shinigami's blade. No wonder you call yourself Shinigami. It's really interesting. Let me talk about why we can't pull this Shinigami's blade. Ji Lingyun calmly said, is it a lie? You will know if you try it yourself. As long as you can pull out the sword, no matter what method you use, as long as you pull it out, I will tell you how to use it, otherwise even if I tell you, you won't be able to use it. Sengoku snorted and said, do you think we will believe your nonsense? Even if Akainu tried it, the result was still the same, but Akainu was angry in the end. He couldn't deal with Ji Lingyun. Now he can't handle even a weapon. Angrily, he immediately used his ability, Shinigami. The blade was immediately enveloped by his high-temperature magma. Garp tried many times but couldn't pull it out. After a few murmurs, he was about to return the sword to Sengoku, but Akainu took it at this time, and he said solemnly, I don't believe it really can't be pulled out. How can it be? There is no doubt that the Shinigami blade is a unique weapon. The power that bursts out of Ji Lingyun's hands is amazing. Once you control this sword, you can definitely create an admiral-level existence, and even master this sword. After the secret, maybe the same weapon can be made through this secret, so this Shinigami blade is even more useful than Ji Lingyun in the eyes of Sengoku, so how can I tolerate the destruction of Akainu like this? Oh, there is such an interesting weapon, I'll try it. When Sengoku took the Shinigami blade, he pulled it hard and found that he couldn't pull it out. In fact, Aokiji told him before, but he didn't believe it was just a sword. It is the world's strongest 12 sword, and this is not the case, but after trying it, he realized that it turned out to be a fact. Chapter 229. It's no wonder that the marine executives present were shocked, because Akainu's lava fruit is hotter than flames, and can burn even the surface, but it has no effect on a weapon. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would still. I really can't believe this is true. Why, are you surprised? Akainu, your little magma can only light a cigarette or something. You want to destroy my Shinigami blade. Go home and practice for another 200 years. Haha. Ji Lingyun is not polite. The mocking of Akainu made Akainu's complexion even worse. Sengoku ignored Ji Lingyun's ridicule. Instead, he retrieved the Shinigami blade from Akainu's hands. He found that although the Shinigami blade was burned by Akainu's magma for a while, it still didn't have any temperature. The same when moving. What a strange weapon. With emotion, but Sengoku is also very clear that it is impossible for Ji Lingyun to tell them how to use the Shinigami blade, so he is not going to continue to ask whether there is any Shinigami blade for them. As long as it is not given to Ji Lingyun will do. Ji Lingyun said, "It seems that you have already decided to take the impel down. When are you going to lock me in?" Sengoku 333 looked at Ji Lingyun in amazement and asked, "No one else wants to be locked in there. It's okay for you to urge us to impel you into impel down. What are you thinking about?" Ji Lingyun said, "What do you think? What do you think I can think? Instead of staying here, Tenten, looking at you people and being ridiculed by you, you might as well be locked up in a prison cell. That's enough." Ji Lingyun's words made Sengoku and the others look at each other. They didn't expect Ji Lingyun to say such words. How embarrassing they were. Sengoku's eyes flickered a few times. Before, he was afraid of what to do with Ji Lingyun, but now that he has made a decision, he will naturally not shirk, so he directly said, "Then I will comply with your request, Kuzan. The responsibility of escorting him to the great deep sea prison is left to you. It is only completed after the meeting with Magellan and the handover, understand? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After deciding what to do with Ji Lingyun, Sengoku took the people and prepared to leave. Seeing that they were about to leave, Ji Lingyun couldn't help but cried out, "Hey, hello, Sengoku, can you let me go, you guys? It's uncomfortable to tie it so tightly." Lieutenant General Crane said, "Don't worry about this. Even if it will be spread, it will definitely not be passed on by them. That kid has a very close relationship with the 9 snakes and pirates. I knew that he cared very much about that kid. For the sake of that kid's safety, she was absolutely impossible to talk nonsense. As for Hawkeye, he was not the kind of nonsense person, let alone the kid told Hawk before we took away eyes, so I think they are less likely to leak this news than we are." On the side, Akainu snorted dissatisfiedly. He is actually the one who most wants to escort Ji Lingyun, but Sengoku dare not let him go. He knows Akainu's character. If Ji Lingyun offends him halfway, with Akainu's personality, it is very possible to pick up the sword and drop it. Sengoku walked into the office, and after the 4 of them sat down, Sengoku said, "Well, I've seen him. That kid is really slippery. Although we were inclined not to kill him from the beginning, we didn't expect him to turn around. Threatening us, it's really funny to think about it." Sengoku said before that Ji Lingyun would not be worried without the Shinigami blade. He knew it was only relative. With Ji Lingyun's aptitude, he was able to show Conqueror's Haki when he was 10 years old, and he dared to snatch Rogers in the world live the corpse. One can imagine how big his heart is and how big his audacity is. Perhaps he is a little dependent on the Shinigami blade, but even without the Shinigami blade, as long as he is given time, it may not be impossible to grow into the pirate 4 emperors. Degree. The red-haired Shanks is a good example. Sengoku took Lieutenant General Crane and Garp back to the office. When they came back, they found Zephyr was there. That's why I said that I can't relax. Only by sending him to the deep sea prison can people be relieved. Just like Ji Lingyun said, he is now at Marine headquarters. If this allows Ji Lingyun to run away, all of them, Marine executives, will just die. After Zephyr saw Sengoku and them, he asked, "Have you met Whitebeard's son?" Lieutenant General Crane said with a solemn expression, "We still underestimate him a bit. We are other pirates. If we are caught, even if someone is behind him, he will definitely not dare to be so unscrupulous as he is. It can be seen that he is afraid of us at all. Although he has been saying that he is afraid of death, if we really kill him, I am afraid he will not frown. This is the most terrifying part of him." Aokiji nodded and said, "Received. But what I am more worried about right now is the people from Hawkeye and the pirates of the 9 snakes. They all know the truth. If they leak this thing, it will be in trouble," Sengoku said worriedly. Although knowing that Ji Lingyun has no resistance now, Sengoku is still preparing to let Aokiji personally escort him, which shows how much he attaches great importance to Ji Lingyun. Sengoku twitched his mouth, shook his head helplessly, and said, "Let him loose." Lieutenant General he frowned and said, "Speaking of the deep sea prison, I feel even more problematic. Didn't you find out? That kid seems to want us to keep him in that place. What does he rely on? Maybe escape from there?" Sengoku nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was clear that they had captured Ji Lingyun and should have taken the initiative, but from the situation just now, the initiative is entirely in Ji Lingyun's hands. Sengoku said directly and affirmatively, "Impossible. No one can escape from there yet except Golden Lion. Don't forget, there is Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain guarding it." Golden Lion was also an accident. Who would have thought that he would cut off his feet? We have already perfected this, so he thinks it is impossible to escape. Chapter 230. If that's the case, then it's best. The kid is now incapable of killing. He can persuade Hawkeye to help him. He is indeed capable. Sengoku knows who Hawkeye is. He never sells anyone's face. He does his own way. They can't be restrained by Marine. Now Lingyun also asks Hawkeye to determine his life or death on a regular basis. This makes Sengoku very upset because he can't refuse at all. If he refuses, who knows what will happen. And Boa Hancock of the 9 Snakes and Pirates, since she has agreed to become one of Shichibukai, let's announce it to the world as quickly as possible. Anyway, at least 7 warlords of the sea is ready up. Marine has been looking for Shichibukai candidates before, and it took several years to determine 6 candidates. Now with Hancock, there are exactly 7 people, which is considered a concern for Sengoku, although he also knows the relationship between the 9 Snakes and Lingyun. I'm afraid I can't control it, but if something big happens, he can also be forcibly summoned. Furthermore, we must keep an eye on all the movements of the Whitebeard Pirates, not afraid of 10,000, just in case, if something happens, we should also prepare in advance. Sengoku's words made Lieutenant General Crane and Zephyr nodded in agreement. They still didn't believe in Lingyun's guarantee, so they had to be fully prepared. The next day, Lingyun was under Aokiji's secret escort and went to the deep-sea prison Impel Down. Impel Down is not very far from the Marine headquarters, especially they still ride the ocean current, so it didn't take long to arrive Impel Down. Here, let's disembark, Shinigami, Aokiji said to Lingyun. Lingyun smiled slightly at Aokiji and said, I'll be here soon, it's really hard for you, Aokiji. Hearing what Lingyun said, Aokiji's mouth twitched. He was taking Lingyun to jail, but this kid was a good one. He thanked him even if he was knowledgeable, but when facing Lingyun he didn't know what Lingyun was thinking about. Anyway, it was different from normal people. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Actually, Aokiji didn't know. Lingyun is very happy now. Impel Down is scary, but in his opinion, it is much better than the Marine headquarters. If he is locked in the Marine headquarters, there is no hope of escape for a lifetime. Yes, but Impel Down is different. Although it is in the deep sea, it is also known as a copper wall and iron wall. But in Lingyun's view, the chance of escaping from here is much greater than that of Marine headquarters. One is the late One Piece Roger, and the other is the only man who escaped from their prison, Golden Lion Shiki. At this moment, Magellan immediately understood why Sengoku was so nervous about him. Not to mention that Lingyun was originally a famous figure, and his identity as the Whitebeard Pirate group was enough to attract attention. Aokiji said he is the first few figures in the Whitebeard Pirates group are conservative. You must know that his bounty is the highest among the Whitebeard Pirates except Whitebeard, and now it is as high as 980 million Baileys. With curiosity, Magellan walked to the front of Aokiji and greeted him first, but he was just polite. After all, his identity was the Warden of Impel Down. Although not as good as Marine Admiral, it was not much worse. It turned out to be him, no wonder. Magellan has been in charge of Impel Down for many years, but in these years, he has been able to have such a single escort, and Marine Admiral has personally escorted and treated criminals. So far there are only 2 criminals. Because I got the news from Sengoku yesterday, Magellan knew that a heavyweight criminal would be taken to prison today, and he would still be escorted by Marine Admiral Aokiji himself, and only one person. Aokiji escorted Lingyun, followed by a few Marine soldiers, and slowly walked down from the warship. As soon as he came to the shore, Lingyun saw a large group of people standing on the opposite side wearing some different Marine uniform. There were dozens of people in military uniforms, and he knew that these people should be the jailers of Impel Down. Kuzan Admiral. Zero. This man is the warden of the deep-sea prison and the strongest man in the prison, Magellan, who possesses the poisonous fruit ability of Paramecia. Soon there was a tall man who looked like a Satan came over. He had 2 horns on his head and a pair of black wings behind him, looking hideous and terrifying. But when Magellan saw Aokiji escorting a young man in his early 20s, he was shocked, because this man is too young, completely different from what he imagined. Such a young man is the one in Sengoku's mouth. A key person who might make a mistake to trigger earth-shattering battle. Kuzan Admiral, is this the big criminal whom Marshal Sengoku said? Aokiji's face solemnly handed over. I believe Marshal Sengoku told you what I should say. His name is Edward Lingyun, and he is known as a Shinigami character. These 2 are rare big sea pirates. With these 2 people in front, Magellan did not dare to be careless this time. Sengoku repeatedly told him on the phone that he must be careful of this person. This made Magellan vigilant at the same time. I am curious, who has so much energy that makes Marine Marshal Sengoku jealous? It's no wonder that Magellan is puzzled. After all, Lingyun hasn't seen him in the sea for a long time, and few people have actually seen him. Although Marine has his wanted order, it's a photo taken several years ago. In Impel Down, Magellan couldn't pay attention to all the things on the ocean, so it was normal for him not to recognize Lingyun. Hearing Aokiji's introduction, Magellan's expression suddenly changed. Although he did not recognize Lingyun, as soon as Aokiji said it, he immediately knew the identity of Lingyun. After all, Lingyun is a super newcomer who has rarely appeared in recent years. He even knew that Lingyun was difficult to catch even Marine Admiral. His Shinigami name came from not the reputation of the Whitebeard Pirates, but his own strength. Chapter 231. Aokiji said, You know him best. This kid is different from ordinary pirates. He is definitely not to be underestimated. Moreover, he has a special identity. You should be careful. If Aokiji talks to Magellan like this in normal times, Magellan will definitely be upset. This is his place. Even if Aokiji is Marine Admiral, it is not his turn to ask himself. But at this moment, Magellan has no such thoughts. Even though he is only the warden of Impelled Down, but he is out of the world, he also knows that Ji Lingyun's identity is special. What kind of world situation will happen if an accident occurs, so he naturally does not dare to be careless. Magellan said, Marshal Sengoku has told me, and I have arranged for him the best cell. As long as I am on this day, he will never have a chance to see the light. Ha ha. As soon as Magellan's voice fell, he heard a chuckle. He looked at Ji Lingyun angrily, because Ji Lingyun was laughing at him. He yelled and asked, What are you laughing at? Ji Lingyun looked at Magellan. He was already considered taller, but in front of Magellan, he looked like an adult and a child. He looked at Magellan and said, I didn't laugh at you. I just thought it was ridiculous. I remember. There was a man named Golden Lion who escaped from here, right? When Ji Lingyun mentioned Golden Lion, Magellan's face instantly became ugly. If the only stain after he took control of Impelled Down, it must be the escape of Golden Lion Shiki. The copper wall and iron wall in his eyes was unexpectedly damaged. Others escaped, and he is still sorrowful so far. When Ji Lingyun mentions it, he is naturally very angry. You. Seeing that Magellan was about to get angry, Aokiji said quickly. Magellan, don't care about him. This kid is very poisonous, don't waste time with him. Aokiji and Ji Lingyun have been intersecting for the longest time. Naturally, he knew that Ji Lingyun was a bit poisonous, so he persuaded Magellan. In fact, he didn't know that Ji Lingyun was not that kind of poisonous mouth. He just treated them like this to Marine. After all, he is already there is no resistance, and he is not the kind of person who is controlled by others, so now he can only slap. Magellan glared at Ji Lingyun fiercely. Anyway, Ji Lingyun will be in his prison in the future. If he wants to fix Ji Lingyun, there are so many ways, there is no need to waste time here.
Aokiji said, Bring him here, my task is complete, and I will leave it to you, Magellan.
Magellan nodded and said, Well, don't worry, if I am watching here, he can't get through any storms. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Of course these words were said behind Ji Lingyun's back. Aokiji said, Then I will return to Marine headquarters now. Magellan said, Okay, then, Kuzan Admiral, let's leave it alone. After saying goodbye to Magellan, Aokiji suddenly walked up to Ji Lingyun, looked at Ji Lingyun, and said, Shinigami, Edward Ji Lingyun, although we have always been hostile, but to be honest, I still admire you. Ji Lingyun didn't expect that Aokiji would say such things to him. It was very surprising, but he also smiled suddenly, then I'm really honored. To be honest, I actually think you're good, but first think Marine is really good. It's not for you. You can't be Marshal Marine, I don't think so. You can come to our Whitebeard Pirates. I believe that Dad will not treat you badly. Aokiji smiled bitterly when he heard the words. At this time, Ji Lingyun actually wanted to instigate him. After Aokiji left, Magellan glanced at Ji Lingyun and said something, and then several jailers came over to escort him. Hanayabal shrank his head quickly and said, Deputy Director, it's the Deputy Director. Aokiji said, Then forget it, I just want to warn you, when you reach Impelled Down, you have no retreat. Don't think about coming out of Impelled Down, and don't challenge our Marine bottom line. Otherwise, you should know what are the consequences. After warning Ji Lingyun, Aokiji left here with someone. But Ji Lingyun escaped his attack with a twist of his body. Hanayabal's speed is really average. Even if Ji Lingyun is handcuffed with seastone shackles, he can still avoid his attack, but his face instantly turns cold. This Hanayabal was nothing but an ant-like existence in his eyes, and now he dared to do it in front of him. He was really bullied by the dog. After that, he said to Ji Lingyun again, I am the Deputy Director here, starting today, you will be under my control. Boy, what did you say 0.5, believe it or not this uncle gave you a fork. Boom. Before Hanayabal's voice fell, his head was severely hammered, and Magellan shouted angrily, Hanayabal, what did you say? Let's go, Shinigami. When Hanayabal saw that Ji Lingyun didn't give him any face, he was immediately angry. He picked up the trident and wanted to poke Ji Lingyun away. Ji Lingyun was angry, and Magellan was also angry. He saw that Hanayabal dared to do something to Ji Lingyun. He kicked Hanayabal with an angry kick and shouted, Hanayabal, do you dare to cause trouble for Lousy? Believe me now? I will kill you. Ji Lingyun said, We are enemies, do you still expect me to say something thank you? Ji Lingyun smiled slightly and said, I'm going to be locked up here, but it's good, but I'm not under your control. Being a pirate is free. First still think Marine is more suitable for me. It's you. I'm afraid this will be the last time we meet. Are you going to tell me this? Ji Lingyun chuckled slightly and didn't say anything. He knew that Aokiji was worried about what happened to him in Impelled Down, so he warned him in advance. It seems that in Aokiji's eyes, he is still a big threat. An ugly-looking man walked over. He wore an Egyptian pharaoh-like headdress, his stomach swelled like an evil spirit, and a normal trident in his hand. He smiled and said to Ji Lingyun, Welcome to Impelled Down, I am the director here, Hanayabal. Chapter 232. Under Magellan's angry roar, Ji Lingyun was taken to Impelled Down prison by them. Because it was Sengoku's personal order, this time Magellan personally acted and brought Ji Lingyun to the 6th layer of Impel Down, Eternal Hell. Although Impel Down is a world-famous big prison, the prisoners are all criminals with heinous crimes, but in fact only Eternal Hell is the most terrifying place in Impel Down. Most of the prisoners here are the world-famous big criminals. The bounty is at least hundreds of millions of Baileys. Eternal Hell hasn't been here for a long time, because there are big pirates and there are very few people here. It's usually very quiet. Apart from a normal meal a day, basically no one wants to come here, because it is too depressing and the atmosphere is too frightening. When Magellan took Ji Lingyun and a group of jailers into the Eternal Hell, the tranquility of the entire 17-limit hell was instantly broken. Those criminals who were usually quiet all woke up. Magnellan, is this guy here? Magnellan, let Lousy go and let Lousy fight you for 300 rounds. Hey, Magellan came here personally. It's interesting. Who is this kid? When the prisoners of Eternal Hell on the 6th floor saw Ji Lingyun's hands and feet are seastone shackled, they all realized what was going on. Many people walked to the cell door and looked at Ji through the iron rail Lingyun them. It's a little strange that a kid wants Magellan to escort him personally. Boy, who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? Being escorted by Magellan personally, it shouldn't be an ordinary person. Boy, where are you from? How much is the reward? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, Eternal Hell screamed. Many people looked at Ji Lingyun, very curious, because Ji Lingyun seemed to be in his early 20s at most. Such young people usually just debuted, but now they're being taken to Eternal Hell. This is too rare. Shut up all to me. Listening to the chattering yelling around, Magellan roared angrily, do you still want to taste Lousy's poison? Magellan's loud shout suddenly calmed the noisy Eternal Hell. For Magellan, although they dared to scold and scream, they were actually very afraid of Magellan because most of them had been treated by Magellan. I have seen the poisonous fruit of Magellan, so no one wants to suffer that sin. Seeing that no one dared to speak, Magellan suddenly snorted in disdain. Look at all of you who are useless. Tell you, this kid is not something you can afford. Do you think he is younger than you? He is a big pirate with a bounty of nearly 1 billion Baileys, and the number 2 figure in the Whitebeard Pirate group. After Magellan's words were spoken, Eternal Hell suddenly fell into silence, but in the next second, the entire Eternal Hell became more noisy and noisier than before. Wait, the number 2 character of the Whitebeard Pirates. Isn't the number 2 of the Whitebeard Pirates Marco the Phoenix? Where did this kid come from? What? 1 billion Baileys? This kid is offering 1 billion Baileys as a bounty? Really? It's a lie. Just such a kid can offer 1 billion Baileys as a bounty. Is the current Marine too useless? Magellan didn't expect that a word of his could cause such a big reaction. When he was angry, poisonous gas was already emerging around him. When the jailers around saw this scene, they were so scared that they backed away, even those annoying. With a scream, he stepped back, for fear of being infected by Magellan's gas. Nearly 1 billion Baileys bounty, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, I remember, Shinigami, he is Edward Ji Lingyun, the godson Whitebeard recognizes, the kid who made trouble in Logue Town back then when he debuted in 1999, even Marine Admiral couldn't catch him. It was the Shinigami who attacked Mary Joise, the holy site of the world government, and released countless slaves. Shut up all to me. What? But it doesn't mean that no one knows Ji Lingyun. Amid the noise, someone screamed soon. The prisoners of Eternal Hell are all surprised by Ji Lingyun's kamikaze, but more people don't believe it, because Ji Lingyun is too young. And where is Mary Joise? Who is Marine Admiral? Even if you add up all of them here, I am afraid that 587 may not be able to enter Mary Joise. None of them is an opponent of Marine Admiral, making them believe that Ji Lingyun in front of them is so powerful. Unacceptable. However, Magellan quickly put away the poison gas. The prisoners here are all big criminals. He has no right to execute the people here, so he just frightened him. Now that it works, he naturally won't do it again. Most of the pirates here are big pirates who have been imprisoned for more than 10 years. Although Ji Lingyun is famous, it has only really made a sensation in the world in recent years. Although the Logue Town incident was a sensation at the time, he was just a child, few people will know him, so naturally no one will remember him. Soon someone revealed the identity of Ji Lingyun. This person was the pirate who was imprisoned in Impel Down 2 years ago. When he was imprisoned, it was when Ji Lingyun became famous, so he thought about it for a while. I immediately remembered. This is true. I heard about him before I was imprisoned, but at that time his bounty was only 800 million. I didn't expect it to be 1 billion in such a short time, and this kid was too courageous. Not only did he attack Mary Joise, but he also destroyed a lot of Marine's base, and he was called by Marine the most sinful pirate in the past 10 years. Hearing someone shockingly disbelieving his own words, the annoying person who just spoke immediately defended himself. Even Marine Admiral can't catch him. Really? Impossible. How can such a kid be so powerful? Is this kid really the number 2 in the Whitebeard Pirates? And he attacked Mary Joise? 6SZ Chapter 233 Magellan took Ji Lingyun to the last cell, opened the door, and said to Ji Lingyun, Shinigami, starting today, this is your home, and you will spend the rest of your life here. Ji Lingyun smiled faintly when he heard the words, walked quickly into the cell, and then several jailers followed him into the cell, and fixed all the shackles in the cell to his body. I don't know who owned this cell before. It looks clean, but the shackles that bind people are extremely difficult. Not only did Ji Lingyun handcuff all his hands and feet, he fixed them to the cell wall, and even there were a few more fearful shackles that passed directly through Ji Lingyun's lewd bone, fixing him to death. This not only made Ji Lingyun painful, but also made him unable to use strength at all, which was very cruel. The process of being pierced through the pipa bone was extremely cruel, and the tormentor was absolutely painful, but Ji Lingyun just hummed a few times without even yelling. Listening to the sound made through the bones, even the old prisoners who have been imprisoned in the eternal hell are all concerned. But the little ghosts in their eyes did not even scream in pain, which made them all, it was very surprised and admired. This kid is not easy. Yes, I was handcuffed with seastone shackles all over, so I can still face this kind of torture. It's really amazing. I didn't believe it before, but now it seems that this kid is still a bit capable. In our place, there are not many that have been passed through the pipa bones like him. This is the cruelest control method for eternal hell, right? Although eternal hell is the place where Impelled Down is most afraid of criminals, it is actually quite good compared to the other floors. At least Tendon is not required to be tortured. Like Ji Lingyun, the entire eternal hell is not many. And these people are still amazingly strong in physical skills. Magellan kept staring at Ji Lingyun during this process, but when he saw Ji Lingyun's unimaginable performance, his expression also changed. He finally understood why Sengoku took Ji Lingyun so seriously and was detained. By Impelled Down, not only did he not have the slightest fear or panic, but also did not have the slightest fear in the face of torture. Such people are definitely extremely powerful in their hearts. Magnellan, this kid is not easy. Behind Magellan, a man smoking a cigarette and holding a katana suddenly spoke. This person is Impelled Down except for Magellan's second character, Shiryu of Rain. He and Magellan are called Impelled Down's two trump cards. It is much stronger than Magellan. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I heard that this kid is a very powerful swordsman. It's a pity I didn't have a chance to compete with him. Shiryu of Rain is also a first-class swordsman, and he naturally has a heart to compete with Ji Lingyun, who is also a swordsman, but now that Ji Lingyun has been caught and has been pierced with a lewd bone, even if he is released, I don't know how much strength he can have, so he has no interest in Ji Lingyun now. Magellan said coldly. No matter how simple it is useless. He has no tomorrow when he enters our cell. The jailer added all the instruments of torture in the cell to Ji Lingyun's body. Ji Lingyun, who was bound by various instruments of torture, had difficulty even if he wanted to move a step, let alone resisted. Crack. If Shinigami's blade is around, there won't be that much worry at all. Humph. Ji Lingyun suddenly raised his head, looked at him with cold eyes, and said coldly. Magellan, what you did to me today, I will remember, don't give me a chance, otherwise I will never let you go. Being pierced through the pipa bone was not only severe pain, but also unable to exert force. Now even if all the shackles on his body were untied, it would be difficult for him to recover his strength in a short time, so there was no chance to escape from this place. Seeing that Ji Lingyun dared to threaten himself at this point, Magellan snorted uncomfortably, but he did not take any other actions. After all, the person Sengoku personally explained at this time did not want to cause trouble. Forcefully locked the door of Ji Lingyun's cell, Magellan said to Ji Lingyun, I hope you stay here and don't play tricks with me, otherwise I have a way to deal with you. Yeah, being locked up here, it's dark, making lousy boring to death. Hearing from them, your kid seems to be very good, let's talk about it, and give us some fun. Magellan quickly left Eternal Hell with the jailers. After Magellan left, Eternal Hell became lively again. Many annoying people walked to the cell door and stared curiously at the cell where Ji Lingyun was. These damn guys are really ruthless. You were imprisoned in the last cell, kid, it's not easy for you, come and tell us about you. Hey, kid, you are crazy, you dare to talk to Magellan like that. Wait, take care of the injury first. Sooner or later, I will definitely be able to leave here. At that time, Looking at the body of his bloodline Madara, Ji Lingyun frowned and frowned. He was forced to wear a pipa bone just now by the jailer, and his whole body was also shackled. Now he only needs to move a little bit, it will cause severe pain, so he don't dare to move at all. Ji Lingyun's injuries are indeed very serious, but in fact, as long as the Shinigami blade is there, he will recover quickly, but unfortunately, the Shinigami blade is now taken away by Sengoku, even if it is between him and Shinigami blade. There is a connection, and there is no way. In this way, Ji Lingyun was locked in the eternal hell on the 6th floor of Impelled Down, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, at the beginning, the prisoners of eternal hell were still excited. Asked Ji Lingyun, but never got a reply, so they quickly lost interest. Eternal hell became the same silence as before, except for the addition of Ji Lingyun, nothing changed. However, Ji Lingyun didn't mean to care about these people at all. He couldn't protect himself now, who would take care of them if he had time. Yeah, chapter 234 Grand Line. After a month of training, Hawkeye's injury finally recovered, and he also digested the insights gained from the battle with Ji Lingyun. It's time to fulfill the agreement. Hawkeye's eyes gleamed, and he drove his boat towards Marine headquarters in the direction of Marine Vando. Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku was dealing with Marine's affairs in his office, and suddenly his soldiers rushed in. Sengoku frowned, and said dissatisfied, what happened in a panic? The soldier replied, Marshal, Hawkeye, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, came to Marine headquarters and said that he wanted to see you. What? Hawkeye is here. Sengoku's expression changed. Without Marine's call, 7 warlords of the sea would generally not come to Marine headquarters in person. After all, they were all pirates. When they came to Shichibukai at Marine Headquarters, Hawkeye was still the first. Is it really for that kid? Sengoku knows very well that it is impossible for Hawkeye to come to Marine Headquarters for no reason, because although he is 7 warlords of the sea, he does not have much overlap with Marine. It is possible that Hawkeye can come to Marine Headquarters 693 on his own initiative Ji Lingyun's matter, but since Hawkeye has arrived, he can't avoid it. After all, he has to rely on Shichibukai's power to counterbalance the 4 emperors of the pirates. Let's go and meet him. Sengoku quickly met with Eagle Eye, and when he saw Eagle Eye, Sengoku immediately asked, "Hi, why did you come to my Marine Headquarters?" Hawkeye said straightforwardly, "I promised someone to make sure that he is still alive, so, Marshal Sengoku, let me see Shinigami." Sengoku said, "We didn't kill him, he has been impelled down by me, so you still don't want to see him." Hawkeye said, "Marshal Sengoku, I believe you don't want unpleasant things to happen either. I promised someone else's thing and will definitely do it, no matter what method is adopted." "Are you threatening me?" Sengoku said with a cold face. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hawkeye said, "I'm just telling the truth." Sengoku's face kept changing, and after a while, he said, "Okay, I promise you, but remember, you can only see him, but you can't do other things." "Good." Hawkeye replied cleanly, "Take him to impel down." Sengoku ordered his subordinates to bring Hawkeye to impel down. In fact, he couldn't help it. He knew that if Hawkeye was not allowed to see Ji Lingyun, something he didn't want to happen would happen next, so it's better to complete Hawkeye. Hawkeye was sitting on Marine's warship and soon arrived impelled down. Because of Sengoku's order, Magellan didn't embarrass him, and directly brought Hawkeye to the Eternal Hell. When Hawkeye entered Eternal Hell, it shocked the prisoners of Eternal Hell. The world's largest swordsman, Hawkeye. Why did he come here? Seeing Hawkeye walked into Eternal Hell, the prisoners were very surprised, because Hawkeye came in with weapons and was not restrained. At first glance, they knew that they were not caught, but this made them even more so, curious. Hawkeye ignored the discussion around him, and soon came to Ji Lingyun's cell door. "You came." Although he hasn't recovered now, Ji Lingyun still knew that it was Hawkeye from the surrounding discussion. When he saw Hawkeye standing in front of his cell, he spoke first. "Understood, I'm leaving." Marco's face was not good, he said in a deep voice. "It's true, Lingyun had fought Marine several times on the Pirates of the Nine Snakes, but later I heard that it was on a small island in the first half of the Grand Line. There was an earth-shattering battle. According to the people on the surrounding islands, the sword light on that small island that day, even the sky seemed to be split, the sky broke and the earth broke, and the momentum was extremely shocking. Even after the war, the entire island, most of them have been destroyed. It is said that sword energy still remains on that island so far, and no one dares to approach that island." Whitebeard said, "In other words, Lingyun and Hawkeye were the 2 duel on that island, didn't they?" Ji Lingyun looked at Eagle Eye's sharp eyes, his expression became serious, and he replied affirmatively, "Of course." Seeing Ji Lingyun's whole body tied up, and several iron chains stuck in his body, Hawkeye suddenly frowned. Ji Lingyun's breath was very sluggish, and he looked like he was abolished, and he was completely gone to fight him, the slightest momentum at the time. Hawkeye comes and goes fast, this is his style of doing things. "New World, Whitebeard Pirates," Hawkeye said, "will there be a chance in the battle between you and me?" After meeting with Ji Lingyun, Eagle Eye resumed his previous life and wandered on the sea alone. "You look bad," Ji Lingyun said. "If you can come, I'm already very at ease. As it is, my father and they will definitely find you. I hope you don't reveal the fact that I am locked here. As for what reason, I believe you can do it well." As soon as Hawkeye left impelled down, Sengoku had already received the news. He directly dialed Magellan's phone and asked Magellan about the conversation between Hawkeye and Ji Lingyun, and learned that there was nothing excessive between the 2 of them. He also felt relieved. "According to our intelligence, there are 2 great swordsmen fighting on that island, one is Hawkeye and the other is Lingyun." Watching Hawkeye leave, Ji Lingyun is still very grateful, because with a proud personality like Hawkeye, being able to listen to his orders and help him with things is already a very difficult task in itself. Ji Lingyun grinned and said, "I am a criminal now and I am locked in a cell. Do you think I will be fine?" Hawkeye stared at Ji Lingyun closely. After a long time, he nodded and said, "I believe you, what else do you want me to help you with?" More than a dozen captains from the Mobile, Whitebeard, and the Whitebeard Pirate group gathered together. Everyone looked very ugly. Whitebeard asked Marco with a serious face, "Marco, the information you got is true?" Of Chapter 235. Marco said, "Yes, Lingyun and Hawkeye disappeared after that duel, but Hawkeye appeared again a month later, but Lingyun never appeared, and Lingyun was the one of the 9 Snakes pirates. He also returned safely to Hydra Island, and their captain, Boa Hancock, became 7 warlords of the sea." Whitebeard said, "So you suspect Lingyun might have something wrong?" Marco nodded and said, "We all think so. Lingyun has not used our channels to keep us safe for a long time, nor has he told us where he is. This has never happened before. At the beginning, even if he went to the Sky Island, he passed the anger with us in advance, but this time, there was no sign at all, so I suspected that he might be in an accident." Saki frowned and said, "After the battle with Hawkeye, Lingyun disappeared. Instead, the 9 Snakes and Pirates, which is closely related to Lingyun, became Shichibukai. Is there anything that happened in this? It has something to do with Marine?" Marco said, "Perhaps it is related, but I think it is unlikely." My father has already sent someone to contact the people of the 9 Snake Pirates. Boa Hancock took out Lingyun's token, but she did not tell us Lingyun's whereabouts. Because she didn't know, and she also said that becoming Shichibukai was also Lingyun's idea for her. I think her words should be credible. Diamond Joe said, since there is Lingyun's token, then this 9 Snake Pirates can indeed be trusted. Lingyun is not the kind of person who can trust people casually. The people in the Whitebeard Pirates group all nodded in agreement. They all knew that Ji Lingyun was very good, and someone who could be trusted by him was really trustworthy. Whitebeard said, then you mean it is related to the Hawkeye battle? Marco said, I think that's the way it is. Hawkeye is known as the world's largest swordsman. There is no doubt about his strength. Although Lingyun has grown rapidly in the past 2 years, I don't feel optimistic about Hawkeye. The captains of the Whitebeard pirate group were anxious when they heard this. They shouted, what are you waiting for? Go to Hawkeye. If Lingyun is really killed by him, then we will kill him and avenge Lingyun. Shut up, you little bastards are talking nonsense. Whitebeard suddenly roared and shouted, how could something happen to Lingyun? Don't talk nonsense. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates dared not say any more. Whitebeard asked Marco, where is the Hawkeye now? Marco said, someone has been sent to look for it, and we will be able to get the exact news soon. Hawkeye, why are you free to come to me? On a piece of the sea in New World, red-hair pirates just risked passing by here, and did not expect to encounter Hawkeye here. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hawkeye looked at Shanks. He and Shanks have been very good friends since the battle that year. They are also very familiar with each other. He said, something happened recently, so I want to ask you to have a drink. Shanks threw a bottle of wine to Hawkeye, his eyes gleamed, and asked, you're talking about the battle with Lingyun? Hearing what Shanks said, Hawkeye was not surprised. The battle he fought with Ji Lingyun was so amazing. Although no one saw it at the time, it was still spread out afterwards, but the arrest of Ji Lingyun later Marine controlled it, but they didn't say anything, so no one knew. Yeah. Hawkeye nodded as an answer. Shanks suddenly asked very curiously, how did your battle result? I know that kid Lingyun, he should be very strong, right? Hawkeye said, very strong, I'm a tie with him, and there is no real difference between the winner and the loser. Oh, Shanks is even more curious. The last time he saw Ji Lingyun was a few years ago. At that time, Ji Lingyun was already very strong. After a few years, Ji Lingyun must be stronger, but even so, he did not think of Ji Lingyun. He didn't think that Hawkeye would lie. Since Hawkeye said that, it must be the case. He was really amazed in his heart. Lingyun can even tie you, and it is really amazing. What about him now? Hawkeye said, I don't know, we separated after the battle was over. Oh, Shanks didn't ask any more, but instead greeted Hawkeye to continue drinking. The crowd was very lively. Just as the Red Hair Pirates banquet was in full swing, suddenly a pirate under Shanks hurried over. Boss, it's not good. The crew of Red Hair Pirates is the fewest among the 4 emperors, so everyone in him is an elite of the elite. Shanks is also very surprised to be able to make such a person so panic. After this man came to Shanks, Shanks asked, what happened? Zero the pirate replied. Boss, the Whitebeard Pirates are here, and the Moby DK is by the sea. What? Whitebeard is here. Shanks was shocked when he heard that the Whitebeard Pirates came, put down the wine jar in his hand, and asked, is it really the Moby DK of Whitebeard? You read that right? Boss, you can't go wrong, it's Whitebeard's mobile, the man replied affirmatively. Shanks muttered to himself incomprehensibly, why would that guy Whitebeard come to me? Although he and Whitebeard are old acquaintances, the 4 emperors basically don't interact with each other, and seeing Whitebeard's movements, it seems as if they are specifically looking for him, which makes Shanks very confused. But Hawkeye stood up at this moment. He said to Shanks, Whitebeard is here to find me. Shanks was surprised. Looking for you? Oh, by the way, he should have also heard of the duel between you and Lingyun, so he came to you. Hawkeye did not answer, and asked the pirate, where's Whitebeard now? There. The pirate told Hawkeye at Shanks's motion. Hawkeye nodded, and then walked in that direction. Of course he knew that Whitebeard came to him for Ji Lingyun, but he had already had a countermeasure, so he appeared very calm. Chapter 236. Shanks, let's go and see too. The second person of Red Hair Pirates, Deputy Captain Ben Beckman, said to Shanks. Shanks nodded, and said solemnly, even Whitebeard was dispatched personally. It seems that something must have happened to Ryūjin, but I don't know what happened. Hawkeye is his friend, and he is in his realm now, so no matter what happens, it is impossible for him to watch Hawkeye being bullied by the Whitebeard Pirates, so he brought members of Red Hair Pirates to follow Hawk away. When Hawkeye and the people of Red Hair Pirates came to the beach, they found a huge pirate ship staying on the beach. It was the Moby DK of the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard took Marco and the others off the boat and walked in front of Hawkeye and Shanks. Whitebeard. Shanks first greeted Whitebeard. He smiled and said, how come you have time to come to me today? Whitebeard said very rudely, Red Hair, Lousy didn't come to you. Lousy was looking for Hawkeye, you get out of it. Shanks smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect Whitebeard to be so shameless. Although Whitebeard is a senior, they are in the same position now. Whitebeard didn't even say anything in the scene. Shanks was naturally embarrassed, but he didn't say anything, just he smiled and said, okay. Whitebeard's gaze fell on Hawkeye, and he asked loudly, Hawkeye, why I came to you, you should be very clear. Facing Whitebeard's gaze, Hawkeye didn't have the slightest tension or fear, and said, I know. Whitebeard said, then you should tell me, Lingyun, where is he now? I don't know, Hawkeye replied. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Whitebeard's eyes flashed, and Marco behind him said, Hawkeye, don't talk secretly to anyone with a bright eye. Lingyun has disappeared since the battle with you. There is no news yet. Where is he now? Did he really have an accident? Hawkeye's expression remained unchanged, and he said, no, he's fine. Do you think if you say something like this, we will believe it? Marco said rudely. Hawkeye said, do you believe that it has nothing to do with me? Anyway, I have already said what I should say. Lingyun was injured in a duel with me. Maybe it was where he was recovering. Also, he asked me to tell just a word. The third drawer under the cabinet on the right side of his room is broken. Please help him to repair it. Hawkeye's words changed the expressions of Whitebeard and others, and Whitebeard even said to Marco, go and see. Marco quickly returned to the Moby DK, and came back a minute later, looking at Hawkeye in surprise, and then said to Whitebeard, Daddy, he is right, Lingyun's room is indeed as he said. But it is impossible for him to know about Lingyun's room, so Lingyun must have told him. Since Lingyun told Hawkeye about the secret, it was obvious that everything they had thought before was not true. Lingyun could not tell such a secret thing to his enemy, so what Hawkeye said should be true. Shanks heard Marco's words and saw Whitebeard's expression. He immediately guessed the matter. He laughed and said, Whitebeard, I believe what Hawkeye said, even if he fights Lingyun, he will never hurt him. Lingyun, so there must be some misunderstanding. Although he knew that he might have misunderstood Hawkeye, Whitebeard could not apologize to Hawkeye, but Marco said, Red hair, it's not our suspicion, it's because Lingyun has no news after the duel with Hawkeye. Regardless of us, no matter how to contact him, he couldn't get a response, and he didn't even leave a message, so he thought he had something wrong. Shanks asked curiously, oh, Lingyun has no news? No, even if the battle with Hawkeye is injured, it won't be impossible to send out the news, right? Marco said, yeah, we think so too, that's why I think he might have something wrong. Of course, Hawkeye knew that Lingyun was caught by Marine. Without Lingyun's instructions, he might have said it at this time, but Lingyun told him not to say it. He agreed, so now he can only do nothing. Shanks said, Lingyun is also my friend, so let me send someone to find him, maybe I will find him. Marco said, thank you so much, Redhead. At this time, Whitebeard spoke again. He said to Hawkeye, Hawkeye, what your kid said in the end is true. Otherwise, Lousy will never let you go. An astonishing aura erupted from Whitebeard, but the Eagle Eye's face at the center of the storm only changed, and soon returned to normal, arrogantly saying, whatever you want. Hawkeye is such a character, even in the face of Whitebeard, it will not change, let alone fear. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, I want to ask, what is the final result of your battle with Lingyun? Just when everyone felt that the matter was about to end, suddenly Whitebeard Pirates' 5th Division Captain, Foil, Vista came out and asked Eagle Eyes sharply. Hawkeye's eyes fell on the 2 katana of Vista, and his eyes flashed brightly, saying, Whitebeard Pirates, Captain of the 5th Division, Foil, Vista. Vista smiled. Yes, it's me 1.7. Hawkeye nodded and said, I heard Lingyun talk about you, saying that he learned his swordsmanship from you from the beginning? Vista said, yes, Lingyun did learn swordsmanship from me at the beginning, but he was talented and quickly embarked on his own swordsmanship, so his achievements are based on his own efforts. Now, I just want to know, who won your battle? Hawkeye said, I didn't win, and he didn't lose. Hawkeye's answer surprised all the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, including Whitebeard. Although they all knew that Lingyun should become stronger, no one thought that he was actually facing Hawkeye, are able to remain undefeated. Doesn't it mean that Lingyun already has the strength of the world's #1 swordsman? Chapter 237. Vista also looked at Hawkeye in surprise. He didn't expect Hawkeye to respond like this. Although he knew that Lingyun grew up very fast, he didn't expect Lingyun to be able to play against Hawkeye now. Really, that was really unexpected, but since I met the world's #1 swordsman, then. Hawkeye's eyes flashed, and asked, do you want to do it with me? Vista said, as a swordsman, I'm afraid no one will want to beat you, and I am no exception. It is good. Hawkeye's answer was straightforward, without the slightest hesitation. Vista is also a great swordsman who is well known in New World. Now that he met, he naturally wanted to compete. What's more, after the battle with Lingyun, he did not have any problems. The little comprehension just happened to be verified on Vista's body. Seeing that Vista wanted to fight Hawkeye, Whitebeard did not dissuade him. Instead, he nodded and let Vista decide for himself. As a result, another world-class swordsman duel began. The battle between Hawkeye and Vista was not as intense as when Lingyun fought Hawkeye, mainly because Vista was better at moves, but in terms of attack power, it was far worse than Lingyun's Zanpakuto. The battle didn't last that long, and in the end, Eagle Eye, who took Kendo to the next level, won. The duel between Hawkeye and Vista also allowed the Whitebeard Pirates and Red Hair Pirates to see the strength of the world's top swordsmen. Apart from Whitebeard and the red-haired Shanks, no one dared to say anything stronger than Hawkeye and Vistar. After the battle with Hawkeye was over, the Whitebeard Pirate group immediately left without any muddle. After the Whitebeard Pirates left, Shanks looked at Hawkeye in amazement and said, Hawkeye, your kendo seems to have improved again. It is much stronger than before. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. As a former opponent, although he has never fought since he broke an arm, he still knows the strength and kendo of Hawkeye very well, so Hawkeye's kendo has changed, and he is the first to see it. Hawkeye said. Well, there is a slight change, because of Lingyun? Shanks asked. Hawkeye said. He is very strong, and the fight with him has given me too much inspiration. If anyone can beat me in kendo, the first thing I think of is him. Shanks was surprised. I didn't expect you to rate him so highly, but I have to admit that that kid is indeed qualified. I knew him earlier than you. He is one of the few people I can see through. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates group laughed and said to Marco. They remembered that Marco had bullied Ji Lingyun countless times because of his strength. Now Ji Lingyun has become stronger. If he comes back, he will definitely have. Marco felt better. Marco's Phoenix's ability, Jose's Diamond Defense ability, and Sachi's Rain and Snow Kendo ability are all able to compete with Hawkeye, especially Sachi. Since getting Snow Fruit, his strength has been even better. It has made great progress. One-handed swordsmanship, physical skills and the ability of Logia Snow Fruit make his strength one of the strongest among the captains of the Whitebeard Pirate group. Marco is the strongest in the Whitebeard Pirate group except Whitebeard, so he is the most powerful 250. Not to mention the Shanks and their banquet. After the Whitebeard Pirates left, the captains gathered together to discuss. Haha, Marco, I don't think you dare. I guess you will only be taught a lesson if you fight Lingyun now. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirate group nodded in agreement. Even if they watched the previous duel between Hawkeye and Beasta, they were shocked. Even Beasta is not Hawkeye's opponent, they are naturally. Needless to say, among them, apart from Beasta, I am afraid that only Marco, Diamond Joes and Sachi can be Hawkeye's opponents. Hawkeye looked at Shanks, and said with a slight pity. It's a pity that you are missing an arm. Otherwise, you may be stronger, and I can have a decent opponent. Marco said unwillingly to be outdone. Hey, I dare not. I haven't beaten him. Who said he can beat me? If he is in front of me, I will still get him down. Everyone laughed one after another, and at the same time they felt less worried. After all, as Hawkeye said, Ji Lingyun's strength is about the same as him. How many people can threaten Ji Lingyun now? So they all think that Ji Lingyun shouldn't have an accident, so naturally they won't be too worried? Marco smiled. If Hawkeye hadn't lied, I think Lingyun should not be weaker than me now, or even stronger, and if I really fight with him, to be honest, I have no confidence at all, you guys. Everyone knows that kid is very strange and cunning. I don't want to fight him for the rest of my life. It's meaningless. Everyone happily agreed with Jin Buduo's words. Although they all praised Hawkeye, none of them were truly convinced. After all, Hawkeye is not theirs, even friends, and Ji Lingyun is not. The same, he is the best one in the Whitebeard Pirates. His strength is so powerful that everyone naturally feels honored. When everyone was talking about it, the 11th team captain Jin Buduo suddenly said, in fact, compared to the Eagle Eye, I think Lingyun is more powerful. We have all witnessed the strength of the Eagle Eye, but Lingyun is able to follow him. Undefeated in the battle, it is conceivable that Lingyun is already strong and terrifying now. Yes, Lingyun is really strong and terrible. I didn't expect Hawkeye's strength to be so strong. Even Beasta is not his opponent. Whitebeard Pirates 6th Division Captain Bramink said solemnly. Shanks laughed and said, Hawkeye, what you said is as if I can't do it anymore. Okay, let's not say so much. You rarely come to see me. We must not get drunk and leave. Saki chuckled and said, Marco, how do you think Lingyun is better than you now? Yeah, the world's #1 swordsman. It really wasn't a blowout. The strength is very strong. Chapter 238. Time is hurried, and a few years have passed in a blink of an eye. In the eternal hell, the 6 underground floors under the sea, it is dark all year round, and there is no difference between day and night, so naturally it is impossible to calculate the time. Ji Lingyun can't remember how long he was locked up. When he was locked in, he not only suffered physical pain, but also suffered mental torture. That kind of pain and helplessness was not an ordinary person can bear it. Since he was imprisoned in the eternal hell, this place has been opened 9 times for such a long time, 6 of which were because of Eagle Eyes, and the other 3 were when 3 large pirates were imprisoned. Because Hawkeye came 6 times, Ji Lingyun knew that he had been locked up for about 6 years. I remember that in the first year, Ji Lingyun almost went crazy because he had never been so lonely. Every day he crashed into the wall crazily. During that period of time, the entire eternal hell was disturbed. The entire 6th floor was disturbed. It was Ji Lingyun's stern and crazy roar that made the other prisoners rest, and there was no time for a quiet moment. At that time, those people wanted to kill Ji Lingyun. Although most people who are locked in the 6th floor of eternal hell will go through this process, it is clear that Ji Lingyun has gone through a process that is crazier than they are. Ji Lingyun also exploded the complex psychology of traversing that had been suppressed in his heart for more than 10 years, so the degree of madness was unimaginable. At that time, the 6th floor was like a real hell. The other annoying people who were irritated by Ji Lingyun also went crazy and angry. There were several prisoners who died at that time, and the 5th floor prisoners were even more frightened all day long. Jump, live like a year. You must know that the prisoners locked up in the 6th floor of eternal hell are big pirates with a bounty of more than 100 million yuan. Apart from anything else, their psychological quality is absolutely passable, but even so, the crazy riot that caused Ji Lingyun at the beginning in the middle of the world, there were still a few people who couldn't help but committed suicide and died. One can imagine how terrifying it was at that time. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But after a period of madness, Ji Lingyun calmed down and became very calm. In the past few years, he has not spoken to other people in the prison, as if he does not exist anymore. If it is not for the people of eternal hell to know that he still exists, I'm afraid everyone has forgotten him a long time ago. It was just after that madness, everyone in eternal hell saw Ji Lingyun's madness, such astonishing self-harm. Even without death, this kind of will is not something ordinary people can have. During Ji Lingyun's imprisonment, the sea was relatively calm. The 4 Emperor's pirates occupy the New World and dominate the king. Marine dominates the first half of the Grand Line. No one can stop them. Shichibukai live in different parts of the world and have their own goals, but relative to each other, there have been no major wars and disputes. To say that the only one that is more active, I am afraid that the number one anti-government is wrong. The Revolutionary Army is now. Under Long's leadership, the Revolutionary Army has rapidly developed from a small unit that threatens the existence of the world government, although it is still in scale. Not big, but if it continues like this, sooner or later, it will become the world government's greatest enemy, and the world government will therefore list the leader of the Revolutionary Army as the world's number one criminal and be wanted all over the world. There will only be living legends circulating on the sea, not disappearing legends. Ji Lingyun, who has not appeared in a few years, has been completely forgotten by the world. Except for those friends who care about him, no one remembers him, perhaps by others. If you mention it, some people can have some impressions, but more people will definitely not remember him. However, this calm was broken by a young man from the East Daxia Sea. About half a year ago, a powerful young pirate came out of the East Daxia Sea. His swordsmanship was amazing and he broke into the first half of the Grand Line all the way from the East Daxia Sea. It only took less than a year to achieve a huge reputation. This young pirate, like Hawkeye, had one person, one boat, and went alone, but the battle that really made him famous was the battle with Gekko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. With an amazing swordsmanship, this young man defeated Shichibukai's Gekko Moria and shocked the Grand Line. If Ji Lingyun was still outside, he would definitely recognize this boy. He was Rambo who had learned swordsmanship from him, and the pirate who was rescued by Ji Lingyun from Celestial Dragons, Jeffrey White's son. Rambo remembered the agreement he and Ji Lingyun had made at the time. When the swordsmanship was successful, he would look for Ji Lingyun, but when he entered the Grand Line and became famous, he found that there was no news of Ji Lingyun on the sea. Under his investigation, Ji Lingyun did not return to the Whitebeard Pirates, and did not even appear for several years, as if completely disappeared. Rambo regarded Ji Lingyun as an idol and target. In order to find Ji Lingyun, he launched his own investigation. Ji Lingyun disappeared a few years ago, so Rambo took nearly half a year to find out. From what happened back then, I know that Ji Lingyun disappeared after fighting with the world's number one swordsman Eagle Eye. So, in order to find Ji Lingyun, Rambo turned his target to Hawkeye. For this reason, he also issued a statement to Hawkeye. Today is the day he and Hawkeye agreed, and today, he will fight Hawkeye. The location is the island where Ji Lingyun and Hawkeye duel. The island where Ji Lingyun and Hawkeye were duel has long been empty. Because the remaining sword aura on the island hasn't disappeared for several years, it's very dangerous and cannot live in people at all. Transferred, leaving only an empty island. Because Rambo wanted to find Ji Lingyun, he didn't make a big fanfare to Yingying, but did it in private, so apart from him and Yingying, no one knew that they had agreed to a duel today. After more than half a year of growth, Rambo is already a famous swordsman on the Grand Line, so Hawkeye did not refuse his engagement, but came to the agreed place on time. Chapter 239. You are the swordsman Rambo known as the Sword Demon. Hawkeye looked at the man in his early 20s with a slightly surprised expression. He knew that a swordsman with a ghostly sword appeared on the Grand Line recently. Even Gekko Moria, who was also Shichibukai like him, had been defeated, but he did not. Thinking of this sword demon, unexpectedly so young. When Rambo and his son were rescued by Ji Lingyun, Rambo was only in his early 10 years old. 10 years later, Rambo is no longer the hairy boy at the beginning, but has grown into a pirate stronger than his father. He has become a famous swordsman on the Grand Line. Although he is not old, he is full of tenacity and sharpness that a swordsman should have. Yes, the world's number one swordsman, Hawkeye, is like Lei Guaner. Since I learned swords, I have been listening to your name. Rambo stared at Hawkeye and slowly said, however, I challenge you today, not just because of your name, I also want to clarify one thing to you. Hawkeye asked. What's the matter? Rambo said. I know you had a duel with 1,000 people on this island a few years ago. What I want to know is the man who was fighting with you. What happened to him? Hawkeye's expression changed, his eyes sharpened, and he said solemnly, no wonder you asked me to fight in this place. Did you know, Shinigami, Lingyun? Rambo said. He is the person I respect most, and it can be said that he is my teacher and the leader of my kendo. I know that he disappeared after fighting with you. What happened? That's it. Hawkeye showed relief, but he refused. But I'm sorry, I won't tell you what happened to him, because I once promised him, no matter who asks me, I won't tell him the truth. Hearing Hawkeye's words, Rambo's eyes lit up and asked, you mean, he is still alive? Of course. Hawkeye said. That's good, that's good. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Rambo was happy. He thought that Ji Lingyun had an accident while fighting Hawkeye. Now that he heard Hawkeye's answer, he was finally relieved. He didn't think Hawkeye would lie to him, because the other party simply there is no need for this. Where is he now? Hawkeye said. I said, I won't tell you, this is not what I decided, but what he asked for. Rambo asked, what do you need to tell me? Hawkeye said, then it depends on whether you can beat me. Rambo looked solemn and said, then I'll try it. Hawkeye said, I have seen Lingyun's kendo, but it is rumored that your swordsmanship is like ghosts and unpredictable. It should be very different from him? Rambo said, how my swordsmanship is, only those who have seen it know. Bring it on. Hawkeye pulled out the black sword and knight. Anyway, Rambo is also a famous swordsman. Even one of Shichibukai's Gekko Moria can be defeated. The strength should be very strong, so he directly used the black sword. Rambo's sword is very ordinary, it looks like a normal samurai sword. In fact, this sword is also a famous sword, it is a good sword. This sword was guessed by his father Jeffrey White at a great price. His famous sword, after all, as a swordsman, without a good sword, his strength would be greatly reduced. Don't think it's just 50 jobs with good sword, not as good as 21 jobs with big sword and 12 jobs with supreme sword, but if you think about it, the world is so big, there are only dozens of sword and supreme sword, and how many swordsmen are there in the world? Therefore, it is not easy to have a good sword and 50 jobs, but in terms of Rambo's current strength, this sword is somewhat inconsistent with his strength. Rambo's swordsmanship was taught by Ji Lingyun at the beginning. Although Ji Lingyun did not follow the path of traditional swordsmanship, it does not mean that he did not understand traditional swordsmanship. He had experienced the information explosion in his mind. There are countless messages in it. Kendo theory and vision are definitely much larger than swordsmen in this world, so teaching Rambo is completely indifferent. And Rambo's kendo is not a normal route, like Hawkeye's domineering, no matter how strong the enemy is, I cut it with a single sword, it is an unreasonable power kendo road. Another example is Vista, he walking was the road of lightness, advocating sword moves and winning with moves. Later Zoro, his three-sword style is also a route. The reason why Rambo's swordsmanship is called a sword ghost is because his swordsmanship is unpredictable, there is no special move at all, you never know what his next move is, like a ghost, haunting opponents, fast and accurate. The moment Rambo drew the sword, the battle between the two had officially started. Rambo rushed towards Hawkeye like a gust of wind, and the sword in his hand did not stop, waving constantly, forming countless. The shadow of the sword makes people unable to distinguish between the real and the real. Ding 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 ding, in just a few seconds, Rambo has swung dozens of sword. One can imagine how fast his attack speed is, however, his opponent is Hawkeye. Hawkeye has fought against countless swordsmen, pursuing speed. He also encountered a lot of swordsmen, the fastest of which is naturally to use Tensa Zanjetsu's Ji Lingyun, so when facing Rambo's swordsmanship, he did not suffer any losses. Hawkeye only held the black sword in his hand, and kept backing his body. He occasionally swung the black sword and made a ding-ding sound, but he blocked all Rambo's attacks. But as soon as Rambo took his shot, he maximized his strength. The body seemed to blend with his sword, and he could stab from an incredible angle every time, and he completely gave up the defense and only pursued a blind offense. What a violent swordsmanship, Hawkeye dodged and exclaimed in his heart. This kind of swordsmanship that completely gave up defense and only pursued offense was really something he had never seen before. What's more terrifying is that after Rambo launched an attack, he was the first time falling into passiveness, and the more he retreated, Rambo's sword power became stronger. From the beginning to the present, in just a few minutes, his aura has more than doubled. Chapter 240. Suppress others with power and win quickly. Amazing swordsmanship, what a sword ghost. It really is the ghost of the sword, it's unpredictable. Rambo's swordsmanship is something that Hawkeye has never seen before. Although it was similar to Ji Lingyun's quick attack at first, it was completely different. Every time Rambo swings his sword, he gathers his momentum. This is only a short time, his aura has been strengthened to the extent that Hawkeye is stunned. Sometimes fighting is like competing for aura. Whoever has the stronger aura can gain the advantage. However, a person's aura is basically fixed. Although it can gradually increase in battle, it is only very strong. Few, like Rambo, who gathers sword moves into his momentum, and the more he fights, the stronger his momentum is really unique. Hawkeye discovered that as Rambo's momentum increased, Rambo's attacks became smoother, and he was even forced to move smaller and smaller by Rambo. If this continues, he might be affected. Rambo's momentum was overwhelmed and became helpless. Strong is strong, but the weaknesses are also obvious. As the world's #1 swordsman, although Hawkeye was amazed by Rambo's sword power, he also saw weaknesses. As long as Rambo's power was defeated, it would be much easier to defeat Rambo. This pair it may be very difficult for ordinary people, but he is the world's #1 swordsman. On the road of Kendo, he has not found anyone stronger than him. Slash. Hawkeye slammed a sword suddenly and slashed horizontally, forming a huge blade. Even if Rambo's speed was fast, he could only retreat quickly in the face of this wide range of swords. Boom. A hill on the opposite side was directly split open by Eagle Eye's sword. Although Rambo was not injured, he was forced to retreat tens of meters away. The momentum he condensed was stagnant and his face flushed. This feeling of being forced to retreat made him very uncomfortable. A strong slash, even more powerful than Lingyun's slash, and he deserves to be the world's #1 swordsman. It is really powerful and terrifying. He was just forced to retreat by Hawkeye's unreasonable force. Although he didn't hurt him, it still made him very uncomfortable. He couldn't continue to gather his momentum as before. With this powerful unreasonable slash, he was still the first once encountered. Even his most respected Ji Lingyun did not have such a powerful slash, in his impression. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. However, Hawkeye has already launched the attack mode. He continues to wield the black sword Yi. Each sword carries an astonishing aura, as if to split everything apart. That astonishing aura and slashing the sword light will bring Rambo forced to retreat continuously. The attack he was so proud of had no effect at all in front of Hawkeye. Hawkeye's attack is not fast, but it is too powerful. Even though Rambo can rely on more speed and can also counterattack from time to time, his counterattack is really difficult to achieve in the face of absolute power. Gradually, Rambo discovered that his swordsmanship was completely restrained by the eagle eye. His swordsmanship relied on ghostly attacks and rapid condensing momentum to achieve victory with force and one blow. In the past opponents, because it was really difficult for the opponent to adapt to and resist his stormy attacks, which eventually led to a loss of mind and miserable defeat in his hands. But this time he is facing the Hawkeye of the world's #1 swordsman. Both his psychological quality and his kendo cultivation skills are much stronger than him. Therefore, although the swordsmanship he is proud of is the eagle eye at first forced back, but when Hawkeye really launched an attack, his swordsmanship was difficult to resist. Not only was he forced to attack, it was difficult for him to even attack, let alone hurt Hawkeye. Since Hawkeye broke Rambo's sword power, Rambo was unable to continue to consolidate his momentum. Rambo was a bit unable to resist. Hawkeye's slashing is really too strong. Although you know his moves, you also know him. How to attack, but it is impossible to resist and counterattack. This is the most desperate. Hawkeye's attack is so desperate. After Hawkeye launched the attack mode, Rambo has slowly fallen into a decline, and finally can only be defeated by Hawkeye. Hawkeye was still merciful. He didn't hurt Rambo, but after winning the battle, he put away the black sword. Instead, Rambo himself stared blankly at his hands, a little lost. Is it so defeated? It's so simple. Is there such a big gap between us? From Rambo's own point of view, he was indeed defeated very simply. Except for the initial attack, he did not gain any advantage. After Hawkeye launched the offensive, he was quickly defeated, although he could not. It is said that there is no strength to fight back, but it is definitely not a close duel. It is great enough to be able to achieve this kind of strength at your age. Your kendo road is still very long. 0. Hawkeye looked at Rambo, who was absent, and made a faint comment. With his strength, he was enough to evaluate Rambo. Rambo's strength is actually very strong, otherwise he would not be able to defeat Gekko Moria, one of Shichibukai. But although both are Shichibukai, there is no comparison between Hawkeye and Gekko Moria. He can defeat Moria, but in the hands of Hawkeye, there is no strength to fight back. Rambo suddenly raised his head and asked, "Did you win the duel between you and Lingyun?" Hawkeye replied, "No, I didn't win. I won't win or lose with him. He was about the same size as you back then, but his strength is much stronger than you now. Even I didn't win past him." Rambo said, "Since you didn't beat him, why has he not appeared until now? According to my investigation, he has been missing for several years. I understand him. If he is really alive, it is impossible for him to have not appeared for so many years." Hawkeye said, "If a person does not show up, it does not mean that he is dead. Do you really want to know about him?" "Of course." Rambo said affirmatively. Hawkeye frowned slightly. Apart from Marine, he is the only person in the world who knows where Ji Lingyun is. He goes to confirm Ji Lingyun's life and death every year, so he is the only person who knows Ji Lingyun's miserable situation. Chapter 241. It is precisely because of seeing Ji Lingyun's misery that Hawkeye is very guilty. After all, a large part of Ji Lingyun's arrest was his reason. If it weren't for him, Ji Lingyun would not fight until he lost his strength. He couldn't even resist and was captured by Marine. So over the years, this matter has become a knot in Hawkeye's heart that cannot be untied, but with Ji Lingyun's instructions, he can only pretend that he doesn't know anything. In fact, he is also thinking about ways to rescue Ji Lingyun, but facing the Marine headquarters, even if he is the world's #1 swordsman, he is also helpless. He felt guilty, and he didn't want a swordsman with unlimited potential like Ji Lingyun to end like this, so when he knew the relationship between Rambo and Ji Lingyun, he had a little thought in his heart. "I do know where Lingyun is," Hawkeye said suddenly. When Rambo heard this, he was surprised and mixed, and even the decadence he was defeated disappeared. He excitedly asked, "Where is he now?" Hawkeye said, "He is in a very bad situation now. If you know that he is in a very dangerous place, would you be willing to save your life to save him?" Upon hearing this, Rambo felt very bad in his heart. Even Hawkeye said it was very dangerous. It must be very dangerous. However, he replied firmly, "I am willing. Brother Lingyun saved me and my father. His life is the benefactor of our family, so I am willing to sacrifice my life." "It is good." Hawkeye saw sincerity in Rambo's eyes, so he said, "In this world, no one knows where he is except me. I can tell you, but you have to assure me that you can reveal his whereabouts to anyone. Otherwise, even if you escape to the end of the world, I will use this black sword to kill you." Seeing what Hawkeye said so solemnly, Rambo's heart became more and more uneasy. He knew that Ji Lingyun must have something wrong, and it was not a trivial matter, so he asked more eagerly, "I will never do anything to hurt Lingyun. Big brother's business." In the past, Rambo had always been called Master Ji Lingyun, because he respected Ji Lingyun very much and regarded Ji Lingyun as his benefactor. However, after getting along for a long time, he changed his name and called Ji Lingyun the eldest brother. It seems closer. Hawkeye nodded, and then said, He is now locked in Marine's deep-sea prison, the 6th floor of the eternal hell of Impelled Down. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. What? Rambo screamed in horror. He said, what did you say? Brother Lingyun is locked in Marine's prison. How is this possible? How can Marine catch him? What's the matter? Big brother Lingyun, how is he? Rambo asked eagerly. Hawkeye said, because Marine allows me to meet him once a year. When I met him, although he looked miserable, I did not see despair in his eyes, but revealed a powerful confidence. This is not the look that a prisoner who has been detained for a few years should have, so I think he may have a way to save himself. But he has never revealed to me that you were innocent, and you may have a chance to see him, and you were closer to him. If he can do anything, he might tell you that this is why I told you. Rambo frowned and said, since you said that I have no chance to rescue brother Lingyun, why are you telling me? Hawkeye said calmly. I know what you are thinking, I do have responsibility for this matter, but he told me not to let me talk about this matter. He was afraid of causing a relationship between the Whitebeard Pirates and Marine the war, so I can only follow his statement without revealing anything. Until now, in order to ensure that he is still alive, I have the opportunity to visit him once a year. Although he is still alive, it is very difficult. Taking a deep breath, Rambo came back to his senses and looked at Hawkeye in confusion, because if Hawkeye didn't tell him about this matter, he wouldn't know anything, so he was very puzzled why Hawkeye would tell him. Hawkeye said, I said, it's not good. Hawkeye said, it was here that I was caught. Marine learned that I was fighting with him here. When we were both defeated, they suddenly arrived. At that time, neither I nor him had any more energy, so he couldn't resist, he could only be captured by Marine. Hawkeye said, I said, Lingyun was caught by Marine, and I have a large part of the responsibility, so I want to save him, but unfortunately, I have neither the ability nor the promise of him, so I can't save him. Tell you, because you will not leak out, and maybe you may have a way, maybe. This explanation relieved Rambo, but he turned his eyes to look at Hawkeye with anger. According to this, Hawkeye has to pay a lot of responsibility for this matter. After all, if it is not Hawkeye, how could Lingyun be caught? Rambo said, of course I won't talk nonsense, and of course I will find a way to save brother Lingyun. Seeing Rambo's resolute attitude, Hawkeye said, Impelled Down is Marine's most important prison. It is known as the Iron and Bronze Wall. If you want to save people from there is basically no hope, let alone saving people, if there is no Marine warship, you don't even have a chance to get close there. So that's the case, I said, brother Lingyun won't be taken away so easily. Why are you telling me? Hawkeye said, the reason why I tell you is not 2.4 because I think you have that ability, but because I want you to meet him. He may have a way. He is very aware of the duel between Lingyun and Marine. Marine has failed countless captures. Even if Marine Admiral takes a shot himself, he can only defeat him, so it is difficult for him to believe that Lingyun will be captured by Marine. When I heard that Lingyun was very bad, Rambo's heart became even more angry. He was able to achieve his current achievements because of Lingyun, so Lingyun is the most important person besides his father in his heart. Now he knows Lingyun has a bad time, and his mood is even worse. Why do you say that? Rambo asked. Chapter 242 Hawkeye is not a person who likes to talk a lot, but he has said so much to Rambo now that it is enough to show that he really wants to rescue Lingyun, both for himself and for Lingyun. However, Rambo didn't really understand what Hawkeye meant. He asked, what do you mean? Let me see brother Lingyun, but didn't you say that brother Lingyun was locked in Marine's Impelled Down? How can I do it? See him? Hawkeye said, the method is very simple. As long as you become a member of Marine, you may have a chance. Become a member of Marine? Hawkeye, although you are stronger than me, do you really think I'm so bully if you play me like this? He is a pirate, and now Hawkeye makes him a member of Marine. In Rambo's view, it is simply too funny. Hawkeye didn't care about Rambo's tone, but said, then why do you think I saw Lingyun? Shichibukai? Rambo's eyes lit up and asked, you mean, as Shichibukai? Hawkeye said, what to do, you decide for yourself. I have already said 15 I can say, goodbye. After saying this, Hawkeye immediately turned and left, and soon disappeared in front of Rambo's eyes. Shichibukai. Yes, Shichibukai really belongs to Marine. Since Hawkeye is Shichibukai and can meet Lingyun brother, if I also become Shichibukai, will I also have a chance to meet Lingyun brother? As soon as this idea came up, it was no longer difficult to suppress, and I began to think about how to make him a Shichibukai. The current 7 warlords of the sea is complete and there are no vacant positions. Even if he wants to become Shichibukai, he has no chance. Therefore, if he wants to become Shichibukai, he must remove one of them, and then rely on his strong strength to inherit his position. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Shichibukai's fame is known throughout the Grand Line. They are the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye, Doflamingo, Crocodile, Seaman Jinbei, Bartholomew Kuma, Boa Hancock, and Gecko Moria. The 7 Hawkeyes are the world's #1 swordsmen. They just defeated him. Doflamingo's men are so many and difficult to deal with. Crocodile now lives in the desert country of Alabaston. Jinbei is the leader of the Murloc pirate group, Shang. The whereabouts are unknown, and the pirate empress lives on the island of 9 snakes, so Rambo thought about it, only Gecko Moria was the best choice. He defeated Gecko Moria not long ago, so he has confidence in dealing with Moria, but after Moria was defeated last time, I don't know if he will continue to stay in that sea area. If he escapes, he wants to find he is even more difficult. 1 month later, Marine Headquarters, Sengoku looked at the larger head in front of him with an extremely ugly face. Tell me, what the hell is going on? Sengoku growled angrily. There were a few people sitting around Sengoku, Lieutenant General Crane, Aokiji, and Akainu. Aokiji said, this was sent today. According to the person who sent it, the person who asked him to give this thing was a young man. People are the newly emerging super newcomer, Sword Demon, Rambo. Sword Demon. Is it the swordsman who has gained fame recently? He gave us Gecko Moriya's head in order to provoke us. How can we make a little devil so arrogant? What do our people do for food? Although Gecko Moriya is a pirate, he is also one of Marine's allies Shichibukai and a famous great pirate. But such a great pirate was killed and he will be revealed to be sent to the Marine headquarters. This is not a provocation. What is it? No wonder Sengoku is so angry. Akainu suddenly said, I've heard of this sword demon, but he doesn't seem to be a pirate, right? Aokiji said, yes, he is not a pirate. He is a swordsman who entered the Grand Line from the East Daxia Sea more than half a year ago. After entering the Grand Line, he began to challenge various famous strong men, most of whom were swordsmen, but this man he didn't do any evil, nor had any conflicts with our Marine. He was more like a pure, lonely swordsman. This point is very similar to Hawkeye. I think he might also be like Hawkeye. I know a swordsman who practices swords. Lieutenant General Crane suddenly said, this young man named Sword Demon is not simple. I have obtained information from Donghai. Since his debut, he has never failed. Swordsmanship is extremely amazing. Most people who have fought him he was killed by him. Those who were not killed did not dare to fight him. The reason why he was called Sword Demon was because once he had a sword out, he was like an evil ghost, extremely cruel and wounded either death or injury. Although he is young, even in the Grand Line, many people want to invite him to join the pirates, but he refused. It seems that he is different from ordinary pirates. Sengoku suppressed the anger in his heart, pointed at Moriya's head and said, then what does he mean with the 787? I know him too. He seemed to have played with Gecko Moriya once before and defeated Moriya, so I'm not surprised that he can defeat Moriya, but he actually sent Moriya's head to our Marine headquarters. What does he mean? Lieutenant General Crane said slowly. The meaning is very clear, there are only two, one is to provoke Marine headquarters as you said, the other is to show us his strength, and what do you want from us? Lieutenant General Crane's words caused Sengoku and others to change their expressions. Sengoku's pupil shrank and said, Little Crane, are you talking about it? Lieutenant General Tsuru said, yes, if I'm not wrong, his goal should be Shichibukai, but now Shichibukai is full, so he killed Gecko Moriya, first to make room, and secondly to show us because of his strength. I am 90% sure that he is for Shichibukai's position. Damn it. Sengoku patted the table angrily and asked Moriya's head to be taken away, before he cursed. I think he is provoking. What does he think Shichibukai is? Does he get it if he wants it? Reckless and bold. Chapter 243. Seeing Sengoku cursing constantly there, Lieutenant Tsuru interrupted. Okay, Sengoku, your cursing is useless. Rather than having that skill, it's better to think about what to do. When Gecko Moriya dies, Shichibukai will disappear. 1. Sengoku said angrily. What else can I do? Let that sword demon do what he wants. If everyone is like him, kill Shichibukai casually, and then be on top of him, then the world will be messy. What is the value of existence? What else can I do? Want him? Send Marine to chase him down. Lieutenant General Crane said lightly. He is not a pirate yet, but once we want him, then he will stand on the opposite side of us. The strength of that sword ghost cannot be underestimated, otherwise it is impossible to kill Gecko Moriya. So, whether such a person should be an enemy or an enemy, it's best to think clearly. Sengoku's face is constantly changing. At the beginning, this Shichibukai system was proposed by him. Although he has realized that this system is unreasonable over the years, it has also played a big role. At least it has differentiated the original chaotic situation. The development of pirates was curbed, so no matter what, he must continue Shichibukai. Aokiji saw Sengoku's hesitation, so he said, Marshal Sengoku, I think I can try it. The sword demon, Rambo, was born in the East Daxia Sea. Although we haven't investigated the specific origins, we can see what he did. Different from a pirate, so he should not be considered a pirate. Rather than continue to find another large pirate to be Shichibukai, it is better to let him be, otherwise he is only one person, which is more conducive to our control. In fact, Sengoku is not really opposed to it, but he is really upset in his heart. 7 warlords of the sea should have been proposed by them. Now Rambo's behavior is completely forcing him in his opinion. It's strange to be happy. Akainu said, it's too early to say this. Maybe that guy's purpose is not Shichibukai at all? Lieutenant General Crane said, no matter what his purpose is, since he has sent Gecko Moriya's head over, then he should quickly express his purpose. We just have to wait. Sengoku didn't wait long, and soon they received the answer from Rambo. As they thought, Rambo's goal was Shichibukai's position. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. His goal really is to aim at Shichibukai's position. What do you guys say? Will you give it to him? After getting Rambo's reply, Sengoku is not so melancholy. For Shichibukai's position, it's better to come than to provoke Marine headquarters. Such a character, if he becomes a pirate, will definitely be a headache. After Sengoku's words were finished, he found that no one answered him. Everyone was silent. In fact, most of Marine did not agree with the existence of Shichibukai, but it had a great effect at the time, so everyone it's hard to say anything. Now there is a situation of grabbing Shichibukai's position. Everyone opens one eye and closes the other, leaving the matter to Sengoku to handle it himself. Seeing everyone's appearance, Sengoku knew what they were thinking. He was very helpless. Everyone didn't say anything. He didn't want to force it. So he could only ask Lieutenant General Crane, who was very close. Crane, what do you think? Lieutenant General Crane said with his face unchanged, the matter is already very clear. Now we undoubtedly have only two options, one is to agree. In this case, letting the Sword Demon take the place of Gecko Moria will also strengthen Shichibukai's deterrent. For Marine, it has also indirectly increased the combat power, but it is hard to say whether we can control this Sword Demon. The other is to disagree, but this will definitely cause the Sword Demon to stand on us. The opposite, after all, he even killed Shichibukai, and his attitude is already very determined. If he disagrees, there will be a strong enemy. Kizaru suddenly laughed and said, in fact, it's just a Shichibukai position. It's not for anyone. At least compared to the pirates who do no evil, this Sword Demon is just a lone ranger, so there is no need to worry about what he has, sinister intentions. Garp said loudly, yeah, Sengoku, what's to worry about? If you really don't want to give it to him, then let me find him. Anyway, I'm relatively free lately, so I can help you get rid of that little guy. Hearing Garp's words, everyone rolled their eyes. Although everyone knows that he is strong, he is not a fool. Will he stand there waiting for you to arrest him? The Grand Line is so big, as long as people hide in a corner, even if the marine power is strong, it will be difficult for you to find someone within a month or two. This is still in good luck. Sengoku looked at Zephyr and asked, Zephyr, what do you think? Zephyr's seniority is actually higher than that of Sengoku. Although they have retreated to the second line, they still have a high prestige. That's why Sengoku asked him. Zephyr coughed slightly and said, you know, I really don't agree with Shichibukai's existence. As you said, I think it is indeed better to make him Shichibukai than those pirates who do no evil, just like Hawkeye. Although we don't listen to our Marine's dispatch, at least he will not use his identity to do evil everywhere. Ms. Zephyr is right, and I agree. After Zephyr finished speaking, Aokiji also expressed his attitude. In the end, only Akainu did not speak, but he did not raise any objections either. Obviously neither agreed nor opposed. So Sengoku nodded and said, well, in this case, let's see this Sword Demon first, and test his thoughts. If he really doesn't have that dangerous idea, then let him become Shichibukai. Lieutenant General Suru said, he actively asked to become Shichibukai. There must be a purpose. Let's see what his purpose is. If it is not excessive, let him become Shichibukai. Chapter 244. Sengoku finally nodded and shot the case. Well, that's the case, then it's decided, but who should I send to talk to him? Sengoku's gaze turned to everyone. He is Marshal Marine. Naturally, it is impossible for him to take care of this kind of thing. But now Rambo's reputation is not small, and his strength is strong. If he sends ordinary people, he will definitely not be able to suppress him. The most suitable person is Admiral. So Sengoku's eyes are turning on Aokiji, Akainu and Kizaru. Because the current world situation is relatively calm, none of the three Marine Admirals went to the New World Station, but stayed at the Marine headquarters. Otherwise, it would be more difficult to get the three Marine Admirals together at other times. Seeing that the three of Aokiji did not speak, Sengoku was also helpless. To be honest, the current three Marine Admiral, even if he wants to be a marshal, it is impossible for him to completely control them. Each of them has its own characteristics. In the case of Akainu, Akainu is definitely number one, but none of the three of them want to hold on to things like this kind of errand. In the end, Sengoku could only decide for himself. Kuzan, you should go. Aokiji's face was depressed. Although he didn't reject Sengoku letting himself do things, it was him every time he was troublesome. 250 got it. Marshal Sengoku. The reason why Sengoku let Aokiji go was because he was fancy Aokiji's gentle character. He was the gentlest of the three Marine Admiral. This kind of diplomacy was best left to Aokiji. After receiving Sengoku's order, Aokiji immediately left Mallenvander and started looking for Rambo based on intelligence. Rambo has also been waiting for news from Marine, not far from the Marine headquarters, so Aokiji didn't take long. Found it. Aokiji and Rambo met in a very open place. After all, Rambo was still uneasy. If the negotiation between the two parties collapsed, it would be convenient for him to leave in the open place. Marine Admiral, Aokiji, I didn't expect it to be you who came to meet me. Rambo was surprised to see that it was Aokiji and Rambo. Marine Admiral represents Marine's highest combat power. Such a person would normally not be dispatched. Even he did not expect Marine to value himself so much. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Aokiji also looked at Rambo, and said lightly, are you the Sword Demon Rambo? Although he was facing Aokiji, Rambo did not feel any tension. He remained vigilant and said in a deep voice, I am. How are you thinking about my request? Aokiji said, it's really aggressive, I want to be Shichibukai, do you know what it means? Rambo said, I don't know what it means, but I know that with this identity, my actions can be more convenient. Humph. Aokiji snorted coldly, and said, there is no free lunch in the world. If you want to get something, you have to give something. If you want to get Shichibukai's identity, then you have to fulfill Shichibukai's obligations. When you must unconditionally obey. Rambo said, It depends on what you ask me to do. If it is unreasonable, do I have to do it according to your requirements? This is too ridiculous. Aokiji said. You are not responsible for the unreasonableness, but we will not let you do things you can't do. But anyway, when the Marine needs you, you must stand by our Marine here. Rambo thought for a while and said, if I don't touch my vital interests, I will stand on your Marine side, but I also have one condition. I hope you can promise me. Seeing that Rambo agreed without thinking about it long, Aokiji felt that he should be sincere, so he said, let's talk about it. What are your conditions? If it is simple, I can promise you. Rambo's strength is not weak. If he can stand firmly on Marine's side, it will be a very good help for Marine, so Aokiji will change his tone and talk to him kindly. Rambo said, I am a swordsman, you all should know. Aokiji didn't understand what Rambo meant by this, but he could only say, go on. Rambo continued. For a swordsman, there are two most important things. One is reputation, but as a swordsman, no one does not want to be the number one in the world, and I am no exception. I have studied swords for many years. The biggest goal is to be number one in the world. Not long ago, I fought Hawkeye once. Now Aokiji was taken aback. He asked, have you duel with Hawkeye? Rambo said, I played against him not long ago and I lost. Regarding this result, Aokiji was not surprised. Although he also admitted that Rambo may have the strength, Hawkeye is a man who has been the world's number one swordsman for more than 10 years, and is not comparable to a fledgling swordsman like Rambo. Even if Rambo's talent is high, it will take many years to catch up with Hawkeye. After all, not everyone is like Lingyun at the beginning. But Rambo didn't finish his words. His face was extremely unwilling, and he said, but I don't think I'm worse than him. I just haven't met an opponent like him before, and I think there is another key factor in the failure. Even Aokiji was very interested in this kind of top-level battle. He asked curiously, what factor? Rambo's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, weapon. His weapon is the Black Sword Knight, one of the world's top 12 great sword, and mine is only good sword and 50 sword, both. The difference is too much, so the reason why I lost to him is a large part of the weapon. If my weapon is the same as his, I will definitely not lose to him. When Aokiji heard that Rambo actually attributed his failure to the weapon, he suddenly felt a little disdain. Although he also admitted that the weapon might be a little different, it will definitely not play a factor in determining the outcome, so he definitely has a small mind. It's not the kind of person who can afford to lose, so his impression of Rambo unconsciously is a bit worse. Chapter 245. Aokiji asked, does this have anything to do with the conditions you mentioned? After all, Aokiji is Marine Admiral. He has lived for so many years and he has never seen anyone. So when he heard Rambo mention this, he immediately guessed that it might have something to do with Rambo's next conditions. Rambo said, yes, it is related to my request. When I was fighting Hawkeye, he once said that he had only tied with 2 people in his life, and one of them was even he met. The strongest opponent ever. Aokiji's expression changed. Shinigami, Edward G. Lingyun? Rambo replied, yes, it is him, but the other one is the most interesting to me. Hawkeye said that his weapon is very powerful, so I want a Shinigami weapon. What are you talking about? This is absolutely impossible. Hearing Rambo's request, Aokiji refused almost without thinking, but then he reacted, looked at Rambo in surprise, and asked, no, how do you know this? Rambo said, guess. Hawkeye said that he had fought against Shinigami, and according to my investigation, that Shinigami disappeared since the fight with Hawkeye, but I asked Hawkeye, he did not kill Shinigami, so I thought for a long time, that can make such a big man disappear. In the grand line, I am afraid that only your Marine headquarters is the only one, and your current performance also illustrates this point. I'm afraid you didn't guess it, but Hawkeye told you. Aokiji knew that his stunned expression was flawed, so he doesn't deny it now, but he doesn't believe that Rambo guessed it, but suspects it was told by Hawkeye. After all, he knows that Lingyun was caught by Marine. The only human beings are Hawkeye and the Pirates of the 9 Snakes. Rambo has not been in contact with the Pirates of the 9 Snakes, so only Hawkeye is left. Rambo said, whatever you think, my request is very simple. I only want the weapon of Shinigami, and let me meet the Shinigami. I heard Hawkeye say that that person is talking. I must meet a man who doesn't know the outcome, such a powerful swordsman. Less likely. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Aokiji still categorically refused. Lingyun was locked and impelled down. This is the highest secret among the Marine headquarters. It hasn't made any mistakes for several years, so of course he doesn't want to go wrong. Rambo's face suddenly became unsightly. He said, this is not okay, and that is not okay. It seems that you really have no sincerity at all. I have already agreed to your request, but my request. But none of you are willing to agree. What do you mean? Aokiji said, it's not that I disagree, but that your request is too much. Now that you know him, you should be able to guess how important this news is to us Marine. Nothing can be revealed at all, so no matter what you say, it is absolutely impossible. Rambo said solemnly. Can you be the master? I remember you don't seem to be Marine's marshal, right? What do you mean? Aokiji's face darkened. Rambo said, I mean, what you said is useless. I want to see your Marshal Sengoku. Aokiji said coldly, it's easy to see Marshal Sengoku. As long as you follow me to the Marine headquarters, you can see it naturally, but do you dare? Why don't I dare? Rambo's answer was beyond Aokiji's expectation. He looked at Rambo in surprise and asked, are you sure? Rambo said, of course, isn't it the Marine headquarters? It's not Longton Tiger's den, why don't I dare to go? Aokiji looked at Rambo seriously. At this moment, his opinion of Rambo changed a lot. If he really dared to go to Marine headquarters, his courage alone would be amazing. You are not afraid, Rambo said. Why should I be afraid? Are you afraid that you will eat me? If you really do that, I believe that your marine's reputation in the sea will fall sharply. After all, I am not a pirate, nor do I enemy with your marine. Killing me will do harm to your marine. Aokiji said, no wonder you are so confident. Well, if you want, just go back with me. Rambo didn't hesitate and got on Aokiji's ship. He was actually betting that Marine would not really be against him. If it wasn't for Marine's trust and the chance to meet Ji Lingyun, he would not be so take risks, but now, he can only do this for his purpose. Only by doing this can Marine relax his vigilance and let him achieve his goal. And Aokiji saw that Rambo actually did this, and he was very surprised. Such a decision is not something ordinary people can make. Rambo just promised to change his opinion, but now he really did that. It was him. I also have to admire Rambo's courage. After boarding the warship, Aokiji used the phone worm to tell Sengoku all of what he and Rambo had talked about. Sengoku was also very surprised when he received the news. This sword demon actually knew that Shinigami was caught by us. Could it be that Hawkeye really told him? But Hawkeye doesn't look like the kind of person who doesn't speak much. Could it really be his own guess? It came out. But if even he can guess it, others should also be able to guess it. But the Whitebeard Pirates hasn't moved for several years. Is it really unknown, or is it some other reason? Sengoku was lost in thought. If it hadn't been for Rambo to bring it up, he wouldn't remember it at all. In fact, he had long thought that this incident would leak out sooner or later, but he never thought that Rambo would have said it first. When he came out, the Whitebeard Pirates, which threatened the most, remained silent, which made him a little puzzled. But this sword demon wants to meet that kid, and also wants to get the Shinigami blade. It's really whimsical, but since he dares to come to Marine headquarters with Kuzan, it seems that he doesn't have much to do with Marine. Be wary, and he is not a pirate himself. It might be a good choice to make him a Shichibukai. Rambo dared to come to Marine headquarters, but it made Sengoku feel a lot more in his heart, and his decision was even more biased in his heart. Chapter 246, Marshal Sengoku, meeting for the first time, hello. Led by Aokiji, Rambo entered the Marine headquarters of Marine Vando. Sengoku hosted Rambo in the reception room. After seeing Sengoku, Rambo greeted him very politely. Sengoku looked at Rambo in surprise. In his eyes, Rambo appeared to be quiet. He looked like a boy who was easy to get along with, but such a boy was actually called a sword ghost. A ghostly swordsman. But what kind of person Sengoku is? Of course, he knows that people are not to look good. Rambo is very polite, and he naturally doesn't show much expression. You are the sword demon, Rambo. Kuzan has already told me your conditions. I can tell you with certainty that it is impossible. I don't care where you learned that Shinigami was caught by us. He's information, but you may not know his importance to us, so this matter is absolutely impossible to promise you, and it is impossible to give you his weapon, the Shinigami blade. Rambo asked unwillingly. Really, there is no room for negotiation? If I can get the Shinigami blade, I can definitely defeat Hawkeye. Just give me the Shinigami blade, and even if first join you Marine, I will no comments. Hearing this, Sengoku's heart suddenly shook, and his gaze at Rambo changed again. With Rambo's current strength, placed in Marine, he can at least be a lieutenant general, and the most important thing is him. He has such a strong potential at such a young age. In the future, he will have a great opportunity to become a fighting force like Marine Admiral, so if he can get such a person, it is of course perfect. But thinking of the characteristics of the Shinigami blade and the meaning of this weapon, Sengoku could only shake his head and said, if you join us in Marine, I will naturally welcome it with both hands, but I really can't do anything about the Shinigami blade. I can't hide it from you. Say, it's been several years since we got the weapon, but we still can't crack it. Other than Shinigami, others can't remove it, so even if it's for you, you won't be able to use it. On the contrary, it will be brought to you. Great disaster. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Rambo said in disbelief. How is it possible? How can there be an inextricable sword in the world? Marshal Sengoku, even if you want to reject me, you don't need to use such absurd reasons. As Marshal Marine, Sengoku has never been so irritated face to face, so his face has become a little unsightly, he said coldly. If I want to reject you, I won't tell you so much. Anyway, whether you believe it or not, I can't let you get that Shinigami blade. Sengoku is quite aware of the threat of Shinigami blade. Ji Lingyun relied on that sword, but when he was 10 years old, he dared to rob the magic field in front of the world live broadcast, and he succeeded in doing so. It was because of this sword that he avoided the pursuit of Marine Admiral many times, so that he grew up to be no weaker than Marine Admiral. So unless someone can use Marine, it is impossible for Sengoku to make this bring the most threatening weapon back to the world. Is there really no room for negotiation? Rambo asked in a deep voice. No, Sengoku refused even more simply. Rambo's face is constantly changing. In fact, the reason why he wants the Shinigami blade so much is because he knows the importance of this sword to Ji Lingyun. Since Ji Lingyun was caught by Marine, then this sword must also be it was in Marine's hands, but it was a pity that Sengoku's attitude was so resolute, he knew there was no hope. However, since there is no hope of getting the Shinigami blade, Rambo can only change the goal. Just listen to him say to Sengoku. Well, since Marshal Sengoku you really disagree, then I am not reluctant, but my other request of you I shouldn't oppose it anymore, right? Sengoku asked, you mean, you want to see Shinigami, Edward G. Lingyun? Why do you want to see him? Sengoku was very vigilant, because G. Lingyun's existence was too dangerous, so he absolutely didn't want to make any waves when he could. Although the results of the investigation first showed that Rambo and G. Lingyun seemed to have no relationship, he was not afraid of one, just in case, so he still has to be more cautious. However, he did not completely refuse. After all, he is more optimistic about Rambo becoming Shichibukai. At least Rambo has a much better attitude than other Shichibukai. Even if he fights for it, let him join the Marine headquarters. There was some hope, so he didn't completely reject it. Rambo said, because he is also a swordsman, I am also a swordsman. I fought with Hawkeye and I lost. Hawkeye said that there are not many swordsmen who can fight him in this world. 4 Emperors Shanks is one. There is another Shinigami. The 4 Emperors are too far away from me, so I will not consider it for the time being, but another Shinigami, I must see it, because Hawkeye has said that Shinigami is the scariest and most talented he has ever seen. A swordsman he is several times stronger than me. Speaking of this, Rambo curled his lips in disdain, and said, but I don't believe it. I learned swords since I was a child, and it took so many years of hard work and struggle to achieve my current achievements, but Hawkeye actually said I am better than Shinigami. It's too far, I can't accept it, and I don't believe that such a person really exists in the world, so I must meet him. Sengoku did not speak, but 4.9 thought in his heart, this is a battle between swordsmen. This sword demon is obviously a proud person. Apart from himself, I am afraid that he will not put anyone else in his eyes. Kuzan said that although this man was defeated by Hawkeye, he did not want to admit it. On the contrary, he felt that the weapon was not as good as Hawkeye, so he came to ask for Shinigami's blade. Now I am afraid it is because I look down on Shinigami. I want to witness it with my own eyes. Sengoku thought he had guessed Rambo's psychology, but he actually didn't know. What he saw was Rambo's deliberate guidance. Rambo knew very well that he had to trust Sengoku if he wanted to see Ji Lingyun, so he only came to Marine headquarters alone, just to make Sengoku feel that he had no other intentions and was above board. Chapter 247. Do you really just want to meet Shinigami? Sengoku asked. Rambo said, yes, I really want to meet this man who even evil eyes are terrified of, and see what is so good about him. Sengoku said, if you want to see how good he is, I am afraid that there is no chance, because he is now locked and impelled down, which is equivalent to a useless person, so even if this is the case, do you want to see him? Rambo said, whether a person is strong, you can tell by the look in his eyes. Sengoku said, well, now that you have decided, then I will agree to your request, but we also have 3 chapters. I can let you see him, but the premise is that you don't think you can pass his news. Otherwise you should know what the consequences will be. Rambo said, I'm just interested in him. As for the things between you, I don't bother to ask or manage. Sengoku said, you wait, I will arrange a warship to take you to Impel Down. Sengoku's action was very fast at 15, and he quickly arranged a warship for Rambo, and then asked him to take Rambo to Impel Down, and he returned to his office and called Magellan. Magellan was watching Rambo. After all, he still couldn't be sure whether Rambo's purpose was really that simple. Rambo followed the warship all the way to Impel Down. Because of Sengoku's order, Magellan immediately sent someone to greet him after Rambo came to Impel Down. However, he did not personally touch it, but sent a deputy. Long Hanayabao, he felt that as long as he was in Impel Down, Rambo would not be able to do anything threatening. What kind of sword ghost, Rambo are you? Are you here to visit the prison? Hanayabao stepped forward and walked in front of Rambo. He looked at Rambo curiously, he was very strange. In front of him, there is no what kind of ability is it that the director Magellan can personally issue an order for him to greet him. Rambo replied, I am. Hanayabao looked at it carefully again, and then said, take off your saber. You are not allowed to bring weapons in the prison. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. A cold light flashed in Rambo's eyes, but he still took the saber down and handed it to Hanayabao, but he said solemnly, I'm optimistic about my sword. If something goes wrong with it, I will never let it go. Hearing Rambo's words so coldly, Hanayabao muttered dissatisfiedly, what is arrogance? Isn't it just a broken sword? Who can see it? I dare to be so arrogant in my prison, we must not allow such people to come to my prison. If we dare to come, we will be locked up directly. Because Hanayabao's voice was very small, Rambo didn't care. He followed into Impel Down. After he entered Impel Down, Hanayabao said again, sorry, if you want to enter the prison, you must be searched. Rambo coldly snorted. Is it really necessary, or do you want to play me? Hanayabao raised his head and said, this is the rule here. Anyone who comes in must obey our rules. If you don't want to, I'm sorry, we can't let you in. Rambo took a deep breath and then said coldly, search it. Calling you to avoid and wave, suddenly a few jailers walked up to Rambo and searched him. After a long time, they stopped and said to Hanayabao, Deputy Chief, no problem. Rambo was uncomfortable when they searched, and when they saw that they had finished searching, he hummed, is it all right now? Hanayabao said, well, if you have no problem, follow me, I will take you to the 6th floor Eternal Hell. To enter the Eternal Hell, you must either take the stairs or the elevator. Hanayabao is the deputy director, so he is naturally qualified to take the elevator, so he took Rambo towards the 6th floor of the Eternal Hell. In the elevator, Hanayabao asked Rambo strangely, boy, I heard the director say that you want to see that Shinigami, why do you know him? I don't know. Rambo didn't want to talk nonsense with Hanayabal, so he simply responded. But Hanayabal obviously didn't let Rambo mean, and continued. I don't understand why you still see him if you don't know him. I'll tell you, that guy is a lunatic. After a huge riot, it was completely a madman. I have seen so many prisoners, but I have never seen a madman as strange as him. Since that madness, there has been no movement for several years. If it weren't for a visit after a while, we would really think he was dead. Originally Rambo didn't want to pay attention to Hanayabal, but Hanayabal's words aroused his interest. He curiously asked, why, what happened? Hanayabal said, not every 420 prisoner will experience it. There is no freedom, loneliness. It takes a long time for normal people to get used to it. I don't know what happened to him. There was such a big reaction at the time. I've been here for decades, and I've never seen such a crazy person. At that time, he couldn't see how he was anymore. Tisk tisk, it feels terrifying to think about it. Although Hanayabal's words are unclear, Rambo can imagine that Ji Lingyun must have been tortured in prison, otherwise, with his character, it would never be so crazy. Thinking of this, Rambo wanted to rescue Ji Lingyun more and more. Ji Lingyun was not only the savior of their family, but also the person he admired and respected. Therefore, no matter how difficult he was, he would have to save him. Rescued. Arrived. When Rambo swears in his heart, the 6th floor of Eternal Hell has arrived. Hanayabal walks into the Eternal Hell with Rambo, and then proudly said, I see, this is the last floor of our prison. The pirates in it are all great pirates offering hundreds of millions of bounty. The only one in the world who can do this is our deep sea prison. Ha ha ha, it's amazing. Chapter 248. Rambo didn't have any interest in Hanayabal's self-praising, and asked directly, where is he locked up? Come with me. Hanayabal walked inside with Rambo. When Rambo passed the cell, he looked curiously on both sides. Although it was dark, he could see how many people were held in each cell, but these people treated them. It seems that there is no interest in coming, and they are all motionless, so there is only the sound of their walking in the entire Eternal Hell. Edward Ji Lingyun, someone came to see you, wake up quickly. Walking to the door of Ji Lingyun's cell, Hanayabal knocked hard and screamed, breaking Eternal Hell's calm instantly. In the cell, Ji Lingyun slowly raised his head. At this time, he looked very miserable. He was sitting on the ground with his hands hung. His body was crossed by several iron chains, and his prison uniform was even more torn, rotten, dirty face, disheveled hair, looks like a beggar. But even so, when Ji Lingyun looked up, his eyes were still very bright. He first saw Hanayabal and then looked at another person. When he saw Rambo, his eyes flashed suddenly, although for several years. He didn't even see Rambo, but he still recognized Rambo from his facial features. Ji Lingyun was very surprised by the appearance of Rambo, but he did not show any strangeness. He knew very well that since Rambo appeared here, it must be for him, so it's better to pretend that he doesn't know anything. Hanayabal pointed to Ji Lingyun and said to Rambo, have you seen it? He is the person you want to see, Edward Ji Lingyun. I heard that this guy seemed to be a very amazing guy before he went to jail. Yi Bailey, I'm afraid there are not many people on this sea, but what, it's not the same when it comes to us. He has become the ghost now, because he doesn't know how many people he killed. Did you see him killing someone? Rambo asked Hanayabal, very upset. Hanayabal was startled and said, of course I can't see him kill, but he is offering such a high reward. He must have done too many bad things, otherwise it wouldn't be the case. Rambo said in a deep voice, don't talk nonsense about things you haven't seen, you get out of the way, I want to talk to him. Hanayabal was also upset with Rambo's tone, so he snorted and walked to the side, but did not leave. After all, Magellan asked him to stare at him, so he didn't dare to walk around. Are you, Shinigami, Edward Ji Lingyun? Rambo asked Ji Lingyun. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ji Lingyun looked at Rambo and asked, who are you again? Rambo said, my name is Rambo, and everyone else calls me, Sword Demon. Ji Lingyun asked, are you also a swordsman? Yes, Rambo replied. Ji Lingyun said, since you are also a swordsman, why did you come to see me? Rambo said, it is because I am a swordsman that I came to see you. I know you are a very powerful swordsman. Even Hawkeye can't beat you. I also said that you can surpass him. I didn't expect to be like you. Such a person would actually be locked up in such a small place. Ji Lingyun said, life can never be smooth, and a real dragon may be trapped in the shallows. What's more, I'm just an ordinary person, and this place is also good. Although it is a bit small, it is very quiet. It is more suitable for me to sum up myself. Life. But I also admire you. A young swordsman like you dare to find Hawkeye. Rambo said, what about Hawkeye? He is also an individual. Although he is the world's #1 swordsman, I don't think I'm worse than him. Why don't I dare to see him? But you still lost to him, otherwise you wouldn't come to see me, would you? Ji Lingyun said. At this moment, Rambo really didn't have any other thoughts, but really wondered why Ji Lingyun was locked up here, but he seemed to know everything. Why do you say that? Ji Lingyun said, you came to me because you know very well that only I can help you become stronger and give you a chance to win Hawkeye. Rambo laughed and said, you are really confident enough, then tell me, how can I beat Hawkeye? Ji Lingyun said, it is of course not easy to defeat him, because even I am not confident that I can beat him, but I am sure that one day in the future I will be able to defeat him, and you also have the opportunity, as long as you got something. What? Rambo's eyes flashed, he knew Ji Lingyun was giving him another hint. Ji Lingyun said, "That is my sword, Shinigami's blade. As long as you get it, you can get everything. No matter what you want to do, it can help you do it, even if you defeat Hawkeye." "Is it as magical as you said?" Rambo asked. Ji Lingyun said, "Of course, as long as you get it, everything can be obtained, but it is impossible to accomplish, because my sword is in Marine's hands now. I don't know how you used it to make Marine come to you. Here, I want to get my sword from Marine's hands. It will never be possible. It's impossible that you didn't say it. In this world, as long as I want to do, nothing can't be done," Rambo confidently said to Ji Lingyun. Ji Lingyun said, "Sometimes you have to be a little self-aware, otherwise you will not only harm yourself, but also others. Boy, you'd better listen to my advice, otherwise, my appearance may be your fate." "That's impossible," Rambo said confidently. Ji Lingyun said, "Hope, looking at you, I can guess that you are a good swordsman, but it is precisely because of this that I am not like you and become like me. Therefore, I have to do things. Use your brain, not everything is as simple as you think, otherwise you will not be able to do what you want to do at that time, and you will get stuck in it instead." Rambo chuckled. "I remember what you said, but if you want to teach me, wait until you come out." Chapter 249. Although Hanayabal was always standing next to him, he didn't understand a word of the conversation between Rambo and Ji Lingyun. He didn't understand what the two people were talking about, how they seemed to be mocking each other saying. But because of this, Hanayabal was relieved. He gave Magellan's order to monitor Rambo. If Rambo did something unusual, he immediately informed him that he did not see Rambo doing anything. "I was relieved. It's almost done, it's about time to leave," Hanayabal urged Rambo. Rambo gave him a cold look, but he already knew what he wanted to know, so in order to prevent Marine from doubting, he did want to leave. "Let's go." Hanayabal laughed and said, "That's right, what can I do in this ghost place? If it's not because of you, I wouldn't want to come here. So depressed, it makes me very uncomfortable. The level of eternal hell is the forbidden area of Impel Down. Even Impel Down's own jailers are reluctant to come here. If it takes a long time, they will definitely go crazy. After all, they don't have the willpower of those prisoners locked by eternal hell." Just when Rambo and 557 Hanayabal were about to leave, suddenly Ji Lingyun spoke again. "Hey, kid." Rambo stopped and asked, "What else do you want to say?" Ji Lingyun said, "I'll give you a piece of advice. If you still want to challenge like Hawkeye in the future, it's best to choose 4 years later. Remember where you entered the Grand Line from? Maybe someone in that place can help. Your turn. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Rambo frowned slightly, but he recovered quickly, then turned and left without saying anything. But what does the last sentence of Lingyun mean? Let me challenge Hawkeye again in 4 years. It means that if you want to save him, 4 years later is the best chance. But why is it 4 years later? And he also said that someone can help me, someone who entered the Grand Line from the same place as me. What does this mean? It means that someone who enters the Grand Line from the East Daxia Sea in 4 years can help me save him? Do you mean this? Rambo was sent off by Hanayabal, left Impel Down, boarded the warship again, and headed towards Marine headquarters. Impel Down absorbed the failure of Golden Lion, so when dealing with Ji Lingyun, he bound his whole body. Unless Ji Lingyun broke most of the bones in his body, it was impossible to get out of the trap. As for the last sentence, Ji Lingyun told Rambo that if there is no chance, then wait until 4 years later. A person from the East Daxia Sea may help him. This person will naturally be the protagonist of the future, the Straw Hat Luffy. In fact, what he said is right. As long as the Shinigami blade is in his hands, he can easily break through the defenses and heal his injuries. It is not too difficult to leave Impel Down, but he knows that even Rambo is possible. There is a consensus with Marine, but there is absolutely no hope for the Shinigami blade. Rambo's appearance was indeed beyond Ji Lingyun's expectations. In the conversation with Rambo just now, he also heard Rambo's eager determination to save him. He also repeatedly persuaded Rambo to give up, but it seemed to have no effect. In the end, he could only tell Rambo that he must bring his Shinigami blade to save him, otherwise there would be no chance at all. He believed that since Rambo could come here, he would definitely be able to pay attention to him. Meaning, it won't be messy. I have to say that Rambo is still very smart, and immediately guessed what Ji Lingyun meant. In the room, Rambo began to think about the conversation with Ji Lingyun just now, and his heart gradually became clear. If the outside is not good, you can only break from the inside. It is said that a pirate named Golden Lion escaped from Impel Down, but he also saw off his feet. But Lingyun was not only trapped in his hands and feet, even the seastone chain was worn on his body, and there was no chance at all. Brother Lingyun meant that I wanted to find a way to get his Shinigami blade. Only the Shinigami blade can save him. However, the Shinigami blade is in the hands of Marine headquarters. Sengoku will not disclose any information. If we investigate, there is no way I checked it and I was even found out if I was not careful. In the end, even I myself got stuck in it, no way. I haven't seen him in a few years. Rambo, this kid, has grown to this level. He dared to challenge Hawkeye. It seems that Hawkeye told him that I was here, but he was able to enter here to see me. I should have experienced something very unusual. Looking at Hanayabal's attitude, it seems that this kid has a good relationship with Marine. After Rambo and Hanayabal left, the 6th floor eternal hell fell into silence again. Ji Lingyun in the cell lowered his head, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Moreover, Impel Down's defense is indeed a copper wall and iron wall. I just walked past it and there were guards everywhere. Although the 6th floor seems to have no guards, because it is at the lowest level, it is the most heavily defense if you go in. I am afraid that only the 4 Emperors level pirates can do it, but the problem is that if you want to get Impel Down, you can't avoid the Marine headquarters. Impel Down is built behind the Marine headquarters, so if you want to enter the Impel Down, you must pass through the Marine headquarters and enter from the Justice Gate of the Marine headquarters, so even the 4 Emperors pirate group cannot enter the Impel Down. Little Rambo, good luck to you. Rambo quickly shook his head. Forcible snatching and investigation are both undesirable. Even if it is an investigation, he can only do it in secret without disturbing Sengoku and others. The problem now is that he cannot enter Marine at all, internally, let alone an investigation. It is precisely because of the existence of Luffy and the knowledge of the subsequent plot that Lingyun is not so desperate and anxious. Anyway, he has been waiting for 6 years, and he does not care about waiting for a few years, and in this place, although he has no choice exercise, but this environment is also a kind of mental exercise for him, which has greatly improved his soul. As long as he can go out, he can improve his strength by leaps and bounds in a short time. Chapter 250. You have already met people, what do you want? Sengoku asked Rambo. Rambo said, no more. Sengoku said, that's good. From now on, you are our Marine ally, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. We can give you government privileges, but you must also fulfill your obligations when we need you when you are enlisted. You must obey unconditionally, otherwise you will be disqualified from Shichibukai. Rambo nodded and said, I know what to do. Well, what else do you have? Sengoku asked. Rambo said, I want to ask again, that Shinigami blade. Before Sengoku waited for him to speak, he refused. You don't need to say, it is impossible for you. Isn't it enough to take a look? Rambo asked again. Sorry, Mr. Rambo, I think we should have reached a consensus, Sengoku said. Rambo said helplessly. Well, it's a pity. I'm still going to use that sword to defeat Hawkeye. It seems that I need to find a good sword again. I wonder if Marshal Sengoku can give me one. What about good suggestions? Sengoku said. Big sword, supreme sword. You need luck to get any of them, so I'm sorry, I can't help you. In this case, then I will leave. After Rambo finished speaking, he turned and left. Looking at Rambo's back, Sengoku shook his head and sighed. It is indeed an interesting young man. Since then, Rambo has been looking for opportunities to save Lingyun, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do this. Although he found some information about Shinigami Blade, he still didn't know Shinigami Blade. Where is it hidden by Sengoku? In a blink of an eye, another few years have passed. In the past few years, the sea is not calm, especially 2 or 3 years ago, a very amazing young pirate appeared, relying on Logia Mera Mera fruit. His ability caused a big storm in the sea, but after he was taken over by the Whitebeard Pirates, the sea slowly calmed down. But recently, the sea has become very unstable again, and what caused this incident is what happened on the Whitebeard Pirates. The captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates Sachi was seriously injured by the traitor pirate Blackbeard, Fire Fist. Ace chases and kills Blackbeard. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Because Ace chased Blackbeard, Shanks, a former member of the Roger Pirates, and the red-haired Shanks of the 4 Emperors Pirates, had to go to the Whitebeard Pirates in person to get Ace back. It is precisely because of the red-haired Shanks' actions that have attracted the attention of the world government. At the same time, the emergence of the newly emerging pirate monkey D. Luffy, which defeated Crocodile, has also attracted the attention of the world government and is ready to choose one. The new Shichibukai. For this matter, the world government directly issued an order to Marine Marshal Sengoku, asking him to deal with these matters, so Sengoku decided to hold a Shichibukai meeting. It's just that this Shichibukai meeting is destined not to go smoothly. Not only did one person not come, but the Blackbeard Pirates also appeared to disrupt the situation, which directly caused the meeting to become anticlimactic. Rambo was the first Shichibukai to come to Molenvander. He was the only person among Shichibukai who was not a pirate, so Marine did not check his arrival and let him in directly. There were only a few Marines in the meeting room at this time, and Lieutenant Marine Crane sat above him. After Rambo came in, he nodded friendly, and then found a place to sit down. Following Rambo's arrival are Doflamingo and Bartholomew Kuma. As soon as Doflamingo came to the meeting room, he made a lot of noise. He didn't stop until Sengoku's arrival. However, Doflamingo didn't do anything to Marine officer, but instead focused on Rambo's body. A cold light flashed in Rambo's eyes, and when his fingers touched, the sword in his hand was suddenly pushed out, exuding a cold light, and Doflamingo's complexion also changed slightly, and his hands and fingers shook. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of footsteps, and then a crisp sound echoed in this hall. Doflamingo said, okay, I want to try it too. I heard that you became Shichibukai after killing Gecko Moria, but that guy is just a trash. Listening to Sengoku's words, Doflamingo chuckled and said, listening to your tone, it seems to be envious. This is not like you. Hearing Sengoku's roar, Rambo put away his weapon for the sake of face, and Doflamingo smiled slightly under Sengoku's cold gaze, and stopped the injury. Hey, are you the sword demon? Doflamingo asked arrogantly when he was opposite Rambo. Neither Rambo nor Bartholomew Kuma spoke, but Doflamingo smiled and said, I didn't want to come, but because I was so bored, I came here to see what you have to say. Rambo raised his head and looked at Doflamingo with cold eyes. Any advice? Enough, this is Marin Vando, not your sight, all give me peace of mind, Sengoku roared. Seeing Rambo and Doflamingo both stopped, Sengoku said, "We can start the meeting. Those who haven't come will probably not come again. I didn't expect that Shichibukai only came to 3. Sengoku said, "That's the case, but we are the opposite of you, because you have more and more pirates. Our marine is getting busier and busier. If you just come to listen to you guys talking about these nonsense, then it seems that I really came to the wrong place." "Hawkeye," Rambo said coldly, "you can give it a try." After hearing this voice, the people present quickly saw the incoming person, and all the faces of all the people present suddenly changed. Basically all of them were surprised. Doflamingo's mouth curled, and said, "It's really cold enough, our swordsmen like you, just don't know if your abilities are really worthy of your identity?" Chapter 251. Everyone was surprised by the arrival of Hawkeye, because Hawkeye was known to be his own way and would not obey other people's words or orders at all, so it is not surprising that everyone is not surprised that he can come to the Shichibukai meeting. Hawkeye walked to the center of the hall and said faintly, "If Marine and Shichibukai still maintain a hostile attitude, then I don't think this meeting will continue." Doflamingo looked at Hawkeye in surprise, and said, "It's incredible, even the most unlikely person has come." Sengoku was also surprised, "You actually came too." Sengoku was indeed unexpected. From his point of view, he wouldn't be too surprised if everyone else came to this meeting, but he was very surprised that the Eagle Eye, who had always been his own way, came. The moment Hawkeye entered the hall, a sword intent had already enveloped him. It was exactly the aura that Rambo made. He said solemnly, "Hawkeye, it's been a long time since I saw it." Hawkeye first said to Sengoku, "It's nothing, I'm just here to join in the fun, and I am a little interested in the pirate you were about to talk about." Then he looked at Rambo again, smiled at the corner of his mouth, and said, "It's really been a long time since I saw you. I don't know how much you have grown." Rambo's fighting spirit erupted in his eyes, and he said solemnly, "After the meeting, you can give it a try." Hawkeye said, "Then I will wait and see. If you are watching to join in the fun, I don't know if there is such an honor to participate in it." Suddenly a frivolous voice echoed above the hall. All the people present frowned and looked towards the windowsill of the hall one after another. Except for a few marine officers, no one else was aware of the appearance of this person. What a big surprise. "No, it's not right, it may be a little different from the usual crowd audience." "Who are you? Where did you come in?" the marine officer sitting behind roared. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The man sitting on the windowsill is a polite, thin man in a formal tuxedo. With a walking stick in his hand, he jumped off the windowsill, his feet hit the ground constantly, making a crisp collision sound, and dancing with his hands and feet. When she got up, she looked so weird that everyone present frowned unconsciously. "I hope you guys can also give me a chance to participate. I know that you started the meeting because the former Shichibukai crocodile was defeated and the Shichibukai was to be re-elected." At this time, someone finally recognized Rafit, and a marine officer said in a deep voice, "You are Rafit. You were originally a well-known sheriff in Shihai, but you were expelled because of excessive violent law enforcement. Why did you appear here?" Rafit laughed and said, "I didn't expect someone to know me, but my nickname is nothing. I am here to recommend a capable pirate to you to inherit the vacant Shichibukai position." Hearing Rafid's unshakable remarks, everyone present was very dissatisfied. Everyone here is a well-known existence of Grand Line. You, a slightly famous guy who came out of the West Daxia Sea, is not ashamed here. The attitude can be imagined. Sengoku asked in an unfriendly tone, "Oh, who do you want to recommend?" Rafit chuckled and said, "Of course it is our captain." Doflamingo laughed loudly. "Fufuru, your captain? This is really the funniest joke I heard today. Where did your captain come from? Who knows your captain?" Hearing Doflamingo's contemptuous words, Rafit's eyes flashed cold, but he did not get angry, but continued to laugh and said, "We are the Blackbeard Pirates, and the captain is Blackbeard." "Blackbeard?" Doflamingo laughed again and said, "I have never heard of it. I only heard of Whitebeard. I never know what else Blackbeard is. He is the guy who emerged from there, and he still wants to be Shichibukai." Rafit said, "Our captain used to be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, but Whitebeard is old, so our captain left the Whitebeard Pirates and formed the Blackbeard Pirates." Hawkeye suddenly said, "I heard that a few months ago, there was a major incident on the Whitebeard Pirates. The captain of the 4th Division was almost killed by a member of the ship. The pirate who defected from the Whitebeard Pirates, right? The Sachi in the original book was killed by Blackbeard, but now because of the snow fruit that Lingyun gave him, he saved his life at the last moment of the Blackbeard's sneak attack, but he suffered as a result. He was seriously injured, and an arm was severed by Blackbeard." "Haha, yes." Rafit did not deny it, but continued to say to Sengoku, "The enemy's enemy is a friend. Our captain has become Shichibukai, and he will definitely be able to help a lot. What do you think, Marshal Sengoku?" "Humph." Rambo, who had been sitting there without speaking, suddenly snorted and said, "A traitor who wants to be 7 warlords of the sea is a big joke, Marshal Sengoku. With all due respect, such a person, I don't want to be on the same level as him. If he becomes Shichibukai, I will consider whether to give up his identity." Fur. Doflamingo laughed and said, "Sword Demon Boy, although I don't agree with you becoming Shichibukai, but in comparison, you are better than Blackbeard at 2.7, and I don't agree with him becoming Shichibukai." After being opposed by Rambo and Doflamingo, the current Shichibukai, the smile on Rafid quickly faded, and he said with an ugly face, "It is not up to you to decide whether our captain can become Shichibukai, Marshal Sengoku, our pirate group, but with great sincerity, I believe you will make the right decision." Sengoku also has no good feelings for the Blackbeard Pirates, especially Rafid, who forcibly enters the meeting room, so he said coldly, I haven't seen your so-called sincerity until now. Could it be that the sincerity you said is a rash disturbance has our meeting ended? I made a mistake in the previous chapter, sorry, it has been corrected, Saki is not dead, sorry. Chapter 252. Facing the unfriendly attitude of Sengoku, Rafid did not get too nervous, but continued, Marshal Sengoku, you misunderstood. I know Shichibukai is a very important position, so in order to express our sincerity, we will be here soon. I personally send a certificate of approval. I believe Marshal Sengoku will be satisfied. Sengoku snorted coldly, then wait until that time. You are not welcome here now. Ha ha. Rafid laughed and said, Marshal Sengoku is really good at joking, but I have already taken the next words, and I hope you will think about it. Then, everyone, I will leave first. As he said, Rafid jumped down from the window. At the moment he jumped down, a pair of wings suddenly appeared on his back, then he flew up quickly, and soon disappeared in front of everyone. It's no wonder that being able to enter the Marine headquarters turned out to be a person with the ability to fly. Seeing that Rafid can actually fly, the people present finally knew why Rafid could come here. After all, Marine is still not so advanced in air defense. Doflamingo asked Sengoku, Sengoku, would you really let that Blackbeard join Shichibukai? Sengoku hadn't spoken yet, but Lieutenant Crane on the side snorted coldly. Doflamingo, what kind of choice our Marine makes? It is not your turn to comment. I asked you not to let you talk nonsense. Doflamingo chuckled and said, well, then you guys, what is the purpose of today's meeting? A total of dead people came from Shichibukai, except for Crocodile who was captured. Neither the Empress of Nine Snake Island nor the Seaman Jinbei of the Fishman Island came. But Sengoku did not care, but started his own meeting. Sengoku said, the reason why you gathered everyone here today, I think you already know it. Not long ago, there was news from New World that the 4 Emperors Red Hair and 4 Emperors Whitebeard seem to be getting in touch. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Furfurfur. Doflamingo smiled and said, Marine's information is really accurate. It's just that the news that just came out has already been known to you. What do you want to do? Sengoku said, we Marine are always ready, but you, as Shichibukai, if something happens, you must also show your strength and stand on the same line as our Marine. Hawkeye suddenly said, all of the New World 4 Emperors are powerful and rebellious, so there is no possibility that they will unite at all, and it is even more impossible for Red Hair and Whitebeard. Sengoku said, don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case, so I just want you to prepare, not let you start to act. Speaking of the Whitebeard Pirates, Furfurfur, I think of someone. Doflamingo suddenly thought of something, then looked at Hawkeye and said, I remember that the Whitebeard Pirates had a very amazing man many years ago, Shinigami, Hawkeye, I heard you were in a certain seat. There was a duel with him on the island. Since that duel, he has disappeared. I'm very surprised. A man like him can't be without news unless he is dead. He shouldn't be killed by you. Come on, Hawkeye. After being pitted by Ji Lingyun once that year, Doflamingo hated Ji Lingyun. Since then, he has been investigating Ji Lingyun's intelligence, but all the intelligence has been lost after that duel. He hadn't encountered Hawkeye in these years, so he didn't have the opportunity to ask. Until now, he was in the same room with Hawkeye and asked. Hawkeye said coldly, he is much better than you, and I naturally have no ability to kill him. Furfur. A haze flashed in Doflamingo's eyes, and he said solemnly, Hawkeye, listening to your tone, it seems that I know my strength very well. How about, do you want to try it on the spot? Hawkeye said lightly, I am not interested in you, you are not a swordsman. But I am very interested in you, Doflamingo said. Okay, don't quarrel, it's not for you to quarrel for you to come here, just keep me quiet, Sengoku said angrily. Seeing that both of them had calmed down, Sengoku continued. In addition to telling you about this, there are 2 other things. Crocodile, who is also one of the Shichibukai with you, was defeated by Luffy the Pirate Straw Hat because it was in Allah what Baston did, so Marine has decided to deprive him of his rights and put him in custody. The loss of Crocodile means the loss of a Shichibukai, so in order to maintain balance, one must be reselected. Does any of you recommend a good candidate? Doflamingo chuckled and said, you probably don't like the pirates in the sea who are willing to join, and those big pirates are definitely not willing to join, so it's not that simple to find a suitable candidate, I think. How about choosing one from my hands? Lieutenant General Crane said coldly. If there is no good candidate, don't talk nonsense, Doflamingo. Rambo said. Most of the famous pirates in the sea have either joined the 4 Emperors pirate group or stand on their own. It is basically impossible to make them Shichibukai, but the sea is so big that the hidden powerhouses must be too many. I think I can start from this aspect. Rambo's words made Marine nodded uncontrollably. Speaking of which, among the Shichibukai present, the only thing that can reassure Marine, I'm afraid Rambo is the only one, because Rambo's actions in recent years are nothing like Marine. On the contrary, he kills some pirates from time to time, so even Sengoku is very friendly when facing him. Sengoku said, Mr. Rambo is right. There are many strong people in the world, but it is not easy to find them. However, this matter is not very urgent, you can look for it slowly. On the contrary, it is another matter. Crocodile is one of Shichibukai no matter what, and we must severely punish the pirate who defeated him. You should be talking about Straw Hat Luffy, Hawkeye said suddenly. Chapter 253 Sengoku looked at Hawkeye and asked, you also know Straw Hat Luffy? Hawkeye said, I once went to the East Daxia Sea not long ago and met him. He is a young guy with great potential. It should be a very interesting person who can be praised by you by Hawkeye. Rambo suddenly asked Hawkeye. The 4-year period mentioned by Ji Lingyun has just arrived, so Rambo has always been concerned about the emerging figures in the East Daxia Sea. This Straw Hat Luffy can even defeat Shichibukai. It looks very similar. The person Ji Lingyun said, that's why he was very interested. It's okay. Hawkeye said. Sengoku said, I want to tell you about this. If you find the Straw Hat Luffy, help catch him and give it to our marine. Doflamingo laughed and said, for a 4, the sea is really lively. Every year there are some newcomers. I just don't know how good this Straw Hat Luffy is, even Crocodile is defeated. Any other things? If there are none, then I will leave first. Bartholomew Kuma, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. Sengoku said, there is nothing else for the time being, so if you want to leave, you can go now. Shang stood up first, nodded to Sengoku, then left, and then Hawkeye also stood up and left. Doflamingo chuckled and said, Marshal Sengoku, Lieutenant General Crane, then I'm leaving too. What a boring meeting. After everyone left, Rambo asked Sengoku, Marshal Sengoku, if you don't mind, I would like to meet this pirate called the Straw Hat. Sengoku looked at Rambo in surprise, and asked, why are you interested in this Straw Hat Luffy? It's not like your character. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In Sengoku's impression, Rambo is an extremely cold swordsman, who rarely cares about anything. Rambo said, don't forget, I also came from the East Daxia Sea. Sengoku nodded in relief, and said, if you are interested, then go, but before that, let me tell you one thing. That Straw Hat Luffy is not an ordinary person. You can catch him, but you can never hurt him. Life. Why? Rambo asked curiously. Sengoku said, because he is Garp's grandson, if you don't want to be chased by Garp, it's best not to do that. Rambo suddenly understood. So that's the case, I know. After Rambo also left, Sengoku sighed and said, none of these Shichibukai is worry-free. In comparison, this Rambo is much better. Lieutenant General Crane frowned and said, nor can you say that. In fact, I think Hawkeye is the purest one, and although this sword ghost is young, it is the most impressive. Unpredictable, he doesn't seem to care about anything, but his eyes are a little different from Hawkeye, as if there are many things hidden. Lieutenant General Crane has lived for decades, and he is the smartest person among Marine. His eyesight is absolutely first class. She always feels that there are things hidden in Rambo's eyes that make her elusive. Sengoku smiled and said, Shaozaru, I think you are overly worried. If several Shichibukai are like him, I don't have to worry about that. That kid is a smart person and won't do anything harmful to us. Did he hide something? What does it matter? Who doesn't have a few secret things in his heart yet? 4 years, just as Ji Lingyun and Rambo said, Rambo had been investigating emerging pirates entering the Grand Line from the East Daxia Sea before, and after the Shichibukai meeting, Rambo focused on the Straw Hat Luffy. 3 years ago, there was a very good guy. My father even gave him Mara Mara fruit, and later he joined the Whitebeard Pirate group, a pirate group with Brother Lingyun. But Brother Lingyun should not be right, I lied. He said that after 4 years it must be 4 years later. 3 years ago, when Fire Fist, Ace first appeared, it did cause a lot of trouble. Rambo has been paying attention to him all the time. Even Ace wanted to challenge him, who also came out of the East Daxia Sea. It was not finished, because at that time Rambo had been looking for the news of Shinigami Blade, and had no time to pay attention to Ace. But Rambo believes in Ji Lingyun's words, so he doesn't think Ace is the person Ji Lingyun said, so he has been waiting. Now is the time, because he has been watching and can enter the Grand from the East Daxia Sea. There are not many pirates online, so he quickly got the news. Not long ago, a pirate group entered the Grand Line, but it was beaten back to the East Daxia Sea by Hawkeye in just a few days. The person mentioned by Lingyun could not be so wasteful, so it should not be him. Besides them, only the captain of the Straw Hat Pirate group that Sengoku said, Garp's grandson Monkey D. Luffy is possible. Recently, I want to say that the most famous ones are the newly emerged Rising Star Pirates with a bounty of hundreds of millions of dollars. Naturally, the most disturbing one is the Straw Hat Pirate Captain Luffy who just defeated Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey D. Luffy, Monkey D., and Garp's grandson again, it seems that he is probably the one who Lingyun said can help. Although Rambo didn't know why Ji Lingyun knew Luffy, he knew that Ji Lingyun would not aimlessly. However, Rambo still didn't understand what he could do to help a new star pirate like Luffy. After leaving the Marine headquarters, Rambo immediately began to move, heading to the place where Luffy and the others had been, in order to find the Straw Hat Pirates. Just as Rambo was about to find the Straw Hat Pirates, he suddenly received Marine's call. This made Rambo very strange, because Marine hadn't forced him to call him twice in a few years. Summon him, and not long has passed since the last time. He knew something must have happened, otherwise Marine would not be so eager. Chapter 254. Forget it. Anyway, Straw Hat Luffy can't run away for the time being, so let's go to Marine headquarters first. This time Sengoku's attitude seems to be more serious than last time. He even asked me to arrive on time. Great event. For Marine's call, Rambo decided to go there. After all, the Straw Hat Pirates can't escape anywhere, and he still needs the identity of Shichibukai. After all, This identity allows him to find Ji Lingyun's Shinigami blade faster, and after 4 years, he has gradually mastered some information, and listed the places where Shinigami's blade may be hidden. Last time he could not move freely, this time he will try and see if he can move freely. If so, there is great hope for Shinigami's blade. In addition to Rambo, the other Shichibukai have also been summoned by Marine. When Shichibukai was forcibly summoned by Marine, a huge warship quickly went from Marine headquarters to Marine's deep-sea prison impelled down, and Marine Admiral Aokiji was responsible for escorting. Kuzan Admiral, I didn't expect you to be responsible for the escort this time. I remember the last time I met. It should be 10 years ago, because Aokiji personally escorted him. The person who came to greet him was the Supreme Chief Magellan 677 of Impelled Down. Aokiji said to Magellan, Magellan, there is a very important criminal among the criminals escorted this time. Magellan didn't receive the news beforehand, so she asked very curiously, what kind of important prisoner? Aokiji said, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist, Ace. Marshal Sengoku decided to execute him publicly 1 month later, so for the sake of safety, he will be held here for 1 month. A pirate from the Whitebeard Pirates again? Magellan was surprised. Aokiji said, yes, how is the guy who sent me 10 years ago? Of course Magellan knew who Aokiji was talking about. He nodded and said, that guy is very acquainted. He has been very calm over the years and has not caused us any trouble. That's good. After being detained for 10 years, he must have accepted his fate. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Although Aokiji attached great importance to Ji Lingyun back then, 10 years have passed, and the world is changing all the time. Aokiji has not paid much attention to the Shinigami 10 years ago. He just regarded him as impelled down, which will never be possible. The prisoner who came out again. I saw a group of prisoners escorted from the warship. There were a dozen people. The front was a naked upper body, with the logo of the Whitebeard Pirates engraved on the back. He was the famous big pirate Fire Fist, Ace. As for Fire Fist, Ace, Hanayabal is personally responsible for escorting. Ace didn't want to pay attention to this annoying guy, but Hanayabal's last words caught his attention. Ace ignored Hanayabal, which made Hanayabal very upset. He snorted coldly. I don't care who you are. When you get to this place, you have to listen to me. It's me here, understand? As the deputy Hanayabal, he blatantly reprimanded these criminals for a while, and then sent the other prisoners to their respective prisons. Impel Down's prison stratification is exquisite and will be based on the danger of the criminals. They are placed in different prisons and suffer different tortures. Magellan said with a solemn expression, public execution of the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. It seems that Marshal Sengoku has made up his mind and wants to fight the Whitebeard Pirates in public. Aokiji said, people, I will leave it to you. I will come again in a month. Great things may happen at that time. Boy, speaking of it, you are quite remarkable. You were locked up in the 6th eternal hell at your age. There have been few since the establishment of this prison, but it's a coincidence that in this eternal hell in hell, there is a guy who is also from the Whitebeard Pirates. Compared to that man, I think you are much worse. Aokiji said, it's not clear whether other people have such great abilities, but this Fire Fist, and the Shinigami of the year are indeed a match, but in terms of the degree of danger, he is still far behind Shinigami of. After sending the people, Aokiji took the people and left, and Magellan just looked at the prisoners, and then handed them to his deputy Hanayabal. Although Magellan is the director of Impel Down, it doesn't mean that he doesn't know the outside situation. Marine executes the sentence so openly. With Whitebeard's personality, it is absolutely impossible to sit back and watch, so there will be a terrifying battle. Hanayabal is a chatter, plus there is only Ace, a stranger here, and he is the owner of this place, so you don't need to hesitate to speak, just say whatever you think. But Ace didn't pay attention to him at all, which made him even more unhappy, but it was not easy to do it. After all, although he hated these prisoners very much, he did not think about lynching, so he could only stare at Ace fiercely, thinking of any way to teach him. Because Ace is a big pirate with a bounty of more than 500 million, he will naturally be locked up on the 6th floor of the Eternal Hell. Hanayabal looked at the very young pirate in front of him and asked curiously, are you the famous Fire Fist? Magellan said, that's good, the Shinigami of the year can only accept his fate obediently, this kid should be better dealt with. Magellan was very surprised when he saw Ace and said, is this the Fire Fist? It's really young enough. It's almost the same as the man back then. This Whitebeard pirate group is really amazing. Everyone in it is so are you capable of it? Ace's hands were handcuffed by sea-stone shackles. It was very difficult to move, but his face was always very cold. From the moment he lost to Blackbeard, he knew that waiting for him would be an unimaginable result. But he never expected that Blackbeard would hand him over to Marine Headquarters, Chapter 255. You said, there are people from our Whitebeard Pirates here? Ace asked. Hearing Ace's words, Hanayabal immediately became excited. He laughed triumphantly. I thought you couldn't speak, you're right, there is indeed a big figure from your Whitebeard Pirates here, and he is still the most dangerous prisoner with the highest bounty in this prison. But Ace didn't believe what he said. Ace snorted coldly and said, I am a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, but why haven't I heard that a companion was caught by your Marine? And according to you, this prison offers a reward to the person with the highest gold, then he should be very famous. If he is really so powerful, why haven't I heard of it? When Hanayabal saw Ace's unbelief, he became anxious. He cried out unhappy, what am I saying to lie to you? What I said is true, and boy, how old are you? That man was caught 10 years ago. You have never heard of him. You must know that he was a big pirate who was much more powerful than you. The bounty alone reached 1 billion Baileys, but the sea is second only to the sea. The super pirate of the 4 emperors. In fact, when Lingyun was imprisoned, neither Magellan nor Hannibal knew much about Lingyun. Later, after Lingyun was imprisoned, they collected information about Lingyun in order to understand Lingyun. Only then did they know the horror of Lingyun. The bounty is second only to the 4 emperors. This alone is enough to prove his horror, not to mention the earth-shattering events he did. According to Magellan, there are still few billion Baileys. Listening to Hannibal's eager words, Ace's brows became more frowning. He had been in the Whitebeard Pirates for 2 years. If the Whitebeard Pirates really had such powerful characters, how could he not know? Boy, you are still the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. You don't even know that man. He is your captain, the son of the heinous Whitebeard, the guy called Shinigami. Hannibal is something you don't know. Appearance. Hearing the name, Shinigami, Ace, who had been frowning, suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed, Shinigami. Hannibal saw Ace's horrified appearance, and immediately said proudly, yes, it is him. I think you should have heard of him. I'll just say, that guy was the most beautiful figure in the Whitebeard Pirates back then. He joined later, and he shouldn't have heard of his name. Of course, Ace had heard of this title, and more than once. The first time he heard of this person was in the East Daxia Sea. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Back then, Ace went to sea from the East Daxia Sea and claimed to be invincible against the East Daxia Sea pirates, but in fact it was not the case. In the East Daxia Sea, he still encountered an opponent and had not defeated it. That was a very low-key pirate group in the East Daxia Sea. Their captain was a man named White. That man, Ace had eaten in his hands. However, although Ace had eaten in White's hands, the other party didn't do anything about him. Instead, he became a friend. Later, his ability to draw on the Grand Line was also a gift from White. Yes, his Mera Mera fruit, it was the gift that White gave him, and then he used the Mera Mera fruit to gain a great reputation, so White is considered to be a very respected predecessor of him. And the first time I heard the title of Shinigami, I heard it from White. The original White was already very powerful in Ace's eyes, but even so, when I mentioned Shinigami, it was full respect and admiration. According to White, the man was incredibly powerful, and he was an extremely loyal man. It's just that White only briefly mentioned a few words and didn't elaborate, but after joining the Whitebeard Pirates, he really knew how powerful Shinigami was, but no one in the Whitebeard Pirates dared mention this person casually, because everyone in the Whitebeard Pirate group knows that this man is the pain in Whitebeard's heart, so they have never mentioned this person in front of Whitebeard. Ace heard the news of Shinigami from the Whitebeard Pirates. It all came from the private discussions of Marco and others. From the description of Marco and others, he knew that Shinigami was in the Whitebeard Pirates. The status of Daxia is definitely not lower than that of Marco, or even higher, and Marco and others still like and respect him very much. Even if he disappeared for 10 years, no one has ever forgotten him. When he was in the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace had always wanted to see what kind of person this man so missed and remembered by Marco and others was, but unfortunately he never saw him. Today, he was in Impel. How could Down hear this man's news? How could he not be shocked? Is it because he was locked here by Marine, so no one has heard from him? This place is isolated from the world. If Shinigami is really locked here, it is indeed impossible for news to spread. However, according to Marco and others, he should be a very powerful person. Even Marine Admiral can't catch him. How could such a character be caught by Marine silently and locked in here? For this, Ace is very curious. In Ace's contemplation, the 6th floor of Eternal Hell finally arrived, and Hannibal escorted Ace into Eternal Hell. This is an extremely quiet place, completely different from what Ace imagined. He originally thought it should be very noisy and dirty, but after he really came in, he realized that it was very quiet, and even the surrounding walkways were better than he thought. It's much cleaner. If it weren't for the 2 rows of iron railings, he wouldn't even think it was like a prison anymore. Go. Seeing Ace stop, Hannibal urged impatiently. He really didn't want to stay in this place. The depression made him breathless. This is why there have been no guards here. The guards can only be outside. If you stay in it all the time, you will go crazy soon, and the mental endurance of these jailers cannot withstand the torture of the Eternal Hell prisoners. Chapter 256. Go in. Brought Ace to a cell, then pushed him in, and chained the chains in the cell to Ace's body. Then Hannibal said, Boy, I advise you to stay in this place safely. 1 month later you left. I don't want you to make any noise during this month. Do you understand? It's a pity that Ace ignored him. He could only snort it uncomfortably, and then he was about to turn around and leave Eternal Hell. But as soon as Hannibal turned around, Eternal Hell, who had been calm, suddenly heard a voice. Hannibal. This voice seemed a bit low and lacking in confidence, but after Hannibal heard this voice, he couldn't help but tremble all over his body and his face change. Not just him. After this voice sounded, Eternal Hell seemed to blow like a pot. Huh, what's the situation? That B*******D actually spoke? It's true, Shinigami, which is spoken once a year, has made an exception. If Hawkeye hadn't come once a year, I would have thought this guy was dead and deaf. Interesting, really interesting. Look at this guy. He scares Hannibal this dog-legged half to death as soon as he opens his mouth, haha. Ace looked at this scene of eternal hell in astonishment. He didn't know what was going on at all. He knew that someone called Hannibale's name suddenly, and then the peaceful eternal hell instantly became lively, because Hannibal was facing him. So he could see clearly, Hannibal's face was very ugly, as if he had been frightened. What happened? After the initial shock, Hannibal quickly recovered. He looked at the lively eternal hell and shouted angrily. Shut up, if anyone dares to speak again, eternal hell will not be allowed to eat for 3 days. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ha ha ha, have you heard that this dog dared to threaten us and not let us eat, are you scared? It's just that Hannibal's prestige is obviously not enough to deter eternal hell's prisoners. After everyone heard his words, they all laughed, and the laughter was full of disdain. Someone yelled, hey, shit, not eating for 3 days can be considered a threat. I think you don't have to give us food anymore. Let us all die, right? Yes, let us starve to death, but if we starve to death, I wonder if the Marine headquarters will let you go? Those Marines are thinking about our treasure. The pirates in the eternal hell are extremely vicious big pirates, but even Marine can't arbitrarily execute the captured pirates. After all, the existence of a prison is to imprison these prisoners. If a pirate is caught, it will be executed. What does the prison do? And for this group of pirates, death is not really terrible. After all, after most people set foot on the path of pirates, life and death are no longer so important, so Marine uses prison to trap it. They restrict their freedom. The pirate without freedom, sometimes it is more painful than death. There is also a very key reason, that is, these pirates basically have countless wealth. Even Marine is very coveted, so they are locked here, one for torture, and the other for their treasure. Of course, there are also many pirates in Impelled Down who are greedy for life and fear of death, using their treasures to redeem their lives. After all, in their opinion, it is better to live than to die. All the reasons added up, let alone Hannibal. Even Magellan has no right to execute prisoners at will, let alone the big pirates in eternal hell, so these prisoners don't pay attention to Hannibal. Hannibal's face was full of anger. He wanted to get angry, but he didn't know who to face. Enough, you all shut up, I'm asking Hannibal if I have something to ask. At this moment, the voice just rang again, with a very cold tone. Although it did not quiet eternal hell, it was much better than just before, but a few people also snorted very uncomfortably. Huh, Shinigami, boy, what qualifications do you have to order us? Do you think your bounty is higher than ours? Don't forget, we are all the same now. If you want to order lousy, you are not qualified. Yes, I think you should be the one who should shut up. Ha ha ha, the younger generations now really don't know how to respect the elderly. If Lousy hadn't been locked up here, the bounty would have been more than 1 billion yuan. Would you still get your kid to be arrogant? Shinigami. Eternal Hell's screams revealed the identity of the speaker. Suddenly, the faces of 2 of the Eternal Hell prisoners change. One was Ace, who had just been locked up, and the other was locked up a few days before Ace. The former 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile of Sand Crocodile. In the cell near the door, Crocodile stood up abruptly, his hands and feet were handcuffed, and he walked to the cell and looked towards the depths of the prison. Edward G. Lingyun, the most outstanding pirate of the Whitebeard Pirates, was imprisoned here. Crocodile was very shocked. He had contact with G. Lingyun twice. He was very impressed with G. Lingyun, but he did not expect that a character like G. Ling 0.6 Yun would be locked here, and it seems it was closed for a long time. Ace was also very shocked. He thought in his heart, Shinigami, this is the man Marco is talking about. Is he really locked here? Am I not qualified? If you think so, then you are wrong, and I am different from you. A faint voice sounded in the Eternal Hell. When the last word was finished, the prisoners of Eternal Hell suddenly felt an astonishing aura erupting, and it swept the entire Eternal Hell in an instant. The prisoners who had just ridiculed them one after another. After going down, there was a bang 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 sound, and at the same time, the entire Eternal Hell instantly became silent, deathly silent, and the needle drop could be heard. Chapter 257. Bah, bah, Conqueror's Hockey, Conqueror's Hockey, someone stammered and screamed, and then everyone screamed in amazement. How is it possible? How can he still use Conqueror's Hockey? The prisoners in Eternal Hell were shocked that Ji Lingyun was able to use such a powerful Conqueror's Hockey. Although the seastone handcuffs would not restrain Hockey, the hands and feet were handcuffed, so they couldn't exert much effort. Not to mention that like Ji Lingyun, the body is penetrated, the important joints of the whole body are blocked, and it is very scary to be alive, not to mention that you can still use Hockey. Hockey is also a kind of strength. Seastone handcuffs are extremely strong. After being handcuffed, the fundamental strength will be limited. Moreover, seastone is comparable to the hardness of a diamond. It is originally difficult to break, let alone being handcuffed. Maybe someone can use force to split the seastone, but few people can destroy the seastone while being handcuffed. Like Ji Lingyun, the joints of the whole body are handcuffed, and the bones of the lute are passed through. He is very strong and can't even use half a minute. The use of Hockey requires strength. If a person is weak to a certain extent, don't even want to use Hockey. This is also the biggest reason why the criminals are not fed up and impelled down, because the criminals cannot maintain their energy. Conqueror's Hockey is even more difficult. It is a kind of courage. Where does a person who is weak enough to have strength come from? Not to mention someone like Ji Lingyun, who has been locked up here for 10 years. Even if Ace, who has just been locked in, he has only been weak for a few days, but let him use Conqueror's Hockey now, he definitely can't use it. But Ji Lingyun was detained for 10 years. At this moment, he used Conqueror's Haki, and instantly stunned the person who had just cursed. How could it not shock everyone? It is hard for them to imagine where Ji Lingyun came from. The strength to do this. After being locked up for 10 years and unable to do any physical exercises, Ji Lingyun put all his experiences on mental exercises, so now he has used Conqueror's Haki to the point of perfection. Confidence. Even if he is the most Haki man in the sea, with the red-haired Shanks in front of him, his Conqueror's Haki will never be inferior. After shaking everyone with Haki, Ji Lingyun said to Hanayabal, come here. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Originally, Hanayabal had a fear of Ji Lingyun, because when Ji Lingyun triggered the Eternal Hell Riot, he was beside him. Because he could not kill Ji Lingyun, the chaos lasted for a long time. For such a long time, long ago he had a fear of Ji Lingyun, and since Ji Lingyun now uses Conqueror's Haki, he is even more afraid to refuse. Hanayabal stepped forward and quickly walked to Ji Lingyun's cell. Because Ji Lingyun's cell was at the deepest point, the cell was dark. Hanayabal was very close, but he could barely see Ji Lingyun's figure, but he could see those eyes very clearly. It was pitch black and bright, as if to absorb the human soul. Hanayabal just glanced at Ji Lingyun's eyes, and said nervously, Hey, Shinigami, what do you want to do? Ji Lingyun asked, Who did you bring in just now? Because he was locked in a cell and unable to move, he only knew that Hanayabal had brought people in, but he couldn't see who it was. However, Crocodile was locked in not long ago, so he thinks it is very likely that he was locked in this time. Ace. Hanayabal replied, It's Fire Fist, Ace. He is also a pirate of your Whitebeard Pirates. Fire Fist, Ace. It really is you. Is it finally here? Ji Lingyun suddenly became excited when he heard that the person being locked in was Ace. He was locked up here for 10 years. It is because of the plot of the original story that he has not given up hope. He waited 10 years and finally at this moment, he knew that the time for him to go out was not far away. Well, it's all about you. You can go, Ji Lingyun said to Hanayabal. Hanayabal was relieved immediately. Ji Lingyun's power was so strong that he didn't want to face it for a second, and immediately speeded up his pace, leading the other jailers to leave quickly. After Hanayabal left, Ji Lingyun suddenly shouted, Fire Fist, Ace. Ace, who was in the cell, was startled when he heard someone call his name, but he quickly recognized who the voice was from, so he asked a little excitedly, Shinigami? Ji Lingyun was also very excited, and asked nervously, I know you have joined our Whitebeard Pirates. Tell me, how is the old man? As soon as Ji Lingyun asked Whitebeard, Ace was even more sure of Ji Lingyun's identity. He quickly replied, Daddy's body has some relapses, but his spirit is still very good, Shinigami, I know 997. You, Marco, they often mention you. Although Dad never mentioned you before, everyone knows that he misses you the most. Hearing these words, Ji Lingyun's heart is very uncomfortable. If you say who is the most sorry person in this world, then it must be Whitebeard. Whitebeard treats him as his own son, but he is not in front of Whitebeard filial piety, on the contrary, made Whitebeard worry about herself. That's good, I'm sorry, I haven't been filial to him for more than 10 years. If it weren't for this damn marine, how could I end up like this? Speaking of the back, Ji Lingyun roared in anger. Following his roar, an astonishing aura burst out from his body. Many weak criminals around were shivering under Ji Lingyun's haki. For Marine, Ji Lingyun is indeed full of hatred. For 10 years, he was imprisoned here for 10 years. There were several 10 years in his life, and it was the most important 10 years in his life. 10 years was wasted. In this dark eternal hell, although he is self-hypnosis every day, the hatred in his heart is getting more and more. He has been waiting for an opportunity to erupt, and now this opportunity is finally coming. Chapter 258, Ace. Ji Lingyun said to Ace, How did you get caught in? Although he knew that Ace was caught by Blackbeard in the original book, but who knows if things will change, so he asked. Ace said, It's Teach. It was Teach's pirates who defeated me and handed me over to Marine headquarters. Teach, it turned out to be that B******D. Hearing Ace's words, Ji Lingyun's face immediately became gloomy. Although he had been looking forward to the day he went out, but when he heard that Teach had defected, his heart was still full of anger, even though he was very angry with Teach from the beginning. Opinion. But the Whitebeard Pirates is not bad to him, but even so, this guy still defected. It can be seen that this guy is born with his brother, but then Ji Lingyun thought of a very important thing. Sachi. How is Sachi? Although it is strange why Ji Lingyun asked Sachi when he heard that Blackbeard had defected, Ace still replied. Sachi was attacked by Teach and was almost killed. Fortunately, his cry later attracted the attention of others, so he was not killed by Teach, but even if he saved his life, he also broke a hand. Hearing that Sachi had not been killed, Ji Lingyun was relieved. Teach defected. He was not surprised. Fortunately, Sachi was not killed. It seems likely that he had saved Sachi's snow fruit. In the end, Sachi was one of the few people in the Whitebeard Pirates who had the best relationship with him. Teach got dark fruit, right? Ji Lingyun asked Ace again. Ace was very surprised. He heard that Ji Lingyun had been locked up here for 10 years, but Blackbeard had defected some time ago. How did Ji Lingyun know that something happened to Saki? He also knew that Blackbeard was for dark fruit. All made him feel very puzzled. How did you know that Teach got dark fruit? Ace asked his doubts. Ji Lingyun snorted coldly. From the day Teach joined our pirate group, I knew he had a ghost in his heart. The reason why he joined our pirate group was for the dark fruit. Once he got the fruit, he would definitely defect. That's why I guessed it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Your Mara fruit is very capable, but dark fruit is the nemesis of the capable, so you will be defeated, which is excusable, but that guy actually handed you over to Marine. Dad started it. What? Hearing Ji Lingyun's words, Ace's face changed drastically, and he asked in horror. What did you say? Teach that B********* D is going to attack Dad? How did you know? The one who came to Nine Snake Island to invite Hancock was Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General. Flying squirrels didn't want to come, because it's a well-known thing that Hancock doesn't get close to Marine, and this woman is powerful and unreasonable. It takes her strength to fight and can't fight. This is completely a chore, but he can only follow Sengoku's orders. In order to be able to deal with the Whitebeard Pirates, Marine forcibly summoned 7 warlords of the sea, and also sent Marine generals to invite them. Hydra Island is located in the first half of the Grand Line, surrounded by the Calm Belt. The natural geographical environment has kept Hydra Island in an isolated environment for hundreds of years, but this day, it has become unstable. What should I do? If it was himself, Ace was not afraid of death, but he was very worried when he was implicated in the Whitebeard Pirates. Though that guy Teach is gloomy, but he wants to be against the old man, he is still too far away. Ji Lingyun said, there is no other choice, but you can rest assured, I have already guessed this situation, so I already have a way to deal with it, and you will know it by then. He knows very well that unless he can escape, he will have a chance. Otherwise, even if he lets people talk, it will have no effect. Once Ace is executed, Whitebeard will come anyway, and he will let people bring him. If he said that, it would let Whitebeard know that he was locked up by Marine, which would be even more troublesome. Ji Lingyun said, there is no way, unless we can escape before you are publicly executed, there is no way at all. Ace heard Ji Lingyun's words, although he wanted to know very urgently in his heart, but Ji Lingyun couldn't help it. I'm going to be publicly executed in a month, what should I do? Ace heard that Whitebeard might be in trouble, and was extremely anxious, wishing to fly out now. Flying squirrels gritted their teeth and headed to Hydra Island. Because Hydra Island is located in the Calm Belt, flying squirrels need to pass through the Calm Belt to reach Hydra Island. But even with the Seastone bottom, flying squirrels still dare not take it lightly. Ace didn't believe it very much at first, but when he recalled Blackbeard's approach and his forbearing character, he felt that this possibility was very high, so he couldn't help getting very nervous, but then he was full of confidence in Whitebeard. Marine invites Shichibukai in different ways. Shichibukai, like Rambo, who is closer to Marine. Sengoku just sent a random person to invite, while the other Shichibukai are all rebellious generations, and all of them are amazing. The people Sengoku invited were all Marine lieutenant generals. Ji Lingyun coldly snorted. It's not as simple as you think. Why do you think Blackbeard handed you to the Marine headquarters? His purpose is to provoke a war between the Marine headquarters and our Whitebeard Pirates. I will reap the benefits of the fisherman. No one knows him better than I. Ji Lingyun said in a cold tone. A person like Teach doesn't make a move. Once he makes a move, he will aim for his ultimate goal, and there is only one goal for him, and that is the position of the old man. Eternal Hell is very mixed. If they are in the same cell, they can still speak frankly, but they are separated by several cells. If they say everything, they will be known by others, so Ji Lingyun shut up. Chapter 259. Sister, it's time for Marine's compulsory summoning. They have dispatched Lieutenant General Marine Flying Squirrel, waiting for you outside. Are you going? In Nine Snake Island, Hancock's sister, Sonda Sonia asked Hancock. Hancock sat on the throne, underneath her 2 younger sisters, and a short old woman sitting next to him, who was the former emperor, Guro Lyosa, whom Ji Lingyun had met. Hancock hasn't answered yet. Guro Lyosa hurriedly said, Hancock, this time it's Marine's mandatory call. If you don't go, it is likely to cause Marine's unhappiness, which will be very unfavorable to our Nine Snake Island. No matter what it is for once, you must go. Humph. Hancock snorted coldly, and said disdainfully. What's the fear? I accept Shichibukai's position only because of helplessness. I want me to serve them. What I think is beautiful. Tell that Lieutenant General. Say that I am not well, so I won't go. Hancock. Seeing Hancock's refusal without hesitation, Guro Lyosa's face changed suddenly, but before she could say something to persuade her, Hancock suddenly rushed to her and kicked her into the air with great force, directly. Kick her out of the palace. It's really annoying. 740. I want my concubine to help Marine, delusional, unless they release Lingyun brother. No, even if Lingyun brother is released, I will never help them, except for Lingyun brother. Others make the concubine feel sick. For Marine, Hancock didn't have the slightest affection, let alone they arrested Ji Lingyun, so she never went to Marine's call. No matter who Marine sent, she didn't give any face. Sonia, go and tell the Marine where he comes from and where to go back, Hancock told her sister. Although Sonda Sonia was also a little worried, she had always followed Hancock's orders the most, so she did not hesitate to execute Hancock's orders. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Sonda Sonia led someone to see the flying squirrel and directly stated the purpose. Sorry, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, my sister is unwell, not suitable for long journeys, so I won't go this time. It's just because I'm feeling unwell, I just believe it, and the tone of Sonda Sonia's tone doesn't seem to be embarrassing at all. On the contrary, it's a triumphant expression. When Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel heard these words, his mind was immediately depressed. As a result, He was not surprised at all, but he knew that the Marines who had been invited before were all directly beaten back by the 9 snakes and pirates. This time it can be regarded as a calm refusal, and it has been regarded as very face-to-face. If it's normal, it's fine, but this time it's a big deal. Sengoku gave him a death order, so the flying squirrel will naturally not back down. He said in a deep voice, this time it's a big deal. If you don't follow, you will be deprived of Shichibukai's position directly. Sanda Sonia snorted coldly and said, want to threaten us? Don't waste your effort, you think we are. And many more. Just when Sanda Sonia was about to speak rudely, an old voice suddenly sounded. Sunda Sonia looked behind her in astonishment, and saw the old Guro Lyosa approaching. She suddenly frowned and said, why are you here? Up. Guro Lyosa coldly snorted, if I'm not coming, will you bring disaster to 9 Snake Island? Hancock can punch and kick Guro Lyosa, very disrespectful, but Sanda Sonia and the others do not have the courage. She frowned and said, but sister's order. Guro Lyosa waved his hand and said, well, this matter is well known in the body and mind. Guro Lyosa asked Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, right? The old man is the elder of 9 Snake Island. If you have anything to say to the old man, what do you Marine want to do this time? Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel looked at Guro Lyosa and the people around the Hydra Pirates. He knew that this old woman was not easy, so he said, we Marine is doing a major business, and Shichibukai must be in place. This is an order issued by Marshal Sengoku himself. If anyone fails, he will be deprived of the title of Shichibukai, and he will become an enemy of Marine and be conquered by Marine. Guro Lyosa heard what the flying squirrel meant, and was very determined, with no room for negotiation at all. She replied, well, let us give us a while. Then, we will definitely go. How? Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel thought for a while and then said, okay, but I'm waiting for you for half a month at most. If you still don't agree after half a month, then I can only leave. Has half a month? Enough. Guro Lyosa nodded and said affirmatively. In addition to Hancock, Hawkeye and others also received Marine's order. Hawkeye didn't say anything and nodded in agreement. However, he did not follow Marine's people but said that he would arrive at the specified time. Bartholomew Kuma also agreed, and Blackbeard would naturally not object because he planned this matter. Doflamingo teased the Marine who came to invite him, but still agreed to go. After learning everything, Jinbei was very angry and prepared to go to Marine headquarters to persuade him. Since then, except for Hancock's undecided decision, the rest of Shichibukai are heading towards Marine headquarters. Rambo was the first to arrive at Marine's headquarters. The reason why he chose to come early was to express his attitude, and secondly, because Marine is now in trouble and it is right for him to investigate Shinigami Blade. He thinks he is so positive, Sengoku and others will definitely not doubt, let alone restrict his actions. It is the best time for him to look for the Shinigami Blade. When I came to the Marine headquarters again, Lambert felt that the atmosphere was very wrong. The ordinary people on the Marine Vatican had begun to retreat quickly. The ferry was full of ships, carrying groups of people. At the same time, the Marine of the Marine headquarters, the soldier's aura is also much more serious than before. Although his popularity is less, his aura has become more dignified. Chapter 260. It seems that Marine really intends to fight to the death with the Whitebeard Pirates. Seeing the atmosphere at the Marine headquarters, Rambo knew that Marine was ready for a battle, and he was even more anxious. Although he has nothing to do with the Whitebeard Pirates, Ji Lingyun is a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, so once the fight started, he knew that Ji Lingyun would be very anxious. What he can do now is to find Ji Lingyun's Shinigami Blade as soon as possible. After arriving at Marine headquarters, Rambo went directly to see Sengoku. Sengoku didn't expect Rambo to come so early, but he was still very pleased and said, you are here, and other people have not yet come. You can wait here for a while now. When everyone else is here, we are discussing. Rambo nodded and said, no problem, but are you Marine really ready to fight the Whitebeard Pirates? Sengoku said, if you are not ready, you will not be called. This time, things are extraordinary, so you have to be prepared. While the two were chatting, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open and Kizaru walked in, but he saw that there was still Rambo in the office, and when the words reached his lips, he suddenly stopped. Sengoku saw Kizaru and immediately knew what he was going to say, so he asked, is it done? Kizaru nodded and said, it's ready and ready to use anytime. That's good. Sengoku nodded, then said to Kizaru, Perusalino, you take him. Before Sengoku had finished speaking, another person rushed in and eagerly shouted, Marshal Sengoku, it's not good, something happened to the Chambord Islands. Sengoku frowned and asked, something happened? What happened to the Chambord Islands? Now is the critical moment, so no matter what happens, it will make people very nervous, even Sengoku is no exception. The Marine soldier who came replied, there have been more than a dozen new pirate stars with a bounty of more than 100 million in Chambord Islands, but someone made trouble at the auction house in Chambord Islands and attacked celestial dragons, a world nobleman. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. What? Sengoku's face changed, and he furiously said, who attacked celestial dragons? It's the Straw Hat Pirates headed by Straw Hat Luffy, the Kid Pirates headed by Eustace Kid, and the Red Heart Pirates headed by Trafalgar Law are on the scene. The Straw Hat Pirates, the auction scene was in chaos, because the opponents to face are the 3 Supernova Pirates, so I asked for support. In order to deal with the Whitebeard Pirates, elite Marines from all over the world gathered at Marine headquarters to prepare for pre-war special training, so even in the adjacent Chambord Islands, there are not too many elite soldiers, let alone deal with them. A supernova with a bounty of hundreds of millions. Sengoku yelled angrily, these damn kids, it happens at this time. I took a deep breath. If it is normal time, Sengoku would not put these supernovae in its eyes at all, but now is a special time. If it is not handled well, it will cause great turbulence, so it must be handled carefully. Sengoku thought for a while and then said, also, if you are willing to shoot, that would be great. You can kill the other pirates, but the Straw Hat Luffy can only be captured alive. Rambo chuckled. I'm not a murderous madman, I just go to kill people if I have nothing to do, I just go to see it, of course, if they make me upset, I don't mind sending them to hell. Sengoku looked at Kizaru. Now both Aokiji and Akainu are preparing for the battle, so they can't spare time to deal with such a thing. Kizaru just finished the work, and Kizaru is fast, so he can quickly reach the Chambord Islands. Although the marine soldiers in the Chambord Islands are not weak, the three of Luffy are pirates with hundreds of millions of bounty. Even if they are placed in the current world of pirates, they are also extremely outstanding. Naturally, these are not even the major generals. Marine soldiers can deal with it. Rambo said, anyway, the staff hasn't arrived. It's boring for me to stay here alone. I heard that there are a lot of great newcomers in this session. It just happens to be fine now. Let's see if these newcomers are really that great. Only the people of Chambord Islands know how crazy it is to attack celestial dragons in Chambord Islands. In this world, people who dare to attack celestial dragons and can retreat without being born. Admiral's power is too terrifying. When I came to the Chambord Islands, I still don't know what kind of destruction it will cause. Kizaru understood Sengoku's eyes. He stood up and said, well, I happen to be fine, so let's go check it out, and just test our secret weapon to see if it's really that powerful. After speaking, Rambo followed Kizaru to the Chambord Islands. Luffy and others attacked the population auction site. After rescuing the mermaid, they immediately tried to retreat, but they were blocked by the marine outside. So Luffy, Eustace Kid and Trafalgar Law began to confront the marine outside, launched an attack. In fact, the reason why Rambo wanted to go to Chambord Islands was to meet Luffy. He went to look for it before, but he didn't find it. He didn't expect it to be delivered now, so of course he wanted to see if Luffy was real, capable. Kizaru chuckled at this time and said, assaulted celestial dragons. According to the regulations, Marine Admiral was asked to take part. At this time, the #1 island of the Chambord Islands was indeed chaotic. The three of the celestial dragons family were attacked at the same time, making the people on the #1 island scared to run as far as possible. If you don't mind, let me join in the fun too, how about? When Kizaru was preparing to act, Rambo suddenly interjected. Sengoku looked at Rambo in surprise, and asked, why are you interested? The three quickly cleared the marine that blocked them, and then separated and fled. Luffy followed Rayleigh to Shachi's hold-up bar, while Luo and Kid fled in other directions. Sengoku nodded and said, well, just a few new star pirates. If you go out, there will be no problem. Waiting for your good news. Chapter 261 Kid and Luo's escape direction is the same. Both of them know that Marine Admiral is coming, so they both want to escape from Chambord Islands as soon as possible. After all, although Marine Admiral has never seen it, their power is once in the world. It was shown in the live broadcast that they did not dare to fight Marine Admiral at all. However, the two of them escaped some distance, and they were stopped by others. It was Shichibukai who came from Marine Headquarters, Rambo, Sword Demon, although Kizaru also brought other pacifists, but Rambo wanted to see Luffy first, so he took the first step, but he didn't find Luffy, but met Kid and Luo. You are? Eustace Kid saw Rambo, his expression suddenly changed. Although Rambo has been low-key these years, he is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Most people have seen pictures of him even if they have not seen him. Moreover, he is very young, so he is relatively easy to recognize. Luo Chen said, Shichibukai, Sword Demon, why does he appear here? Although there is only one person in Rambo, Kid and Luo didn't dare to care about it. Although this person is almost like him, it is 7 warlords of the sea, standing on the heights of the pirates, and they are not weak, but it's just a fledgling star pirate. After seeing Kid and Luo, Rambo frowned. When he was heading to the Chambord Islands, he had already learned from Kizaru about the supernovae gathered in the Chambord Islands. He came to see Luffy, but just seeing Kid and Luo, I was naturally a little disappointed. Where is Luffy in the Straw Hat? Although he said he was here to catch these pirates, his target was Luffy, so he didn't have much interest in Kid and Luo. However, he was not interested in Kid and Ro. Kid and Ro thought differently. Rambo was not surprised when he saw them. Instead, he asked Luffy. This gave both Kid and Ro a kind of the feeling of being underestimated as very upset in my heart. I've heard of the name Sword Demon for a long time. It is said that you are the youngest among Shichibukai. I didn't expect to meet you in the Chambord Islands today. It's really interesting. I just don't know if you are as powerful as the rumors. Kid stared at Rambo with bright eyes, his eyes full of warfare. Although Luo on the other side is not as hot as Kid's performance, he also put his posture and showed his attitude. Rambo glanced at the two pirates faintly. He wanted to see Luffy the most now, and then to see if Luffy had the ability to save Lingyun, so naturally he didn't want to waste time here. Rambo said, Eustace Kid, Trafalgar Law, although you two are also supernovas among the pirates, but now I am not interested in you. Tell me, where's Luffy in the Straw Hat now? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The more he said this, the more upset Kid was. His bounty was higher than Luffy, but Rambo said he was not interested in him. This was a great shame to him, who was always proud. Luffy and the Straw Hat didn't see it, but you don't need to find him, Kid said coldly. A cold light flashed in Rambo's eyes and asked, "You mean you are not going to tell me?" Kid said, "No, I mean, you will die soon to find him." Ha ha. Rambo laughed, he heard Kid's meaning, so his eyes became very cold, and he said coldly, "What a crazy tone, just a new star pirate, do you really think that he is strong enough to disregard everything? This is the Grand Line, not your little South Daxia Sea." When Kira retreated, the rest of the Kid Pirates quickly surrounded Rambo, and then launched an attack at the same time. The person who rushed to Rambo was another pirate from the Kid Pirates who offered a bounty of over 100 million yuan, the Killing Warrior. Kira of the 11 Supernova. His weapon was 2 scimitars, which he swung, formed a dazzling sword light, completely shrouded Rambo in it. As long as one of the swords slashed, it would directly be able to split a person in half. Luo and his men on the other side didn't make a move, but watched with interest the Kid Pirates and Rambo against each other. Luo has been standing by and watching the battle, so he can see very clearly, Rambo not only repelled Kira with a sword, but also left a wound on his shoulder. The subsequent attack killed 6 people. He also just barely saw Rambo's movements. Sword Demon is the youngest among Shichibukai, but I heard that he is very strong and is one of the most famous swordsmen in the sea. This may be a very interesting contest. What a weird attack. Luo waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, Kid is not very confident, let him try the strength of the Sword Demon first, and when he can't beat it, we won't be too late." 4.6 After hearing Rambo's cold snort, he moved abruptly, like a ghost, rushing in front of one of the pirates of the Kid Pirates, and then rushing in front of the other pirate, moving quickly like this. "That also depends on how good you are, Kira," Kid suddenly shouted. "Humph." Luo's pirate asked, "Captain, shall we not do it?" In an instant, there was really only a few seconds. Among the pirates besieging Rambo, 6 of them sprayed a large amount of bloodline on their bodies, screaming and falling down, and at this moment, they retreated quickly. Kira only just stood firm. Puff puff, he is a very calm person. Rambo's ability to become Shichibukai naturally shows his extraordinary strength. Although he also believes that the Kid Pirates is not weak, he still thinks it is impossible to defeat Rambo now. An agile body quickly rushed out from behind him, very fast, and it was in front of Rambo in a few blinks. The light of the sword in Kira enveloped Rambo, and he was about to hack Rambo to death. But at this moment, Rambo suddenly pulled out the sword, and saw a bright blue sword light up, instantly killing G. The light of the sword shattered, and then Kira groaned and retreated quickly. When Kira started his hand, except for Kid, the rest of the Kid Pirates also followed Kira. If Kira's attack did not work, they would make up for it. This is their pirates. The regiment's way of fighting. Chapter 262 Kid's face also changed wildly. He didn't expect Rambo to be so terrifying. Just to face, he injured Kira, and also killed 6 of his men. The strange attack and speed, even if it was he was shocked when he saw it. "Kira, are you okay?" Kid came to Kira and asked nervously. Kira shook her head, pointed to the scar on her shoulder, and said, "It's just a skin injury." Because Kira is wearing a mask, he can't see his expression, implying that his tone is very solemn. "Kid, he is too strong, and the speed is too fast, you have to be careful, he is what we have met so far. The strongest person ever." The Kid Pirates set out all the way from the South Daxia Sea and entered the Grand Line. They were very well known in the Grand Line, but it was the first time they saw a terrifying opponent like Rambo. When Kira and Kid were talking, the other pirates of the Kid Pirates were beaten by Rambo very miserably, and several people died. Not only that, the other people 14 were scared by Rambo. Keep retreating, because after Rambo fights, his momentum continues to rise, and if the ghost is normal, the tricks are terrifying. "Kid, we can't go on any longer, let's do it, otherwise we can't stop him at all," Kira said to Kid. The other pirates of the Kid Pirates are simply lambs to be slaughtered in front of Rambo, let alone a counterattack. It would be good to be able to save their lives. If Kira and Kid don't take action, everyone will probably have to do it, was finished. On. Kid is also a decisive person. These pirate groups are the guarantee for him to cross the sea in the future, but he can't let Rambo slaughter him, so he screamed and shot at the same time as Kira. Kira quickly rushed towards Rambo. He was in close combat, so he had to be close to Rambo to be effective. Kid used his abilities behind him, and the weapons on the ground quickly gathered towards him. Rambo waved the sword in his hand, just about to kill the pirate in front of him, suddenly felt a suction force attracting the sword in his hand. He wrinkled his expression, kicked the pirate with one foot, and then looked surprised. After Kid, I saw so many weapons flying towards Kid, and both of Kid's arms became huge arms composed of metal weapons. The capable? Rambo's eyes were relieved that this little suction power was not enough to suck his weapon away, but Kid's ability made him a little interested. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ding. Rambo moved the sword in his hand to the top of his head, just to block Kira's double sword, and made a clear sound. Then he squeezed the sword in his hand and waved it quickly. Sneak attack is not a good behavior. The cold words came from Rambo's mouth, and then he saw his cold eyes. Kira was shocked. At this time, Rambo was full of vitality. His eyes were like evil spirits, devouring Kira madly. Clang clang clang. The sound of swords and swords continued to sound, and Kira couldn't stop Rambo's attack at all, and was forced to retreat. Not only that, Rambo, who entered the attack mode, attacked faster and stronger and stronger. Kira was almost out of breath. Kira's eyes showed a look of horror. He was overwhelmed by Rambo's attack and momentum. He might be defeated before long, so he yelled eagerly, "Kid!" Without Kira yelling, Kid had also found that Kira was about to be unable to hold on. He was shocked in his heart. He knew Kira's strength. The bounty of more than 100 million was not a mess. Even if he thought it would take a long time to defeat Kira, but this Rambo could push Kira to this level in only a few tens of seconds, which is really terrifying. Go to hell! Kid yelled. Two huge metal arms made up of metal weapons smashed against Rambo. The arms were very huge. If they were hit, it would be troublesome. However, Rambo gave a cold snort, let go of Kira directly, and slashed the huge metal arm with a vengeance, and suddenly a blue blade appeared, slashing on the metal arm. There was a loud noise. Boom! Under Rambo's slash, the metal arm exploded. The metal objects were scattered everywhere, but Rambo's attack did not stop. Then he slashed another metal arm, and the metal arm cut to pieces. Kid, be careful. I saw Rambo turn into a black shadow and quickly rushed to Kid, because Kid was still shocked that Rambo had easily defeated his ability just now, so the reaction did not keep up, waiting for him to react. At that time, Rambo and the sword in his hand had already appeared in front of him. He was full of amazement and wanted to avoid it, but found that no matter how far he dodges from that angle, it is impossible to avoid Rambo's sword. Room abattoir. At this critical moment, he suddenly uttered a low drink, and saw that Luo, who had not moved 560, used the ability of Op Fruit to exchange Kid with a stone, and Rambo's sword stabbed on the stone. The blade broke the stone directly. Kid, are you okay? Kid appeared in front of Luo, listening to Luo's tone with a little ridicule. His face became very ugly, and he said coldly, "Who makes you nosy, Trafalgar?" Luo smiled and said, "Hey, Kid is the master. If I didn't save you just now, you might have died under the sword of the sword demon. Why don't you not thank me, but still have this tone?" Kid said uncomfortably. "Who wants you to save? I can avoid his attack without your help. It's your nosy." Luo smiled and shook his head and said, Okay, it's me who is nosy, but now it's useless to say this. You have also seen how powerful this guy is, isn't he? Why don't we join hands?" Kid's complexion was gloomy. Although it was only a few minutes, he could see that it was impossible to defeat Rambo with his pirate group alone, but he didn't want to be subdued, so he snorted coldly. "Whatever you want, anyway. I must kill the guy." Chapter 263. Room abattoir. Luo used Op Fruit's ability to pass the men behind him directly in front of Rambo, and then his men punched Rambo and smashed them. At the same time, Kid and Kira were also acting. The two swords pulled were very flexible, just like flexible scalpels. Kid also used the fruit ability again, and two huge metal arms moved towards Rambo. Facing the siege of 3 people in an instant, and Luo's gaze was still on the side, Rambo's situation seemed very dangerous. Facing the siege of everyone, Rambo didn't change his expression at all. Instead, his eyes were getting colder and colder. He waved the sword in his hand, the light of the sword flickered, and even knocked back all those who were besieging him with one move, rushed towards Kid. Clang clang clang. Kid's abilities are very powerful, so the huge metal arm is swung very easily by him. Although Rambo's speed is extremely fast, there is no way to attack Kid quickly through the metal arm. When a few people played against each other, Luo did not relax. Instead, he attacked Rambo from the side from time to time. His Op Fruit ability was more powerful, and Rambo didn't dare to be careless, so he couldn't beat Rambo in the fastest time. Kid them. The Kid Pirate Group and the Red Heart Pirate Group are very powerful. If the two pirate groups join forces, even if Rambo is strong, it is difficult to clean them up for a while. The two sides have fought for a long time, but as time goes by, the difference is reflected. Rambo has become more and more courageous, while Kid and Luo have become more and more difficult to resist Rambo's offensive, and their momentum has become more and more weak. According to this situation, they may soon be unable to hold on and be defeated by Rambo. And while they were fighting, Marine Admiral Kizaru finally came to the Chambord Islands and launched an attack on the supernovae on the Chambord Islands. Under Kizaru's powerful ability, these supernovae with a bounty of over 100 million did not fight back. The force was easily broken by Kizaru one by one. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After Kizaru defeated these supernovas, he began to look for the whereabouts of the Straw Hat Pirates. At this time, the Straw Hat Pirates were beaten badly by the pacifists. When Kizaru found them, they had already been beaten, exhausted. Just when Kizaru was about to kill the Straw Hat Pirates, the Pluto of the Roger Pirates suddenly appeared. The Pluto Rayleigh's strength is naturally strong and terrifying. Although he is getting older, he is after all the man who crossed the sea. Wanting to kill someone in front of him, obviously there is no chance, and he is stuck tightly by Rayleigh. But Kizaru was blocked, but another powerful character came, and that was Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The appearance of the bear was undoubtedly worse, and the Straw Hat Pirates fell directly into despair. At this time, the battle between Rambo and Kid came to an end. Although Kid and Luo were not weak, they were still not Rambo's opponents. Both groups were defeated by Rambo, but Rambo did not kill them. When defeating Luo and Kid, Rambo looked in another direction. He could feel a few powerful auras appearing there. If he guessed correctly, it should be Kizaru who found the Straw Hat Pirates. So he didn't care about Kid and Luo who had been defeated, and rushed directly in that direction. Kid and Luo both looked gloomy and watched Rambo Yang go away. Although they were beaten badly, they did not lose their combat effectiveness, and they were prepared desperately, but who thought that Rambo did not follow them desperately? I gave up on them directly. This guy dares to look down upon us. Kid's face was extremely gloomy. After he came out of the South Daxia Sea, he hadn't encountered any strong opponents along the way. Rambo was the strongest opponent he had ever encountered, and Luo and the others could not match him, and he was the most unhappy. Yes, Rambo didn't put them in his eyes, he just threw them away and went after Luffy, the Straw Hat. Luo Z said, "Sure enough, it is Shichibukai. It is really powerful and terrifying. His swordsmanship is really amazing. If you fight against him, you will be involuntarily affected by her aura, and you will be frightened." Luo is also a man who has experienced many battles. When he was under Doflamingo, he was very knowledgeable, but it was the first time he met a swordsman like Rambo. The longer the battle, the more in his heart. Fear even gave birth to an unmatched feeling. Kid hummed. "If I see you next time, I will take his head." This is the first time Kid has encountered such a big setback, so he vowed to keep it in his heart, and one day in the future, he must take revenge. For Kid's words, Luo just smiled disdainfully. Rambo is about the same size as them, but much stronger than them. They will improve, but they will also improve. It will be very difficult to defeat Rambo. Rambo and Luffy swiftly moved towards where Kizaru and the others were. He was afraid that Kizaru would kill Luffy in the Straw Hat. After all, Luffy is the person who fits what Lingyun said best, and the 4-year period has arrived. Whitebeard Pirates and Marine are about to go to war. No matter from which point of view, this is Lingyun's best chance to escape from prison, so he will be so anxious. However, when Rambo rushed to the battlefield, he found that the Straw Hat Pirates had been destroyed by Bartholomew Kuma. "Kizaru, what the hell is going on?" Rambo looked very ugly, seeing Luffy right in front of him, but he was still a step late, which made him full of anger. Kizaru saw Rambo coming, shrugged helplessly, and said, "No way, I'm about to catch Luffy the Straw Hat." I didn't expect the bear to appear at this time and use the ability to shoot all the people in the Straw Hat Pirates. Only he knows where they're now. Kizaru was actually very angry. If there was no bear, Luffy and the Straw Hat would be caught by him. But the bear saved Luffy and the others at a critical moment, if it weren't because the bear was Shichibukai and was important to Marine's experiment. In terms of S*X, he might already have done it. Chapter 264. Bear. Rambo turned his head and looked at Bartholomew Kuma, and saw the bear standing there calmly, expressionless, which made him very uncomfortable. The bear is definitely one of the most difficult Shichibukai. You never know he is there. Think of something. However, it is a matter of whether Lingyun can escape the impel down event. Even if Rambo didn't want to do anything with the bear, he walked up to the bear and asked coldly, "Where did you send the Straw Hat, Luffy?" Shang looked at Rambo and said lightly, "Send him where he should go." "It seems that you don't intend to say it." Rambo's eyes glowed with cold light, and a strong sword intent radiated from him. Rayleigh, who hadn't left yet, saw Rambo and said in surprise, "So strong sword intent, he should be one of Shichibukai's sword demon." Although Rambo's reputation is not as great as Hawkeye's, he is definitely ranked among the world's swordsmen. Rayleigh has naturally heard of his name, but it was the first time I saw him. Kizaru also looked at Rambo unexpectedly. Rambo would actually ask the bear for Marine's sake. Seeing Rambo's momentum getting stronger and stronger, the bear also took off his gloves, but Kizaru didn't mean to stop him at all. Although the two of them are Shichibukai, 923, he doesn't like either of them. Anyway, they fight. It's not their Marine's loss. But just when Kizaru thought they were going to do something, Rambo suddenly put away his aura and said faintly, "Bear, I think we need to talk separately, what do you think?" Rambo's behavior not only made Kizaru strange, even if he was a bear, his face was inexplicable. He really couldn't keep up with Rambo's changes. He just looked like he was going to do something, and he wanted to talk in the next second. This made him very confused, not knowing what Rambo meant. The bear wanted to refuse, but he suddenly saw Rambo cast a look at him from an angle that no one else could see. Although he didn't understand what the look meant, he thought for a while and said, "It is good." Seeing Rambo and Shang leave one after another, Kizaru was really confused. He didn't understand what these two people meant. "Rayleigh, do you want to continue now?" Kizaru said to Rayleigh. "Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi." Rayleigh chuckled and said, "I'm old and I don't have much strength anymore. I just want to be an ordinary person, but if someone doesn't want to let me go, I won't catch it." Kizaru frowned slightly. He thought he wanted to take Rayleigh down, but after a fight just now, he knew that he couldn't take Rayleigh down by himself. If you want to catch Rayleigh, you must at least 2 Marine Admiral. This is still in the case of Rayleigh not running away, but now that the war is about to come, how can Marine fight for Rayleigh? "If you don't fight, then I will leave." Kizaru could only watch Rayleigh leave, then snorted uncomfortably, and was about to go back to Marine headquarters and tell Sengoku what happened here. As for how Sengoku handled it, it wasn't his business. Rambo took the bear to a deserted place. After stopping, the bear asked directly, "You came here with me, what do you want to talk to me?" "Straw Hat Luffy," Rambo said. Shang replied, "I said, I won't tell you where he is." Rambo said, "Bear, although I don't know what your relationship is with that Straw Hat Luffy, I can see that you saved him on purpose, and I will not hurt him. I look for him, it is important. Thing. I don't know what you are talking about, and I don't know where he is now," Shang replied calmly. Rambo's eyes flickered, and he said solemnly, "Everyone who joins Shichibukai has its own purpose. Hawkeye is for fear of trouble, Doflamingo is for ambition, and everyone else has their own purpose. But I have never felt that you have any purpose, but that's it. It is even more suspicious, just like you saved the Straw Hat Pirates. If it wasn't for your relationship with them, I believe you would not risk offending Marine. The risk of the headquarters is to save people. Shang's expression remained unchanged, and he asked, then what is your purpose, Sword Demon? Rambo said, I naturally have my purpose. Although it may be different from you, I will never hurt the Straw Hat Luffy. I have very important things to find him. I can use my kendo as a guarantee. For a swordsman, kendo is the most important thing. Rambo can guarantee with his kendo. This is indeed sincere. But even so, Shang is reluctant to tell. He said, I'm sorry, I won't tell. Rambo heard this, holding the weapon expressionlessly, and slowly said, there was once a person who saved my life and my father's life, so I vowed to use all my abilities to repay him. Now he is trapped there, so I must rescue him. Shang frowned and said, what do you want to say? Rambo said, he once said that someone might be able to help him escape, so I will save him no matter what. I will not let my benefactor be trapped in a dark place like impelled down for the rest of my life, even if it's not hesitating to take my life. Impelled down? After Shang heard impelled down, his expression changed, because he was no stranger to this place. One of his comrades in arms was kept there, and impelled down was Marine's prison, but Rambo said his benefactor was kept there. Does that mean that? Shang's face showed a rare expression of surprise, and asked, you joined Shichibukai to save people from impelled down? Rambo said, yes, I joined Shichibukai to save my benefactor, Hias Shinigami, Edward G. Lingyun. The reason I tell you is because if you don't tell me the answer, today you and I will only one person can leave here, so it's not important to leak. Having said that, Rambo drew his own sword. He had also heard of Bartholomew Kuma's ability, so after drawing the sword, his eyes were fixed on the bear's hands. Chapter 265. And many more. Just as Rambo was about to take action, the bear suddenly screamed, and then asked, you said the person you want to save is Shinigami, the super pirate of the Whitebeard Pirates 10 years ago, Edward G. Lingyun? Rambo's movements stagnated, squinting his eyes and asked, do you know? Shang said, of course, I know who is the most beautiful in the sea 10 years ago, it must be him. Shinigami's name resounds throughout the sea, but he disappeared 10 years ago. Is it really just like you? Say, was caught by Marine and locked up in impelled down prison? Rambo said, since you want to know, then I will not hide it from you. Yes, he was indeed caught by Marine. He was seriously injured when he was compared with Hawkeye, so he was caught by Marine. It has been impelled down for 10 years. Shang sighed. No wonder I haven't heard of him in 10 years. I didn't expect him to be caught by Marine. I can tell you the whereabouts of Straw Hat Luffy. Suddenly, Shang turned around and said, what did you say? Rambo looked at the bear in surprise, not understanding what the bear meant. The bear said, I can tell you the whereabouts of Luffy, but you have to help me. Rambo asked, what made you change your mind? Shang said, that's what you said, Shinigami. Why? Rambo asked. As far as he knew, Shang didn't seem to have any intersection with Ji Lingyun. Shang replied, I did save the Straw Hat Pirates deliberately and sent Straw Hat Luffy to a place, but I didn't dare to guarantee that the place was safe before, but now, if you know Shinigami, everything there is no problem. Rambo still didn't understand. What are you trying to say? Just make it clear. Shang said, because I also need your help, I sent the Straw Hat Luffy to the island of 9 Snakes in the Calm Belt. 9 Snake Island is the 9 Snake Island where the pirate Empress Boa Hancock is located. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. As Shichibukai, Rambo is naturally not unfamiliar with Hancock. Although he has not seen it so far, he also knows that the pirate Empress seems to have a close relationship with Ji Lingyun. Shang replied, yes, it is there. There is Calm Belt. Marine can't find it there. He can temporarily get safety there, but it is the territory of the pirate Empress. So if he provokes the pirate Empress, he will be very dangerous, since you have a relationship with Shinigami. You should know that his relationship with the pirate Empress is unusual. I hope you can ensure the safety of Straw Hat Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy is the son of Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. As a member of the Revolutionary Army, Shang naturally wants to protect the son of Dragon, so he will reveal where Luffy is, because he can see that Rambo is not lying. Rambo now understands what the bear means. It turns out that the bear is because Ji Lingyun has an unusual relationship with the pirate Empress, so he wants to use this relationship to protect the Straw Hat Luffy. Okay, I will try my best, Rambo replied. After separating from the bear, Rambo immediately decided to go to 9 Snake Island, but he had no bottom in his heart, because he had never seen the pirate Empress. He just knew that the pirate Empress had a close relationship with Ji Lingyun, but still unknown. 9 Snake Island? It seems that I must go there. According to the bear, Luffy was shot flying by his ability. At least he would fly in the sky for 3 days before falling to the ground. Therefore, without further ado, Rambo left the Shambordian Islands immediately and said to the bear go to the direction of 9 Snake Island. The distance between Hydra Island and the Chambord Islands is not too far. Rambo drove his lone boat all the way towards Hydra Island, but when he came to the area of Hydra Island, he unexpectedly discovered Marine's warship. Marine, are you here to invite the pirate Empress? Rambo was naturally very clear about Marine's purpose. He thought about it, and then leaned directly towards the warship. Lieutenant General Marine has been waiting here with people for several days. There is still a period of time before the agreed half-month. He has no intention of leaving, but he is wondering whether the Pirate Empress will go with him in the end, and not much confidence. Master Lieutenant, Master Lieutenant. The flying squirrel was staying on the boat, and suddenly heard the calls of soldiers under his men. He thought it was news from the island of Nine Snake, so he said quickly, "What's the matter? Is there news from Nine Snake Island?" The soldier who came to report said, "No, Lieutenant General, a small boat is approaching us." "Boat?" The flying squirrel asked strangely, and then followed the soldiers to the past, just in time to see a small boat approaching. "There are people on board." When the flying squirrel saw someone on the ship, the people on the ship suddenly jumped up and rushed straight to the warship. The flying squirrel was startled and hurriedly shouted, "Everyone is alert, there are enemies." "Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, I am not an enemy." A man's voice sounded, and only one person fell in front of the flying squirrel, facing the muzzle of the surrounding marine, without showing a half-nervous and scared expression, but smiling at the flying squirrel. The flying squirrel was about to order an attack, but after seeing the incoming person, he stopped immediately, and then asked in surprise, "Sword Demon, why are you here?" The visitor was Rambo, and he said, "Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, I'm here to find the Pirate Empress." "Are you here to find the Pirate Empress?" Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel looked at Rambo in amazement, and asked incomprehensibly, "What can you do to find the Pirate Empress?" Rambo said, "I came to see her just in time. By the way, I will also help you invite her to the Marine headquarters to attend the meeting." "You go to invite the Pirate Empress? Are you sure?" Flying Squirrel obviously doesn't believe that Rambo has this ability. Rambo said, "You are waiting for me here, I will go to the Nine Snake Island to see the Pirate Empress." Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel said in surprise, "You are going to Nine Snake Island? Do you know what place it is?" "There's the daughter country, where men are never allowed to enter. The Pirate Empress does not let you in, so you simply enter. Don't go." Rambo said, "If you can't get in, it doesn't mean that I can't get in. Don't say anything extra. You can just stay here and wait for me. If there is no accident, I will bring the Pirate Queen out to follow you soon." Meet. Chapter 266. Seeing Rambo enter the range of Hydra Island, the Marine on the warship was stunned. Someone couldn't help but ask the Flying Squirrel, "Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, do you say he can succeed? You know the pirates the female emperor is the most difficult to deal with among Shichibukai." Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel frowned and said, "It's hard to tell, but he is one of Shichibukai after all. If he invites him, it might be better than our chance, but I haven't heard of any intersection between him and the Pirate Empress. How could he help so kindly?" Flying squirrels are indeed very strange. Although the relationship between Rambo and Marine is not as hostile to each other as other Shichibukai, they are definitely not to the extent that they can help voluntarily. I still hope he can succeed. If he succeeds, I don't have to stay here and wait. After Rambo entered the calm belt, he was immediately attacked by the Sea Kings, but with his current strength, these Sea Kings could not hurt him at all. He also quickly passed through the calm belt and came to the island of Hydra within the range of vigilance. Wow! As soon as Rambo reached the shore, there was a sharp arrow facing him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and dodged the arrow in time. He looked back and found that the arrow had actually penetrated the ground, and his pupils shrank. "What a domineering arrow! Did you use hockey?" When Rambo was surprised, several agile figures quickly rushed around him and surrounded him. "Who are you? You dare to break into the holy land of Nine Snake Island?" Rambo looked over, and all the women who surrounded him were full of vigilance and murderousness. The oldest one of them was speaking. He was in his 30s and had a stubborn back. Although he was a woman, it looked like more fierce than men. "Answer quickly, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite." Rambo opened his mouth to answer, but before he could speak, the woman shouted again, "Well, since you don't speak, don't blame us, kill him." Rambo was shocked by the ferocity and unreasonableness of this woman, and she didn't give him a chance to speak. It's no wonder that the group of Marines are saying that the people of Nine Snake Island are unreasonable. This is not just unreasonable, it is simply murder without blinking. The women of the Nine Snake Island were very sharp. After hearing the order, they immediately launched an attack, and used all their strength when they started. These unreasonable women. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Rambo is very clear that it is nonsense to reason with these women now, and only by using a powerful force to convince them can it be effective, so Rambo did not hesitate and launched an attack. Although the female fighters of Nine Snake Island were good, how could they be Rambo's opponent? After more than a minute, all 5 female fighters had fallen to the ground. After subduing the 5 female soldiers, Rambo said, "Everyone, I have no intentions. I didn't have any ill intentions to attack us, and our Nine Snake Island never welcomes men. It is a capital crime for you to come here." Several female soldiers looked at Rambo angrily. If they weren't captured, they would all wait for land to be captured, bow shredded. Rambo said calmly, "I'm here to find your empress for important things." "Huh, there are so many people in the sea who want to see us Hancock, but we Hancock are not everyone can see, especially men like you, don't want to see Hancock." The female warrior of Nine Snake Island yelled loudly. Rambo said, "If it's someone else, it's fine if your empress doesn't see her, but she has a reason to see her." Humph. Regarding Rambo's self-confidence, several female soldiers snorted disdainfully. Rambo didn't care, but instead asked, "You said, should you report to me, or should I go?" After finishing speaking, they didn't wait for them to answer, but they said directly, "Well, go and report to one person, and the rest will stay here with me, but you can rest assured, whether your empress sees me or not, it won't hurt you." We won't report it for you. The other party's attitude was very firm. However, Rambo was also very confident. He smiled and said, "You can't help me, then I will kill you all, and then I will find other people. You have seen my strength, you think I have that ability?" Rambo's words silenced several female fighters on the island of 9 Snakes. It took only a short time for Rambo to defeat them. If they were replaced by others, they might not be much better than them, so if Bojen did that, it would definitely be their 9 Snake Island who suffered a heavy loss. And many more. The middle-aged female soldier yelled and said, "I am willing to help you spread the word, but how can you promise not to lie to us?" Rambo said, "You said I came here all the way to lie to you? When you go to see your empress, just bring me a word, I believe she will meet me." The female soldier asked in a deep voice, "What is it?" Rambo said, "You can ask Shinigami if she wants to, and if you want, meet me." "What do you mean?" The other party had never been to 9 Snake Island, so he didn't know the meaning of this sentence. Rambo said, "You don't need to know what it means, you just need to pass my words to you." The other party nodded and said, "Okay, you let me go first, I will help you to report now." Rambo immediately released her, and then the man didn't say anything. 3.5, he turned around and left. When Rambo saw her gone, he controlled the remaining 4 people together, but he hid it to the side. He didn't think that woman would lie, but for the sake of safety, he still had to be careful. The woman didn't play tricks, but really headed towards Hancock's palace. The area of 9 Snake Island is not very large, so it didn't take her long to reach Hancock's palace. The female soldier said to the guard outside Hancock's palace, "I have a very important thing to see Master Hancock." 9 Snake Island is full of women, and there are only a few 100,000 people, so most of them know each other, and it happens that this guard also knows this female soldier. Chapter 267. Tristan, what is so anxious? The guard outside Hancock's palace looked at the hurried female soldier and asked very puzzled. The female soldier was called Tristan, and she said eagerly, "There is no time to explain, please go and tell Master Hancock, I really have very important things." Seeing that Tristan was so anxious, the guard did not delay anymore, but after entering the palace, she came out a few minutes later, and then said to Tristan, "Master Hancock is inside, come with me." After entering the palace, Tristan came to the main hall and saw Hancock sitting on the throne. He knelt on one knee respectfully and said, "I have seen Master Hancock. Hancock is more beautiful and moving than 10 years ago. His peerless face is as perfect as God has given him, and his gestures exude a mature charm, which is already intimidating. I heard you have something important to see your concubine? 17? Tristan hurriedly replied, "Yes, Master Hancock, there is indeed something important. When we were patrolling, we accidentally found a man entering our island." Hancock's face changed, and he said solemnly, "Man? Is it the group of Marines outside?" She knew that the Marines outside hadn't left yet, so she asked. Tristan replied, "No, he should not be Marine. A few of my staff and I wanted to catch him, but he was defeated. We were all captured by him. He threatened me to meet Master Hancock and said he wants to see you for something." Hancock's face was cold. A man who broke into 9 Snake Island, and even dared to attack us, even clamored to see his concubine. What an arrogant fellow, did he say anything? Tristan replied truthfully. He also asked me to bring a sentence, saying that you will meet him after listening. What are you talking about? Hancock said coldly. Tristan said. He said, ask if you want to save Shinigami, and if you want, meet him. It's so big. Hancock was about to scold, but stopped abruptly, her beautiful eyes widened, with an incredible expression on her face, and she asked Tristan, Shinigami, are you sure you heard it right? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Tristan replied. There is absolutely no mistake, that's what he said. After Hancock heard the words, she was nervous and excited. She muttered to herself, Shinigami, Shinigami, he came to 9 Snake Island and mentioned this title. That must be the Lingyun brother, he said to save brother Lingyun, is it true or not? Hancock was a little uncertain. She asked again, what does that person look like? Tristan thought for a while, then replied, very young, using a fast sword. No matter who it is, it's about Ji Lingyun, so Hancock must meet. She told Tristan. Go and tell that man, if you want to see your concubine, let him come here alone, but you have to follow him. To be clear, I can only enter my palace without being caught, otherwise I won't see him, understand? Although the other party mentioned Ji Lingyun, Hancock still wants to test the other party. If there is no strength, everything is a delusion, and she will definitely not be merciless at that time. After Tristan left, Hancock sat alone in the palace meditating. Ji Lingyun was imprisoned for 10 years. She didn't want to save people all the time, but although she was arrogant, she also acted appropriately. She knew that impelled down was not her. A person can save people at will, so I have been waiting for opportunities. Who are you? Hancock asked coldly, looking at the man who appeared in front of them. Hancock did not hide it, and directly replied, well, it was a man who wanted to see me. I didn't want to see him at first, but he brought news about Lingyun's brother, so I decided to see him, While Hancock was meditating, her 2 younger sisters and Groliosa, the oldest qualified person on the island of Hydra, walked in. Both of them have received the favor of Ji Lingyun, so they are very grateful to Ji Lingyun. They also know that their sister has been thinking about how to rescue Ji Lingyun, so although they hate men extremely, it is related to Ji Lingyun. No wonder you will decide to meet this unknown person. Hancock and the others didn't wait long. Rambo said, my name is Rambo, you must have heard of my name. Sonda Sonia said in surprise, Rambo, sword demon, Is Shichibukai's a sword demon, like her sister? Yes, it's me. Rambo replied. Hancock's second sister Sonda Sonia asked, Sister, I heard that it seems that a man has entered our island of 9 snakes. Hancock snorted coldly. Now the concubine is the king of 9 Snake Island. What the concubine says is an order, old thing. If you talk nonsense, don't blame me for kicking you away again. Guro Lyosa asked in a deep voice. As far as I know, the Marine headquarters is now forcibly convening Shichibukai. As one of Shichibukai's sword demon, why did you come to our 9 Snake Island at this time? This time Marine forced her to convene. She certainly did not want to go, but more was to see if she could lead people into Impel Down and rescue Ji Lingyun when Marine and Whitebeard Pirates were in chaos. She came out, so she never agreed. It's just that her idea was never told to others, so other people thought she didn't want to go. Guro Lyosa frowned and said, Snake Ji, you should be very clear about the prohibition of men on 9 Snake Island. A swift figure was moving in the island of Hydra and arrived at Hancock's palace at an extremely fast speed. During this time, no one noticed that he had come to Hancock's palace. Rambo said, My purpose is very simple, and I have already told the Empress, I just don't know if the Empress believes or doesn't. Sonda, Sonia and Marie Groud both asked in surprise, Really? Groliosa gave a cold snort of dissatisfaction, but didn't say anything. She wanted to stay and listen to what was going on so that she could deal with it easily, so she couldn't let Hank. Chapter 268. Hancock snorted coldly, I don't care who you are, I just want to know a little bit, is it true? Rambo's face was straightened, and he said solemnly, Of course it is true. My purpose is the same as yours. I want to rescue him. Hancock asked, What is your relationship with him? Rambo said, He is the savior of our family, and I can have the current cultivation base, but it is because of his suggestions. Hancock said coldly, Why should I trust you? Rambo said, I don't know how to make you believe me, but I have met Big Brother Lingyun and he told me that this year is when he escaped from Impel Down, but he couldn't do it himself. He had to rely on our help. Have you seen Brother Lingyun? In Impel Down? Hancock asked with his eyes lit up. Rambo nodded and said, Well, I have met him. He told me that this person is the key to his escape. After 4 years of investigation and research, I finally determined that this person is the Straw Hat Pirate, the group Straw Hat Luffy. Hancock frowned and said, 4 years? And who is Luffy in the Straw Hat? Rambo said, I joined Shichibukai 4 years ago to rescue Lingyun, because only Shichibukai can allow me to enter Impel Down and meet him, but because it is Marine's territory after all, so many things are inconvenient to say. But Brother Lingyun gave me a reminder that in 4 years there will be a person who will be the key person who helped him escape Impel Down. I spent 4 years investigating and finally locked the target on Luffy, the Straw Hat. Although I haven't found anything special about this person so far, I believe Brother Lingyun will not aimlessly. When Rambo was speaking, Hancock had been listening carefully. He felt that Rambo was not lying. Brother Lingyun really said that? Hancock asked. Rambo said, Yes. Hancock thought, hesitated for a moment before asking, Then what do you want to do? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Rambo said, I don't know exactly how to do it. This will be determined after I see the Straw Hat Luffy. You don't have a plan? Hancock's face suddenly became gloomy when he heard that Rambo had no plan, and an astonishing power radiated from her, giving Rambo a strong pressure. Rambo didn't expect Hancock to change his face so quickly. It was just fine, and it turned into a cloud in an instant. Although he didn't like Hancock's attitude, he explained, It's not completely without a plan. I already have a backup plan, but I don't think Lingyun will lie to me, so I want to see this Straw Hat Luffy. If this Straw Hat Luffy doesn't work, then I can only use the backup plan. Hancock's eyes lit up and asked, What is the backup plan? Rambo said, You should also know that Marine has captured the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist. Ace, and will be publicly executed. This will inevitably usher in the rescue of the Whitebeard Pirates. By then, the Marine headquarters and there must be a battle between the Whitebeard Pirates. Hancock nodded. This is what she thought, but she asked, Even so, what do you do? Rambo said, We are Shichibukai. Once the war may break out, we will become Marine's allies. The most unfavorable strategy is that when Marine and the Whitebeard Pirates are fighting fiercely, we use our identity to enter Impel Down and force a rescue, but do so. Love is too risky, and Lingyun probably wouldn't agree. After all, he is also a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. I think he doesn't like this approach, and it's very risky, and he may not be able to save it. After all, Impel Down is the so-called Copper Wall and Iron Wall. Hancock said, I have considered this, but as you said, the place of Impel Down is too mysterious. I have been investigating these years, but there is no result. Rambo said, There is no way, but Lingyun said that unless he finds his Shinigami blade, he is not allowed to take risks. Rambo is very aware of the effect of Shinigami's blade on Ji Lingyun, so he would never rescue him without Shinigami's blade. Not only would he not be able to save it, but he might also lose himself. Hancock asked, Since you are looking for that Straw Hat Luffy, why come to 9 Snake Island? Rambo said, Because he will appear on the island of 9 Snakes soon, I'm here to wait for him. Hancock and the others were very surprised, and Sonda Sonia couldn't help asking, What do you mean by that Straw Hat, Luffy, will appear on our 9 Snake Island soon, what does this mean? That's it. Rambo said patiently in the future. Hancock said, What you mean is that he was shot flying by the bear with his ability, and he is about to land on the island of Hydra. Yes. Rambo nodded. Hancock said, "Okay, I see, you can go." "What did you say?" Rambo didn't react. Hancock said coldly, "I said let you leave. We don't welcome men in Nine Snake Island. You just go and stay outside. There happens to be a warship there. As for the Straw Hat Luffy, if he appears, I will catch him. Inform you." Rambo was full of helplessness. This woman was really as cold as the legend. She had just talked about it well, and she turned her face off as soon as she finished speaking. "I'm afraid there is no one else in this skill." But now he wanted to ask others. Rambo only obeyed, so he left silently again. After Rambo left, Hancock's face immediately darkened, and said, "Our Nine Snake Island's defenses are so bad that people broke in silently." Hancock's two younger sisters, as well as Guro Lyosa, also looked ugly. Guro Lyosa said, "This kid is also Shichibukai. His strength is amazing. That's why he was able to break into the island of Nine Snakes. However, our defense does have a problem and we must take a good look." Hancock said coldly. Not only that, but he knew that the other party was on the island, but he still easily entered here. What do our guards do for food, and the Marine gang? Now they can enter calm freely. Belt, it means that we are no longer safe here and there is no good defense. What should we do in the future? Chapter 269. Hancock was indeed very angry, but Nine Snake Island was her base camp, and it was unacceptable for her to enter and leave at will. Both Sonda Sonia and Mary Grud bowed their heads and said guiltily, "Sister, we didn't do a good job. We will immediately rearrange people and implement a defense system without dead ends." Hancock said coldly, "I don't want this kind of thing to happen again." Guro Lyosa said, "Hancock, it's not the time to talk about these things. Are you really going to cooperate with that sword demon Rambo? Although you are all Shichibukai, it is still too much for Marine headquarters, too small. You have no chance at all." Hancock looked at Guro Lyosa coldly, and said coldly, "If you have a chance, it's not up to you. If you talk nonsense, don't blame your concubine for being rude to you." Ji Lingyun, Hancock must be saved. After he was rescued by Ji Lingyun from Mary Schwarz, she identified Ji Lingyun, so Ji Lingyun must help. Sonda Sonia, Mary Groud, you two have been searching on Hydra Island with all your strength these days. That Rambo should not lie. The person he said will probably come to 127 soon. After Rambo left Hydra Island, he returned to the Marine warship. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel was not surprised to see Rambo come back alone. He asked, "How about, didn't you move?" If the Pirate Empress had been persuaded so easily, they wouldn't stay here for that long. Even their Marine couldn't do it. He didn't think Rambo had this ability. However, Rambo's answer was beyond his expectation. Rambo said, "Then you were wrong. The Pirate Empress has loosened a bit. 3 days later, I will go there again and I will definitely be able to invite her come out." Rambo's words made Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel full of astonishment, and he cried out incredibly, "How is it possible?" Rambo said, "The Pirate Empress said that she needs 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, she will let me go again, and then we'll go back to the Marine headquarters with us." The expression of Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel changed. He looked at Rambo in surprise. He really didn't know what method Rambo used to get the Pirate Empress, who was so difficult to get out. So he couldn't restrain his curiosity and asked, "Excuse me, Mr. Rambo, I want to ask, how did you do it?" Rambo said lightly, "Everyone has weaknesses. As long as she finds her weaknesses, she will naturally have to submit." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The Flying Squirrel understood what he said. He knew that Rambo was definitely not talking in a good manner, but what threats he used, but he was very curious about what method Rambo used to make the Pirate Empress do this. The people are all justified. 3 days later, are you sure? Flying Squirrel confirmed again. Rambo said, "After 3 days, you will see the result. Now we just have to wait patiently for 3 days." Although he is not absolutely sure, but at this time, he must be confident. 3 days later, Nine Snake Island sent someone to invite Rambo, which made Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel and the Marine soldiers startled their eyes. As 3 days passed, they thought Rambo was bragging. I found out now that there was a problem with what they thought. Rambo's people in the Pirates of the Nine Snakes brought Hancock to Hancock's palace. Hancock was still sitting there. When she saw Rambo came, she immediately said, "You're right, a person fell from the sky and landed in the concubine's palace." Because of your words, the concubine was always on guard. The first time he appeared, people caught him. Really? Does he wear a straw hat? Rambo asked happily. Hancock said, "Yes, he is indeed wearing a straw hat, but his strength is sparse and ordinary. Is it really like you said? Can he rescue Lingyun brother from impel down?" Rambo said, "I'm not sure about this, let me see him first." "It is good." Hancock immediately sent someone to bring the straw hat Luffy over. When Rambo saw Luffy, he recognized him at a glance. "Let go of me, let me go, I really have no ill will, I just fell here accidentally, I was beaten here by someone, not what I wanted to come." Luffy was escorted by the female fighters of Nine Snake Island and walked in, complaining with a gloomy face. He found that the women on this island were really terrible. Since he just fell, he has been bullied, and these women have also been bullied. It was too powerful, everyone hit him so painfully, the fruit ability was completely useless. What? Screaming, Luffy suddenly saw Rambo and screamed, "Look, you see, I am not the only man here, he is also a man, why don't you arrest him?" Seeing that the call was too happy, Hancock suddenly snorted uncomfortably. "Shut up, if you call again, you will be cut off." Upon hearing this, Luffy didn't dare to speak, but his eyes were still grunting at Rambo. After seeing Luffy, Rambo walked up to him with a smile and asked, "You are Luffy in the straw hat. It is really difficult to see you." Luffy asked puzzledly, "Who are you? Why do you want to see me?" Rambo said, "I want to see you because I want you to do me a favor. If you want, I can let them let you go. What do you think?" Okay, then you let them let me go. I'm going to starve to death," Luffy called. Rambo said, "Don't worry about this, I will explain the matter to you first, and then you can decide whether to help or not." Luffy said helplessly, "Well, then you can tell." Rambo said, "Actually, I want you to go to Marine's prison to help me save someone." Luffy didn't pay much attention to what Rambo said about Marine prison, but curiously asked, "Who is it?" Rambo said, "His name is Edward G. Lingyun, nicknamed Shinigami. He is now locked up in the Marine's deep-sea prison impelled down, where the guards are very tight and can only break through from the inside, so I want you to enter inside the prison, help us save people." Chapter 270.
You let me go to rob prison. Even if Luffy was innocent, he heard Rambo's meaning at this time, and his face suddenly changed, and he knew it was very dangerous when he heard it.
Rambo said frankly, "Yes, we just want you to robbery, and I am afraid to tell you that this pirate empress and I are both 7 warlords of the sea, and our purpose of joining Shichibukai is to rescue that person, but we have a special identity and cannot enter impelled down, so we found you." Luffy asked puzzledly, "Then why are you looking for me?" Rambo said, "We found you naturally with our reasons, but the most important thing is that this opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, Fire Fist, Ace, was caught by Marine and will be publicly executed. By then, Whitebeard, there is bound to be a war between the pirates and Marine headquarters, and then you will take the opportunity to enter the deep-sea prison impelled down to save people." And many more. But Luffy's expression changed. He asked, "Who did you just say is going to be publicly executed?" Rambo looked at Luffy's face changed strangely, and said again, "Whitebeard Pirates, captain of the 2nd Division, Fire Fist, what's wrong with you? Why is this expression?" Luffy raised his head and said with an ugly face, "Ace is my brother." "What?" Rambo was also taken aback, and said in surprise, "Fire Fist, Ace is your brother." Rambo was really stunned. He never thought that there was such a relationship between Straw Hat Luffy and Fire Fist Ace. Luffy asked, "How could Ace be caught by Marine?" Rambo said, "Ace was not captured by Marine. He was captured by Blackbeard, the traitor of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marshal D. Teach. Then the opponent handed Ace to Marine in exchange for Shichibukai. Blackbeard, is that the person Ace said at the beginning? Ace actually lost to him." Luffy heard Ace talk about Blackbeard, but he didn't expect that Ace, who was so powerful in his heart, would be caught. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. "Where is Ace now?" Luffy asked. Rambo said, "That's a coincidence. Now Fire Fist is locked in impelled down, where I asked you to save people. What's more, the person I asked you to save is also a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. That is, your brother Ace's companion, and as far as I know, the two of them seem to be locked in the same prison." "What you said is true?" Luffy asked. Rambo said, "Do you think it makes sense for me to lie to you? Just tell me, would you like to go?" Luffy said, "I'm going to Ace, of course." Rambo suddenly smiled. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He thought it would take a lot of work, but he didn't expect it to be so simple. But a little bit of it came into his heart. Ji Lingyun led him in doing so. Could it be that he had expected such a scene a long time ago? Impossible. Rambo immediately overturned this idea. Although he thought Ji Lingyun was very powerful, it was still too absurd to predict the future, and it was still 4 years later, but he didn't know that Ji Lingyun did it as not foreseeing the future, but because he knows the plot, so he knows what is going on. Rambo said, "Impelled Down is the largest prison in Marine headquarters, where the most heinous criminals are held. The guards are tightly guarded, and there is no one who can break in." Luffy said eagerly, "Then what should I do? I must save Ace. Since you ask me for help, there must be a way to get in, right?" Luffy is not stupid, he quickly grasped the point. Rambo took a look at Luffy in admiration and said, "You are right. I do have a way to let you in, but at a great risk, but I have a way to let you in, but when you go in. After that, we will have no way to help you, because we have to face Marine and find something very important. Then you must help me in, I must save Ace, and never let Marine hurt Ace." Luffy doesn't care about other things. What he wants to do most now is to rescue Ace. He grew up with Ace and has a deep relationship. Now Ace is facing a life and death crisis. He naturally has to do everything to rescue him. Rambo said, "I know you must be anxious, and I am the same, but the more anxious, the more we have to remain calm. Let me tell you about the general situation of Impelled Down. You have to listen carefully. It is divided into 6 levels. Your brother Ace and the people I asked you to save are on the 6th level. What you need to do is..." Rambo told Luffy all the information he had investigated over the years, although he was not sure whether Luffy really had the ability to rescue Ji Lingyun, but now, he can only be a dead horse doctor. 0 After talking to Luffy, Rambo said to Hancock, "Boa Hancock, I have already told Marine that you will go to the Shichibukai meeting, but you have to make one condition, that is, to meet Ace of Huoquan. Only then can we send him in." Hancock nodded and said, "I know, but if this kid is unsuccessful, he can only do it according to the method mentioned before. This time, he will rescue brother Lingyun anyway." Rambo said, Of course, we will send Luffy into Impel Down, and then we will go to Marine Headquarters. Lingyun's Shinigami Blade is still in Marine Headquarters. We have to find it before the war. As long as we find it, Lingyun after the eldest brother comes out, he can quickly recover. Hancock said, okay. After talking to Hancock, Rambo frowned and said, but how can I take Luffy with him without being discovered by Marine? People as big as Luffy are indeed not easy to hide. Even if they can enter Impel Down, they can only enter them alone, and they will be searched. So how to send Luffy in the whole life is the first issue. Luffy said at this time, I am Rubber Fruit, I can use my ability to suck on you. Really? Rambo asked in surprise. Chapter 271. Speaking of it, Rambo really doesn't know exactly what Luffy's ability is. He only knows that Luffy is a super newcomer. Other specifics are not quite clear. Hearing Luffy said that he can use his ability to suck on him, he was immediately curious. What are you going to do? Luffy did not speak, walked to the side of the pillar, and then used his ability to quickly wrap himself around the pillar. His body looked very thin, and his hands were also long on one side. He hugged the pillar. If you put it outside the pillar with a layer of cloth, it is really difficult to see where he is hiding. Seeing this scene, Rambo suddenly smiled. He smiled and said, very well, I didn't expect you to have this ability. Then you will be wrapped around me. I will take you into Impel Down, but after that, it's up to you. Luffy nodded without any hesitation. Okay. Rambo looked at Hancock and asked, if you have no opinion, then it's so decided. Hancock said, I have no opinion, but if Brother Lingyun can't be rescued, I won't bypass you. Rambo didn't care about Hancock's threat. He already saw how powerful this woman was, so he didn't want to entangle him. He said directly, we all want to rescue Lingyun, but we still need our cooperation. Lamber and Luffy wrapped around him, and then walked out of Hydra Island with Hancock. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, I have succeeded. After arriving on the warship, Rambo pointed to Hancock and said to Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. Flying Squirrel didn't expect Rambo to actually invite Hancock out. His expression still remained shocked. He said in surprise, I didn't expect you to be able to succeed. Rambo said in a deep voice, although the Empress agreed to go to Marine Headquarters, she has one condition. Upon hearing the conditions, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel frowned immediately, and he asked, what conditions? Rambo said, she wants to see the fuse that caused this war, which is the Fire Fist, Ace. See Fire Fist? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. At first, the Flying Squirrel thought Hancock would raise some problems. He didn't expect to see Ace. Although this condition was strange, it was not too difficult, but he still said, I have to ask our marshal about this matter. Hancock said coldly, then you should ask now. If you agree, then go. If you don't agree, your concubine won't go. If you want your concubine to participate in the war, you must at least see if it is worth it. The Flying Squirrel nodded and said, you wait, I'll go and ask Marshal Sengoku now. With that, the Flying Squirrel walked into the room and talked to Sengoku on the phone. A few minutes later, he walked out and said to Hancock, Marshal Sengoku has agreed to your request, but you can only be alone. Go with. Rambo said, I'll go together too. This. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel looked hesitant, but after thinking about it, he said, okay, but only you two can go in. Flying Squirrel seemed to let Hancock go, so it wouldn't be a big deal to let Rambo go with him, and Rambo did help him this time. Then let's go now. Hancock said coldly. Rambo and Hancock were arranged in rooms by the Flying Squirrels. After entering the room, Rambo let Luffy come out to relax, but he remained vigilant at all times. This is above Marine. If Luffy is found, it would be bad. The warship went directly in the direction of Impel Down, and while they were heading to Impel Down, another Shichibukai also had an accident. It turned out that when Marine called Shichibukai, seaman, Jinbei came to Marine headquarters early, but he was not to participate in the war, but to persuade Sengoku to let Ace go and not perform this public execution. It's just that Jinbei obviously overestimated his position and underestimated Marine's determination this time. Instead of persuading Sengoku, Sengoku ordered Jinbei to be arrested because he was worried about his defection during the war. Sent to Impel Down. You said that your good Shichibukai were improper, and you violated Marine headquarters orders. Now that you are caught here, you will be over. Hanayabal escorted Jinbei and said shaddenly, although Jinbei is Shichibukai, he doesn't have the slightest affection for Jinbei. Jinbei was in a bad mood, so he ignored Hanayabal's ridicule and just said, where's the Fire Fist, Ace locked up? I want to be locked up with him. Hanayabal chuckled and said, since you asked, then as you wish, lock you with him. Anyway, there are still a few days, he will be taken away, and you will be alone at that time. The Eternal Hell prisoner saw that Hanayabal brought another prisoner, and Shichibukai Jinbei was still well known, and he was a little surprised, especially when Ace saw Jinbei being locked up in his cell. After Hanayabal sent Jinbei in this time, he didn't stay there anymore. After being frightened by Ji Lingyun last time, he really didn't want to come to this place if it wasn't necessary. Jinbei was locked in Ace's cell. Ace was surprised and asked, Jinbei, what is going on? How come you got caught too? Jinbei is Shichibukai, even he was arrested. What does Marine headquarters want to do? Jinbei reluctantly said, first was against Marine headquarters' public execution of you in 5.9, so I was arrested. It seems that Marine headquarters is determined to fight our Whitebeard Pirates. Ace also looked at Jinbei helplessly and said, Jinbei, you are so stupid, even if you want to help me, you don't need to be at this time. Look at you now being locked up with me, oh, but you still have to thank you. Although Jinbei didn't help him, Ace was very grateful. Jinbei said, "We are all companions and don't need to thank me. These are what I should do, but you are going to be publicly executed in a few days. Dad will definitely come to save you. Then the Whitebeard Pirate and unprecedented war will inevitably break out between the regiment and Marine headquarters." Chapter 272 Ace whispered, "If this is the case, I would rather my father not come to save me. To save me, he wants all the brothers to be injured or killed. It is really hard for me to accept." Jinbei said, "Ace, don't think so. I think everyone will want to do everything to save you. Everyone is voluntary." Ace said, "It's voluntary, so I feel guilty. I'm just an ordinary person. It makes me feel uneasy for everyone to treat me like this." Jinbei said, "If you feel uneasy, wait until you are rescued and then repay everyone well." Ace was speechless. He knew what Jinbei thought, otherwise Jinbei would not be here. Ace suddenly remembered something. He quickly asked Jinbei, "By the way, Jinbei, do you know someone named Shinigami?" "Shinigami?" Jinbei changed his expression and asked, "Shinigami is Lingyun, how did you know?" Ace saw that Jinbei knew Lingyun and said with a serious face, "Because I have spoken to him, he is in this eternal hell." Jinbei's expression changed drastically, and he cried out unbelievably, "How is it possible to be 17? Lingyun is in this prison. How could he be in this prison? His strength can't even catch him by Marine Admiral, how could he be possible?" With that, Jinbei stopped abruptly. He suddenly remembered the disappearance of Lingyun 10 years ago. It is said that he disappeared after a battle with Hawkeye. However, Hawkeye said that he did not kill Lingyun. It became a tie, but Lingyun hasn't appeared for 10 years. Many people think that something may have happened to him. Lingyun had no news 10 years ago. Could it be that he was caught by Marine 10 years ago? He was locked up here, so we don't have any trace of him? Jinbei guessed in his heart. Jinbei asked eagerly, "Where is he now?" Ace pointed to the deepest part of eternal hell and said, "He is locked in the innermost cell. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi." After learning about Lingyun's news, Jinbei couldn't bear it anymore. He suddenly shouted, "Lingyun, is that you? Are you here?" After hearing Jinbei's yell, Lingyun in the cell suddenly smiled. He slowly raised his head. He just heard movement and felt a familiar breath entering eternal hell, but he didn't. I'm sure who it is. Now that he hears Jinbei's voice, he is very happy in his heart. "Jinbei, I didn't expect that you and my brother would meet again in this dark compelled-down prison." 10 years in prison has made Lingyun's voice a little hoarse, because he hasn't been drinking water for 10 years. Hearing Lingyun's voice, Jinbei suddenly showed excitement. He exclaimed excitedly, "Lingyun, it's really you, it's really you, it's really you. I thought Ace was lying to me. What is the name of the ghost? Are you bothering you? What's the name? It's so noisy, Shinigami, why is it always you? Lingyun boy, why do you always meet acquaintances during this time? Have everyone you know been arrested? Haha, reunion after a long time, it's really touching, hee ha ha ha." Listening to the screams of these prisoners, Lingyun snorted and said, "Do you still want to taste my hockey?" When Lingyun said this, it surprised many people. Most of the people detained here are demon fruit power. Now their ability is limited. It will make them very uncomfortable to bear Lingyun's Conqueror's hockey. Being locked up is enough to suffer. If Lingyun stuns with Conqueror's hockey, it is not a good feeling. So for a while, Eternal Hell was quiet a lot, but there are still some people who are not afraid of Lingyun's hockey, still muttering there, but it does not affect his dialogue with Jinbei. Lingyun laughed at herself and said, "After the battle with Hawkeye 10 years ago, he was caught by those Marine guys. Speaking of which, he has been locked up here for 10 years. I saw you were also locked and I know that the day when I go out is not far away, ha ha ha." Lingyun's laugh made Jinbei full of doubts, and the other prisoners in the prison also asked curiously, "Hey, Shinigami boy, you said that the day to go out is not far away, what do you mean?" "Yeah, Shinigami boy, there are so many people here, but your boy is the most invisible. Can you really leave here? Don't listen to him talking nonsense there. If he could get out, he would have gone out long ago. How could he be kept here for 10 years? Lingyun didn't care about the barking of these people at all, but asked Jinbei, "Jinbei, since you have been locked in, then Dad must have started the action, right?" Jinbei let go of the doubts in his heart and said to Lingyun, "Yes, Dad has already started the operation in 970, but I don't know how Dad is going to rescue Ace." Lingyun said, "How can I save it? Naturally, it is to hit the Marine headquarters. There is no other way. But in this case, our Whitebeard Pirates may suffer heavy losses this time, especially the old man. The old man is very old and it is difficult to conduct high-intensity wars, and what I worry most is the guy Teach. He deliberately provoked a war between Marine headquarters and our Whitebeard Pirates. He aimed at the position of the father and ability, he will definitely attack the old man." Jinbei was shocked when he heard this. Ace had heard Lingyun say before, so he was relatively better. Jinbei asked nervously, "Does Teach really attack Dad?" Lingyun said, "As far as the matter is, what is the use of asking these questions? I must save my father, so I have to leave here. Jinbei, if I guess right, the people I stay outside will soon arrange for someone to come in to rescue me, and I am ready. Then I want you to go to the Marine headquarters with me." Before Jinbei could speak, all the prisoners of Eternal Hell suddenly screamed. Chapter 273. "Really? Hey, Shinigami, will someone really come to rescue you?" Yeah, Shinigami, we have all heard your words, will anyone really come to save you? Ha ha ha, this is the funniest joke I've heard since I entered eternal hell. Someone will break in to save you? Lingyun boy, I think you are talking about dreams, right? Laozi also thinks that his brain is broken. Impel Down is guarded by Magellan, and there are warships around him. Apart from the marine warship, it is impossible for other ships to come in. Who will save it? I think this kid has been imprisoned for too long and his head is broken. If he can escape from here, I will immediately show it to you. The prisoners of eternal hell couldn't help but ridicule them. They have been locked up here for a long time. They usually refuse to speak because they are a waste of energy, but they are awakened by Ji Lingyun and Jinbei. After listening to their conversation, they couldn't help talking one by one. These prisoners all think that Ji Lingyun is bragging, but Jinbei doesn't think so. The Ji Lingyun he knows has always been full of confidence. Since Ji Lingyun said it, even if he thinks that there is little hope, he still believes in Ji Lingyun. Jinbei said, Lingyun, but Ace will be publicly executed in a few days. Ji Lingyun said, I know it will be too late, New World. Because the whole world is watching the movements of the Whitebeard Pirates, but just a few days before the execution, the Whitebeard Pirates disappeared. No matter how other forces probed, they could not find the Whitebeard Pirates' whereabouts. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. As for the Whitebeard Pirates group, they have already started from New World to move towards the first half of the Grand Line. Because the Fishmen Island is the site of the Whitebeard Pirates group, there is the help of the Fishmen Island. It is difficult to detect the Whitebeard Pirates. The Whitebeard Pirates are now waiting near the Fishmen Island, because they are still waiting. Only at the moment when Marine is publicly executed, they can really see Ace, otherwise it will only be against them if they go to war at other times. As for the way to get to the Marine headquarters, Whitebeard had already thought of it, that is, the coding enters from the bottom of the sea. Whitebeard knows very well that the Marine headquarters will definitely set up traps waiting for him, so if you want to get the upper hand, you must be surprised and attack it. Entering Malin Vatican from the bottom of the sea will definitely have a very good effect. Father, there are 3 days left, and Ace will be publicly executed in 3 days. On the mobile, Marco looked at Whitebeard standing above the bow and said with a heavy face. Whitebeard nodded and said, I know, 3 days later, when we are fighting Marine to the death. Marco, are you scared? Marco smiled and said, Father, you look down on people. Since I have been with you for so many years, when have I been afraid? Isn't it the Marine headquarters? The kid Lingyun can break into the world government Mary Schwaz. You go to Marin Vando together, that's nothing. After speaking, Marco immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing, and he quickly said, Sorry, father, I didn't mention Lingyun on purpose, I just. All right. Whitebeard waved his hand and said, I know what you were thinking. You were afraid that mentioning Lingyun will make me sad, but 10 years have passed. I have long been used to it. Although he has not heard from him for 10 years, I firmly believe that he's still alive, and I have faintly guessed where he might be. Marco asked in surprise. What, Daddy, did you guess where Lingyun is? Although he also felt that Ji Lingyun couldn't just die like this, he didn't have the confidence. He didn't expect Whitebeard to say such things. He could feel that Whitebeard was more confident when speaking. Whitebeard said in a deep voice, Lingyun disappeared after a sword fight with Hawkeye. Although Hawkeye said that it had nothing to do with him, I have always asked you to send someone to follow him. 10 years have passed, and I have some guesses. Father, what did you think of? Marco asked eagerly. Among the Whitebeard Pirates, he has the best relationship with Ji Lingyun, so he is also the one who wants to know the whereabouts of Ji Lingyun most. Whitebeard said, In these years, every year, Hawkeye will go to a place, Marine headquarters. With the personality of Hawkeye, he can't go to Marine headquarters every year for no reason. There must be something important, but I don't think Hawkeye will do anything for Marine, so I thought about it and thought it was possible that Hawkeye was going to see someone. Lingyun. Marco exclaimed, Father, you mean, Hawkeye went to Marine headquarters to find Lingyun? Whitebeard nodded and said, Yes, that's what I think. When we questioned Hawkeye, he told us very positively that Lingyun is okay. If he can be so sure, it means that he must know Lingyun's situation. I think he always goes to Marine headquarters, so I guess Lingyun is likely to be caught by Marine. After all, he can hide the news so deeply, and let us investigate less than the slightest trace, except for the world government. The forces are very difficult to do. Marco said in shock. Father, when Lingyun and Hawkeye were fighting swords, Marine took the opportunity to catch him, so Hawkeye knew Lingyun's whereabouts, but he didn't tell us, that is to say, Lingyun must have not been killed by Marine? Whitebeard said, If our guess is correct, then Lingyun must have not died. Otherwise, it is impossible for Hawkeye to go to the Marine headquarters every year. His purpose must be to determine Lingyun's life and death. After all, Lingyun is likely to be compared with him. The sword will only be caught. Eagle Eye has a clear sense of grievances, and he must have guilt in his heart, that's why he did this. Marco's eyes got brighter and brighter, and finally he said, in other words, Lingyun was really caught by Marine, but he was not killed. Instead, he was imprisoned somewhere in Marine's headquarters, so Hawkeye, will you go to Marine headquarters every year? Chapter 274 Whitebeard said, So this time to fight Marine, not only to rescue Ace, but also to find Lingyun at Marine headquarters, but I am worried about whether Lingyun is impelled down or not. Marco wondered. Apart from Marine headquarters, could it be somewhere else? Could it be Marine's deep sea prison, impelled down? Whitebeard said, The possibility is very high. After all, there's Marine's largest prison, known as the Bronze Wall and Iron Wall. Marco asked. Daddy, what do you mean? Whitebeard said. I want you to arrange some people to find Lingyun's whereabouts during the war. If you can find the best, if you can't find it, then he will definitely be locked and impelled down. Marco said. If Lingyun is locked and impelled down, what shall we do? Whitebeard frowned and said, if Lingyun is really not at Marine headquarters, then we can only wait for him to be saved after the war is over. Before him, we have to rescue Ace first. Marco said, I understand, I will arrange someone. After Whitebeard finished speaking, his eyes became deeper. Although he was very optimistic about Ace, in his heart, Lingyun's status was higher, because Lingyun grew up by his side since he was a child. Lingyun is regarded as his biological son, and Ace has only been with him for 2 years. Although the relationship is also very close, it is far inferior to Lingyun. At the door of Impelled Down, the flying squirrel said to Rambo and Hancock, I am here waiting for you. After you come out, I will take you to the Marine headquarters. Rambo and Hancock both nodded, and then followed the Impelled Down jailer into Impelled Down. As Rambo had guessed, the jailer did a body search on them, but fortunately, they responded quickly. Bo let Luffy leave from him, hid, and under Rambo's distraction, let Luffy enter Impelled Down smoothly. Because there were 2 Shichibukai who wanted to see Fire Fist, Ace, Magellan, who was the director, accompanied them personally and brought them both to the Eternal Hell. What's wrong with this lately? People always come here. When Hancock and Rambo entered Eternal Hell, the prisoners of Eternal Hell frowned. Recently, it was Fire Fist, Ace, then Seaman, Jinbei, and now it's coming again, for a month or so. No, so the prisoners of Impelled Down are very upset and confused. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Shut up, nothing to do with you. If you want to make trouble, I don't mind letting you taste my poison. Magellan looked at the noise of the prisoners around him, snorted coldly, glanced coldly at the punch, scanned by his gaze. The prisoners around were afraid to speak. Everyone here basically tasted Magellan's poison, so I don't want to be hurt by his poison again. Magellan said to Hancock and Rambo. Fire Fist Ace is here. I'll give you a few minutes. If you want to say anything, I'll be waiting for you. Hancock didn't speak, but Rambo nodded to him and said, thank you. Magellan has no affection for Rambo and Hancock. If it weren't for Sengoku's order, he would not allow them to enter Impelled Down at all. Fire Punch. Ace and Jinbei were very surprised when they saw Hancock and Rambo appear in front of their cell. Especially when they heard Rambo's call, Ace narrowed his eyes and said, who are you? Jinbei next to him interjected, Ace, both of them are Shichibukai, Sword Demon and Pirate Empress. You came to me to mock me, or is there anything else? I should have nothing to do with you, Ace asked. Jinbei suddenly whispered, and he asked, you know Lingyun, what is your relationship with Lingyun? Why do you want to save him? Zero Rambo said, I know you think we're a bit selfish in doing this, but we didn't push your brother, and you must know the person we are trying to save. He is a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, Shinigami Edward G. Lingyun. Lingyun? Jinbei looked at them in surprise, especially Hancock. He knew what kind of person Hancock was. Such a woman would say such things, which shows that G. Lingyun is really important to her. Rambo whispered. We brought him in, not only to save you, but also for our own purpose. We told him to bring him in, but he must also help us save someone. What are you talking about? Ace's expression became very ugly and unhappy. He felt that Luffy was a dead end when he entered here, and Rambo and Hancock who brought him in were the culprits. Ace's expression changed, and the 2 7 warlords of the sea came together to find him. He didn't think it would be a simple matter. Rambo said. It's a bit, but it's not too disappointing. After all, it's good to be able to maintain your mental state after falling to the current end. However, my real purpose is not this. Ace laughed at himself. Then you see me like this, do you feel disappointed? Hancock was more direct, saying, Brother Lingyun is the man I identify. Rambo said, Brother Lingyun is my benefactor, so I must save him. Ace's expression changed drastically in an instant. He was about to yell, but suddenly realized his situation, so he stopped his voice immediately, and said in a low voice with a serious expression. What did you say? Luffy, you said Luffy got in here? Having said that, Rambo's voice became very low, except for Ace and Jinbei, and Hancock. No one else could hear him. The real purpose of my visit to you is to tell you that we are not enemies, and we also brought a person into Impelled Down. His name is Luffy. He said he is your brother. He is ready to do everything possible to rescue you. Rambo glanced at Magellan first, and then whispered to Ace. Huo Fist, we have come to see you just to see what kind of person is about to cause the war of the century. Chapter 275. Rambo finally said, I have said everything I want to say to you. We can't predict what the final result will be. But I sincerely hope that your brother will succeed. Otherwise, we will take more extreme methods. Speaking of this, Rambo's voice suddenly raised. Okay, I have said everything I want to say, so be it. Magellan heard this and walked over and asked, Are you finished? Rambo nodded and said, It's finished, you can go. Magellan said, Okay, then follow me. Rambo took a deep look at the deepest part of the prison, where Ji Lingyun was located, but it was a pity that he couldn't see it today. Rambo and Hancock soon left Eternal Hell. After they left, Jinbei and Ace in the same cell also started talking. Ace, the 2 of them shouldn't lie. Jinbei said to Ace. These 2 people will not take such a big risk to fool you. Ace said solemnly, I didn't think they were lying, what they said was true, but I was just a little worried, that's my brother. Your brother, is that Luffy they just said? Jinbei asked. Ace said. Well, Luffy is the brother I grew up with, and we are like brothers. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Jinbei said. Yeah, if it weren't like a brother, he wouldn't come to such a dangerous place to rescue you. Ace said. But because of this, I am even more worried. Luffy is impulsive and he admits to death. Once he comes, if he doesn't see me, he is likely to do irrational things, so I am very worried. After saying this, Ace told Jinbei about Luffy again, and finally said, Jinbei, I want to ask you, if Luffy can really come here, I hope you can help me persuade him, ask him not to come to rescue me, just escape here by himself. Jinbei nodded, but he really didn't report any expectations in his heart. Impel down the copper wall and iron wall. Not everyone can break in, and even if he breaks in, it is even more difficult to save people from here. Ace said, however, if Luffy can really come in, he must rescue our companion, Shinigami, Edward G. Lingyun. I know he is the person I want to see the most, so I must save him. Come out. The person Ace respects most in his life is Whitebeard, and he knows that the person Whitebeard wants to meet most is G. Lingyun, so he wants to do one thing for Whitebeard before he dies. Jinbei said. If this is really possible, I will definitely do what you say, I only hope that your brother can really come here. Ace said. Although Luffy sometimes messes around, he is definitely a very reliable person. I believe that if he wants to, he can definitely come here. I have confidence in him. Okay, I see. Jinbei didn't know where Ace had such confidence, but he still chose to believe it. If Lingyun can really be rescued, he may be able to take us out, he is really strong. Ace saw that Jinbei had so much confidence in G. Lingyun, and he was also very curious. He found that almost all members of the Whitebeard Pirate group had confidence in this G. Lingyun, who he had never masked. He didn't know how much this person was the magic. Of course, G. Lingyun, who was in the first floor of the prison, could not know the movement here, but he had not said anything because he already knew that Rambo and Hancock were here, and also knew what they were here for. So he didn't say anything, just because he didn't want to bring changes. Ace has been here for more than 20 days. It seems that there are only a few days left. He will be taken away. Then, the war between the old man and the Marine headquarters will begin in these few days. If it were other times, when he was about to escape from here, he would definitely be very happy, but at this time, he was not happy at all, because he knew that in the near future, the Whitebeard Pirates would be with Marine. The headquarters is in war, and if this battle really fought, the Whitebeard Pirates would surely suffer heavy losses. What worries G. Lingyun most is Whitebeard. In the original plot, Whitebeard died in this battle, so he is very anxious now, eager to escape from here, and then head to the Marine headquarters to go to the Whitebeard Pirates. For G. Lingyun, Whitebeard is his closest relative in the world, so even if he is injured and dies, he definitely does not want Whitebeard to be harmed. The way to achieve all this is to escape, only to escape. Only by going, can I be able to stop all of this, and be able to save Whitebeard. Straw Hat Luffy. G. Lingyun knows that Luffy is his greatest hope now, and this time is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so you must grasp it. As long as you take out this place and forget the Marine headquarters, he will be able to rely on the induction of Shinigami Blade, so as to find the Shinigami Blade, and as long as he finds the Shinigami Blade, he can use his abilities to recover from his injuries. Just 2 days later, on this day, Marine was about to execute the public execution of Fire Fist. Ace, and this time the public execution was still the 4.6 public sentence of world broadcasting, except for 22 years ago. After the public execution of One Piece Roger's world broadcast, the first live broadcast of the world's public execution, and the noise was very loud. Chambord Archipelago, as the nearest large island to Molenvander, the world's live broadcast is naturally the largest and the place with the best signal. On the Chambord Archipelago, there is an area dedicated to emptying, and a large screen for world live broadcasts. The square is large enough to hold tens of thousands of people. There are too many people from all over the world to watch the live broadcast. Yesterday, many people had gathered, many people were even in the square, and there were countless people gathered early in the morning today. The entire square was full of people inside and out, and there was no room in the corners. Chapter 276. Impel Down. Today is the day of Ace's public execution, so Impel Down is surrounded by warships. Marine Admiral is still sent to escort Ace. Magellan brought the jailer to Ace's cell and said, "Open the door." The prison door was opened and Magellan said to Ace, "Fire Fist, Ace, your time is up, come with us." Ace in the cell suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the jailer in front of him, and asked coldly, "Is the time up?" Magellan said, "It's time for you to go back to Marine headquarters and receive a public sentence." With that said, he asked the jailers to release Ace's shackles and was to take Ace out. Before leaving, Ace said to Jinbei, "Jinbei, if you have a chance to meet my brother, you must remember me if you do. I hope we still have a chance to meet." Jinbei's expression was also very heavy. He said firmly, "Ace, we will definitely be able to meet again." Hope. But Ace obviously doesn't have too much hope. Ace was taken away by Magellan, and not long after Ace was taken away, the door of the 6th floor Eternal Hell was suddenly opened, and 3 people rushed in. Ace. A huge roar sounded, and I saw Ace leading the Monster King Ivankov and the Revolutionary Lightning, and quickly rushed into the 6th floor, but after entering the 6th floor, they were a little dumbfounded, because even Ivankov was the first time. The 6th floor, Eternal Hell, is at a loss for everything here. "Ace, I'm here to save you." "Where are you?" "Ace, I'm here to save you." Ji Lingyun can be confident that he has the best hearing in this cell, so he was the first to hear this voice. After hearing this voice, his eyes suddenly opened. Although he had not seen Luffy, but he knew that Ace must have come, and the 10-year wait has finally come to today, so Ji Lingyun's mouth showed an excited smile. Stop shouting, Luffy, it's useless for you to shout like this. King Ivankov said solemnly. Luffy, let me come. Then he threw the jailer caught from the 6th floor to the ground, and then used his power to turn the jailer into a woman. After the jailer became a woman, the whole person's personality changed, and Ivankov gave it to him. Take control. Quickly, where is Ace locked up? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The jailer who became a woman said quickly, come with me, I will take you. A group of people quickly arrived at the cell where Ace was being held, but when they came to the cell, they only saw one Jinbei and did not see Ace. Luffy said eagerly, no, Ace is not there. Ivankov immediately looked at the jailer with cold eyes, and the jailer hurriedly cried and said, no, I won't lie to you. Ace was originally locked up here, and it seems to be a step late for us. The revolutionary lightning said, we are late, Ace should be taken away. But Jinbei in the cell opened his eyes incredibly, looking at Luffy's straw hat on his back, and exclaimed in amazement. You are the straw hat Luffy? You actually came to this eternal hell, is it incredible? Luffy nodded and asked, who are you? The ladyboy King Ivankov looked at Jinbei in horror and said, Luffy, this is a big man. Jinbei said, it doesn't matter who I am, but now Ace has just been taken away. If you catch up now, you should be able to catch up. Just go and Ace. Ace stared at Jinbei's eyes tightly. After a while, he nodded and said, I know, I'll go right away. With that, Ace was going to take the elevator to rescue Ace, but just as he was about to go, a voice came from the depths of the prison. They won't let you catch up, and even if they let you catch up with you, they won't be Magellan's opponent. Who? Luffy exclaimed in surprise. The ladyboy King Ivankov and the revolutionary lightning also looked deep into eternal hell. Jinbei shrank his pupils and said, it's Lingyun, Edward G. Lingyun of the Whitebeard Pirates Shinigami, and is also your brother Ace's companion. Luffy scratched his head and said, why is this name so familiar? Isshin wanted to save Ace's Luffy, but he didn't even think of G. Lingyun's identity. Ivankov and Lightning were full of amazement. Ivankov exclaimed, Shinigami, is it the pirate who was called the strongest generation of pirates 10 years ago, the Shinigami of the Whitebeard Pirates? Luffy has no insight, but Ivankov and Lightning are different. As the top of the revolutionary army, they have at least some understanding of most of the powerful pirates in the world, and Ji Lingyun 10 years ago is definitely in addition to 4 emperors. The most famous one is difficult for them to know. Why is that big 070 guy locked here? Lightning asked. At this time, Luffy exclaimed, I remember, he is the one Shichibukai asked me to save. What's the matter? Ivankov asked curiously. Luffy thought for a while, then shook his head and said, don't care about this, wait until I save Ace. Ji Lingyun said, Magellan must have known about your arrival, so if you want to go up and save Ace, it is impossible for you to do it. I don't care. Luffy shouted, desperately heading towards the prison passage leading to the upper level of eternal hell. Hearing Luffy's movement, Ji Lingyun smiled. He knew that if he didn't let Luffy give it a try, he wouldn't be reconciled. But just a minute later, Luffy failed. Not only was the elevator destroyed, but the stairs were also blocked, and the poison gas was released, causing the entire eternal hell prisoners to shout angrily. Hey, who are you? What do you want to do here? You guys want to die, don't bother us. What the hell is going on with you? It doesn't look like a jailer, what do you want to do here? Chapter 277. Damn, I can't get out, what should I do? Luffy looked at the road that had been completely blocked, and shouted angrily. Ace was just above him, very close, but he couldn't catch up, which made his mood very irritable. Ivankov said solemnly, it seems that they are trying to trap us here. Just when Luffy and the others were eager, an arrogant smile suddenly sounded. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, hee hee hee. Hearing this laughter, Luffy's expression suddenly changed, and he said to himself, this voice is so familiar, isn't it? If you want to leave here, then take me. I can make a hole in the ceiling, how about? There was a sound of chain ringing, and then I saw someone in a cell very close to Luffy and the others walk to the prison door, wearing a prison uniform, looking at them with deep eyes. Crocodile. Luffy exclaimed. Crocodile looked at Luffy with a dark smile, and said, Luffy in the straw hat, it's been a long time since I saw him. I didn't expect to meet again here, ha ha ha. It turned out to be you. Ivankov and Lightning are naturally Crocodile, but they didn't expect to meet Crocodile here. Crocodile smiled and said, I thought it would make no sense even if I escaped, but I didn't expect that the old man Whitebeard would go to war with Marine headquarters. In this way, he would have a chance to take down his head. I am very interested in that war. As long as there is my strength, you can escape from here, how about, this is a proposal for both. Luffy yelled. You have done so badly to Vivi's country and want to come out, I would never agree. Crocodile sneered and was about to speak again, but at this moment, Ivankov walked over and said to Luffy, let him come out, he can't do anything with me. Luffy said, Little Ivan, he is. Ivankov said, let him join in as a powerful combat force. Don't forget that we are going to the Marine headquarters. With just a few of us, it's not so easy to get to the Marine headquarters. As for you, you are worried that he will go back. Don't worry about that, I have one of his secrets. Luffy asked curiously, secret, what secret? Ivankov said, I met him a long time ago, when he was a rookie pirate, he. Shut up. Crocodile shouted furiously. Ivankov chuckled and said, no problem, Luffy, he won't betray us, as long as I grasp his weakness, he won't be able to overcome any storms. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Then he said to Crocodile, if you are willing to help us, then we can let you out, but if you dare to betray us, I will tell your secret. Crocodile stared at Ivankov with fire-breathing eyes. If his eyes could kill, Ivankov would have died hundreds of times. At this time, the prisoners of Eternal Hell finally understood Luffy's purpose of coming here, so they all called out. I also have a grudge against Whitebeard, let me out too, and I will go with you. Yes, I also have a grudge against Marine Headquarters, I want to seek revenge from Marine Headquarters. Me too, let me go, as long as you let me go, let me do anything. To shut up. Listening to the surrounding noise, Ivankov snorted coldly, but how could these prisoners listen to him? He just heard him roar, and immediately used his power to attack these prisoners. These prisoners were locked inside, and there was what kind of power, so I was easily knocked down by Ivankov. Please, let me out too. Suddenly Jinbei yelled, and he said solemnly, take me there, I will definitely be able to help you. We met when Ace just joined the Whitebeard Pirates. Our relationship is very good, he and me having said about you, the reason why I am locked here is because I oppose this war, and I also want to save Ace. Luffy and the others stared at Jinbei in surprise. They didn't expect Jinbei to say this, especially Ivankov. He knew Jinbei's identity, so he was even more surprised. Luffy stared at Jinbei for a long time before he said, okay, I can let you out. Luffy looked at Jinbei in surprise. He didn't expect Jinbei to be such a powerful character. Ivankov snorted coldly, Crocodile, don't forget your past. Crocodile said, my goal is to take Whitebeard's first rank. Luffy also yelled in excitement, but Jinbei said, no, we have one more thing. Upon hearing Ivankov's threat, Crocodile dared not speak. The biggest secret in his heart was grasped, so he could only let Ivankov manipulate. Ivankov smiled and said, if this is the case, then we should set off. Crocodile said, then it depends on whether you have the ability to stop me, or should we compete now? Jinbei said, I won't let you hurt Daddy Whitebeard. Because of their lightning ability, Crocodile and Jinbei were quickly released, and the five stood together. The Revolutionary Army on the side frowned and looked very uneasy, but Ivankov had no objection, so he could only follow Luffy's choice. Jinbei said, we have to rescue Lingyun. With him, we can leave here more confidently. After Jinbei suddenly revealed a surprise, he said, I'm so grateful. Ivankov said, Jinbei is also one of Shichibukai. The Revolutionary Army Lightning said, in this way, besides this, 7 warlords of the sea joined. Luffy asked curiously, Shichibukai? Isn't there only one? Ivankov asked puzzledly, what else? Chapter 278, Lingyun, are you talking about Shinigami? Ivankov asked with a puzzled expression when he heard Jinbei's words. Jinbei said, yes, Shuien's strength is the strongest in our level of prison, and he is also my companion and a member of the Whitebeard Pirate group. He will definitely save Ace after he goes out. Luffy said, the man named Sword Demon also asked me to rescue him, so let's let him go. Crocodile frowned and said, that guy is a lunatic, let him out, is it really okay? Although Crocodile only stayed in Eternal Hell for a short time, he still knew the horror of Ji Lingyun very well, and Ji Lingyun was still a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. If Ji Lingyun was released, he might not want opportunity to assassinate Whitebeard, so he didn't want to do it himself. The Revolutionary Lightning also said, that Shinigami is a very dangerous figure, is it really okay to let him out? Luffy resolutely said 823, since I promised someone, I must do it. Where is he locked up now? Jinbei said, he's in the deepest part of this level of prison, come with me. Jinbei took Luffy and the others to the deepest part of Eternal Hell, and saw that this was a cell that was much cleaner than other cells, and it was a bit bigger than others, but there was only one person in this cell. When Luffy and the others saw the figure in the cell, they were shocked, even Jinbei was shocked. Lingyun. The person in the cell looked terrifying. He had long hair and he knew it hadn't been cut for a long time. However, it was not his appearance that made people scary, but the dozens of amazing iron chains bound to him. The entire cell was covered with iron chains, and Ji Lingyun was locked from all sides. Many of the iron chains passed through the person's body. One end of the iron chain was fixed on the wall of the cell, and the other end was this person's body. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. This, Ivankov also looked at this scene in amazement, and said, how much vigilance and fear is it necessary to be able to do this? It's all like this, how did he live until now? Being restrained in this way, it is difficult to move even if it is even moved. If it is replaced by an average person, it can't bear this level, let alone it can last for 10 years. This guy. Crocodile's pupils also shrank, like Shichibukai was locked here, but they were only tied with their hands and feet, but Ji Lingyun's situation was more than a few dozen times more miserable. It's hard to imagine what kind of belief and endurance it is to be stuck here for 10 years. After hearing Jinbei's voice, Ji Lingyun in the cell slowly raised his head. The first thing that appeared in everyone's eyes were those eyes that looked like bright stars. Luffy and others saw these eyes, somehow, they were in their hearts. It trembled, as if seeing the deep darkness. After waiting for 10 years, it's finally time to leave, Jinbei, it's been a long time since I saw you. When Jinbei saw these eyes and heard the voice again, he immediately said happily, sure enough, It is you, Lingyun. You are really alive. If you know, Dad will be very happy. The revolutionary lightning said. The bones on his body are misplaced, and they are connected to the iron chain. I can't help him, because if all the iron chains are taken out, his bones will also be damaged, so those the iron chain fragments are still in his body, unless it is an operation, it will not be completely clear. Ji Lingyun gently pushed Jinbei away, and then stood there alone, listening to the slight bending of his body, and suddenly shouted under the surprised eyes of several people. Crocodile said coldly. It's not easy for you to be alive, you still want to stand up. What do you mean? Crocodile looked at Ji Lingyun puzzled. With Ji Lingyun's savage drink, only one iron body quickly flew out of his body, along with the flying out of the iron chain. There were countless bloodlines on his body in just a few seconds. It's already covered with blood. Slowly stood up. Although Ji Lingyun's condition was not very good, his eyes became brighter. Jinbei said to Luffy and them, Luffy, I also ask you for help. Ji Lingyun was held by Jinbei and twisted his 10 fingers a few times. Then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He laughed at himself. I haven't moved for 10 years. My body is really rusty. It is so difficult to control it. Speaking of this, Lightning said with emotion, it's really hard to imagine, being wounded like this, I can still live. As soon as the chain was cut, Ji Lingyun's body fell to the ground. Fortunately, Jinbei's eyesight was quick and he held Ji Lingyun with his arm, and asked with concern. Lingyun, are you okay? Puff. Ji Lingyun said, it's me, so let's not say so much. I have been trapped here for 10 years and my bones have rusted. Hurry up and open it for me. Let me feel the breath of freedom. Everyone, if it's convenient, can you find me a new dress? This dress has been worn for so many years, I have had enough, and it looks so crippled. The Ladyboy King Ivankov nodded to Lightning, and then Lightning used his ability to cut Ji Lingyun's cell open, and then helped Ji Lingyun's iron chains to be cut one by one. It took a few minutes to remove all the chains on Ji Lingyun's body were cut. Lightning cried out in disbelief. How is it possible? How painful it is to use your own power to blast away the iron body and debris in your body. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, Crocodile, if you think so, then you look down on me too much. Do you really think that after 10 years of detention, I just spent it in despair? A mouthful of blood was spit out from Ji Lingyun's mouth, and then he half kneeled on the ground again, but he smiled and said, it's a lot more comfortable now. It's really troublesome to keep these things inside. Chapter 279 Ji Lingyun looked terrifying, covered in blood, and this prison uniform had been worn for so long. He used to be a clean person, so he could not stand this prison uniform for a long time. Jinbei asked Ji Lingyun, Lingyun, you have been here for the longest time, what should we do next to escape? Ji Lingyun said, if you want to escape, there is no other way. There is only one way, and that is to fight one by one. After all our actions are seen by others. Jinbei said worriedly, but your current state. Ji Lingyun shook his head and said, don't worry, although I am injured now, it does not affect my actions. We must reach Malin Vander as quickly as possible. The war between Daddy and Marine Headquarters should not take long, can't delay. Yes, we need to save Ace as soon as possible, Luffy shouted. Crocodile, it's up to you, Ivankov said to Crocodile. Crocodile glanced at Ivankov uncomfortably, and then used his abilities. Large patches of sand quickly gathered on the roof. Crocodile had not destroyed one hand because of Ji Lingyun, so he was stronger than the original. Under Crocodile's control, a big hole soon appeared on the roof. Luffy screamed in excitement, and then rushed up the hole. Ji Lingyun rushed to the 5th floor. After the S********** paradise, he immediately found a clean dress and put on them. Then, a group of 6 people brought the others from the S******** paradise to the 5th floor, preparing to head towards the 4th floor. After changing his clothes, Ji Lingyun's mental state has improved a lot. It's just that he has been injured for 10 years, but he is not able to recover for a while, but he is not worried. As long as he reaches the Marine Headquarters, he can use Shinigami the Blade quickly recovered from his injury. Now that we want to leave Impel Down and go to Marine Headquarters, there is only one choice, and that is to fight up layer by layer, and then snatch the Marine warships outside. Only in this way can we pass through the Gate of Justice, but time is for us. It is very important to say, because at this time it has not been a few hours since Ace was executed. Among these people, Ji Lingyun knows Impel Down best, and coupled with his understanding of the original plot, he immediately analyzed the situation at this time. What exactly should I do? Luffy asked anxiously. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ji Lingyun said. Impel Down has a lot of jailers, but those people shouldn't worry about them. In fact, there are only 2 real opponents, one is Magellan and the other is Shiryu of the Rain. Ivankov said. Magellan is very poisonous, and its combat effectiveness is not much worse than Marine Admiral. Shiryu's swordsmanship is very strange. Over the years, he has killed many prisoners and is also a very difficult opponent. Ji Lingyun said. Shiryu of Rain had a conflict with Magellan. This is very beneficial to us. Therefore, the biggest enemy we have to face is Magellan. His poison is indeed very terrifying. I am afraid that few of us can. To block his poison, so try to avoid fighting with him. Anyway, our purpose is just to leave here, we don't need to work hard. Although he has not fought with Magellan, he has seen Magellan suppress eternal hell several times over the years. Magellan is very strong. Although it is not as strong as Marine Admiral, it is much stronger than Marine Admiral. People like them among them, unless he gets the Shinigami blade to defeat Mezerin. The others, even Jinbei and Crocodile, are definitely not Magellan's opponents. However, I'm afraid we will meet some other more troublesome guys. Ji Lingyun's complexion was a little dignified. He remembered that the Blackbeard Pirates in the original book came to impel down to find a companion. If he met Blackbeard, he didn't know if he could not control it. After all, it was Blackbeard that led to the Whitebeard Pirates. The current difficult situation. No matter what, let's go now. Ivankov and the criminals who caught up with the ****** Paradise also looked at Ji Lingyun curiously. When Ji Lingyun and the others rushed to the 4th floor, they were waiting for them with a large group of jailers. Jinbei didn't know what Ji Lingyun wanted to do, but he trusted it and said, "Trust Lingyun, he is very strong." With that said, Ji Lingyun walked up to the jailers alone. There were hundreds of jailers, but Ji Lingyun did not show the slightest expression of nervousness or fear on his face, but rather calm and calm. It's Shinigami, it's the scariest Shinigami in eternal hell, Edward Ji Lingyun, it's Shinigami. When I heard that it was Shinigami, many of the jailers were horrified. These jailers have been in Impel Down for more than 10 years. The riot caused by Ji Lingyun caused the entire jailer to suffer. Suffering, because at that time Ji Lingyun was out of control, Conqueror's hockey scattered everywhere, these jailers suffered too much. As for those jailers who saw Ji Lingyun walking in front of them, someone immediately recognized it. How is he going to deal with these people? Luffy looked very curiously. For some reason, he found that Ji Lingyun's back seemed to have grown a lot in an instant, and his aura became more and more terrifying. Luffy shouted and was about to do it, but Ji Lingyun stopped him with one hand. Luffy said, "What are you doing?" Ji Lingyun said, "At any rate, you helped me release it. I haven't done anything for a long time. Leave these people to me." Luffy yelled, "Get out of me." The prisoners headed by Ji Lingyun and Luffy, with a group of people from the ****** Paradise, quickly moved towards the 4th floor. Luffy asked suspiciously, what is he going to do? He had seen how badly Ji Lingyun had been injured before. "Zero. If you don't let go, don't blame me for being rude." But how could those jailers get away? Watching Ji Lingyun who rushed up the fastest, all of them clenched their weapons. Crocodile also took a cigar and said, "If he wants to do what he can, let him go alone."